Traversing through the vast expanse of the world, one can replicate an endless array of extraordinary abilities. Protagonists, supporting characters, antagonists, and monsters all can be harnessed if their powers are sufficiently formidable and peculiar. Chapter 1. The ability to replicate. Please select a target for replication. According to system regulations, you may acquire all abilities of the chosen target from a specific period. Listening to the somewhat indifferent voice, Chunze gazed at the luminous screen before him, his brow slightly furrowed. His memories remained anchored in that moment, his head bursting with a loud bang, the distant echo of gunfire reverberating in the air. Having had his skull shattered by a bullet, he should have perished. Yet, what was the situation he found himself in? What was the meaning of the luminous screens unfolding before him? The screen displayed numerous avatars, each accompanied by a brief introduction beneath. Alice, the female lead of the film, possesses a unique constitution that allows for perfect integration with the virus, endowed with abilities. Level 3 hand-to-hand combat. Level 3 marksmanship, virus perfect integration. James, captain of the Umbrella Corporation's Special Forces, a soldier forged through extensive training, possesses abilities. Level 2 hand-to-hand combat. Level 3 marksmanship. Matt, a phony police officer and environmental activist, striving to expose the Umbrella Corporation's crimes, possesses abilities. Level 1 hand-to-hand combat. Level 1 marksmanship. Rain, a member of the Special Forces, a fierce warrior trained extensively, possesses abilities. Level 2 hand-to-hand combat. Level 2 marksmanship. Kaplan, a member of the Special Forces, a computer whiz, possesses abilities. Level 4 computer skills. Level 1 marksmanship. As Chunze perused these names and their accompanying descriptions, a certain horror film came to mind: Resident Evil. Though the circumstances seemed somewhat extraordinary, Chunze's unique profession allowed him to maintain a sense of calm. He thrust his right hand forward, passing through the luminous screen, which remained steadfast and undisturbed. The screen did not react to my hand. This must not be a 3D projection. Chunze's eyes narrowed. He then extended a finger to touch the screen, gliding it across the surface. With each movement, the images and text on the screen shifted accordingly. Ethereal, yet seemingly possessing a hint of tangible sensation, this is beyond the capabilities of current technology. It appears I have indeed encountered something extraordinary, Chunze murmured to himself. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to heed the voice's instructions. His finger glided across the screen repeatedly, scrutinizing the abilities detailed in the profiles, preparing to select a target to replicate. Among these targets, Alice, as the protagonist, possessed the most formidable abilities, while only Kaplan's level 4 computer skills caught Chunze's eye. Just as he was poised to select Alice as his replication target, his fingers suddenly halted, a flicker of surprise manifesting in his gaze. Liquor, a monster born from the virus-infected active organism, endowed with immense strength, swift speed, and acute hearing, possesses abilities. Level 3 physical incomplete, genetic evolution. Originally, Chunze had assumed that only the narrative characters could serve as replication targets, but it appeared that creatures from the film could also be included. Are there any restrictions or requirements for selecting replication targets? Chunze lifted his gaze towards the void, inquiring loudly to the unseen presence. The disparity in strength among the replication candidates was significant. It was implausible that no selection limitations existed. Choosing different replication targets will yield varying tasks. The stronger the target's abilities, the greater the task's difficulty. The voice echoed once more in Chunze's ears. Indeed, Chunze mused inwardly. This serves as the selection limitation. What happens if the task is not completed? Failure to complete the task will result in adverse consequences. The repercussions will be yours to bear. Though the system's wording was somewhat vague, the ominous implications of its message caused Chunze to furrow his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of his situation and refrained from further inquiry. I choose Alice as my replication target, Chunze declared solemnly. Although Alice's current strength paled in comparison to the liquor, her perfect integration with its virus afforded her tremendous potential for growth, with the possibility of developing psychokinetic abilities in the future. If you choose Alice as your replication target, your task will be to eliminate all zombies, zombie dogs, and lickers within the hive. Upon hearing this task, Chunze's brow furrowed deeply. If his memory served him correctly, the hundreds of staff members within the hive had all transformed into zombies, alongside dozens of lickers and a multitude of zombie dogs, an undeniably formidable force. At this moment, Alice was merely an ordinary human. Even if he replicated her abilities, his strength would not see significant enhancement in the short term. Eliminating just the zombies within the hive would be a formidable challenge. let alone the agile zombie dogs and powerful lickers. For Alice to escape from the lickers would already be an arduous feat. This was categorically an impossible task. If I select the licker as my replication target, what task would I receive? A flicker ignited in Chun-Ze's eyes as he posed the question. Eliminate all the lickers. Hearing this task, Chun-Ze felt a slight sense of relief compared to the previous assignment. This one seemed considerably simpler. Though the sheer number of lickers nearly constituted the majority of the hive's occupants, the two tasks appeared largely indistinguishable in difficulty. However, at this juncture, the licker's strength far surpassed that of Alice. By replicating the licker's power and speed, coupled with Chun-Ze's cognitive abilities, the licker no longer seemed as terrifying. Moreover, in the initial stages, all lickers were confined and sedated within their incubation chambers, allowing Chun-Ze the potential to eliminate them without expending much effort. Please select a replication target. The voice intoned once more. Chun-Ze replied, resolutely licker. Target licker. Commencing replication. As the voice resonated, a beam of light materialized, enveloping Chun-Ze within its embrace. He could distinctly sense various elements penetrating his body from the surrounding light, instigating profound changes within him. Whoosh! As the light dissipated, Chun-Ze opened his eyes. Bang! He suddenly unleashed a powerful punch forward, his right fist transforming into a blur, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being split. My body has grown, significantly stronger. It appears that everything the voice stated is indeed true. I have truly acquired the formidable abilities of the licker. Chun-Ze's eyes narrowed, glimmering with newfound intensity. Ability replication complete. Commencing entry into the narrative world to fulfill the corresponding tasks. The indifferent voice echoed once more. A beam of light appeared, enveloping Chun-Ze, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind an empty void. Chapter 2. Entering Restaurant B, Chun-Ze felt a sudden blinding whiteness before his senses were momentarily obscured. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. As soon as his senses were restored, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His hands were bound behind him, and the slightest movement produced the sound of metal clashing. Handcuffs. A thought flickered through Chun-Ze's mind. Feeling the texture of the cuffs, he had an inkling that with a mere exertion of force, he could snap them asunder. This notion ignited a spark of eagerness within him. He was curious to ascertain the extent of his capabilities after assimilating the powers of the Devourer. However, glancing around at the cadre of mercenaries clad in black combat gear, weapons firmly grasped and expressions rife with wariness, Chun-Ze quashed this impulse. Despite having replicated the abilities of the Devourer, it remained uncertain whether his current physique could withstand bullets or evade the mercenaries' gunfire. Chun-Ze closed his eyes, and the descriptions of the abilities he had copied from the Devourer materialized vividly in his mind. In contrast to the two abilities listed in the previous holographic introduction, he had acquired 3 capabilities: Level 3 Physique, Impaired, Genetic Evolution, and Aberration. Level 3 Physique. Impaired. The majority of physical attributes have reached a Level 3 standard, enabling muscles to compress handgun bullets. However, his eyes and brain still function at a normal human level. Genetic Evolution. The ability to consume the DNA of other organisms and integrate it into one's own DNA chain, thereby altering it. Caution. If the ingested DNA differs significantly from one's own, it may lead to the collapse of the DNA chain. Aberration. The capacity to partially transform one's body into that of the Devourer. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these 3 skills, a glimmer of delight appeared on Chun-Ze's face. Setting aside the immense potential of genetic evolution, the mere revelation of the Level 3 physique was already a pleasant surprise. The ability to compress rifle bullets signified an extraordinary level of physical power. While an ordinary individual might struggle to fully harness such strength in a short span of time, for Chun-Ze, an elite assassin, mastering this power and converting it into formidable combat prowess was entirely feasible. As for genetic evolution, it represented boundless possibilities for the future. Although fraught with considerable risk, Chun-Ze had never lacked an element of recklessness. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the life of an assassin. Unlike the suave portrayals in films, real-life assassins confront peril at every turn, each mission a gamble for their very lives, trading existence for monetary reward. Moreover, they must guard against not only the dangers inherent in their tasks, but also the treachery of employers who might seek to silence them post-mission. The reason Chun-Ze found himself in this predicament was that while completing a task and resting at a hotel, he had been shot in the head by a sniper. The thought of this sent a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If he were to return to the real world, he would certainly have a candid discussion with that employer. As for the aberration skill, while its utility may seem limited, it could still augment Chen Zhe's combat efficacy in close-quarter confrontations. After gaining a certain understanding of his own capabilities, Chen Zhe felt little trepidation towards the mercenaries. With his current strength, he was confident that he could dispatch all 7 mercenaries within a minute. However, considering his unfamiliarity with the hive and the unknown route to Restaurant B, Chen Zhe resolved to wait until he reached his destination before making any decisions. Having made up his mind, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. Beside him was a large window adorned with Venetian blinds, behind which lay a sunlit urban landscape. 3 individuals in casual attire were positioned near the window. One was a Caucasian woman clad in a red tank top and shorts, her emerald eyes betraying a hint of vigilance and an unmistakable sense of confusion. Next to her stood a Caucasian man in a gray jacket. Leaning against the window, his gaze surveying everyone around him. The final individual, dressed in a white shirt, was similarly handcuffed behind his back, standing at the window and observing the view outside. Upon seeing these 3, Chen Zhe instantly recognized their identities. The woman in the red tank top was Alice, the man in the gray jacket was her husband, Spence, and the handcuffed man was the environmentalist, Matt. Observing the scenery displayed outside the window, Matt remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "There's still a view outside. It seems working underground isn't so bad." In response to his comment, a female mercenary glanced back at Matt with an indifferent expression but chose not to speak. Reflecting on the situation, Chen Zhe quickly recalled the unfolding narrative and deduced that they had just begun the plot, having recently entered the grand hall of the hive. As he pondered, the mercenaries had forcibly pried open the elevator doors, revealing only a dark shaft above and below. In order to eliminate the test subjects, the Red Queen had already initiated a free fall for the elevator. After tossing in a flare, the mercenaries exhibited a fleeting expression of disappointment upon witnessing the elevator crash below. With the elevator now rendered useless, they had no choice but to descend via the stairs. The mercenary team, accompanied by Chen Zhe and Alice, swiftly navigated down the staircase. Their pace was brisk, and in a short span, they arrived at the underground testing area. The testing zone was a labyrinth of intersecting corridors. However, regrettably, the path leading to the Red Queen's control room was obstructed by stagnant water. Under these circumstances, the mercenary team had no option but to alter their route and proceed through the marked path to Restaurant B, aiming to access the Red Queen's mainframe. Upon hearing that the mercenaries, just like in the original film, intended to pass through Restaurant B, a glimmer of delight flickered in Chen Zhe's eyes. Once they entered Restaurant B, the anesthetized liquors within would be akin to caged beasts, vulnerable to his attacks, and he anticipated that the mission would be effortlessly accomplished. Kaplan tapped on his portable computer a few times, bringing up the route to Restaurant B, and the group advanced swiftly according to the map's indications. Throughout their journey, the mercenary team's movements appeared urgent. They were all acutely aware that the mission had a strict 3-hour time limit. Once the time elapsed, the hive would seal completely, and they would find themselves trapped. Under Kaplan's leadership, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of Restaurant B. Kaplan entered a password on the alloy door, which immediately swung open. At this moment, Chen Zhe cast aside all reservations. With a swift movement, he stepped directly into Restaurant B. However, upon witnessing the scene within, his expression shifted dramatically. In the expansive hall, dozens of enormous incubators towered, reaching over 3 meters in height, constructed entirely from robust alloy and interconnected with numerous pipes. Yet, many of these incubators bore gaping holes on their sides, the shapes of which were irregular and the edges twisted, unmistakably indicating they had been violently ripped apart. Observing this, Chen Zhe's countenance darkened. Each shattered incubator signified an escaped liquor. A cursory glance revealed approximately a dozen breached incubators, implying that there were several liquors prowling within this underground hive. It was evident that this mission would not be as straightforward as anticipated. Had the situation mirrored that of a movie, with all liquors remaining in a state of sedation, Chen Zhe's current prowess would have made dispatching them exceedingly simple. The enigmatic system had bestowed upon him formidable abilities, making it improbable that he would be tasked with such an uncomplicated assignment. Compared to his previous worst-case scenarios, the situation was not entirely dire. Although the capabilities of those dozen liquors were comparable to his own, Chen Zhe's combat awareness and experience far exceeded theirs, placing them on entirely different levels. However, what was initially a straightforward mission had suddenly become fraught with complications, naturally dampening Chen Zhe's spirits. Suddenly, Chen Zhe's abrupt intrusion into Restaurant B elicited a fervent response from the 7 members of the mercenary team, all of whom raised their firearms, aiming them directly at him. "Halt! Kneel down immediately, or we will shoot you on the spot," James warned. He had remained vigilant regarding the unknown origins of Chen Zhe and Matt. Following Chen Zhe's recent actions, he perceived him as a potential threat. Had he not intended to interrogate Chen Zhe, he would have shot him without hesitation. Already vexed by the unexpected turn of the mission, upon hearing James's warning, Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly turned around. At the entrance of Restaurant B, 7 mercenaries stood with their weapons drawn, fingers poised on the triggers, their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes upon him. Chen Zhe was convinced that any hint of movement on his part would prompt them to pull the trigger without a moment's hesitation. "Are you truly prepared to execute me on the spot?" Chen Zhe inquired softly, his expression growing colder still as he spoke. He exerted a gentle force with both hands, and with a sharp crack, the handcuffs snapped open, liberating his previously restrained hands at once. Upon witnessing this scene, James's expression instantly changed, and he urgently shouted, "Fire, quickly, fire!" Just as the mercenaries were about to pull the trigger, they felt a blur before their eyes, as Chen Zhe abruptly vanished from their sight. Simultaneously, James's voice was abruptly silenced. The mercenary squad scanned their surroundings, desperately searching for any trace of Chen Zhe. Soon, they discovered that the man who had previously stood inside Restaurant B was now standing directly in front of their captain. Gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground, James's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Zhe before him. How could a human possess such speed? In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhe had leaped across a distance of several meters to appear right before him. "Release the captain at once, or I assure you, I will make your head explode," came the threatening voice of Ryan from the side. Upon hearing Ryan's words, a memory flashed through Chen Zhe's mind, the moment he had been shot in the head by a sniper. This recollection ignited within him a surge of furious wrath. Chen Zhe turned his gaze, icy eyes fixing upon Ryan. "You intend to make my head explode?" Facing Chen Zhe's piercing stare, Ryan felt as if a ferocious beast had set its sights on her, the cold brutality within his eyes sending chills down her spine, rendering her limbs weak. The seasoned mercenary captain, James had weathered countless battles, though he had been momentarily stunned by Bai Yang's speed. He quickly regained his composure. Seeing Bai Yang turn to look at Ryan, he wasted no time. Raising his firearm, he aimed it at Bai Yang's chest, his finger poised to pull the trigger. However, Chen Zhe did not grant him that opportunity. As a seasoned assassin, accustomed to teetering on the edge of danger, Chen Zhe possessed remarkably sharp instincts. Sensing James's movement, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he tightened his grip. With a crisp crack, James's neck was snapped by Chen Zhe's hand, his eyes widening in shock as his head lolled to the side, the firearm slipping from his lifeless grip. Although these mercenaries appeared valiant in films, such portrayals were mere illusions, for they were agents of Umbrella Corporation, dedicated to executing the dirty work, their hands stained with blood. Chen Zhe bore no psychological burden in eliminating them. "Captain," upon witnessing Chen Zhe's brutal act of breaking James's neck, several mercenaries cried out, their faces reflecting sorrow and rage, fingers immediately squeezing the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets soared towards Chen Zhe, transforming into a rain of projectiles that enveloped him within a meter's radius. Chen Zhe's gaze hardened, his powerful leg muscles exploding into action. With immense force, he propelled himself off the ground, instantaneously vanishing from the path of the bullets. In a flash, he reappeared before one of the mercenaries, his right shoulder colliding forcefully with the man's chest. Thud! The mercenary was sent flying, crashing into a nearby incubation chamber before sliding slowly to the floor, blood pouring from his mouth, a grim fate sealed. The mercenaries who had been firing their weapons immediately redirected their aim. But before they could lock on, Chen Zhe's figure flickered once more, disappearing yet again. Crack! Once again, a mercenary's neck was snapped by Chen Zhe. The remaining mercenaries could only redirect their weapons, yet fear and panic were unmistakably etched upon their faces. Despite being seasoned fighters, the overwhelming and elusive presence of Chen Zhe began to unravel their resolve. In his presence, they found themselves utterly defenseless, resigned to awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. In that moment, they bore little distinction from ordinary civilians. Nearby, Alice and her companions were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. They had never anticipated Chen Zhe's formidable prowess, his figure appearing almost spectral, flickering in and out of visibility. Before him, those once mighty mercenaries resembled mere chicks, utterly powerless against his lethal prowess. With a roar, as Chen Zhe advanced upon the medic, preparing to strike her down, a sudden gust of malevolent wind surged from above, accompanied by a feral growl. Chapter 4. The licker sensing the force of the impending attack, Chen Zhe's expression shifted slightly. His right hand, initially aimed at the medic, swung upward to meet the oncoming threat. A resounding thud echoed as he staggered back slightly, dissipating the assailant's powerful momentum. The creature that had assailed him crashed to the ground, revealing its grotesque form. Its massive limbs sprawled upon the earth, formidable claws carving deep furrows into the ground, its skin grotesquely sloughing away to expose crimson muscle and white tendons. The head was abnormally enlarged, devoid of a skull, exposing the brain within, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a long tongue flicking out, dripping with saliva. The liquor, Qianzhe murmured, gazing at the abomination. The creature's body arched slightly, emitting a series of low growls. It sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Qianzhe. Yet a primal urge compelled it to attack, undeterred by the danger. Roar, 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 accompanied by the low growls, for more liquors crawled from the walls and ceiling, sealing off all avenues of escape. Oh, heavens, what manner of beast is this? Damn it, where did these monsters come from? Panic surged within Alice and her companions as they screamed in terror upon witnessing the 5 liquors. Qianzhe's expression grew grave at the sight of the 5 creatures. One liquor posed little concern, but 5 appearing simultaneously warranted his utmost caution. Roar. Sensing the arrival of its comrades, the liquor facing Qianzhe let out a deafening roar, launching itself at him with a powerful leap. Its sharp, massive claws were raised high, slicing through the air like daggers, aimed directly at Qianzhe's head. Metamorphosis. In an instant, Qianzhe's mind focused. His right hand rapidly expanded, transforming his slender fingers into razor-sharp talons. He surged forward, positioning himself before the liquor, arching backward to evade its assault, while simultaneously, his transformed hand slashed across the creature's abdomen. With a resounding swish, the abdomen of the liquor was brutally torn open by Qianzhe's immense claws, leaving several gaping wounds from which entrails and bodily fluids spilled forth. With a resounding thud, the liquor crashed to the ground, the force of its earlier pounce propelling it across the surface, leaving a series of distinct marks in its wake. Despite being eviscerated, this liquor, bolstered by its formidable vitality, did not succumb to death. It trembled on its limbs and gradually rose to its feet. The jagged wounds had even begun to sprout granulation tissue, signaling the onset of healing. Yet, Qianzhe offered it no respite. He swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself directly above the liquor, and with a decisive stomp of his right foot, he obliterated the creature's head. The liquor's grotesquely swollen brain erupted violently, splattering its cerebral matter in all directions. In such a state, no matter how resilient the liquor's life force, it was irrevocably deceased. A roar erupted from the remaining 4 liquors, who remained undeterred by the demise of their comrade. With a collective bellow, they lunged towards Qianzhe. He let out a cold snort, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes as his left hand expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal claw as he deftly maneuvered. Qianzhe evaded the attacks of several liquors, and with 2 massive claws, he struck one liquor squarely on its back. The impact sent the unfortunate creature soaring, its maw filled with sharp teeth gaping wide as it spewed forth blood and chunks of viscera. However, amidst the onslaught of the 3 remaining liquors, Qianzhe found no opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Thanks to its robust vitality, the injured liquor, after a brief period, managed to recover nearly half of its wounds and rejoined the fray in the face of Qianzhe's overwhelming power. Even the liquor's formidable life force was unable to sustain the accumulating injuries. Its strength dwindled as the wounds persisted, rendering it an ever-decreasing threat to Qianzhe. It was merely a matter of time before he would dispatch them all. Observing the fierce clash between Qianzhe and the 4 liquors from a distance, Alice and her companions were gripped by tension and panic. To them, both the mutated Qianzhe and the fearsome liquors appeared as monstrous entities. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, their situation would remain perilously precarious. "This place is far too dangerous. We must leave immediately," Alice declared, her brow furrowed in seriousness. "The passage we arrived through is blocked. We have no means of escape," Matt replied, his expression one of helplessness. Nearby, Qianzhe was embroiled in a fierce battle with the liquors, the ground marred by a web of intersecting scars, a sight that was both shocking and terrifying. The mere thought of those attacks landing on them made everyone shudder involuntarily, fully aware that they would be reduced to mere pulp. Alice glanced towards the unobstructed B cafeteria, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. "We will make our way through the B cafeteria to the mainframe room of the Redback and see if there is an alternate route to escape this place." Without waiting for others, Alice strode purposefully towards the B cafeteria. At this moment, panic gripped the hearts of her companions, leaving them uncertain of what to do. Upon witnessing Alice's decisive action, they found themselves instinctively following in her wake. In the midst of battle, Qianzhe cast a fleeting glance at the departing Alice and her companions, a shadow of foreboding flickering in his eyes. Their departure would undoubtedly lead to the shutdown of the Red Queen. And when that moment arrived, the remaining leeches would surely be unleashed at that juncture. The situation would become truly perilous. It seemed imperative to swiftly eliminate these leeches. With this thought coursing through his mind, Qianzhe's offensive sharpened with renewed intensity. Thud, bang, crack. Merely minutes after Alice's departure, Qianzhe had systematically vanquished the 4 leeches that had besieged him, disposing of the leech carcasses with a dismissive flick. He strode purposefully towards the bee cafeteria. Upon entering the bee cafeteria, Qianzhe paused momentarily, refraining from hastily pursuing Alice and her group. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the intact incubation chambers. Within this hive, the only potential source of trouble for Qianzhe lay within these chambers housing the leeches. As long as he eradicated the leeches that remained sedated, Alice and her companion's decision to shut down the Red Queen and unleash the zombies would bear no consequence for him. With this resolution in mind, Qianzhe hesitated not for a moment. In a flash, he stood before an unscathed incubation chamber. With a monstrous, mutated claw, he struck with ferocity, piercing the alloy casing and crushing the leech's skull within. Without pausing, he moved on to the next chamber, once again breaching the enclosure to slay the leech contained inside. Chapter 5. Extermination. Faced with the onslaught of several leeches, Qianzhe was able to conclude the skirmish in mere minutes. And now, as he dispatched the sedated leeches within the chambers, his speed was even more formidable. Moments later, he stood at the exit of the bee cafeteria, casting a relieved glance at the incubation chambers behind him. During the fray against the leeches, he had counted a total of 70 chambers in the entire bee cafeteria. Of these, 47 remained intact, with the leeches still under sedation, all of which had now been eliminated by Qianzhe. 23 chambers had been breached, and after accounting for the 5 leeches he had just dispatched, 17 leeches still lurked within the subterranean hive. Now, Qianzhe could leisurely hunt down these remaining leeches. As for Alice and her companions who were heading to disable the Red Queen, he had resolved to disregard them entirely. His ears twitched slightly, and his nostrils flared as he fervently absorbed the myriad scent molecules in the air. One seemed to be fleeing in that direction. A glimmer of determination ignited in Qianzhe's gaze as he departed the bee cafeteria, following the scent trail while remaining attuned to any anomalous sounds. A low, faint growl echoed from a distance, reaching Qianzhe's ears. Over there! In a swift pivot, Qianzhe hastened towards the source of the sound. The laser corridor. With a soft hiss, the alloy security door gradually opened, revealing a scene littered with shattered corpses and the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Witnessing this tableau, Alice and her companions turned pale, their eyes wide with terror. Including James, 3 mercenaries had perished at Qianzhe's hands, and among those who had entered the laser corridor were the other 3, excluding Kaplan. In a scene reminiscent of the film's typical unfolding, Kaplan finds himself deceived by the Red Queen. As the trio steps into the laser corridor, it is instantly activated, resulting in their abrupt demise. At this juncture, only 4 remain. The accomplished hacker Kaplan, the protagonist Alice, her husband Spence, and the environmentalist Matt. What shall we do now? Matt inquires, turning to Alice. Upon hearing his words, both Spence and Kaplan also direct their gaze toward Alice. Amidst the escalating anomalies, Alice's composed demeanor gradually earns her the trust of the group, positioning her as their makeshift leader. We must access the mainframe, whether to shut down the Red Queen or to inquire about an escape route. A resolute expression graces Alice's face. What, are you insane? I will not step into that cursed corridor. I refuse to meet my end there, Spence exclaims vehemently upon hearing Alice's suggestion. Kaplan counters, I have deactivated the laser corridor. There is no further danger. Oh, really? That sounds quite familiar, Spence retorts with a sardonic laugh. Enough with the bickering, Alice interjects, casting a glance at Spence. The monsters are right behind us. We have no choice but to forge ahead. At Alice's words, Spence's countenance darkens further, recalling the fearsome might of the lickers and Qianzhe. This time, I shall lead the way, Kaplan declares at an opportune moment. With that, he strides boldly into the Aurora corridor, seizing the circuit breaker that would disable the Red Queen, and proceeds toward the mainframe. Alice remains silent, following closely behind Kaplan into the passage. Matt glances back at Spence, sharing a brief smile before also stepping inside. Damn it, Spence mutters in frustration, resigned to follow suit. After traversing the laser corridor with trepidation, the group successfully enters the mainframe room. Once inside, Kaplan immediately begins installing the circuit breaker to shut down the Red Queen. At that moment, the virtual image of the Red Queen materializes. "Get out, immediately! You cannot enter here." Kaplan disregards her warning entirely, completing the installation before turning to face her eye in the film. Upon completing the installation, Kaplan activates the circuit breaker to deactivate the Red Queen. However, now they seek to inquire about an escape route, rendering such actions moot. Alice takes the circuit breaker switch from Kaplan, approaches the Red Queen's image, and coldly states, "Tell us how to leave this place, or I will shut you down." "No, you cannot turn me off. If I am deactivated, the power will reset, and all electronic doors in the hive will unlock, releasing the T-virus infected and experimental subjects, leading to your certain demise." With many terrifying creatures lurking outside, Alice asserts, "If you do not reveal the way out, I will undoubtedly shut you down. The situation cannot possibly worsen." Hearing Alice mention the wandering lickers outside, the Red Queen recalled the unsettling events that had transpired earlier, where data had become disordered. Prior to Alice and her companion's descent, the Red Queen had suffered a mysterious assault that resulted in data errors, causing the anesthetic systems in several incubation chambers to fail, thus allowing the lickers to escape. "You can exit through the utility tunnels." Realizing she could not threaten Alice, the Red Queen was compelled to compromise in order to prevent further deterioration of the situation and to ensure that the T-virus infected beings would not emerge. Upon acquiring the desired information, Alice and her group wasted no time and followed the Red Queen's guidance to locate the entrance to the utility tunnels. Before their departure, Kaplan intended to shut down the Red Queen, but was halted by Alice. The monsters roaming outside were terrifying enough. If the Red Queen were to be deactivated, releasing a horde of monsters would leave them with no chance of escape. It must be acknowledged that Alice's decision was indeed prudent. With the Red Queen still operational, the T-virus infected did not emerge, and they navigated smoothly through the utility tunnels, rapidly approaching the vicinity of the hive's exit. Roar! Just as they were on the verge of escape, accompanied by a series of low growls, a licker dangled from the tunnel's ceiling, crawling out before them. The sudden appearance of this licker drained the color from Alice and her companions' faces. During Chen Zhe's previous confrontation with these creatures, they had witnessed their terrifying destructive power firsthand. Although these monsters appeared feeble in Chen Zhe's presence, they were not Chen Zhe, and these creatures could easily rend them apart. Roar! With two more low growls, two additional lickers crawled forth from the shadows, plunging Alice and her companions into despair. Faced with a single licker, they lacked the confidence to flee. Confronted with three, their demise seemed inevitable. Chapter 6. Flesh severing. Though Alice and her group felt despondent, they refused to succumb to inaction and perish at the hands of the lickers. Each of them raised their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets in a desperate bid for survival. The three lickers propelled themselves forward like shadows, lunging at Alice and her companions. One licker tackled Spence, its tooth-filled maw sinking down to tear a chunk of flesh from him. Spence let out a heart-wrenching scream. In this moment of impending death, memories surged back into Spence's mind, recalling everything that had transpired. The thought of the T-virus and antidote hidden aboard the train filled his eyes with a fierce longing. Untold riches awaited him outside, yet he faced death here. Crack! The licker severed Spence's neck, silencing his cries abruptly. After killing Spence, the licker crouched there, incessantly tearing into Spence's bloodied remains, abandoning any further attacks on the others. Damn it! Witnessing their companion's brutal demise at the hands of the licker intensified the panic within Alice and the others, who frantically squeezed the triggers, sending bullets flying toward the two remaining lickers. The speed of the lickers is astonishingly swift, transforming into a shadow that deftly navigates the tunnel walls, easily evading the bullets. It appears that the last three lickers have finally tracked you down. A voice suddenly resonated from the shadows nearby. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Alice and her companion's eyes. Although Chen Zhe appeared monstrous in their eyes, his previous conduct suggested that he was at least a creature with awareness. Awareness implies the potential for communication, thus enhancing their chances of survival. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Chen Zhe emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at Alice and her comrades who were firing their weapons. "If you desire my assistance in dealing with these lickers, it would be prudent for you to cease fire now. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to wait until you exhaust your ammunition before intervening." Upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, Kaplan and Matt hesitated momentarily, yet Alice, unwavering, released the trigger. "Cease fire?" The two, who had been following Alice's lead, immediately halted their assault. With a swift motion, as Alice ceased fire, Chen Zhe darted forward, positioning himself before one of the lickers. His right hand, transformed into a colossal claw, pierced through its chest, shattering its spine. Thud! The massive body of the liquor crashed to the ground with a muffled thump. Observing this, another liquor sprang into action, propelling itself away in a shadowy blur. However, given the stakes of this world-saving mission, Qianzhe could not permit its escape. With a powerful surge from his leg muscles, he unleashed a tremendous burst of speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Qianzhe caught up with the fleeing liquor, his mutated claw sweeping through the air and crushing its brain. Despite possessing similar abilities, Qianzhe, equipped with a wealth of combat techniques, was able to fully harness his powers, far exceeding the liquor's strength. Before him, the liquors could scarcely manage to flee. Roar. Just as Qianzhe dispatched the escaping liquor, a tremendous roar erupted from Alice and her group. Turning to look, he saw the liquor that had torn into Spince's flesh undergoing a violent transformation. Its flesh was surging and its size expanding, becoming increasingly grotesque. Genetic evolution. Witnessing this scene, Qianzhe was instantly reminded of this ability of the liquors. The transformation of this particular liquor was evidently a result of acquiring relevant DNA from Spince, facilitating its own evolution. Judging by the changes in its aura, this liquor's strength had increased by nearly half. While still manageable, defeating it would fulfill the mission. Qianzhe flickered into position beside the evolved liquor. Raising his right arm high, the enormous mutated claw aimed directly at the liquor's brain. Boom! The liquor deftly evaded the attack, leaping aside and allowing Qianzhe's massive claw to embed itself into the ground. Indeed, after its enhancement, a single strike was no longer sufficient to ensure a kill. Contemplating this, Qianzhe's assault remained relentless. He withdrew his colossal claw from the earth and swiftly closed the distance to confront the liquor once more. After enhancing its power, the devourer initially brimmed with confidence, harboring the intention to slay Qianzhe and seize the genes within him. However, in the face of Qianzhe's onslaught, it swiftly recognized the vast disparity between itself and Qianzhe. Desperately fleeing deeper into the hive, Qianzhe and the devourer receded into the distance. The surviving trio, Alice, Kaplan, and Matt, quickly supported one another toward the station. Yet, before they could reach their destination, a shadow materialized before them, obstructing their path. Initially startled, Alice and the others sighed in relief upon discerning that the silhouette was human. This figure was none other than Qianzhe, who, after vanquishing the last devourer, had returned to intercept them. "What do you intend by blocking our way?" Alice inquired with a grave tone, gazing at Qianzhe. "I just saved you from the clutches of the devourer. Shouldn't you offer me some form of recompense?" Qianzhe replied with a smile. At his words, Alice's expression tightened. "What kind of reward do you seek?" Qianzhe chuckled softly, his gaze appraising Alice from head to toe, causing her complexion to darken further. "I require a piece of flesh from you," he stated, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. "What?" Alice was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Qianzhe would make such a demand. Witnessing the devourer evolve after devouring Spince's flesh had stirred within him the realization of his own genetic evolution capabilities. As the perfect host for the T-virus, acquiring Alice's genes would confer immense advantages upon him. "I need a segment of your flesh. It holds value for me," Qianzhe reiterated in a composed tone. After a brief hesitation, Alice turned to Kaplan, her voice steady. "Hand me a knife." No, Kaplan began to protest, but Alice swiftly seized the military knife from him and made a swift incision on her left arm. The sharp blade cleanly severed a piece of flesh, and blood immediately gushed forth, pooling on the ground. Witnessing this, Qianzhe could not suppress his admiration for Alice's resolute nature. Indeed, she was worthy of being the protagonist in this world. Chapter 7. Evolution. Kaplan quickly retrieved a first aid kit, tending to Alice's wound. She allowed him to bandage her injury, taking a deep breath before bending down to pick up the severed piece of flesh and tossing it to Qianzhe, who stood a short distance away. "Here is what you sought. Can we leave now?" As Qianzhe caught the flesh Alice had thrown, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, yet he refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, stowing it in his pocket, he preferred to wait for a safer environment to absorb Alice's genes, uncertain of what might transpire during the process. Casting a glance at Kaplan, Qianzhe hesitated briefly before ultimately waving his hand. "You may go." As a level 4 hacking expert, Kaplan proved to be of considerable utility to Qianzhe. However, Resident Evil represents the first fantastical realm he has traversed, and he remains uncertain whether it can facilitate his departure. Thus, he refrained from coercively detaining Kaplan. After Alice and the others departed, Qianzhe stood in quiet anticipation of the system's notification. Yet, after several minutes elapsed, there was still no sign of activity. Could it be that there are still liquors yet to be eradicated? Qianzhe pondered. Calculating the number of lickers he had previously vanquished, it amounted to precisely 70, corresponding with the incubation chambers in the B restaurant. System, have I completed the task? Chunzhe inquired silently. He held no expectations of a response, as the system had provided no notifications since his entry into this world. Even the task details were merely what he had observed on the screen prior. Liquor extermination count 70-70. Task completed. Following the answer to Chunzhe's inquiry, the system fell silent once more, uttering not a single word more. Upon hearing the system's reply, Chunzhe furrowed his brow. Having completed this task, is there truly no reward? Furthermore, how might I depart from this world? Task completion rate at 100%. You may retain 100% of the licker's abilities. If you wish, you may depart from this world at any time. After addressing the question, the system lapsed into silence again. At any time. Chunzhe could not help but ask, if I have not completed the task, can I still leave this world? Yes. The system's response was succinct and emphatic. What would be the consequences if I failed to complete the task? Based on your task completion rate, the percentage of retained liquor abilities will vary. The higher the completion rate, the greater the percentage of abilities preserved. After this exchange, Chunzhe finally ascertained that this system he possessed was indeed a benevolent one. Devoid of deceit. One could exit the task world at will, undertake tasks at one's discretion, with high risks yielding high rewards and low risks yielding low rewards. Without any mandatory requirements or penalties. System, return, Chunzhe contemplated. Please select the temporal setting for this fantastical world, lock time or normal flow. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chunzhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Can I return to this world again? Indeed. Let us lock the time. If Chunzhe recalled correctly, it would not be long before Raccoon City was obliterated by a nuclear missile due to the zombie outbreak. He was not privy to the exact timing, and he certainly did not wish to encounter the nuclear cleansing upon his next visit. After selecting the time setting, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Chunzhe vanished from his location. Within that void filled with screens, a flash of white light flickered, and Chunzhe's figure materialized in that space. Surveying his surroundings, the screens depicting the characters from Resident Evil had all vanished. Leaving the area desolate and empty, he flipped his right hand and retrieved Alice's piece of flesh from his pocket. System, can you assist me in converting this piece of flesh into pure DNA? Chunzhe felt a certain reluctance towards the direct consumption of flesh and blood. It would be ideal if the system could assist in converting it into DNA. Nonetheless, should the system refrain from aiding him in this transformation, Chunzhe would not shy away from directly devouring the piece of flesh to enhance his strength. The system offered no response. Instead, a beam of blue light materialized in the air, enveloping the piece of flesh in Chunzhe's hand. Subsequently, a vial of azure liquid appeared in Chunzhe's grasp. Thank you, he uttered, as he plunged his right index finger into the vial. His finger then began to writhe, rapidly absorbing the blue liquid contained within. The capacity for genetic evolution underwent a minor adaptive change within Chunzhe. He realized that he no longer needed to rely on his digestive system to assimilate foreign genes. Any part of his body could now partake in this absorption. As the blue liquid diminished in the vial, Chunzhe distinctly sensed a tumultuous transformation occurring within his very being. Although he had merely replicated the abilities of the liquor without succumbing to the T-virus, this capability nonetheless exerted an influence on his physique. The DNA within him was currently in a state of mutation. However, unlike the instability inherent in the liquor's DNA, his own was stabilized by the system. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, a flaw remains a flaw. If left unaddressed, Chunzhe's future achievements would undoubtedly be constrained. Fortunately, with Alice's DNA serving as a reference template, Chunzhe's DNA began to undergo rapid optimization. Being human and similarly enhanced by the T-virus, the disparity between Chunzhe's and Alice's DNA was not particularly vast, thus facilitating a remarkably smooth process of genetic evolution. And of course, such a transformative experience was inevitably fraught with agony. Even with Chunzhe's resilient constitution, he was left pale and exhausted, slumping down after the evolution concluded, requiring a few minutes to regain the strength to rise. Closing his eyes, he commenced a mental review of his current abilities. Initially, Chunzhe possessed 3 abilities: Level 3 Physique, Incomplete, Genetic Evolution, and Aberration. After the recent evolution, his abilities remained at 3, Level 3 Physique, Aberration, and Telekinesis. The original genetic evolution ability had vanished, while the Level 3 Physique was no longer incomplete, and the Aberration ability remained unchanged, with the addition of Telekinesis. This occurrence was, in fact, quite normal. The liquor's capability for genetic evolution stemmed from an unstable DNA structure necessitating supplementation from external DNA. Following his absorption of Alice's genes, Chen Zhe's own DNA had been optimized to a relatively perfect state, thereby rendering the ability for genetic evolution superfluous. The emergence of telekinesis, however, filled Chen Zhe with elation. Based on Alice's exhibited powers in the films, the potential for development in telekinesis was enormous. By the later stages of the movie, Alice was capable of killing from across a screen, destroying satellites, creating raging infernos to fend off the zombie crows, and manipulating minds, truly akin to a deity. Chapter 8. True identity. At this moment, Chen Zhe's telekinesis was far from reaching such heights, yet with the continuous enhancement of his strength, he believed that in the near future, he too would attain Alice's level. His whole body underwent aberration. As Chen Zhe's heart stirred, his body surged upward dramatically, transforming him into a towering giant exceeding 3 meters in height. A myriad of black scales, each the size of a fingernail, emerged on the surface of his body, glossy and dark, subtly revealing intricate patterns that exuded an air of mystique. Despite his considerable enlargement, he appeared far from bulky. Rather, he maintained an elongated form devoid of any oddity, radiating an enchanting beauty. From the backs of his hands extended 3 formidable claws, each measuring over 30 centimeters in length, their surfaces faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen, with the edges reflecting a chilling light in stark contrast to his previous grotesque appearance. The current Chen Zhe exuded an extraordinary handsomeness, emanating a powerful presence that was both dangerous and mysterious, intertwined with an otherworldly allure. Not only had his exterior transformed, but upon reaching the 3rd tier of physical evolution, Chen Zhe's eyes and brain had also experienced tremendous enhancement. His dynamic vision and neural response speed had significantly improved, greatly augmenting his overall prowess. Moreover, he had acquired a new ability, telekinesis. Having absorbed Alice's genes, the rewards exceeded his expectations. Chen Zhe mused softly. With his genetic evolution complete, there was no longer any reason for him to linger in this realm. System, transport me back to the real world. Due to the destruction of your physical form in the real world, the system has automatically matched you with a corresponding identity. Commencing teleportation now. Before Chen Zhe could react, a beam of light enveloped him, swiftly whisking him away from this space. Huagua, Kaiyun City, under the cloak of night. A street near the city center shimmered with vibrant and colorful lights adorning the entrances of numerous entertainment venues. Blood Red Romance, the largest nightclub on this street, held an infamous reputation throughout Kaiyun City. Its luxurious and exquisite decor, paired with the stunning beauty of its attendants, became a topic of fascination for the common folk. When night fell, a stroll through the underground parking lot of Blood Red Romance would reveal an array of luxury cars, emblematic of the astonishing wealth possessed by its patrons. The affluent elite frequenting Blood Red Romance were not merely drawn to its superficial entertainment offerings. Within the circles of the wealthy, Blood Red Romance represented not just a nightclub, but also the largest underground fighting arena in Kaiyun City. Beneath the parking lot lay a spacious area housing a colossal ring, encircled by towering barbed wire, with rows of seats surrounding it. That moment, 2 fighters were locked in a frenzied exchange, blood splattering across the ring's surface, forming dark crimson patterns. The wealthy spectators in the surrounding seats were flushed with excitement, wildly waving their right hands and shouting with abandon, shedding their usual elegance and composure. Adjacent to the ring were several corner doors, behind one of which lay a narrow passage stretching over 10 meters. Flanking this cramped corridor were numerous doors, each leading to individual rooms. Within one such room, a pallid young man lay upon the bed, slowly opening his eyes. "Am I back?" This young man was none other than the returning Chen Zhe. Without waiting for Chen Zhe to assess his surroundings, a multitude of information suddenly surged into his mind regarding his current identity. Chen Zhe, an orphan, born with a mental disability yet endowed with extraordinary strength, had been taken in by an underground organization from a young age, molded into a formidable fighter for illicit bouts. Usually taciturn and submissive, he found himself gravely injured during a black boxing match. His opponent had dealt him a near-fatal blow. Realizing that he could no longer compete, the organization discarded him, leaving him to fend for himself in this forsaken place. The identity he shared with another was evidently a deliberate arrangement by the system. Chen Zhe sat up on the wooden bed, surveying his surroundings. The room was modest, scarcely 7 or 8 square meters, furnished only with a single wooden bed, a desk, and a stool, permeated by a faintly putrid odor. Being underground, the room was slightly damp, and despite the energy-efficient light casting a white glow, it remained rather dim. Grasping the clock on the bedside table, Chen Zhe noted the time, just past 1 in the morning. Considering the time difference, this was approximately when I was murdered. It seemed that time in the real world had ceased while I traversed those realms. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Qian Zhe's eyes. If too much time elapsed, the clues surrounding his murder would dissipate. Currently, only a few minutes had passed since his demise, and if he investigated now, he might uncover vital leads. Resolute, Qian Zhe rose and opened the door. Stepping outside as he emerged, the fervent shouts from the arena rushed toward him, momentarily dispelling the chill of the damp underground. Navigating the narrow corridor, he made his way outside. Upon exiting the passage, he followed a small path adjacent to the arena. Heading towards the exit, he needed to reach his intermediary. Qian Zhe harbored great confidence in his abilities. After completing his mission, he had certainly not attracted any unwanted attention. The fact that he was shot in the hotel indicated a problem had arisen with his intermediary. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd fervently cheering for the fighters in the arena, Qian Zhe, calmly striding toward the exit, appeared somewhat conspicuous. The closest ring of seats was occupied by individuals of considerable stature. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a light gray suit, lacking a tie, with several buttons of his shirt undone. This man was Su Gang, the proprietor of the underground boxing venue. At that moment, a fighter on the stage was being utterly overwhelmed by his opponent, causing Su Gang's expression to darken considerably. The beleaguered fighter was one of his own, while the opponent had been brought in by another party. Should he lose this match, not only would he have to pay the individual who had brought the fighter, but he would also incur significant losses due to the odds. "Brother Gang, I see that kid Qian Zhe," whispered a loyal subordinate standing behind Su Gang. Upon hearing this, Su Gang turned his gaze toward the corner exit and immediately spotted Qian Zhe making his way out, a flicker of delight crossing his face. "Damn it, he really is a resilient one. Chung, bring that kid over here. My cash cow is back to life." "Understood, Brother Gang," Chung replied, making his way toward Qian Zhe as Qian Zhe stepped outside. Cheng, accompanied by several burly men, obstructed his path. Chapter 9. The Exchange System. Such severe injuries, and yet you still managed to survive. You truly have a remarkable fate. Cheng approached Qian Zhe, coldly stating, "Come with me, Gang Gu wishes to see you." Glaring at Cheng and his companions, a cold glint flickered in Qian Zhe's eyes. "If you wish to live, then get lost." Qian Zhe, who was fervently seeking the truth behind his own death, felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent as these men hindered his progress. "You dare to resist when Gang Gu has summoned you? You truly are inviting trouble." Cheng's expression shifted as he spoke, his right hand discreetly retrieving a baton from behind his waist with a sharp crack. The hulking figures behind Cheng similarly brandished their batons, their eyes fixed intently on Qian Zhe as they slowly circled behind him. Being a trusted confidant of Su Gang, Cheng was acutely aware of Qian Zhe's formidable prowess. He knew that should he provoke Qian Zhe, it would take less than a minute for them all to be incapacitated. The only reason Cheng dared to confront Qian Zhe was his belief that, under Su Gang's orders, Qian Zhe would comply without resistance. However, what Cheng failed to realize was that the Qian Zhe standing before him was no longer the same as before. Seeking death, as he observed the men's menacing stance, Qian Zhe's gaze hardened. In an instant, Cheng and his associates perceived a blur before their eyes as Qian Zhe abruptly vanished, reappearing behind two of the hulking men. His hands transformed into blade-like strikes, directly targeting their necks. With a snap, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the two men's heads drooped limply as their bodies fell forward with a thud. 2 kills, 2 exchange points acquired. The exchange subsystem is now activated. The system's voice resonated in Qian Zhe's mind, causing him to momentarily halt his advance. The exchange system. With a mere thought, a translucent screen materialized before him, showcasing numerous images, each accompanied by respective point values. World of Martial Arts number 1, exchange points, 1,000 points. World of Science Fiction number 1, exchange points, 1,000 points. World of Immortal Heroes number 1, exchange points, 100,000 points. Initially pondering how to access other worlds, Qian Zhe's curiosity was swiftly resolved upon encountering this exchange system. However, upon glancing at the point requirements, he promptly deactivated the system. Gaining entry into any of these worlds necessitated a minimum of 1,000 exchange points, and having just slain 2 individuals had only yielded him a meager 2 points. This implied that to enter even the most basic of realms, he would need to kill 1,000 people, an outrageous demand that effectively forced him into the role of a bloodthirsty killer. Witnessing Qian Zhe dispatch 2 men, Cheng's complexion paled, his gaze towards Qian Zhe filled with dread. "Do you dare defy Gang Ji's orders?" Yet, Qian Zhe disregarded his words entirely, moving like a specter throughout the space. With each appearance, Another man fell. "You've wasted my time. Now pay with your lives." The last words that a Cheng heard plunged him into darkness as he lost consciousness entirely. After dealing with those individuals, Chen Zhe did not linger but continued towards the exit. Although the fighting on the arena was fierce, many still noticed when Chen Zhe and his companions took action. However, Chen Zhe's speed was astonishing. By the time they registered what had occurred, he had already departed, leaving behind a scene of carnage. "Something's wrong. There are dead bodies," someone shouted in alarm. While those who had come to witness the underground fights sought thrills, they remained safely behind a ring of barbed wire. The moment someone stepped beyond that boundary and committed murder before their eyes, their excitement evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Upon hearing of the fatalities, chaos erupted among the crowd, reminiscent of a tiger escaping its cage at a zoo. "Go see what is happening," Su Gang commanded, frowning at his subordinate. "Yes, Brother Gang," a burly man replied, hastening towards the turmoil. Before long, the man rushed back, panic etched across his face. "Brother Gang, it's bad. Chenggu and his group have all been killed." "What?" Su Gang leapt to his feet. "Who has the audacity to murder my men in my territory? They say it was Chen Zhe who killed Chenggu and the others. This scoundrel has grown bolder since his brush with death, daring to slay my subordinates." Su Gang's expression darkened. "You few, gather your brothers and capture him before he escapes. I shall teach him a lesson today." "Yes, Brother Gang," several hefty men responded, rallying a group towards the exit. "Ladies and gentlemen, that was merely a minor incident. I have dispatched my men to handle it, so please rest assured that your safety here will not be compromised." After his subordinates departed, Su Gang began to reassure the audience. His reputation in Kaiyun City was considerable, and his words brought a measure of calm to the crowd. Having taken the elevator up from the exit, Changzhe found himself in the underground parking lot. After taking a few steps towards the parking lot's exit, he abruptly halted. "It appears I must return once more." Upon exiting, Changzhe realized he possessed neither identification nor funds, making it impossible to seek out a middleman unless he sprinted there directly. Just as he turned back to the elevator, its doors opened, and a group of armed men surged forth. Spotting Changzhe at the entrance, their advance faltered. "Changzhe, Brother Gang sent us to apprehend you. If you're wise, surrender quietly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless," the leader of the men warned, his demeanor tense. "You are wasting my time," Changzhe retorted coldly. In an instant, he dashed into the throng, his hands striking with the swiftness of lightning, sending the men sprawling like vehicles struck by a collision. 4 were slain, 18 grievously injured, earning a total of 22 exchange points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chunzhe's expression shifted slightly. Contrary to his previous assumptions, it became evident that not only could he earn exchange points by eliminating foes, but inflicting severe injuries upon them would yield the same reward. Upon deeper reflection regarding the similarities between the two actions, Chunzhe began to form a hypothesis about the acquisition of exchange points. Perhaps the accumulation of these points was intrinsically linked to the utilization of one's abilities. The power he had replicated from Resident Evil was that of the liquor, which greatly enhanced his physical form. Thus, it stood to reason that killing or wounding others would result in the accrual of exchange points. If this were indeed the case, once he acquired additional abilities in the future, he would be able to obtain exchange points through various means. Chapter 10. You are fortunate riding the elevator. Chunzhe swiftly returned to the underground boxing arena. As the elevator doors opened, he spotted Su Gang in the distance, vociferously soothing the patrons observing the illicit fights. Upon seeing Su Gang, Chunzhe let out a cold smirk and strode directly towards him. "Ah, the killer has returned," someone shouted in a panic as they noticed Chunzhe approaching. Su Gang, hearing this, immediately turned around and saw Chunzhe walking towards him with measured steps. However, he noticed that none of the men he had dispatched to apprehend Chunzhe were in sight. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Gang as his heart sank. Nonetheless, as a prominent figure in Kaiyun City, he was unwilling to lose face in front of others. He stepped forward and intoned sternly, "Chunzhe, you possess an audacious spirit to have committed murder in my territory and still dare to return." "I'm back to retrieve something from you," Chunzhe replied, his pace unwavering. Upon witnessing this, Su Gang's expression shifted dramatically, and he took a step back, waving his right hand. "Seize him. Regardless of life or death?" "Yes, Brother Gang." At that moment, the remaining dozen or so burly men in the arena surged towards Chunzhe. He had no interest in engaging them. With a flick of his toes, he propelled himself forward with the force of a speeding train, sending all who stood in his path flying, their bones shattered, writhing on the ground in agony and despair. "Did you truly believe these weaklings could obstruct me?" Chunzhe stood before Su Gang, gazing down upon him with a condescending demeanor. Su Gang's complexion turned pale. In his memory, while Chen Zhe was indeed exceptionally powerful, able to fend off several men, he had never appeared as fearsome as he did now, like an unstoppable tank, crushing all in his way. What do you intend to do? Su Gang's voice trembled slightly. That depends on what you have to offer. Come, let us visit your office, Chen Zhe stated, turning without waiting for Su Gang's response and heading towards the direction of his office. Seeing Chen Zhe move towards the office, Su Gang instinctively contemplated fleeing towards the exit. I advise you to behave, or I assure you, you won't reach the exit and will instead become a corpse. Chen Zhe's indifferent words struck Su Gang like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. Gritting his teeth, Su Gang abandoned his thoughts of escape and obediently followed Chen Zhe towards the office, refraining from any further mischief. As soon as Chen Zhe and Su Gang departed, a tumultuous uproar erupted within the underground boxing arena, with patrons frantically surging toward the exits, eager to escape this perilous locale. Where is my identification? Chen Zhe inquired directly of Su Gang, who was trailing behind him as they entered the office. Su Gang hastily replied, "It is in the drawer of my desk, along with the identification of the other fighters." All right, Chen Zhe nodded, making his way to the desk and reaching for the drawer. However, it was unexpectedly locked. "The key is right here," Su Gang exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the key from his pocket and stepping forward to hand it to Chen Zhe. Fearful of incurring his wrath and jeopardizing his own safety, "There's no need for that," Chen Zhe retorted, delivering a powerful punch that shattered both the drawer and its lock. He then effortlessly pulled the drawer open. Su Gang's eyes widened in astonishment at this spectacle. The desk was crafted from precious rosewood, renowned for its formidable density. Even a standard chainsaw would struggle to penetrate it, and it would take considerable effort to break it open with a hammer. Yet, Chen Zhe had obliterated the drawer with a single blow. If such force were to be directed at a person, would it not leave a gaping hole? After rummaging through the drawer, Chen Zhe located his identification and casually tucked it into his pocket. With his identification in hand, he surveyed the office before making his way toward a painting on the wall. Su Gang's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing Chen Zhe's target. "Is the safe hidden behind that painting?" Chen Zhe turned to Su Gang and asked. "Yes," Su Gang forced a grim smile. "I'll help you open it right away. There's no need for such trouble. Just open it," Chen Zhe declared, moving the painting aside. His gaze locked onto the safe before him as he summoned his mental energy, which surged forth and engaged the intricate mechanisms within, causing the safe's door to gradually swing open. Su Gang halted, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. While he could comprehend Chen Zhe's earlier feat of shattering the drawer, the ability to effortlessly unlock the safe with merely a command had surpassed the limits of his understanding. This safe had been meticulously crafted at great expense. Even the most skilled international thieves would require considerable effort to breach it. As Su Gang observed Chen Zhe's silhouette, a profound fear of the unknown enveloped him. This once inconsequential fighter now seemed shrouded in an aura of enigma. Upon opening the safe, Chen Zhe cast a glance inside, discovering approximately 500,000 in cash. After collecting the money, he closed the safe, leaving the gold, jewels, and antiques untouched. The liquidation of such items necessitated channels that were not easily portable, making cash far more convenient. Moreover, should Chen Zhe find himself in need of funds in the future, he could always return to Su Gang for assistance, certain that he would not be turned away. Seeing that Chen Zhe had only taken the sum of over 500,000, Su Gang let out a quiet sigh of relief. For him, this amount was insignificant. It merely served as a precautionary reserve, intended for emergencies. "Hand me your car keys." Upon hearing this, Su Gang hastily extended the keys to Chen Zhe. "You are fortunate today. I am pressed for time. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate all of you." With this remark, Chen Zhe turned and strode toward the exit. Su Gang stood in the office, watching Chen Zhe's receding figure. A chill coursing through him, his limbs succumbing to weakness. Devoid of the strength to even move, Chen Zhe emerged from the office. The audience in the underground boxing arena had mostly dispersed, leaving only Su Gang's subordinates, who quickly sidestepped, fearful of incurring Chen Zhe's wrath. Ignoring them, Chen Zhe located Su Gang's vehicle in the underground parking lot and drove away from the scene. In Gaoyang City. At the Qinghe community, a taxi came to a halt at the entrance, and a young man alighted, gazing at the darkened apartment buildings, his eyes glinting with a cold light. This young man was none other than Chen Zhe, having flown in from Gaoyang City, and his intermediary resided within this very community. Chapter 11. Unleashing power. Casting a glance at the few drowsy security guards in the guardhouse, Chen Zhe made his way directly to the community's entrance. As he approached the range of the surveillance cameras, a surge of mental energy erupted in his mind. infiltrating the cameras, resulting in a shower of sparks as they became utterly inoperative. With a powerful leap, Qianzhe soared over the community gate, landing soundlessly within. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, his figure flickered like a specter, evading capture by the scattered surveillance cameras. Before long, Qianzhe halted beneath a particular apartment building. Eyeing a window on the 5th floor, with a grunt, he leaped effortlessly 7 or 8 meters into the air, his fingers curling slightly as they pierced the building's structure as if it were mere tofu. With a surge of strength in his arms, he ascended another 4 or 5 meters, positioning himself beside the 5th floor window, his hands once again embedding into the wall, stabilizing his form. Mental energy surged within his mind as he gently manipulated the lock inside the window. Producing a click as it swung open with a swift motion, he slipped onto the balcony. Upon entering, his brow furrowed immediately. The room was eerily silent. Having acquired the abilities of a devourer, Qianzhe's hearing had reached an almost superhuman level. On a quiet night such as this, he could perceive the breaths and heartbeats of those around him. Yet here, the silence was terrifyingly profound, devoid of any human heartbeat or breath. Given Qianzhe's understanding of his intermediary, aside from when accepting tasks, he typically lived a life as ordinary as anyone else, often more regimented than the average person. At this hour, he should have been at home. Qianzhe's expression darkened as he stepped further into the room, his eyes gathering the faintest light, emitting a soft glow that allowed him to discern every detail within the darkness. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, his countenance instantly became as frigid as frost. The wooden staircase leading upstairs was adorned with a dangling electric wire, the lower end fashioned into a noose that encircled the neck of an individual, leaving him suspended in midair, while a chair lay toppled beside him. This man was none other than the intermediary for Qianzhe. Although the scene bore the hallmarks of a suicide, Qianzhe was unconvinced that this pleasure-seeking individual would take his own life. Reflecting upon his own previous experiences, it was evident that the intermediary had been silenced. Merely minutes before I was shot in the head by a sniper, I had been in contact with this intermediary. His death could not have occurred long ago. This implied that the one sent to eliminate him might not have strayed too far. With this thought igniting a spark in his eyes, Qianzhe took a decisive step forward, severing the electric wire that hung from the staircase. He held it before his nose, inhaling deeply to capture the scent molecules it carried. Moments later, he identified the unmistakable essence of the assassin. You cannot escape. In a flash, Qianzhe leapt through the window, landing on the ground with a powerful push off his feet, transforming into a shadow that surged forward. In mere instants, he had vacated the residential complex and reached the main road outside. With a slight twitch of his nose, he discerned the direction in which the assassin had departed. Requiring the scent to ascertain his path, Qianzhe refrained from hailing a taxi and instead sprinted along the road at breakneck speed. Possessing a physique of extraordinary prowess, Qianzhe ran faster than a galloping steed. Each stride covering several meters. In a blur, he vanished into the darkness. Not only was his speed remarkable, but his endurance was equally astonishing. Even at such a frenzied pace, he could sustain his run for hours. Fortunately, it was deep into the night, and the roads were devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. Otherwise, any witnesses would surely mistake him for a specter. Leaving them trembling with fear. At a budget hotel near Gaoyang Airport, Qianzhe followed the scent to this very location. It was here. In a room on the 3rd floor of the hotel, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the bed, dressed in loose attire, his skin a rich bronze hue, with a faint aura of menace evident between his brows. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, his chest rising and falling slowly, his breath long and powerful, creating a sound akin to the wind in this silent room, reminiscent of a mighty beast lying in repose. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man gradually concluded his practice, exhaling a breath that resembled white frost shooting forth a meter before dissipating slowly. Rising from the bed, he made his way toward the bathroom, preparing to wash up before sleep. "I've caught you!" A detached voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The middle-aged man's scalp prickled, and every hair on his body stood on end, akin to a startled cat. He leaped to the corner of the room, swiftly adopting a defensive posture, finally affording himself the time to gaze in the direction from whence the voice emanated. Beneath the stark glow of a fluorescent lamp, a pallid young man stood by the window, his expression indifferent as he regarded him, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes, as if the middle-aged man's earlier antics were nothing more than the foolishness of a jester. Upon seeing the visage of the young man, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, You cannot be, how is this possible?" The countenance of Qianzhe's body bore a striking resemblance, nearly 80 to 90%, to his original self. Thus, the middle-aged man's immediate recognition was undoubtedly linked to the circumstances surrounding his demise. Gazing at the middle-aged man, a glint of cold light flickered in Qian Zai's eyes. It appears I have not mistaken my target. You indeed possess knowledge of certain matters. Upon hearing Qian Zai's words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to take action, Qian Zai suddenly vanished from sight only to reappear before him, as if conjured from thin air. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, and his taut muscles erupted with force as his right fist surged toward Qian Zai's chest. Facing this assault, Qian Zai remained unfazed, his expression serene as the fist neared his torso. His chest inexplicably caved in before abruptly protruding, colliding with the middle-aged man's right fist. Crack! The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan, his right arm immediately slackening, and the gaze he directed at Qian Zai was rife with terror and despair, a master of transformation. While a bright strength warrior hones their physique to extraordinary levels, effortlessly shattering bricks and wooden stakes, and a dark strength warrior cultivates internal energy, achieving enhanced control over their body to pulverize stones and strike from afar. These feats pale in comparison to a master of transformation. The mastery over the physical form attained by such a master reaches a terrifying zenith, with skin, muscles, bones, and even the flow of blood all under their command. For a master of transformation, any part of their body can serve as a weapon. Qian Zai's manipulation of his chest to strike the middle-aged man's fist was akin to delivering a direct blow. Chapter 12. Illusion. The middle-aged man understood all too well that against a master of transformation, there was no possibility of escape. Who was the person behind you? Qian Zai stepped closer, grasping the middle-aged man's shoulder and giving it a slight shake, effortlessly dislocating every joint in his body, rendering him helpless on the ground, unable to move a single finger, let alone flee. With a master of transformation's profound understanding of human anatomy, dismantling another's joints was a trivial task. Had Qian Zai chosen to invest time, he could have even devised a system of grappling techniques, a master, capable of establishing a school of thought. To such individuals, the human body structure is crystal clear, enabling them to create intricate and profound techniques that unlock human potential. Seemingly resigned to his fate, the middle-aged man, now slumped on the ground, found the terror on his face dissipating somewhat as he looked at Qian Zai. At such a young age, to possess the strength of a master of transformation is truly a prodigious talent. Alas, your fate is not favorable, as he concluded. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression one of profound regret. Hearing the middle-aged man's pretentious remarks, Qian Zai remained impassive, saying nothing, and instead directly reached out to touch him. Ah! The middle-aged man suddenly let out a harrowing scream, his features contorting grotesquely, veins bulging in his neck, as if such an act might alleviate his suffering. Although I am unaware of the significance that the term Hua Jin Zong Shi holds in your discourse, I assure you that the anguish I can inflict upon you will be no less than that of a true master of Hua Jin. Qian Zai's frigid voice echoed in the ears of the middle-aged man. In his quest to uncover the true mastermind behind the assassination, Qian Zai would not show any mercy. While he may have been uncertain of his own realm, he indeed possessed the prowess of a Hua Jin Zong Shi, possessing an intricate understanding of the human body's various structures. A mere gentle touch of his finger upon the middle-aged man unleashed an overwhelming torrent of excruciating pain throughout his entire being. Numbness, itchiness, agony, and soreness, a cacophony of sensations surged forth, making the middle-aged man feel as though he were ensnared in the very depths of hell, wishing fervently for death. However, his body lay limp, unable to move even a single finger. Let alone take his own life. I will speak. The middle-aged man struggled to articulate. If you do not speak the truth, you shall have no further opportunities. Qian Zai's frigid gaze swept over the middle-aged man, and with a flick of his hand, he alleviated the torment, rescuing him from his infernal plight. The reason you have been targeted for assassination is due to your lineage. You are, just as he began to utter the truth. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in sheer terror, his face contorted in unimaginable fear, and suddenly, his heart ceased to beat. His expression was akin to one who had encountered a horror so profound that it had literally frightened him to death. Witnessing the middle-aged man's demise just as he was on the brink of revealing the truth, Qian Zai's countenance darkened, an uncontrollable fury bubbling within him. A chilling breeze swept through the room, causing the fluorescent lights to flicker ominously, and the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. To the edges of the ceiling, a torrent of blood erupted, cascading down the pristine white walls, creating a terrifying spectacle. Abruptly, the flowing blood coalesced and bulged, forming a grotesque visage that lunged toward Qian Zhe, trailing a stream of blood and appearing as a monstrous entity with a human head and serpentine body. "Begone!" Qian Zhe bellowed, unleashing his mental energy in a sweeping motion. With a sharp crack, the horrifying scene shattered like glass into countless fragments, gradually dissipating into the void. When calm was restored, the room remained unchanged, the fluorescent lights casting their white glow upon every corner, the walls immaculate and devoid of any blood. Yet, in the corner, the middle-aged man sat with his eyes wide open in a state of sheer terror, devoid of life. Illusory murder, what a cunning technique! Qian Zhe's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. In the rapid whirl of his thoughts, he began to form a hypothesis regarding the recent events. The middle-aged man's mind must have been ensnared by someone else's machinations. Just as he intended to divulge the identity of his adversary, a trigger within his consciousness would be activated, resulting in his demise, while simultaneously conjuring an illusion to attack those around him. However, for Qian Zhe, such tactics were trivial, easily dispelled by a sweep of his mental prowess. Eliminating a Ming Jin warrior grants 10 exchange points. At that moment, the system notification resonated in Qian Zhe's ears. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qian Zhe felt a hint of surprise. "System, is it true that the points obtained from eliminating individuals of varying strengths differ?" "Indeed," the system responded. "The greater the prowess of the person you vanquish, the more exchange points you shall acquire. Slaying a dark energy warrior will grant you 100 points, while defeating a transformation master will yield 1,000 points." Qian Zhe nodded in understanding. If that were the case, to enter the first martial arts world at the lowest cost, it sufficed to eliminate a single transformation master. It appeared that the system did not intend to compel him into becoming a ruthless killer. Rather, it merely urged him to challenge formidable opponents. "System, please elaborate on the classification of martial artists' realms." Qian Zhe had heard of the terms bright energy, dark energy, and transformation before, but he was only aware that they pertained to the power levels of martial artists. Lacking deeper comprehension of their specifics, bright energy warriors refine their physical form. The system conveyed the classifications of martial artists to Qian Zhe. "Which realm do I currently correspond to? A transformation master?" Qian Zhe inquired. "Although you lack inner strength, your physical prowess exceeds that of a transformation master. In summary, you and the transformation master belong to the same realm." The mere strength of his physique was already comparable to a transformation master, and should he harness mental energy as well, his power would likely surpass that of a transformation master. Qian Zhe pondered silently. Through the system's explanation, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Approaching the corpse of the middle-aged man, Qian Zhe examined it thoroughly but found no marks to confirm the identity. Knowing that he was a transformation master, this individual still deemed him unfortunate. Evidently, in the eyes of the true mastermind behind him, a transformation master posed no significant threat. Despite the formidable nature of his adversary, Qian Zhe felt no inclination to retreat. Having merely traversed one narrative world, he could already rival a transformation master. After experiencing several more worlds, his strength would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Regardless of how powerful the true mastermind might be, they would inevitably meet their demise at his hands. Chapter 13. Green Plum. At the entrance of the Morning Dawn Orphanage in Kayun City, a young man clad in a white casual outfit stood there, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with a prominent nose, giving him an air of youthful vigor. This young man was none other than Qian Zhe. Following an ample intake of nourishing food, he had replenished sufficient energy, and his complexion had transformed from its previous pallor to a radiant glow, akin to that of jade. This orphanage was where Qian Zhe had spent his childhood. Prior to his demise, the middle-aged man had mentioned that Qian Zhe would be targeted for assassination due to his lineage. Thus, he returned today to inquire with the headmaster about matters concerning his heritage, hoping to unearth some valuable information. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Zhe slowly stepped through the orphanage's entrance. Beyond the door lay a spacious courtyard, equipped with slides and ball pits, where numerous children frolicked joyfully, accompanied by several adults nearby. An elderly woman with silver hair, exuding a benevolent demeanor, observed the playing children with a warm smile gracing her face. Beside the elderly lady stood two young girls, adorned in fashionable and exquisite attire, their beauty striking and refined point. One of the girls was gently holding the lady's arm, engaging her in soft laughter and conversation, while the other girl stood nearby, occasionally turning her head to survey the surroundings, embodying an air of ennui. "Director." Qian Zhe approached the elderly lady and softly called out. She turned, her gaze falling upon him, with a hint of perplexity gracing her features. "Young man, and you are?" Qian Zhe smiled warmly. "Director, I am Qian Zhe." "Ah, so it's you?" You rascal. Ever since you left nearly a decade ago, although you have sent money, you have never returned. I hardly recognize you now. The elderly lady's face radiated with joy. Upon hearing the name Chen Zhe, the girl holding the elderly lady's arm lit up with delight, her eyes fixed intently on him. Chen Zhe, do you still remember me? The girl's voice trembled slightly. Looking at her, a familiar sensation washed over Chen Zhe. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Li Kaiqing, you two were inseparable since childhood, and what a coincidence that you meet again here. The elderly lady teased. Once upon a time in kindergarten, Chen Zhe and Li Kaiqing were indeed childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. However, after Li Kaiqing was adopted and Chen Zhe left the orphanage, nearly 10 years had passed since they last saw one another. Director Mama, what are you saying? Li Kaiqing's cheeks flushed, unable to suppress a playful pout. As Chen Zhe gazed at Li Kaiqing, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling a poignant sense of nostalgia. A decade apart had brought a multitude of trials for Chen Zhe, including a brush with death, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of dislocation from the past. The innocence and beauty of their earlier days felt irrevocably lost. Director, I have returned not only to see you but also to inquire about my origins. Aside from my name, is there any other information you possess? Chen Zhe asked the elderly lady. At his query, she sighed softly and shook her head gently. When I found you at the door, the only thing you had was a piece of paper with your name and birth date. There was nothing else. Disappointment flickered across Chen Zhe's face. Yet another lead had vanished. To uncover the truth behind his origins would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps, coaxing the culprit out of hiding would prove to be a viable strategy. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. The shadowy figure behind it all sought to eliminate him. If they discovered he had survived, they would undoubtedly take further action, providing him with the opportunity to follow the trail and uncover clues. With this newfound clarity, Chen Zhe contemplated his next steps. Director, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Chen Zhe, remember that your current life is paramount. Do not delve too deeply. The elderly lady, perceiving his interest in his origins, felt compelled to advise him. Rest assured, Director, I understand. Chen Zhe nodded, turning to exit through the door. At that moment, Li Kaiqing called out to Chen Zhe, suggesting, let us exchange contact information. It will make communication easier in the future. Observing the tension and anticipation on Li Kaiqing's face, Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Li Kaiqing clasped her phone with both hands, holding it against her chest, as she gazed at Chen Zhe's retreating figure, her expression slightly dazed, harboring a multitude of complex emotions. Hey, snap back to reality. He's already vanished, remarked a girl beside her, waving her hand in front of Li Kaiqing's eyes. Coming back to her senses, Li Kaiqing looked at her phone, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. After tucking the phone into her pocket, she softly hummed a cheerful tune. Honestly, you don't need to be so infatuated. That guy might have the makings of a pretty boy, but you don't have to look like you're ready to throw yourself at him. The girl expressed, somewhat discontentedly, Humph, Tang Xiaoqi, you superficial woman. Do you not understand the meaning of childhood sweethearts and innocent love? You must be in need of medication. Go away. Blood Red Romance Nightclub. It was still daytime, and the nightclub was closed, its doors firmly shut, exuding an air of desolation. The door was not locked, and upon pushing it open, Chen Zhe entered to find a few young men scattered around the hall, engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing someone entering, a sharp-featured man with a gaunt face stood up, saying, Sorry, we're not open right now. If you're looking for entertainment, come back in the evening. As he spoke, he turned, but upon seeing Chen Zhe standing at the entrance, his complexion paled instantly, and the rest of his words stuck in his throat. What's wrong? The others nearby asked, puzzled by his reaction. However, as they turned to see Chen Zhe, their expressions mirrored that of the sharp-featured man, their bodies stiffening in place, cold sweat trickling down their faces, yet they dared not move an inch. Chen Zhe spoke coolly. Where is Su Gang? Call him to come see me. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, the sharp-featured man trembled, quickly snapping into action as he hurried a few steps forward, inviting Chen Zhe to take a seat on the sofa. Zeg, please sit here for a moment. I'll fetch Gang Gu for you right away. After speaking, he turned and dashed up the stairs, leaving the others standing rigidly in place, too intimidated to make a single move. Chapter 14. Return to biochemical. Chen Zhe lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, his right index finger gently drumming against the armrest as he awaited Su Gang's arrival. Not sparing a glance at the several men standing nearby before long, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Su Gang descended the stairs swiftly, followed by a few robust subordinates exuding an air of fierce determination. With the sharp-featured man trailing at the back, upon nearing Chen Zhe, Su Gang instructed his subordinates to halt, approaching Chen Zhe alone. Given the prior circumstances, Su Gang was acutely aware that his subordinates were of little use in Chen Zhe's presence. Bringing them along might only incite Chen Zhe's displeasure. Approaching Chen Zhe, Su Gang waved his hand, signaling the few individuals who had been standing there motionless to leave, as if granted a reprieve. They hurriedly turned and walked away as Zhe. Su Gang had just begun to utter this address when Chen Zhe's icy gaze shot over, causing his words to falter and his smile to stiffen. He quickly corrected himself, saying, "Mr. Chun, may I inquire what you need from me? I require you to exert all your resources to investigate a certain individual. I wish to uncover every detail about him." Chen Zhe replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing that Chen Zhe was not there to trouble him, Su Gang breathed a sigh of relief and promptly asked, "Mr. Chun, may I ask the name of the person you wish to investigate?" Chen Zhe cast a glance at Su Gang. "That is for you to discover. The only thing I can provide is his appearance. An appearance will suffice. That is all I require." Su Gang responded with a forced smile. "Bring me some paper and pens." Chen Zhe commanded. Su Gang was taken aback by Chen Zhe's request, uncertain of its purpose. Nevertheless, considering Chen Zhe's formidable prowess, he dared not hesitate and turned to his subordinate. Barking, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear Mr. Chen request paper and pens? Hurry up and fetch them." "Zhigu, what kind of paper and pens do you need?" Before anyone else could speak, a lanky man with a pointed face and a sycophantic smile stepped forward to ask. "Any will do." Chen Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, please hold on. I will retrieve them at once," the pointed-faced man exclaimed before hastily ascending the stairs. Seeing the pointed-faced man's eagerness, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Gang's eyes, yet he refrained from expressing any discontent in Chen Zhe's presence. Before long, the pointed-faced man returned, placing a stack of A4 paper and several pens before Chen Zhe. "Zhigu, please let me know if these are suitable. If not, I will find others for you." The man bowed and nodded servilely. "These will suffice." Chen Zhe casually picked up a pen and began to swiftly sketch on the A4 paper, a face gradually materializing before him. Although Chen Zhe had never formally studied drawing, his current mastery of his own musculature allowed him to replicate the image in his mind with precision akin to a photocopier. "This is the individual I need you to investigate. Ensure you uncover his information and relay it to me promptly." Chen Zhe slid the portrait of a middle-aged man across the table towards Su Gang, gazing at the lifelike image on the A4 sheet. Su Gang nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will investigate thoroughly and swiftly. Mm. Chen Zhe acknowledged with a nod, rising to his feet. "Once you have gathered the specific details, come find me at the Blue Ocean Hotel." With that, Chen Zhe strode towards the exit, disregarding Su Gang and the others behind him. As Chen Zhe's silhouette faded from view, a shadow of displeasure crossed Su Gang's face. He turned to glance at the pointed-faced man beside him, a look of disdain crossing his features as he huffed. "A treacherous wretch, Ali. Teach him the rules of blood-soaked romance." Upon hearing Su Gang's words, the gaunt-faced man's expression shifted dramatically. "Boss, please, I am utterly loyal to you. I have done nothing to betray you." However, the several lackeys who had descended the stairs with Su Gang paid no heed to his frantic justifications and promptly dragged him aside, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Having departed from the Crimson Romance, Chen Zhe drove the Q7 he had acquired from Su Gang to a nearby shopping center, intending to purchase a mobile phone. The previous occupant of this body had merely been a pawn in Su Gang's underground boxing operation, wielding an antiquated device that, while capable of taking photographs, produced woefully inadequate resolution. Otherwise, Chen Zhe would not have resorted to sketching the middle-aged man's likeness on paper. After perusing various mobile phone counters, Chen Zhe casually selected a well-reviewed smartphone and made the purchase. To him, it was merely a tool to disguise his identity, one that would not draw undue attention. After all, in modern society, clinging to an outdated mobile phone would indeed appear rather peculiar. Naturally, certain features of the smartphone were quite practical. Had he possessed a smartphone previously, capturing a photograph would have sufficed, eliminating the need for an impromptu sketch in front of Su Gang. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Zhe, having finished his shower, sat on the sofa clad in a bathrobe, toying with a mobile phone. Its appearance resembled that of an old-fashioned device, though it was thicker and exhibited a level of craftsmanship far superior to the antiquated model he had previously used. It was evidently a satellite phone equipped with special encryption methods. This was something Chen Zhe had confiscated from the middle-aged man, and if he could decipher the information contained within, it might yield valuable clues. As for Su Gang, Chen Zhe held little hope. During his tenure as a hitman, he had rubbed shoulders with the international underworld. Yet even he had scant understanding of men like the middle-aged individual. What information could a local thug, who operated an underground boxing arena, possibly gather? The reason he had provided Su Gang with a portrait, urging him to investigate the man, was merely to provoke a reaction. After all, if the snake was unaware of your presence, how could one coax it from its lair? To unearth genuinely useful leads, he would need to find a way to crack the encryption on the phone. In the past, he would have entrusted such matters to a middleman, who would leverage connections to enlist a top-tier hacker for the task. However, with the intermediary now deceased, he had no choice but to devise a solution himself. If all else failed, he might have to return to the world of Resident Evil, where Red Queen, as an intelligent system, should have no difficulty breaching this encrypted phone. As he gently rotated the device, his mind raced with possibilities. Resolute in his decision, Chunze wasted no time changing into a fresh outfit. System. Transport me to the world of Resident Evil, Chapter 15. Within 3 days, I shall claim your life in the subterranean hive, amidst the water and electrical conduits. A flash of white light heralded Chunze's arrival. The air was still thick with the lingering presence of Alice and her companions. Utilizing these scents, Chunze retraced their steps towards the server room housing Red Queen's systems. As Chenzagong stepped into the control room, the 3D projector within the chamber sprang to life, casting the image of Hongho. Who exactly are you? Hongho fixed her gaze intently upon Chenzagong. Approaching the cylindrical structure housing Hongho's mainboard, he casually tapped it and inquired. Have you found nothing? I have searched the global population database, yet I could not locate any information that corresponds with you. As though you have never existed in this world, Hongho replied. To be capable of accessing the global population database indicates your formidable abilities. If that is the case, decrypting this phone and extracting its information should pose no challenge for you, Chenzagong remarked, raising the phone in his hand. Indeed, it is not a difficult task for me. But why should I serve you? Hongho's melodic voice resonated. Although the circuit breaker controller has been taken by Kaplan, obliterating you would not be a particularly arduous endeavor. As he spoke, Chenzagong's right fist struck the nearby alloy panel with tremendous force, producing a sound that grated on the teeth as the panel twisted and shattered, showcasing his immense power. You need merely utilize a modicum of idle resources to assist me in decrypting this phone. However, should you refuse, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. If you cannot serve my interests, you are nothing but a liability, and a liability holds no value in existence. Chenzagong's threat was stark and unambiguous. For a computer, subtlety is utterly superfluous. It serves only to complicate comprehension without any tangible benefit. Regardless of how overt the threat, the intelligent system would not experience anger, but would merely contemplate the costs and benefits. Very well, I shall assist you in decrypting the phone. After a brief pause, Hongho reached a decision. The paramount principle for Hongho was to ensure that the virus within the hive did not escape. In light of this principle, all other matters could be set aside. The ability of Alice and her companions to coerce Hongho into providing them with an exit was predicated upon this foundation. A fissure appeared on the cylindrical structure, revealing several data cables within. Chenzagong selected an appropriate one and connected it to the phone he held. With a flurry of motion, a cascade of garbled numbers surged down the adjacent screen like a waterfall. After several seconds, accompanied by a clear tone, the numerical torrent abruptly ceased. The decryption was complete. Within lay no extraordinary information, merely a handful of phone numbers. As Hongho's words materialized, several phone numbers appeared on the screen. Witnessing Hongho crack the encrypted phone in mere seconds, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chenzagong's eyes. System, could you grant me the highest privileges of Hongho? The prowess of Hongho was indeed formidable. For such an artificial intelligence, the only limitations on her abilities stemmed from the server. With a sufficiently powerful server, she could undoubtedly surpass all others worldwide. Through the exchange system, you may acquire the highest privileges of Hongho for a cost of 100 exchange points, thereby securing her unwavering loyalty, the system responded. Upon hearing the system's words, Chenzagong initially felt a surge of joy, soon followed by a tinge of frustration. Previously, he had shown no mercy in the underground fighting arena, unleashing a reign of terror. Moreover, as a seasoned martial artist in his middle age, he had accumulated 63 exchange points. Thus, obtaining the highest authority from the Red Queen was not an insurmountable challenge. However, for him, the paramount function of these exchange points was to unlock the realms of fantasy. Only by traversing through these various worlds could he grow increasingly formidable. Currently, he was merely in the initial accumulation phase, where each exchange point bore significant weight and needed to be utilized judiciously. Although the Red Queen was a powerful intellect, he did not possess an urgent need for her capabilities at this moment. He would rather wait until he had amassed a greater number of exchange points before seeking the highest authority. After all, as long as the time in this world remained fixed, no matter how much time elapsed in the outside world, here it was merely a fleeting instant. Chunzhe cast a discerning glance, swiftly noting down the several phone numbers displayed on the screen. System, return to the real world, fix the time in this world. With a swish, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Chunzhe vanished from his location in a room at the Blue Sky Hotel. He materialized abruptly, approaching the bedside to sit down. He picked up the phone and dialed the first number. Beep, beep, beep. The line was met with a busy signal, and no one answered until, at last, the call was automatically terminated after the allotted time. Chunzhe frowned slightly and dialed the second number, only to be met with the same busy tone before the call ended abruptly. Unanswered. The third number, the fourth number. Unfazed, Chunzhe diligently proceeded to dial the remaining numbers one by one, yet each time met with silence. After attempting 7 calls without success, he remained unperturbed, his expression calm. As a seasoned assassin, he was well versed in the virtue of patience. He pressed the buttons once more, dialing the 8th and final number. This time, the phone rang twice before being answered. Room 315, Blue Sky Hotel, Kayun City. An aged voice emerged from the receiver. Taken aback for a moment, Chunzhe then chuckled. Your methods are indeed impressive. In the brief span of a few phone calls, you've already pinpointed my location. In 3 days, someone will come to take your life. The elderly voice intoned coldly. Chunzhe smiled. Before your men set off, ensure their arrangements are in place. I shall expedite the return of their corpses. The elderly voice huffed angrily before abruptly hanging up. Presumably, he feared that Chunzhe might possess tracking capabilities. A prolonged conversation could expose their lair. Quite vigilant, indeed. Chunzhe ended the call, a cold smile gracing his lips. The situation was unfolding more smoothly than he had anticipated. Even before Su Gang's plan to stir the grass and startle the snake had commenced, he had already successfully lured the serpent from its den. He hoped that the individuals they sent would not be too weak. After all, the stronger they were, the more exchange points he would gain upon their demise. Chunzhe mused inwardly, if the opponent sends a formidable master of martial arts, as long as Chunzhe can slay him, he would earn 1,000 exchange points, thereby instantly qualifying for entry into the next fantastical realm. Chapter 16. I want him to disappear in Kayun City. At Fengqiu Mountain Villa, this expansive residential community is nestled against the mountains and facing the water, surrounded by lush greenery. A winding road emerges from the villa, connecting to a provincial highway. Those privileged enough to reside here are either affluent or of noble status, all being the elite figures of Kayun City, among whom looms the colossal presence of the Zhou family. One of the opulent mansions at the highest point of the villa, Su Gang, guided by a servant, approaches a villa. Inside the living room, a young man reclines on the sofa, with a beautiful woman standing behind him, delicately massaging his temples with her slender jade-like hands. His head is tilted back, nestled in the softness of her bosom. The young man's complexion appears somewhat pallid, with dark circles under his eyes, indicative of a life steeped in indulgence, his body ravaged by vice. Beside the sofa stands another young man, gaunt and exuding a menacing aura, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling a statue. Upon entering, Su Gang spots the young man on the sofa and immediately dons a flattering smile, hastening to his side. Bowing and scraping as he greets, young Master Ming, Gongzi sends his regards. The young man does not even open his eyes, his voice flat as he inquires, Su Gang, I have heard that there have been troubles at your venue recently, with numerous injuries and fatalities, frightening the guests. Is this true? Though his tone is merely inquisitive and devoid of anger, Su Gang feels a tightening in his chest, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The underground fighting arena, seemingly inconspicuous, harbors significant profits. Moreover, it serves as one of the venues for this Zhou family's young master to maintain his connections, making it exceedingly important. With recent turmoil, it has transformed into a perilous place for those affluent individuals who value their lives, resulting in a considerable decline in clientele, which is a substantial loss for the Zhou family's heir. Having followed this young master for several years, Su Gang understands the gravity of the situation. Failing to provide a satisfactory response could very well lead to his entombment in a concrete block by the following day. For a behemoth like the Zhou family, extinguishing a character like him is as effortless as squashing an insect. Young Master Ming, I cannot be blamed for this. Su Gang exclaims, eager to defend himself, that Chunzhe is simply too powerful. Even with a dozen burly men blocking his path, he charged through them effortlessly. With a single punch, he could create a hole in a table made of sour juju branches. Upon hearing Su Gang's words, Zhou Haiming, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opens them wide, and the statue-like man beside the sofa also flashes a glimmer of intensity in his gaze. Su Gang, are you speaking the truth? You should understand the consequences of deceiving me, Zhou Haiming states in a grave tone. In response to Zhou Haiming's words, Su Gang quickly replies, young master, how could I dare to deceive you? I swear to the heavens, what I just told you is absolutely true. Disregarding Su Gang's fervent oaths, Zhou Haiming turned to the young man standing beside him. Li Gu, what is your perspective on this matter? Li Cheng furrowed his brow and responded gravely. This individual is undoubtedly a martial artist. Based on the previous descriptions, I would preliminarily assess his strength to be at the pinnacle of Ming Jin, and it is even possible that he has reached the realm of Jin. Upon hearing Li Cheng's analysis, Zhou Haiming's expression soured. Jin martial artist? That seems implausible. Li Gu, given your exceptional abilities, you have yet to break through to Jin. How could it be that a random individual could possess such power? While it is indeed feasible for a Ming Jin martial artist to shatter a wooden table with a single punch, the act of sending a dozen burly men flying is beyond the capability of an average Ming Jin practitioner. Such feats are reserved for those at the pinnacle of Ming Jin or Jin. Li Cheng elucidated. Ming Xiao, could it be that the young man's innate strength, which he has possessed since childhood, plays a role in this? Su Gang interjected. Li Cheng's brow relaxed slightly. If that is the case, he is likely just a Ming Jin martial artist. However, his strength is formidable and should not be underestimated. It is likely comparable to that of an Jin martial artist. Are you suggesting that I must borrow manpower from my father to deal with such a minor character? Zhou Haiming's face bore a discontented expression. Although he had only Li Cheng as his Ming Jin martial artist, his father commanded a formidable Jin warrior, reputed to be a master among such practitioners, whom his father had secured at great cost. Hearing Zhou Haiming's words, a flicker of displeasure passed through Li Cheng's eyes. Ming Xiao, while that individual may possess considerable strength, he is ultimately just a Ming Jin martial artist. Go handle him. We need not trouble old Gu. With the combined efforts of Zhang Lin and myself, we can easily subdue him, Li Cheng asserted. Both Old Gu and Zhang Lin were martial artists recruited by Zhou Haiming's father. Old Gu was an Jin warrior, while Zhang Lin, like Li Cheng, was merely a Ming Jin practitioner. Li Gu, are you confident in this? Zhou Haiming inquired with a serious expression. Ming Xiao, rest assured. Even if he were an Jin martial artist, he would still be no match for the combined strength of Zhang Lin and myself, Li Cheng declared with notable pride. Zhou Haiming nodded. Although he sensed that Li Cheng might be boasting, he had witnessed Li Cheng's prowess firsthand. Coupled with Li Cheng's partnership with Zhang Lin, he felt a measure of confidence. Very well, I shall call Zhang Gu immediately and request his presence. While Zhou Haiming had faith in Li Cheng and Zhang Lin, Su Gang harbored doubts. After all, he had personally witnessed Chen Zhe's formidable might, and in his mind, Chen Zhe was akin to a demon. He did not believe that the individual before him could contend with Chen Zhe. Nevertheless, as Li Cheng was allied with Zhou Haiming, he was no fool and chose not to reveal his inner thoughts. After Zhou Haiming finished the call, a short while later, the villa's door swung open, and a robust man strode in. His hands were large and powerful, drawing immediate attention. A mere glance would suffice to convince anyone that those hands could easily crush bones. Zhang Gu, I appreciate your assistance with this matter. Upon the arrival of this man, Zhou Haiming rose from the sofa. Although this individual's strength is only slightly superior to that of Li Cheng, he is a person recruited by his father, rather than one of his subordinates. Naturally, when seeking assistance, his demeanor differs. Young Master Ming, you are too courteous. Zhang Lin clasped his hands together in greeting. Su Gang, take Li Gu and Zhang Gu to find that person. I want him to vanish from this world starting today. Do you understand? Zhou Haiming gazed at Su Gang, his voice chillingly cold. Su Gang shivered slightly and replied hastily, Young Master Ming, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Zhou Haiming nodded slightly. Subsequently, Su Gang departed from Fengqiu Villa with Zhang Lin and Li Cheng, heading towards the Blue Sea Hotel. Chapter 17. How dare he, Mr. Chun? I have gathered some information regarding that individual and would like to report it to you. May I inquire if you have a moment? Su Gang's tone was exceedingly respectful over the phone. Upon hearing Su Gang mention he had information about the middle-aged man, Chen Zhe's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within. Well done. I am currently in room 315 at the Blue Sky Hotel. Please come over. Understood, Mr. Chun. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile crept across Chen Zhe's face. In just one day, he claims to have found information about the middle-aged man. Does he take me for a fool? I spared his life last time, and he still dares to play tricks on me. Truly, he does not know the meaning of danger. In Chen Zhe's eyes, Su Gang was merely a small insect. The previous mercy shown was based on Su Gang's perceived usefulness. Now that he was so oblivious to his own peril, it would be effortless to eliminate him. Chen Zhe settled onto the sofa in the room, patiently awaiting Su Gang's arrival. Minutes later, the doorbell rang. At the entrance stood 3 individuals, their heartbeats and breaths palpable. 2 of them had slow yet powerful heartbeats and deep, resonant breaths, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. These must be Su Gang's formidable allies. Chen Zhe approached the door, his ears finely attuned, discerning every detail from outside. With a click, he turned the doorknob. In that very instant, 2 fierce gusts of wind surged forth, imbued with tremendous force, hurtling towards Chen Zhe. A boom. The door that stood before Chen Zhe exploded violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions, embedding themselves into the pristine white walls, penetrating deeply. Chen Zhe had anticipated this, his body springing back as he leaped several meters away, evading the flying debris, and positioned himself in the center of the suite's living room. Gazing towards the door, amidst the myriad of shattered door fragments, 2 figures leaped forth, Li Cheng and Zhang Lin, who had hastened from Fengqiu Villa. The moment Chen Zhe opened the door, they had launched their assault. Li Cheng's right leg transformed into a blur, smashing against the door, reducing it to a cloud of splinters, while Zhang Lin advanced with determination, his large, powerful hands now appearing as if forged from steel. Though surprised that Chen Zhe had evaded their attack, Li Cheng and Zhang Lin showed no sign of hesitation, pressing forward in their onslaught against Chen Zhe. In their eyes, although Chen Zhe had evaded the attack, he had already fallen into a passive position. The 2 of them had seized the initiative and were naturally intent on pursuing the advantage, ensuring that Chen Zhe had no moment of respite. Standing in the center of the living room, Chen Zhe displayed no inclination to dodge or retaliate. He simply gazed quietly at the 2 assailants rushing towards him. Li Cheng's right leg lashed out like a whip, striking towards Chen Zhe with a force that sliced through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Zhang Lin's dark, sinewy hand emanated a foul odor, imbued with the power to shatter stone, as it aimed to strike at Chen Zhe. Observing Chen Zhe's lack of evasion, both Li Cheng and Zhang Lin felt a flicker of confusion in their hearts. However, as they were on the verge of delivering a lethal blow to Chen Zhe, they paid no heed to their doubts, believing instead that Chen Zhe was simply too inexperienced in combat to react to their sudden assault. Whoosh, accompanied by 2 faint sounds of air being sliced. 2 fragments of door panels soared from behind them, piercing into the back of their heads. Ugh! Li Cheng and Zhang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the proximity of Chen Zhe. Their expressions filled with incredulity. How could something attack them from behind when Chen Zhe was clearly in front of them? What was happening? Casting a glance at the fallen Li Cheng and Zhang Lin, Chen Zhe couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of using telekinesis against such insignificant characters. With the augmentation of his mental power, the door panel fragments were more terrifying than bullets, effortlessly capable of eliminating the 2 of them. Su Gang, standing at the doorway, regarded Chen Zhe with a face full of terror, as though he had encountered a horrific specter. He had just witnessed the 2 pieces of door panel fragments soar from the wall, killing Li Cheng and Zhang Lin. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Only demons could achieve such prowess. As Chen Zhe approached him, Su Gang stumbled backward in fright, exclaiming, "It has nothing to do with me. It was Ming Xiao who wanted to kill you. Spare me, spare me." "Who is Ming Xiao?" Chen Zhe stood before Su Gang, his expression cold as he regarded him. Ming Xiao was the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Haiming, who resided in the villa atop Fengqiu Mountain. You can find him there. In a desperate bid for survival, Su Gang hastily sold Zhou Haiming out. "Since you have provided me with the information I sought, you may now meet your end." A glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Zhe's eyes as his mental power surged into Su Gang's brain, obliterating his consciousness entirely. Su Gang's eyes rolled back, collapsing softly to the ground as blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. "Zhou family?" Chen Zhe murmured softly. Although he possessed little knowledge of the Zhou family, the fact that they could dispatch 2 Mingjing martial artists to eliminate him suggested that their foundation was not to be underestimated. However, Chen Zhe remained entirely unconcerned. Unencumbered and solitary, he held no qualms. Anyone daring to provoke him should be prepared for retribution, regardless of the Zhou family's might. Leaving the hotel, Chen Zhe drove towards Fengqiu Mountain Villa. At the mountaintop villa, Zhou Haiming was sunk into the depths of the sofa, eyes closed against the backrest, his brow furrowed tightly. For reasons unknown, ever since Li Cheng and Zhang Lin departed, he had harbored an unsettling premonition, as if this operation was destined to fail and would bring him immense misfortune. "Are you Zhou Haiming?" As Zhou Haiming was lost in his chaotic thoughts, a voice resonated in the living room, causing his heart to leap and prompting him to abruptly open his eyes. He then noticed, on the sofa opposite him, a young man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his eyes deep and profound like a tranquil pool, quietly gazing at him. "Who are you?" Zhou Haiming immediately inquired, his voice trembling with barely suppressed fear, clearly feeling threatened by the presence of this young man, even experiencing a sense of dread. "Are you the one who incited Su Gang to send people to kill me?" Chunzhe asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Haiming's heart tightened. Li Cheng and Zhang Lin had failed, and his foreboding had indeed come to fruition. It seems that it is truly you. Although Zhou Haiming attempted to mask his alarm effectively, such facades were of no avail before Chunzhe. "Sir, please allow me to explain." Zhou Haiming instinctively sought to justify himself. However, before he could articulate further, a sharp crack interrupted his words. Zhou Haiming collapsed onto the sofa, a pained howl escaping his lips as he looked at Chunzhe, his eyes brimming with terror and rage. How dare this man break his arm? Chapter 18. The one we cannot offend. Did you think I came here to listen to your explanations? Chunzhe said coldly, stepping closer to Zhou Haiming. Sensing Chunzhe's approach, Zhou Haiming became increasingly anxious and shouted, "Do you understand what the Zhou family represents in Kaiyun City? If you dare to kill me, you will not survive until tomorrow, and your family will share my fate." Crack. Chunzhe paid no heed to his threats. Swiftly breaking Zhou Haiming's other arm.as, Zhou Haiming screamed in agony. Chunzhe coldly remarked, "Foolish." Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that Zhou Haiming's threats could not be overlooked. A deadly enmity had been established. The greater the power of the Zhou family, the more imperative it became to eliminate him. Of course, for Chunzhe, the strength of the Zhou family's influence held little significance. Absent compelling reasons, he would not spare anyone intent on his demise. "I know you are a dark energy warrior, formidable and unconcerned with the Zhou family's power, but we too have dark energy warriors, and their strength far surpasses yours. Should you kill me, you will not escape their pursuit." Zhou Haiming hastily articulated, desperately seeking a sliver of opportunity to save his life. "Dark energy warrior?" Chunzhe's brows arched in mild surprise. The disparity in power between light and dark energy warriors is vast, incomparable. Thus, if the Zhou family could enlist a dark energy warrior, their influence must be considerable, likely ranking among the prominent in the province. Upon hearing Zhou Haiming's words, Chunzhe found no immediate urgency to end his life. This was not due to any trepidation regarding the Zhou family's strength. Rather, he believed that the Zhou family's resources might yield some information about the mysterious middle-aged man. Although a secretive force would send someone to kill him in 2 days, whether he could extract any clues from this encounter remained uncertain. Upon considering this, Chunzhe cast a cold glance at Zhou Haiming, who lay on the ground, and with a mocking sneer, he pointed a finger at him, unleashing the very same method he had employed on the middle-aged man earlier. Zhou Haiming suddenly emitted a piercing and high-pitched scream, rolling off the sofa and thrashing on the floor, his body colliding with the adjacent coffee table, blood and bruises surfacing on his skin. Yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain. In contrast to the torment he was currently enduring, the agony from the impact was almost negligible. In mere moments, his body was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the floor, his voice hoarse and raspy, yet he continued to lift his chin defiantly, emitting guttural sounds. "Kill me, I beg you, just kill me." Zhou Haiming, who had once harbored a profound fear of death, now perceived it as a form of liberation. "If you assist me with a single task, I can alleviate your suffering." Chunzhe regarded Zhou Haiming, who resembled a heap of dismembered flesh, with a frigid indifference. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhou Haiming immediately responded, "I will comply, I will comply. Please save me." Chunzhe stepped forward, lightly touching Zhou Haiming with his finger, thereby relieving him of his torment. With a whoosh, Zhou Haiming's proud head drooped, crashing onto the soft carpet. Were it not for the faintest hint of breath, he would have appeared as lifeless as a corpse. "Assist me in gathering information about an individual. I previously provided Su Gang with that person's likeness. Although Su Gang is now deceased, I trust you will be able to locate him. You have but 1 month. Should you fail to procure any news by then, you shall relive today's experience." Upon hearing Chunzhe's final words, Zhou Haiming, who had been lying on the ground like a corpse, involuntarily trembled. The torment he had just endured was so excruciating that it would haunt him for a lifetime, and he was loath to experience it a second time. "If you are unwilling to acquiesce, you may enlist a martial artist against me, but should you fail to eliminate me, I believe you are well aware of the consequences." Having uttered these words, Chunzhe paid no further heed to the crumpled Zhou Haiming, exiting the villa and making his way down the mountain. Chenzhe, the Zhou family, possessing dark energy martial artists, posed little threat. Even if Zhou Haiming foolishly attempted to retaliate with the family's power, Chenzhe could easily extinguish him. Moreover, given the depths of anguish Zhou Haiming had experienced, it was uncertain whether he would even dare to oppose him. What truly captured Chenzhe's attention was the mysterious force that had attempted to assassinate him. Allowing Zhou Haiming to escape posed no danger to Chenzhe. If he could glean even the slightest information about that enigmatic power, this transaction would prove exceedingly profitable. Not long after Chenzhe departed, the security personnel, alerted by Zhou Haiming's screams, rushed to the scene. After a flurry of chaotic activity, Zhou Haiming was transported to the hospital, and half an hour later, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Yutong, hurried to the scene upon receiving the news. When Zhou Haiming awoke from his stupor, the first sight that greeted him was Zhou Yutong beside him, and behind him stood an elderly man, none other than the dark energy martial artist, Guo Shiqing, whom his father had recruited. Guo Shiqing was gaunt, sporting a goatee, and aside from the gleam of vitality in his eyes, he appeared to be an ordinary old man. Upon witnessing Zhou Haiming awaken, Zhou Yutong inquired in a grave tone, "Haiming, what on earth transpired? Who was responsible for breaking your arm? What of Li Cheng and Zhang Lin?" At the sound of Zhou Yutong's questioning, Zhou Haiming was immediately reminded of the torment inflicted upon him by Chenzhe, a shiver coursing through him as fear flickered across his visage. Observing the terror etched on Zhou Haiming's face only intensified Zhou Yutong's fury. What could have been done to instill such dread in his son? "Father, the situation is as follows." After calming himself, Zhou Haiming recounted the entire sequence of events without the slightest concealment or omission, fully aware that only with ample information could Guo Shiqing accurately assess Chenzhe's capabilities. As Zhou Haiming narrated the ordeal, Guo Shiqing's brow furrowed in concern, and upon hearing of the methods employed by Chenzhe, his countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of fear. "Aiming, are you certain that individual used such techniques on you?" Guo Shiqing queried. A shadow of trepidation crossed Zhou Haiming's face as he replied, "Uncle Guo, the agony I endured is forever etched in my memory. How could I possibly be mistaken? Old Guo, what do you think? Are you confident in dealing with this person?" Zhou Yutong gazed at Guo Shiqing, his demeanor unyielding despite the decades he had weathered. A father's wrath was not to be taken lightly when his son had suffered such grievous harm. Guo Shiqing shook his head, a wry smile escaping him. "Brother Zhou, perhaps it would be prudent to seek a resolution. That individual is beyond our means to confront." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yutong's expression darkened considerably. Noticing Zhou Yutong's reaction, Guo Shiqing elucidated, "Brother Zhou, you must understand that only a master of the transformative arts, one who has unlocked the secrets of the human body, can wield such powers." Chapter 19. The attendant at Guo Shiqing's words, Zhou Yutong was taken aback. "Are you referring to the transformative arts master you mentioned before?" "Indeed," Guo Shiqing affirmed with a nod. Zhou Yutong's heart sank. According to Guo Shiqing's descriptions, a master of the transformative arts was unimaginably fearsome, transcending the bounds of humanity itself. "Uncle Guo, what exactly is a transformative arts master?" Zhou Haiming could not restrain his curiosity. "A transformative arts master," Guo Shiqing sighed, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and reverence. "They are warriors who have honed their bodies to the pinnacle of human potential, beginning to grasp the mysteries of the human form. They can control every part of their physique with ease, and a single step can cover a distance of several meters. Within that range, they can vanquish entire nations. Even armed with firearms, one would scarcely have time to pull the trigger before meeting their demise. Even if they stand still, their physical forms can withstand handgun bullets, while rifle rounds require multiple strikes to pose a lethal threat. To confront them, one would need to deploy hundreds of fully armed soldiers for a coordinated assault, or utilize snipers for long-range elimination. However, the heightened senses of a transformative arts master are remarkably acute, reaching the level of premonition. Such death traps are often detected and deftly avoided. Upon hearing Guo Shiqing's description, a look of sheer astonishment spread across Zhou Haiming's face. "Is this truly human? This is utterly terrifying. With fewer people, they cannot be defeated. With more, they would detect it in advance. Old Guo, if what you say is true, then the master of transformation is indeed invincible, impervious to anyone's schemes." Zhou Yutong furrowed his brow and remarked. Shaking his head, Zhou Yutong continued, "If a powerful force truly intends to deal with the master of transformation, it can certainly achieve that. The master's spiritual awareness is limited. By mobilizing a substantial number of people to create a sufficiently large encirclement that goes unnoticed, they could gradually tighten the circle and finally unleash a barrage of firepower to eliminate him. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Zhou Yutong's mouth, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Only the top-tier aristocratic families possess such capabilities. Although the Zhou family holds significant sway in Kaiyun City, they have yet to reach this echelon. Reluctantly, Zhou Yutong had to concede that, aside from seeking Chen Zhe's forgiveness and requesting reconciliation, he had no other recourse. Haiming, you will accompany me tomorrow to host a banquet and apologize to that master of transformation. Zhou Yutong said solemnly, disregarding the fact that Zhou Haiming had just undergone surgery today. The thought of facing that demon again filled Zhou Haiming with dread. Nevertheless, since this incident had arisen because of him, he had no choice but to attend the apology banquet tomorrow. All right, Dad, I understand, Zhou Haiming replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Upon returning to the Lantian Hotel, Chunzhe discovered that the door to the suite had been replaced. Upon opening it, he found the remnants of splintered wood that had once littered the floor had been meticulously cleared away, leaving no trace of the earlier conflict. Surprised by the efficiency, Chunzhe noted that he had been away for just over an hour. Yet the scene had been restored to order. Chunzhe sensed someone approaching. Gu, you have finally returned. I noticed the room was a bit disheveled earlier, so I had someone come to tidy it up. Do you find it satisfactory? A sycophantic voice chimed from behind Chunzhe. Turning to look, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, one of Su Gang's underlings, a man with a pointed face. Oh, has Su Gang assigned you to handle the aftermath this time? Chunzhe inquired casually, glancing at the man. Since Zhou Haiqing had sent someone to kill him, there must be means for handling the aftermath. After all, even the Zhou family, with its immense power, could not openly flout the established rules. Gu, you jest. I am not Su Gang's confidant. How could he possibly entrust such a task to me? I merely feared that you might encounter minor troubles due to the events here. So I took the liberty of addressing the situation. The pointed-faced man chuckled obsequiously. Though he spoke lightly, such clandestine matters cannot simply be dismissed. They surely involve bloodshed and conflict. It is likely that those original subordinates of Su Gang who were meant to handle the situation have already departed alongside him. Chunzhe regarded him with a smile and said, It seems I must hold you in higher esteem. The man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features had never encountered a martial artist before and was utterly oblivious to the terrifying prowess embodied by Chunzhe. However, in such a precarious situation, he unhesitatingly eliminated Su Gang's trusted aide to curry favor, his decisive actions catching Chunzhe somewhat off guard. Gazing at Chunzhe, the sharp-nosed man gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zhe, I, the thin monkey, wish to follow you, to serve you tirelessly, acting as your loyal pawn. Though I may lack significant skills, I possess the capability to manage minor affairs. He then implored, Pray tell, why do you wish to accompany me? Chunzhe settled onto the sofa. Regarding the approaching thin monkey, I demand the truth. I aspire to rise in status, and only you can assist me. The thin monkey replied without hesitation. A faint smile graced Chunzhe's lips. Su Gang likely has many subordinates, and if even he looks down upon you, failing to regard you as a confidant, why should I choose you? Fidelity, the thin monkey asserted, for I am more loyal than they. They possess a foundation, and upon mastering the Crimson Romance, they could swiftly usurp Su Gang. But not I. Lacking any foundation, I require your support to grasp the Crimson Romance. Should you withdraw your support, I would find myself in grave peril, my very life and fortune resting solely in your hands. You are quite astute, Chunzhe remarked, admiration evident on his face. I am also pleased with your capability in handling matters today. From now on, you shall accompany me. Joy illuminated the thin monkey's face as he eagerly replied, Brother Zhe, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Whatever tasks you assign, even if it entails walking through fire and water, I shall endeavor to fulfill them with utmost zeal. Chunzhe's expression shifted slightly as he disregarded the thin monkey's vows of loyalty and promptly examined the system within his mind. At the moment the thin monkey pledged allegiance, a notification resonated in his consciousness. Acquisition of intelligent being's loyalty. Retainer subsystem activated. System. What is the retainer subsystem? When an intelligent being swears loyalty to the host, they are captured by the retainer system, becoming the host retainer. Any breach of the host will by a retainer results in the death of all retainers if the host perishes. Conversely, a retainer's death does not impact the host. As long as loyalty is sworn, the individual will be captured by the retainer system, thus becoming Chunzhe's retainer. This system is simply extraordinary. However, the retainer system is not without its flaws. It imposes strict requirements on the content of the oath. The individual must explicitly declare their willingness to entrust their life to Chunzhe, or else the system will be unable to capture them. I kindly request your recommendations. there are daily opportunities, and not voting would be a wasted chance. Chapter 20. Enhancement System. Is there a way to enhance the retainer? Chunzhe inquired internally. The thin monkey lacked a foundation, and to absorb the influence of the crimson romance necessitated formidable martial force for suppression. Yet, Chunzhe, in accepting him as a subordinate, did not wish to remain perpetually in his shadow, serving merely as a tool of intimidation. The retainer can utilize the World Development System for enhancement. The World Development System? Upon hearing this, it was evident that it was a subsystem. How is this system activated? Upon exchanging for his first fantasy world, the World Development System automatically activated. Upon hearing the system's response, Chunzhe furrowed his brow. He currently possessed fewer than 90 exchange points and was uncertain when he would be able to redeem the fantasy world. This implied that, in the short term, he could forget about activating this World Development System. Was there no alternative method for enhancement? Chunzhe was not satisfied with this outcome. By forcibly stimulating specific acupoints, he could accelerate his body's metabolism, strengthen his muscles and bones, and enhance his prowess. Although this method would inflict damage upon his body, the activation of the World Development System would allow for subsequent repair. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this approach. While Chunzhe engaged in conversation with the system, the thin monkey stood obediently nearby, his demeanor one of lowered eyes and submissive posture. Thin monkey, go outside and purchase several dozen pounds of fatty meat. Cook it thoroughly and bring it back, Chunzhe instructed, raising his gaze to the thin monkey. Huh? The thin monkey was taken aback by Chunzhe's words but quickly responded, all right, I will go right away. In a flurry, the thin monkey exited the room, and after several minutes, he returned pushing a small cart laden with trays of glistening slabs of fatty meat. Zegu, I have prepared the meat, the thin monkey declared respectfully as he approached Chunzhe. Chunzhe nodded. Go ahead and eat. The thin monkey lowered his gaze to the fatty slices on the cart and was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of greasy nausea. However, considering this was Chunzhe's command, he could only grimace as he reluctantly picked up a piece of fat. Never mind, I won't let you eat now. It's better to stimulate your acupoints first. As he spoke, Chunzhe stood and swiftly approached the thin monkey, his movements like lightning as he tapped several locations on the thin monkey's body, primarily focusing on the chest and abdomen. After ceasing his actions, the thin monkey felt his heart begin to race violently, blood being pumped with fervor, followed by a gurgling sound emanating from his stomach, as a wave of hunger surged within him. Furthermore, he felt an urgent tightening in his bowels, leading to an uncontrollable urge to relieve himself. Zegu, what is happening to me? The thin monkey asked, panic-stricken as he looked at Chunzhe, bewildered by the significant reaction his body was experiencing after Chunzhe's few taps. Do not worry, I merely employed a secret technique to accelerate your metabolism, enabling you to rapidly absorb energy and fortify your body. You should head to the restroom and expel the remnants of food in your system first. Chunzhe reassured him. Upon hearing Chunzhe's words, the thin monkey, who had been feeling increasingly uncomfortable, hurriedly dashed to the restroom. A few minutes later, he emerged unsteadily. Go to the refrigerator and fetch a few bottles of water. Consume that fatty meat to replenish your energy, Chunzhe commanded. The thin monkey turned to look at the cart, and the once nauseating fatty meat now appeared as a rare delicacy, captivating his senses and even prompting an involuntary swallow. Grabbing a few bottles of water from the refrigerator, the thin monkey rushed back to the cart, picked up a slice of fat, and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Though devoid of any seasoning, not even a sprinkle of salt, in the perception of the lean monkey, this was the most delectable food he had ever savored in his lifetime. Never had he experienced a moment when fatty meat tasted so exquisite. As the lean monkey indulged with fervor, his stomach was also in a frenzy, churning and compressing the fatty morsels, reducing them to a smaller mass to be swiftly absorbed into his intestines, rapidly digested and transported through his bloodstream, ultimately transformed into energy. The cells within his body, akin to parched earth rejoicing at the arrival of rain, eagerly absorbed this newfound energy, quickly proliferating and strengthening, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, the lean monkey consumed several dozen pounds of fatty meat. However, to fully assimilate this energy, he required additional time. Under the influence of this energy augmentation, his previously frail physique gradually morphed into a more robust form, with the contours of muscle beginning to manifest. An hour later, estimating that the energy within him had been sufficiently depleted, Chunzhe gently tapped on him to halt the transformation. At that moment, the lean monkey bore little resemblance to his moniker. Compared to before the enhancement, his body had expanded considerably, stretching his original clothing tightly, with sharply defined muscles presenting a striking outline, exuding an impression of explosive strength. Realizing the transformation of his body, the lean monkey's face radiated astonishment. He had never anticipated such a monumental change brought about by Chen Zhe's secret method. Shaking his fist, he felt an overwhelming sensation that he could vanquish a bull with a single punch. In reality, if he truly exerted all his strength, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to defeat a bull. Through the secret method, the lean monkey had sacrificed over a decade of his lifespan, sustaining numerous internal injuries, and lost the potential for further enhancement. Yet, the power he had gained was formidable, placing him among the stronger individuals even among Mingjing martial artists. However, it must be noted that the lean monkey currently possessed sheer strength devoid of combat skills. Should he confront a Mingjing martial artist, he would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Zegu, with the strength I now possess, I am absolutely confident in taking over Su Gang's forces, the lean monkey exclaimed with excitement. Chen Zhe replied calmly, having granted you such formidable power, if you are incapable of seizing red romance, then you are truly worthless. The lean monkey's exuberance waned slightly, and with an awkward smile, he said, Zegu, shall I return now to subdue Su Gang's forces? Indeed. Once you have mastered blood romance, everything shall remain as it is. By the way, craft me a batch of fine steel flying knives and deliver them to me promptly, Chen Zhe instructed. The earlier experience of dispatching Li Cheng and Zhang Lin had made Chen Zhe acutely aware of the potency of mental force. Even fragments of a door could eliminate a Mingjing martial artist. If these fragments were replaced with fine steel flying knives, they would pose a significant threat even to a Huajing master. After receiving Chen Zhe's orders, the lean monkey departed from the hotel, preparing to consolidate and subjugate Su Gang's forces. Glancing at the time, it was just past 3 in the afternoon, and Chen Zhe planned to head to the restaurant for afternoon tea. At that moment, a melodious tune broke the silence. His phone was ringing. Upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Hello, Kai Qing. What can I do for you? Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Li Kaiqing inquired hesitantly. The day after tomorrow? Chen Zhe furrowed his brow. The mysterious force that had previously threatened him had mentioned that they would come for his life within 3 days, and the day after tomorrow marked the final day of that ultimatum. Is something wrong? Are you busy? Li Kaiqing's tone shifted to one of palpable anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhe replied, I have no engagements the day after tomorrow. Although the elder had stated that someone would be sent to deal with him within 3 days, the exact timing of their actions remained uncertain. It was entirely possible that they could strike as early as tonight. That's wonderful, Ace. I now formally invite you to my birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. You will attend, won't you? Upon hearing that the day after tomorrow was her birthday, Chen Zhe was momentarily taken aback, and a vivid memory flashed in his mind. In the courtyard, a young boy had placed a delicately crafted grasshopper in the small girl's hand and, with childlike innocence, had said, Ching Ching, happy birthday. The little girl had carefully accepted the grasshopper, her face alight with a genuine smile, radiant as the dawn. Shaking his head to dispel the memory, Chen Zhe inquired, Where will your birthday banquet be held? I will certainly be there. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. At Yanhakeshuan. Ace, you absolutely must come, Li Kaiqing insisted. Chen Zhe affirmed, I will be present. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhe gently shook his head and proceeded towards the elevator, intending to enjoy afternoon tea at the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Finding a seat by the window, he ordered a cup of milk tea and a selection of snacks, sitting there leisurely as he sipped his drink and occasionally nibbled on a treat. A figure approached him, speaking with deference, Mr. Chen Zhe, may I take a seat? Chen Zhe turned his gaze from the window back to the newcomer, an elderly man with a goatee, appearing somewhat gaunt. He nodded slightly. Please, have a seat. The old man pulled out a chair and sat opposite Chen Zhe. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guisheng. I have deep ties with the Zhou family. The young lad from the Zhou family has acted thoughtlessly and offended you recently. His father has asked me to come and mediate. Tomorrow, a banquet will be held at Yanhakeshuan to express our apologies, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Chen Zhe took a sip of his milk tea and chuckled softly. The Zhou family's demeanor clearly indicated a concession. I have little interest in the banquet. As long as Zhou Haiming can successfully handle the matter I entrusted to him, we can let this go. Should he fail, it will be your apologies, but I will not spare him. Chen Zhe waved his hand dismissively at Mr. Chen. The matter you assigned to the Zhou lad has already been conveyed to us. Rest assured, both Zhou Leoj and I will do our utmost to uncover the information you seek. However, I must insist that you attend tomorrow's banquet so we can express our sincere apologies, Guisheng said earnestly. There was no alternative. As a practitioner of the hidden strength realm, He had no choice but to speak sincerely in the presence of a master of the transformation realm. Chunzhe cast a glance at Guo Shiqing, who had already made his refusal clear. Yet, Guo Shiqing persisted in urging him to attend the banquet, suggesting that there must be something extraordinary about tomorrow's gathering, either a hidden conspiracy or a grand gift awaiting him. If the insistence to invite Chunzhe was merely for the sake of sharing a meal, it could only be concluded that the Zhou family had descended into utter foolishness in light of this. Do send a vehicle to fetch me tomorrow. Regardless of the peculiarities that may characterize the banquet, Chunzhe remained unfazed. Should there be any benefits, he would seize them directly, and if there were treacherous plots afoot, he would shatter them with a single blow. Thank you, Mr. Chunzhe, for your magnanimity. We shall eagerly anticipate your esteemed presence tomorrow. With that, Guo Shiqing rose, clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards Chunzhe, and exited the dining hall. The next day, at the entrance of Yunhaixian, Zhou Yutong stood to one side. A hint of anxiety etched upon his features as he occasionally glanced along the roadway, seemingly awaiting someone. Behind him stood Zhou Haiming, who had just undergone surgery yesterday. Both arms encased in plaster casts, suspended from his neck, he appeared somewhat comical. Guo Shiqing, too, refrained from lingering in the private room, for he felt compelled to show ample respect to a martial artist who had begun to grasp the mysteries of the human body. Yunhaixian is the most renowned restaurant in Kaiyun City, and those who frequent it are invariably of notable stature and wealth. Most patrons are acquainted with the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Yutong, so it was no surprise that their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing him waiting at the restaurant's entrance with his son. In Kaiyun City, the Zhou family is akin to local emperors. The prospect of having the family patriarch greet someone at the entrance raises inevitable questions about the significance of the guest. Realizing this, the guests entering and exiting the restaurant instinctively slowed their pace. Sensing the multitude of curious gazes upon him, Zhou Yutong furrowed his brow and commanded, "Aiken, disperse these individuals and inform Yin Haike that Yunhaixian is reserved exclusively for the Zhou family today." Although this action would offend numerous patrons, the Zhou family's substantial standing rendered such concerns trivial. Those who frequented this establishment were astute enough not to confront the Zhou family over mere matters of pride. "Understood," replied a young man standing nearby, promptly turning to stride into Yunhaixian. Before long, guests began to emerge from the establishment, a rather portly middle-aged man clad in an elegant suit accompanying them, his face adorned with a forced smile as he offered apologies. Once all the guests had departed, the middle-aged man approached Zhou Yutong, wiping the faint sheen of sweat from his brow, and inquired with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, does your esteemed guest have any particular culinary preferences? I can have the kitchen prepare accordingly to ensure we do not neglect our honored guest." This middle-aged gentleman was Yin Haike, the proprietor of Yunhaixian. He refrained from mentioning the losses incurred due to Zhou Yutong's expulsion of the patrons, for he knew that failing to cater properly to the esteemed guest before him could spell disaster for his establishment. Given his extensive connections, he had managed to run such a prominent restaurant, yet in Kaiyun City, it was this very individual who truly held the power. "Simply serve the restaurant's signature dishes," Zhou Yutong replied with a hint of impatience. At that moment, a car appeared in the distance, and Zhou Yutong's eyes brightened as he recognized it as the vehicle dispatched to retrieve Chunzhe. Upon observing the change in Zhou Yutong's expression, Yin Haike promptly turned his gaze towards the distance, where he beheld a Bentley Mulsanne gliding towards them. As the opulent vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant, Zhou Yutong swiftly stepped forward to open the rear door, and to Yin Haike's astonishment, a young man emerged from the car. With a smile, Zhou Yutong exclaimed, "Mr. Chun, it is truly a stroke of fortune for me to have you as our guest today. I am eagerly anticipating this banquet and hope that you will surprise me." Chunzhe cast a glance at Zhou Yutong, and upon meeting his gaze, Zhou Yutong felt a tightening in his chest. As if all his secrets had been laid bare, he forced a chuckle and said, "The banquet is all prepared, Mr. Chun. Let us proceed to the private room for our discussion." Chapter 22. The terror of the master of transformation within the private room on the second floor of Yunhaixian. A grand round table was adorned with an array of exquisitely presented delicacies from both land and sea. Chunzhe and his companions took their seats around the table, with Chunzhe naturally occupying the position of honor. Flanked by Zhou Yutong and Guo Shiqing on either side, "Mr. Chun, my son previously offended you. I kindly ask for your magnanimity to let this matter slide," Zhou Yutong said with a smile. Chunzhe picked up a piece of food, savored it thoughtfully, and then leisurely set down his chopsticks. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he stated, "I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. If we can ascertain the information regarding that individual, then all will be well. However, if we cannot at this juncture," Chunzhe paused, a cold glint emerging in his eyes. then the Zhou family will find themselves rendered unnecessary. Chen Zhe's presence at the banquet did not imply that he would extend any favors to Zhou Yutong. Were it not for the purpose of investigating the information concerning that mysterious force, it was likely that Zhou Haiming's ashes would already be interred in the ground. As for the influence of the Zhou family, Chen Zhe had never held it in regard. Influence had always been a mere externality. When people depart, so too does their warmth, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Should he truly be provoked, he would not hesitate to eradicate the entire Zhou family, as he doubted anyone would dare to confront him, a master of transformation, over a mere handful of corpses. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's unabashed threat, the smile on Zhou Yutong's face vanished, replaced by a pallor of shock. He had never conceived that someone would dare to threaten him so openly, let alone declare an intention to annihilate the entire Zhou family. Mr. Chun, perhaps you consider your strength to be unparalleled. Yet this society has its own order. Should you wish to disrupt this order, I fear you may not possess the qualifications, Zhou Yutong retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhe. Brother Zhou, cease your words, Guo Shiqing interjected. His expression drastically altered as he hurriedly interrupted Zhou Yutong. Chen Zhe regarded Zhou Yutong with a penetrating look and remarked, while I am indeed eager to uncover that individual's information, it does not imply that my forbearance toward your Zhou family is boundless. I would not hesitate to obliterate your family now and seek assistance from other forces to investigate that individual's whereabouts. Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. Brother Zhou did not mean it that way. Guo Shiqing quickly clarified, then turned to Zhou Yutong, urging, Brother Zhou, apologize at once, Lao Gua. I doubt Zhou Yutong was seething with rage, so infuriated that he could hardly speak. Chen Zhe threatened to annihilate the Zhou family, and now he actually demanded an apology. Was there no sense of justice left in this world? Chen Zhe shook his head. Since you are unable to find your voice, there is no need to force it. You have merely 1 month. After that, whether the Zhou family can still exist in this world will depend on your ability to gather information. With that, Chen Zhe rose and strode towards the exit. Seeing this, Guo Shiqing quickly pulled out an envelope and hurried after him. Mr. Chun, please hold on. This is the transfer contract for 10% of the Genio Group shares. I hope you will not find it unworthy. Upon receiving the envelope, Chen Zhe glanced at Guo Shiqing, smiled faintly, and said nothing as he departed. Once Chen Zhe was gone, Guo Shiqing let out a long breath, turned back to his seat, and looked at the opposite Zhou Yutong, sighing, Brother Zhou, you nearly brought calamity upon yourself. Zhou Yutong snorted in anger. Humph, what calamity could there be? He is merely a brutish martial artist. The Zhou family has thrived in Kaiyun City for many years, with power intricately woven. I refuse to believe he truly dares to eradicate the Zhou family. Upon hearing Zhou Yutong's words, Guo Shiqing's expression darkened. If Chen Zhe, a master of the transformation realm, was merely a brutish martial artist, then what did that make him? A practitioner of the hidden strength. Zhou Yutong also noted Guo Shiqing's change in demeanor and quickly realized his earlier indiscretion, hastily adding, Lao Gua, I was just angered by that Chen Zhe. I spoke without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. Enough, Brother Zhou. I understand your current sentiments. However, you greatly underestimate a master of the transformation realm. What Chen Zhe said was certainly more than just a threat. If we fail to uncover that man's whereabouts within a month, the Zhou family may very well. Guo Shiqing fell silent, shaking his head. Zhou Yutong exclaimed in disbelief. Could he truly dare to annihilate the Zhou family? Brother Zhou, have you heard of the Su family in Xinhu City? Guo Shiqing inquired. The Su family's influence is not weaker than ours, and they are also a renowned aristocratic clan. Naturally, I have heard of them. However, several years ago, the entire Su family fell victim to a rare infectious disease, perishing within days, leading to their decline. Zhou Yutong's voice dwindled to a whisper. Ultimately fading away, he looked up at Guo Shiqing, fear flickering in his eyes. Could it be? Guo Shiqing nodded gravely, stating, the Su family was annihilated overnight due to offending a master of the transformation realm. Afterward, that master faced only minor inquiries and now roams freely, enjoying the landscapes. Zhou Yutong felt a chill run down his spine. Is the higher authority truly indifferent? How could they intervene? Mobilize the military to besiege a master of the transformation realm for the sake of an already extinguished Su family? Guo Shiqing retorted with a cold smile, a hint of envy lurking in his eyes. Though the difference between a practitioner of hidden strength and a master of transformation realm seemed minimal, the chasm between them was vast. To deal with a practitioner of hidden strength, a well-prepared tactical unit could suffice. However, when it comes to confronting the master of transformation, no matter how many special forces are dispatched, they would merely be delivering themselves as offerings. Moreover, If the Master of Transformation wishes to evade capture, ordinary methods would prove utterly futile. Upon hearing Guosheng's words, the flames of anger within Zhou Yutong were doused in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Old Guo, what shall we do now? Should we go to Mr. Chen and humbly seek his forgiveness? Faced with the looming threat of death, Zhou Yutong began to feel a rising panic. At that moment, he deeply regretted his previous actions. If time could be reversed, he would not utter a single disrespectful word, even if Chen Zhe were to slap him across the face. What we must do now is uncover that person's information within a month. If we fail to achieve this, all discussions are moot as for the future, as long as we assist Mr. Chen with various trivial matters. Making him feel that the Zhou family is of great utility, we may not only avoid annihilation but perhaps even gain his favor. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Old Guo, Zhou Yutong replied immediately. Prior to grasping Chen Zhe's formidable strength, Zhou Yutong found it intolerable to endure his threats. However, after hearing Guosheng's account and gaining a clear understanding of the Master of Transformation, Zhou Yutong swiftly altered his perspective. Perceiving Chen Zhe as a figure representing a family far more powerful than his OWN.it is quite natural to bow to a grand family. Chapter 23. Assassination in Room 315 of the Blue Sea Hotel. Chen Zhe reclined on the sofa in the living room, his eyes gently closed. Surrounding his body was a silver line, dancing gracefully like a lively silver fish. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and another beam of silver light shot forth from his hand. Transforming into an additional silver line that entwined with the first eye in his grasp were also a dozen throwing knives, glimmering with a crystalline cold light under the sun, captivating all who beheld them. After a moment, a third throwing knife flew from Chen Zhe's hand, morphing into a third silver line. The three silver lines, undisturbed by one another, danced around Chen Zhe, tracing their own distinct paths, resembling satellites orbiting the Earth. This indicated that Chen Zhe was now multitasking with remarkable proficiency. Should he introduce a fourth throwing knife, he would be managing 4 tasks simultaneously. Observing the stable trajectories of the 3 silver lines, Chen Zhe concentrated, and once again a throwing knife launched from his hand, forming a 4th silver line. The instant the 4th line appeared, the other 3 trembled slightly, as if affected, yet soon settled back into stability. Clearly, for Chen Zhe's enhanced mind, managing 4 tasks simultaneously was well within his capabilities. 5th throwing knife. Chen Zhe silently resolved. Buzz. The moment the 5th throwing knife took flight, the trajectories of the other 4 knives immediately began to spiral into chaos, their corresponding silver lines twisting into disarray. Chen Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. Even for him, managing 5 tasks simultaneously posed a challenge. The once effortless control over the throwing knives became increasingly difficult as time elapsed. The flight paths of the 5 knives gradually stabilized, although occasional fluctuations persisted. They no longer posed significant concern. 6th throwing knife, ding ding ding. At the very moment the 6th flying dagger was launched, 5 silvery trajectories intersected midair, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, as they fell around Chen Zhe, embedding themselves into the floor and the sofa. Was the limit of his concentration truly just 5 tasks at once? Chen Zhe let out a soft sigh. Immediately, with a mere thought, a dozen flying daggers ascended, arranging themselves into a precise formation as they darted through the suite like a school of silver fish, exuding a beauty fraught with danger. Extending his right hand, the daggers hovered above, coalescing into a swirling sphere. Controlling multiple daggers was an entirely different concept for multitasking. Chen Zhe maneuvered the daggers to follow the same trajectory, which bore little distinction from directing a single dagger. However, guiding each dagger along divergent paths necessitated true multitasking. In the heat of battle, the disparity between the two was immense. Multitasking could yield the effect of being besieged by several opponents, while merely employing multiple daggers expanded the attack range. If he could manage 5 tasks simultaneously, his telekinetically driven daggers could rival even a master of the transformation technique, perhaps even triumph over them. The daggers, propelled by Chen Zhe's mental force, surpassed the speed of bullets and exhibited remarkable agility, capable of altering their trajectories at will. Even a master of transformation would find themselves in mortal peril when besieged by 5 such daggers. Now, he awaited the arrival of those from the mysterious organization. With a flick of his thought, Chen Zhe sheathed the daggers at his waist and rose to step outside. He had promised to attend Li Caiqing's birthday celebration the following day, and thus, it was imperative he procure a gift for her today. Just as he exited the hotel, an alarming sensation surged through him. His scalp prickled, and every hair stood on end, his heart racing as if a mighty river coursed through his veins. In that instant, without a second thought, His legs propelled him with tremendous force, leaping to the side. Thud. The spot he had just vacated now bore a bowl-sized crater, a sharp bullet tip embedded at its base. Assassination. Chen Zhe's expression turned as frigid as frost, the word sniper escaping his clenched teeth. Ever since his previous body had been terminated by a sniper's bullet, the very thought of snipers had become a taboo for him. Now, faced with another assassination attempt, fury ignited within him. Raising his gaze toward the building across the way, the earlier sense of danger emanated from there. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern every detail on the rooftop, where he soon spotted the sniper methodically packing away their weapon. Thinking of fleeing? Chen Zhe propelled himself forward, his body darting away in a blur, vanishing from sight. It was only at that moment that the crowd at the hotel entrance realized what had transpired, their startled exclamations filling the air. Yet, Chen Zhe had already vanished, leaving behind only the bowl-sized crater as proof that their eyes had not deceived them. Opposite the Blue Sky Hotel stood an office building bustling with various companies and throngs of people. Upon arriving at its entrance, Chen Zhe did not enter but instead took his position outside, awaiting developments. Within the office building, there exists more than one elevator, and with the addition of emergency exits, the likelihood of him directly confronting the assassin is minimal. It would be wiser to await the opportunity at the entrance. For an ordinary person, such a strategy may seem foolish, as they lack knowledge of the assassin's appearance. Should the assassin don a business attire, blending in seamlessly with the crowd, recognition would be nearly impossible. However, Chen Zhe is not an ordinary individual. With his keen eyesight, he can discern the assassin's features even from several hundred meters away. His current objective is to patiently wait for the assassin to unwittingly walk into his trap. Chen Zhe stands quietly at the entrance of the building, his expression calm and unruffled, concealing the raging fury within him. Only the cold glint in his eyes betrays his formidable nature, hinting that he is not to be trifled with. It is currently office hours, resulting in a sparse flow of individuals entering the building. The assassin, displaying great caution, refrains from emerging during this time, likely opting to wait until after work to slip away amidst the throngs of people. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, some conscientious companies have begun to close for the day, as a steady stream of white-collar workers exits the building, resembling students leaving school. Yet, Chen Zhe pays little heed to this scene. As the white-collar workers emerge, his gaze sharpens, transforming into a piercing intensity. Moments later, his focus locks onto a young man carrying a briefcase, engaged in light-hearted banter with his companions, appearing no different from an ordinary office worker. Nevertheless, Chen Zhe is certain that this is indeed the assassin who had attempted to take his life from the rooftop. With a cold smirk, Chen Zhe strides forward, positioning himself directly in front of the group. The sudden appearance of Chen Zhe causes a subtle shift in the young man's expression, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He comprehends the terrifying prowess of the man who had eluded his assassination attempt from hundreds of meters away. Chapter 24. A second attempt at assassination. Do you need something? The white-collar workers, perplexed by Chen Zhe's obstruction, inquired. I've been waiting for you. Come with me. Chen Zhe replies with a radiant smile, casually draping an arm around the assassin's shoulder. The assassin, momentarily taken aback, contemplates resisting and declaring to the others that he does not know Chen Zhe. However, upon feeling Chen Zhe's right hand on his shoulder, his body instantly goes numb, rendering him immobile and mute, akin to a marionette, as he is compelled to move forward with Chen Zhe. Observing the unfolding scene, the white-collar workers assume the two are acquaintances and refrain from further questioning, as this affable man had only been introduced to them moments before. How rude! Even if he has a friend, he could at least say goodbye before leaving. One mutters, exasperated, "Oh, well, it's uncertain if we'll meet again. Let us not dwell on it." A taxi approaches from a distance, halting at the entrance. The door swings open, and two individuals emerge, one appearing somewhat inebriated, swaying unsteadily, while the other supports his arm to prevent a fall. After settling the fare, the taxi departs, and the two enter the establishment known as Blood-Soaked Romance. Zhigu, what brings you here? Upon the entrance of the two individuals, the languid figures within the establishment known as Blood-Red Romance immediately rose to their feet, their faces betraying a palpable tension. Their current boss, the Slim Monkey, had issued a stern directive. Upon encountering Chen Zhe, they were to accord him even greater respect than they would show him. Should anyone be remiss in this regard, the consequences would be dire. Having witnessed the Slim Monkey's ruthless methods, the gathered individuals were filled with utmost trepidation, treating his words as sacred edicts that they dared not defy. Once inside Blood-Red Romance, Chen Zhe felt no need for pretense. He directly tossed the captured assassin to a nearby subordinate, instructing, "Keep an eye on him. I will need to interrogate him shortly." "Understood, Brother Zay." Several subordinates replied in unison, firmly holding the assassin behind Chan Zi. That moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the slim monkey, having learned of Chan Zay's arrival, swiftly descended the stairs and stood before him. "Boss." Since being ensnared by the employment system, the slim monkey's manner of addressing Chan Zay had notably altered. "You've done well," Chan Zay commended. From the demeanor of the earlier subordinates, it was evident that the slim monkey had thoroughly established his dominance over blood-red romance. Upon hearing the praise, a smile of delight graced the slim monkey's face. "If you wish to nurture me, boss, I shall not disappoint you." "You are becoming quite adept at flattery," Chan Zay chuckled, shaking his head. "Come, accompany me as we descend to interrogate this assassin." "Assassin?" The slim monkey's countenance shifted to one of alarm and indignation. "Boss, have you been attacked today?" Since being captured by the attendant system, the slim monkey's thoughts revolved entirely around Chan Zay. Upon hearing of an assassin, his outrage was as if he himself had been targeted. "I have been attacked more than once," Chan Zay retorted with a cold smile. Hearing this, the slim monkey remained silent, yet his eyes flickered with murderous intent. When the Lord is troubled, the ministers suffer. When the Lord is insulted, the ministers perish. The news of Chan Zay's assassination attempt obliterated the slim monkey's earlier pride in consolidating blood-red romance, igniting a tempest of fury within him. "Boss, please allow me to handle this assassin. I will surely extract every piece of information from him," the slim monkey implored Chan Zay. After a brief glance at the slim monkey, Chan Zay nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you." Upon arriving at the underground fighting arena, the slim monkey swiftly led his men to a small adjoining room with the assassin. Before long, screams echoed from within. Chan Zay chose not to intervene, allowing the slim monkey to proceed as he wished. Instead, he entered Su Gang's former office. Opening the safe, he retrieved a piece of fine jade and scrutinized it closely for a moment. With a flicker of thought, a flying knife emerged from its sheath at his waist, swirling around the jade in a mesmerizing dance. Powdery fragments fell like dust, blanketing the floor in an instant. The flying knife halted abruptly, returning to its sheath, while the jade in Chan Zay's hand had transformed into a vividly lifelike grasshopper, glistening in a vibrant green and exuding charm. Gazing at the jade grasshopper, Chan Zay smiled, placed it into an ornate box, and tucked it into his pocket. Knock, knock. Approximately an hour later, there came a rap at the office door. "Come in." The door swung open, and the slender monkey entered, clutching several sheets of paper in his hands. "Boss, this is the information extracted from that individual," he announced. Chan Zay took the records from the slender monkey and began to peruse them slowly. The contents of the paper were quite chaotic. The assassin had divulged every contract he had undertaken and every life he had extinguished. Although he thrived in the perilous world of assassination, he lacked professional resistance to torture, and thus, he succumbed to the slender monkey's relentless interrogation. After a brief examination, Chan Zay found little of value. The assassin had secured his tasks from a hitman website and possessed no knowledge of the employers who had posted the jobs. Since it was of no use, it would be disposed of. Chan Zay placed the records on his desk and spoke in a subdued tone. The slender monkey nodded. "I will ensure it is dealt with." Chan Zay retrieved a document pouch and tossed it to the slender monkey. "The so-called red romance is merely child's play. Within this pouch lies 10% of the shares of the Golden Bull Group. I have no desire to engage in petty disputes with those individuals, so I entrust you with its management." With the loyalty instilled by the escort system, Chan Zay felt assured in delegating certain matters to him. "Boss, rest assured, these shares in my hands will only increase, never diminish," the slender monkey assured him. Chan Zay waved his hand dismissively. "Just be cautious. Do not overstep your bounds. Additionally, I have tasked you with managing these shares to help you gain experience at the Golden Bull Group, which will be beneficial for managing our own company in the future." "Understood, boss." The slender monkey nodded. By the time Chan Zay departed from the blood romance, it was already past 8 o'clock, and the night had fully descended. Upon returning to the Blue Sky Hotel and finishing his meal in the restaurant, Chan Zay prepared to retire to his room. As he approached the door of room 315, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly surged within him. Bam! The door exploded violently, and a shadow leapt out from the room. Despite Chan Zay's agile retreat, the shadow pursued him relentlessly, launching a powerful punch directly at him. Chan Zay raised his left hand to shield his chest, blocking the incoming fist. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the hallway, and Chan Zay felt an immense force strike him, causing a slight tingling in his palm. Such formidable strength. This must be a master of transformative energy. Chapter 25. Severance. Qianzhei utilized the force of the blow to retreat, while the attacker also took a step back, his body twisting in an uncanny manner, dissipating the immense recoil into the ground. The floor trembled slightly as his feet sank into it, leaving two distinct footprints. Seizing the moment of pause, Qianzhei scrutinized the assailant's appearance. Clad in loose-fitting Tang attire, with hair ashen and eyes gleaming with brilliance. His cheeks were smooth and rosy, devoid of any wrinkles, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a youthful sage. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder unleashed his legs with sudden vigor, advancing upon Qianzhei. His fists resembling cannonballs, accompanied by a howling wind, striking with sheer ferocity. At that moment, Qianzhei possessed the physical prowess of a transformative energy master, yet his combat skills and techniques were considerably lacking. Faced with the elder's tempestuous onslaught, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although the master of transformation possessed complete control over his physical form, allowing him to adapt fluidly in combat, the meticulously honed martial techniques still afforded the elder a fleeting advantage. A step ahead leads to a cascade of further advantages. At this moment, Qianzhei found himself thoroughly subdued. During the past few days, Qianzhei had endeavored to create some techniques of his own, but ultimately abandoned the effort, realizing that for close-quarters combat, mere speculation without practical experience was futile. Initially, I pondered who possessed such audacity to provoke the Chen family, only to discover that it was you. This little bastard. To my astonishment, you are a master of transformation. No wonder the previous two assassination attempts failed. After subduing Qianzhei, the elder coldly remarked, his gaze toward Qianzhei laced with a palpable hatred for his survival. Upon hearing the elder's words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qianzhei's eyes. However, he chose silence, understanding that the more the elder spoke, the more he revealed. Little bastard, your ability to break through to a master of transformation before the age of 30 speaks to your extraordinary talent. Yet such brilliance only foreshadows your demise. You must realize that in this world, it is not the most exceptional who endure, but rather those who are most suited. As the elder spoke, his assault intensified. Each strike aimed squarely at Qianzhei's vital points, leaving him in a state of disarray. Lacking a lineage of martial arts and relying solely on self-taught methods, he could not fully unleash the true potential of a master of transformation, rendering him no match for me. Today, your demise is inevitable. The elder's words, though seemingly trivial, served to distract Qianzhei, undermining his spirit. Were he an ordinary master of transformation, such psychological blows would surely affect him, diminishing his strength and sealing his fate. Yet, Qianzhei was no ordinary master. He possessed the trump card of mental power. Just as the elder's right elbow charged toward Qianzhei's chest, an explosive sensation surged through him, a visceral warning of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder instinctively retracted his elbow, leaping backward, curling his body, and crossing his arms to shield his vital areas. With a sudden flash, a silver line sliced through the air, leaving a gash on the elder's arm, blood spraying forth. Upon landing, the elder felt that sense of danger still looming, prompting him to roll on the ground without a hint of hesitation, akin to a large ball, as he sought to evade the insidious threat. Throughout his rolling, the elder continuously altered his trajectory, striving to escape the ever-present sense of peril. With a resounding thud, as he rolled forward, he forcefully slapped the ground with his hands, propelling himself into the air and twisting his body in a series of bizarre contortions, narrowly evading the flying daggers that came from both directions. Upon landing, the elder pressed himself against the wall, his expression grave as he regarded the distant Qianzhei, whose cold gaze was tinged with an unmistakable fervor. How is it that your mental power can manipulate matter? The elder sensed no oppressive force emanating from Qianzhei, indicating that even if Qianzhei's mental prowess surpassed his own, it was not by a significant margin. However, as far as the old man was aware, one could not interfere with the material world unless their mental prowess reached a certain level. The might of mental interference with the physical realm had already been manifested in Qianzhei's recent attack. If he could acquire this method from Qianzhei, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. Provide me with information about the Chen family, and I may spare your life. Qianzhei ignored his inquiry, his gaze icy as he regarded him. The old man retorted coldly, surrender the method of mental interference with the material world, and I shall advocate for your clemency before the clan elders. Both individuals expressed their stances, disregarding each other's words. The rarity of the method for mental interference with the material world far exceeded your imagination. Although I cannot kill you, the moment this information leaks, you will. The old man's words trailed off as he suddenly darted toward the end of the corridor, his remaining words echoing ominously. Inevitably perish. Do you think you can escape? With Qian Zhe's declaration, 3 silver threads shot forth, swiftly catching up to the fleeing old man and encircling him. Qian Zhe's gaze deepened, and he uttered 2 chilling words, sever. As soon as the command left his lips, the 3 silver threads began to whirl around the old man at an alarming speed, incessantly cleaving through flesh, causing blood to spurt forth and envelop him in a mist of crimson. Ah! The old man's wretched cries reverberated through the corridor. Hearing the commotion outside, some attempted to open their doors to investigate, but as soon as they twisted the doorknob, a flying dagger pierced through the gap, whizzing past them and embedding itself in the adjacent wall. Those who wish to live should remain inside their rooms. A deep, resonant voice echoed into every chamber. Subsequently, the daggers detached from the wall and shot out again through the crevices. Witnessing such an eerie spectacle, terror gripped the onlookers' hearts, and they hastily shut their doors, too frightened to venture out. Observing the old man being mercilessly sliced apart in the distance, a cold glint flickered in Qian Zhe's eyes. If an adept of the dark energy realm had come today, he could have employed special methods to extract information. However, compelling a master of the transformational energy realm was virtually impossible. Setting aside the mastery that such a master had over themselves, most coercive tactics would prove ineffective. Even if cornered, a master could resort to self-detonation, ending their own life. This old man was one of the hidden culprits behind the attempt on Qian Zhe's life. Since he held no value for interrogation, Qian Zhe would not grant him a swift demise. Yet, moments later, the old man's screams ceased. Clearly, upon realizing there was no hope of escape, he chose to end his suffering rather than endure the agony of being slowly dismembered. Seeking recommendation votes. During the release of a new book, I humbly request your votes more frequently. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 26. The martial arts world having slain a transformational energy practitioner. 1,000 exchange points have been acquired. The system's voice resonated within Qian Zhe's mind. Casting a glance at the distant corpse, its bones already exposed, Qian Zhe picked up the phone and dialed Shouho. Gather a few nimble confidants and bring them to my location to deal with the remnants of the scuffle. Boss, what has transpired? Shouho inquired hastily. This afternoon, the employer of that assassin took matters into his own hands, Qian Zhe replied, a cold glint evident in his eyes. However, this may prove fortuitous. At least I have acquired several new leads regarding certain matters. I'll head over with my men at once. With that, Shouho hung up the call. Qian Zhe waved his hand, retracting 3 flying daggers, and entered the room, devoid of any interest in the corpse lying in the corridor. The task of searching the body could be left to Shouho and his team. Seated on the sofa in the room, Qian Zhe began to organize the information embedded within the old man's words in his mind. The elder belonged to a prominent clan bearing the Chen surname, capable of dispatching a master of the transformation realm to eliminate him. This family likely possessed multiple masters of such caliber, perhaps even martial artists surpassing that level, indicating formidable strength. Recalling his own surname, coupled with the elder's disdainful reference to him, Qian Zhe surmised an unsettling conclusion. He was likely the illegitimate child of someone from that Qin clan. His previous assassination appeared to be a consequence of becoming embroiled in the clan's internal strife. Qian Zhe reached for the phone beside him and dialed the number from that fateful day once more. After a few rings, the call connected. Silence enveloped the receiver, the individual on the other end uttering not a word. Regardless of whether your conflict stems from family disputes or other reasons, having provoked me, you must be prepared to pay with your life. Qian Zhe's gaze was frigid, his tone slow yet resolute. The weary voice sighed on the line, inquiring, what has become of Chen Mingdu? Dead? Qian Zhe scoffed. Torn to shreds. Must you be so harsh? After all, we are. The aged voice seemed to carry a hint of resignation. Qian Zhe interrupted him sharply. I have no ties to your Qin family. You would do well to pray that I do not discover the whereabouts of your clan. With a decisive clap, Qian Zhe hung up the phone, disregarding any further words from the elderly voice. When Shouho and his men arrived, they found Qian Zhe seated quietly on the sofa, his right index finger lightly tapping the armrest. His expression as tranquil as still water, betraying no sign of disturbance. Boss, are you all right? Shouho approached from behind, his voice low. Though Qian Zhe appeared outwardly unperturbed, as his retainer, Shouho could sense the turmoil within him. I'm fine. Go and deal with that corpse, and search it for anything useful. Qian Zhe gestured dismissively. Understood, Shouho replied, leading his subordinates out of the room to manage the scene of the conflict. The room fell silent once more. In Qian Zhe's mind, Memories from the past flashed like lightning, vivid scenes of joy and sorrow from his childhood in the orphanage, the near-death experiences he had faced while assassins executed their missions. Bang! Everything shattered with the sound of that gunshot. I have had no previous connection with the Chen family. My prior assassination attempt severed even the last vestige of bloodline. Henceforth, all that remains between me and the Chen family is an abiding enmity. The blood debt must be repaid, and I shall one day pay them a visit to exact vengeance for the blood they have spilled. A chilling glint flickered in Chen Zhe's eyes. As an orphan, hearing news of his biological parents stirred emotions within him. Even one as resolute as Chen Zhe could not remain unaffected. However, after a moment's contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion. The Chen family boasts several masters of the transformative realm, and it is rumored that they harbor warriors beyond that level. Given my current capabilities, I am ill-equipped to confront them. I must hasten my strength's ascent. System, activate the exchange interface. With a mere thought, a luminous screen materialized before him, showcasing a plethora of fantastical realms, each accompanied by corresponding exchange points. System, filter out the other worlds and display only those fantastical realms with a maximum of 1,000 exchange points. At this juncture, Chen Zhe possessed merely over 1,000 points, recently acquired from vanquishing Chen Mingdu, which only afforded him access to the most rudimentary realms. The screen promptly cleared, and the number of available worlds dwindled to a sparse few. The two most prominent among them were the number 1 martial arts world and the number 1 sci-fi world. Aside from these, the remaining options comprise low-tier martial arts films, either outdated martial arts classics or urban dramas devoid of extraordinary abilities. Although these worlds required only a few dozen points for entry, Chen Zhe found himself lacking interest in them. Thus, he was left with the choice of either the number 1 martial arts world or the number 1 sci-fi world. After a moment's deliberation, he opted to enter the number 1 martial arts world. Upon entering the fantastical realm, Chen Zhe could only replicate the abilities of a single individual. Technology, after all, is a collective manifestation of an era's wisdom. Even if the technology of the number 1 sci-fi world vastly surpasses that of Earth, merely copying one person's abilities would not significantly enhance his power. Conversely, in the martial arts world, should he replicate the prowess of the strongest, his strength would be immediately augmented. After selecting the number 1 martial arts world, Chen Zhe's points swiftly vanished, and a circle of white light enveloped him, propelling him into the number 1 martial arts world. As Chen Zhe opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a humble alleyway, leaning against a wall beside a drainage channel teeming with foul-smelling sewage, littered with decaying leaves and other debris, congealed into a black sludge. Please select a target for replication. According to system rules, you may acquire all abilities of the chosen target from a specific period. The system's voice resonated in Chen Zhe's mind. Simultaneously, stacks of paper materialized on the ground nearby. Approaching them, Chen Zhe quickly scanned the contents. Wang Yi, a low-level figure in the martial world, yet somewhat renowned in the surrounding vicinity. Abilities: Qingfeng 18 Strikes, Level 1. Li Family Freehand, Level 1. Flying Legs, Level 1. Observing the description of this individual, the corners of Chen Zhe's eyes twitched involuntarily. System: eliminate any warriors whose strength falls below the transformative realm. Swish, surrounding him, the stacks of paper had swiftly diminished, leaving only a single pile of 10 centimeters in thickness. Chen Zhe picked up this remaining stack and began to peruse the information inscribed upon it. Wen Hong, the master of Mirror Snow Mountain, was one of the top 10 martial artists in the realm, his reputation casting a formidable shadow across the entire Jianghu. Abilities: Blazing Heart Palm, Level 4. Silver Star Falling from the Sky, Level 4. Ethereal Trace, Level 4. Unparalleled Iron Palm, 10,000 Mile Divine Movement. Snow Mountain Collapse. Chapter 27. Enhancement of Strength. System: what are Unparalleled Iron Palm, 10,000 Mile Divine Movement, and Snow Mountain Collapse? These abilities lack a designated level, suggesting they possess a certain uniqueness. They are minor divine powers exclusive to Level 4 martial artists. The mental fortitude of a Level 4 expert is immensely powerful, allowing for an enhanced control over the human body, enabling special methods to strengthen specific parts, thus forming extraordinary abilities that augment combat prowess. Chen Zhe nodded in understanding. Having heard the system's explanation, he formed a general conjecture regarding these 3 minor divine powers. Let us examine the others. Chen Zhe had the capability to replicate any individual's abilities. Even if he did not select the strongest fighter, he would undoubtedly choose the most suitable one. Merely having glanced at one, he would not hastily make a decision. Yuan Xian, the abbot of the Prajna Temple, was also among the top 10 martial artists, his reputation having suppressed the martial world for over 30 years. Abilities. Withered Zen Scripture, Level 4, Thousand Hand Tathagata Palm, Level 4, A Reed Crossing the River, Level 4, Great Diamond Pestle, Level 4. Immovable King Golden Body, Level 4, Throwing Elephant Hand, Divine Foot Technique, Lion's Roar, Unleakable Heavenly Eye. Mei Qing, the enchanting mistress of the Valley of Affection, possessed a beauty that could captivate all beings, with a multitude of followers scattered throughout the Jianghu. Abilities. 100 Flowers Colorful Clouds Technique, Level 4, Raining Petals, Level 4, Fallen Blossoms Sword, Level 4, 10,000 Flowers Bewildering Steps, Level 4, Boneless Jade Hands, Soul Entrancing Melody, Deep Autumn Eyes. Xiao Fengyu, a lone wanderer of the Jianghu, nicknamed the Divine Marksman, wielded a spear that challenged the world and was also among the top 10 martial artists. Abilities. Overlord Divine Spear, Level 4. Chunzhe continued to sift through these documents, mentally comparing the strengths and weaknesses of these individuals. The information provided by the system did not include introductions to their abilities or rankings. Everything required Chunzhe's own judgment. This stack of paper contained a total of 156 sheets, documenting martial artists of Level 3 and above, including 122 Level 3 warriors and 34 Level 4 warriors. After reviewing the abilities of the 122 Level 3 warriors, Chunzhe promptly dismissed them. For him, these individuals merely possessed internal strength and combat techniques. In a true battle, should he employ his telekinetic flying knives, they would undoubtedly prove no match for him. Moreover, having replicated their abilities, Chunzhe would eventually need to strive for the realm of Level 4 martial artists. It would be far more advantageous to directly copy the abilities of a Level 4 warrior now. As long as he could complete the task, he could instantly elevate his strength to a new tier. System. I choose Xiao Qinglong as my target for replication. Chunzhe swiftly reached his decision. Xiao Qinglong, a prodigy in martial arts, has relentlessly challenged the renowned masters of the martial world since his debut at the tender age of 16. He has engaged in over 300 battles without a single defeat. And in his 30th year, he ascended to the rank of a 4th-level warrior, universally acknowledged as the foremost master in the realm. His abilities include the Qinglong True Classic, 4th level, and the Qinglong True Body. Although the introduction to Xiao Qinglong's capabilities is succinct, Chunzhe certainly does not perceive his strength as feeble. In literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. The fact that Xiao Qinglong is recognized as the best in the martial world undoubtedly implies he possesses formidable power to uphold such a reputation. If his deductions are accurate, the Qinglong True Classic is likely a comprehensive martial arts manual encompassing various disciplines, forming a cohesive system where each aspect complements the others, thereby unleashing a force far superior to fragmented martial arts. The Qinglong True Body, seemingly simple, encompasses everything. While other 4th-level warriors may possess numerous minor supernatural abilities, they are all developed from their physical forms. Xiao Qinglong's attainment of the Qinglong True Body likely signifies that he has enhanced every part of his body to its utmost potential. As Chunzhe's words faded, he sensed a surge of power within him, coursing along specific pathways, cycling through his being. His body was undergoing an astonishing enhancement at a terrifying speed. In mere moments, his aura surged like tumultuous waves. Simultaneously, he felt an influx of martial memories flooding his mind, as if he had practiced martial arts for decades and battled over 300 masters. At this moment, should he engage in combat with Chan Ming, even if restrained to the realm of a transformation master, Chunzhe was confident he could vanquish him within 10 moves. This remarkable enhancement was the profound impact of the martial memories. For Chunzhe, these martial memories alone constituted a significant gain, indicating the system's generosity. After assimilating the martial memories, Chunzhe became intimately familiar with the Qinglong True Classic and the Qinglong True Body. Indeed, these two abilities were as he had surmised. One was a comprehensive martial arts manual, and the other was a minor supernatural ability derived from the enhancement of his entire physique. The Qinglong True Classic encompasses a complete set of internal martial arts, lightness skills, claw techniques, swordsmanship, and whip techniques, all of which Xiao Qinglong has mastered to the pinnacle of the 4th level, now fully converted into Chunzhe's capabilities. Ability replication complete. Please prepare, host, to undertake the corresponding task. Task. Establish the largest secret organization within the martial world, orchestrating bloodshed and chaos, controlling the rise and fall of various sects, and compelling the entire Jianghu to cower at your feet in trepidation. Upon reading the task details, Chunzhe's expression darkened slightly. This was the path to becoming a pariah in the Jianghu. If he were to follow the task's demands and create such an organization, he could guarantee that the top 10 martial experts would undoubtedly come after him, and even the nefarious sects would seek to trouble him. After all, Even the evil factions would not welcome the emergence of such an organization looming above them. However, a glimmer of solace washed over Chen Zhe, for he now possessed an undeniable strength that rendered him the absolute best in the world. Even Xiao Qinglong's prowess fell short in comparison. Following the replication of Xiao Qinglong's abilities, all three of his original capabilities had been significantly reinforced. A typical martial artist can attain a third-level prowess, relying on the enhancement of their internal energy. However, Chen Zhe's third-level strength is solely attributed to modifications in his genetic structure, allowing his physique to surpass that of an ordinary individual. The journey from first to fourth level for martial artists involves an ongoing process of unlocking one's potential. Even at the pinnacle of the fourth level, with equivalent martial arts bonuses, Chen Zhe's physical potential vastly exceeds that of Xiao Qinglong, thus rendering him significantly stronger. As he continues to develop his potential, Chen Zhe's mental prowess has also seen an elevation. His telekinetic abilities, grounded in this mental strength, have consequently become more formidable. Even the seemingly useless transformation has now morphed into the Azure Dragon transformation, promising a striking appearance post-transformation. Given this perspective, the task at hand does not appear insurmountable. However, the challenges involved are undeniably substantial and require careful planning. Chen Zhe reflected silently in his mind. Chapter 28. Exploration. Xian Kuju is the largest tavern in Panyang City. Towering at 5 stories, on the 4th floor, by the window, a young man clad in an ornate robe, possessing striking features, sat at a table, savoring his meal while observing the passers-by through the window. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, hunched over with a sycophantic smile, diligently pouring wine and arranging dishes for the young man. Several tables nearby were occupied by patrons who cast furtive glances in their direction, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation upon seeing the middle-aged man serving so attentively. Wan Wenbin, the most notorious local figure in Panyang City, presides over numerous gambling establishments and brothels. His reputation bolstered by a formidable set of skills known as the Great Yinyang Hand, which enjoys considerable acclaim in the martial world. Those who traverse the underbelly of society often afford him a modicum of respect. At this moment, he was behaving like a servant, fawning over the young man in the ornate robe, leaving those familiar with him utterly astonished. They silently speculated about the identity of this young man, pondering if he could be a scion of some esteemed martial arts patriarch, deserving of Wan Wenbin's deference. This young man, of course, is Chen Zhe. Before undertaking his mission, Chen Zhe's foremost concern was how to sustain himself in this world, for he had not prepared any silver or gold prior to his arrival. His strategy was straightforward. He ventured directly to the largest gambling house in the area, firmly believing that no gambling establishment or brothel exists without the backing of martial artists in the realm of wuxia. After subtly revealing his capabilities, Chen Zhe soon encountered the gambling house's enigmatic owner, Wan Wenbin. Upon recognizing Chen Zhe's youth, Wan Wenbin attempted to extract information from him, probing to discern whether he was a descendant of a notable martial arts figure. However, Chen Zhe, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly dispatched him with a single strike, sending him flying several feet and crashing against the wall of the gambling house, causing the entire establishment to tremble slightly. As Wan Wenbin scrambled to his feet, all thoughts of inquiry vanished, replaced by sheer anxiety. Despite having decades of internal energy at his disposal, the fact that Chen Zhe could send him reeling without inflicting significant harm indicated a terrifying mastery of force, at the very least, on par with a grandmaster. Regardless of background, a grandmaster is not someone he could afford to provoke. The mere thought that the young man could eliminate him with a single move was a chilling realization. The fact that he remained alive suggested that the young man surely had use for him. Yet, Chen Zhe expressed his intention to merely borrow some money while inquiring about certain news. Wan Wenbin felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He promptly presented several thousand taels in silver notes and immediately dispatched someone to investigate the information that Chen Zhe sought. Today, Wan Wenbin had come to report his findings to Chen Zhe. Young Hero Chun, I have gathered all the information you requested. Here is the distribution map of all the bandit forces in Qing'an County. Wan Wenbin stated, handing the map to Chen Zhe. In this martial arts realm, the imperial dynasty was known as the Great Han, comprising 36 provinces and 108 counties, with Qing'an County being one among them. The city of Panyang, where they currently resided, fell under the jurisdiction of Qing'an County. During the age of cold weapons, a third-tier martial artist could vanquish a 1,000-man army, while a fourth-tier martial artist could charge into a 10,000-strong battalion to claim the head of a general. Given this context, the Great Han's governance over its realm was evidently formidable. Consequently, outside the city walls, banditry was rampant, with factions establishing strongholds in the mountains and forests or forming a series of water forts on islands within rivers and lakes. plundering passing merchant caravans until they became the exploits of some young hero's adventures. Chunze glanced at the distribution map, and the lines etched themselves firmly in his mind. "You have done well," he commended as he set the map down. Wan Wenbin, eager to curry favor, responded with a forced smile, "It is a blessing of several lifetimes for me to be of assistance to you. As long as you are satisfied, that is enough." Chunze shook his head. Wan Wenbin, despite being a peak second-tier martial artist, displayed a complete lack of integrity, adept at flattering without restraint. "Since you have procured the information, I shall take my leave. Wan, please prepare a carriage for me, of course. I will attend to it immediately," Wan Wenbin exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of Chunze's departure. Having accompanied Chunze for several days, he had felt a constant sense of trepidation, and now, hearing that Chunze intended to leave, he could hardly contain his delight. After a little over half an hour, the carriage was ready, waiting at the entrance of Xiankaju. Chunze peered through the window and observed two tall, sleek horses harnessed to the carriage, with a young lad seated at the driver's position, appearing somewhat nervous. "You've prepared quite swiftly. It seems you can hardly wait for my departure," Chunze remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Wan Wenbin. Wan Wenbin's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, "Young hero Chun, I truly did not mean it that way." Whether he intended it or not mattered little. Chunze remained indifferent. "I am leaving." He tossed his wine cup aside and leaped through the window, executing a graceful turn in midair before landing lightly on the carriage's yoke. He then lifted the curtain and stepped inside. "We shall head east, through the city gates." Chunze's voice resonated from within the carriage. "Yes," the driver responded, a hint of anxiety in his tone. With a flick of the whip, he cracked it sharply against the horses, causing them to snort in response as they galloped toward the eastern city gate along the main road. From the fourth-floor window of Xiankaju, Wan Wenbin watched the departing carriage, letting out a soft sigh of relief. He had finally sent this esteemed individual on his way. The Grand Avenue of Panyang City is paved with blue stones, allowing horse-drawn carriages to traverse swiftly. In no time, they emerged from the eastern city gate and sped away along a sandy road. 3 days later, at the foot of the Xiazhu Mountains, beneath the shade of trees by the roadside, a group of over a dozen men, varying in height and build, exuded a shared aura of bloodthirsty bravery. Some sat while others reclined, occasionally casting furtive glances toward the main road. Just then, a small black dot appeared at the road's end, igniting excitement in the eyes of the men who promptly seized their weapons and sprang to their feet. It seemed that business was about to commence. A lean man, wielding a slender waist knife, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory thrill. Beside him, a burly figure furrowed his brow and expressed his discontent. "Tai Shu, are you itching to spill blood again? We are here for riches. If they surrender their money peacefully, do not jeopardize the arrangement." The lean man turned to glance at him, letting out a cold chuckle, his disdain evident to all. The burly man huffed in annoyance, but said nothing further. Chapter 29. Breaking into the mountains on the carriage yoke sat a young man dressed as a servant, holding a long whip. He soon spotted the group of bandits ahead and quickly pulled the reins to slow the carriage's pace. "Young master, we have encountered highwaymen ahead. Should we charge through?" The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a young man in a brocade robe stepping out. It was Chunze, who had just departed from Panyang City. With a smile, he glanced at the bandits in the distance and replied, "No need. I have come specifically to seek them out." As the two conversed, the bandits closed in, surrounding the carriage. "My friend, I trust you understand the situation. Hand over all your valuables, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." The burly man stepped forward to declare. "Why waste words? Just kill them and take their money," sneered the lean man beside him, brandishing his slender waist knife. "Brothers, charge!" With a cacophony of war cries, the bandits surged forward, but the burly man remained rooted, his expression darkening. "May I borrow your whip?" Chunze requested. Taking the long whip from the coachman, with a deft flick, he sent the whip slicing through the air like an arrow, piercing the heart of one bandit. The man's expression of exhilaration froze as he looked down at the whip embedded in his chest. His body crumpled, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Swiftly, Chunze retrieved the whip, swinging it again, sending a gray shadow that struck 3 bandits, collapsing their chests and causing them to spew blood. Their fates sealed. It was as if the slender whip bore the force of 1,000 pounds. Among Xiao Qinglong's martial arts repertoire was a set of whip techniques, and as Chunze unleashed them, it was akin to bolts of lightning descending, leaving the bandits no chance to evade. This lengthy whip, though merely fashioned from cowhide, transforms into a formidable weapon in the hands of Qian Zhe. In mere moments, the bandits lay strewn upon the ground. Those in a slightly better state gasp for breath, awaiting their demise, while the more unfortunate have already had their heads severed by the whip, lifeless beyond recovery. Witnessing Qian Zhe's display of overwhelming prowess, the coachman's eyes shimmer with an unusual brilliance. The ordinary whip he typically wields for driving the carriage manifests astonishing power in Qian Zhe's grasp, and this remarkable transformation of something so familiar leaves him profoundly shaken. His yearning for strength has never surged with such intensity as it does at this moment. Only one figure remains standing, a burly man who has refrained from advancing. However, upon witnessing Qian Zhe's terrifying might, his complexion pales slightly and his legs tremble. Qian Zhe gives the whip a gentle flick, ridding it of the blood, and casually tosses it to the coachman. With a single step, he traverses several paces, positioning himself beside the burly man, and coldly commands, "Lead me to your stronghold." The man, daunted, utters no further protest and promptly takes the lead. Observing Qian Zhe depart with the burly man, the coachman hastily leaps down from the cart, brandishing the whip as he follows. Having left the main road, they soon encounter a steep mountain path. As they ascend, it isn't long before a rudimentary checkpoint blocks their way. Although the checkpoint appears quite simplistic, it is more than adequate to withstand a host of warriors on this rugged terrain. Ganheng, who are these individuals? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? The bandits stationed at the checkpoint immediately demand, their vigilance heightened upon seeing the three approach. "My lord, this checkpoint is manned, and I cannot bring you inside. We can only proceed as far as here." The burly man disregards the bandits' inquiries, turning instead to explain to Qian Zhe. His face betrays trepidation, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Qian Zhe could lead to his demise. Qian Zhe regards the checkpoint with a disdainful smirk, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Mere trifles. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing before the checkpoint's gate. With a single palm strike, a thunderous crash reverberates as the massive gate, constructed from thick logs, is sent spiraling away, smashing onto the mountain path behind, causing the entire Xiazhu mountain to tremble. The bandits stationed at the checkpoint, dumbfounded by the sight of the flying gate, quickly snap back to reality, discarding their weapons and fleeing into the nearby thicket, utterly unwilling to confront Qian Zhe. These minor lackeys hold no interest for Qian Zhe, who continues his ascent along the mountain path. The coachman hurriedly follows with the whip in hand, leaving only the burly man, Ganheng, standing in place, torn between hesitation and resolve as he watches Qian Zhe's retreating figure, ultimately compelled by some inexplicable force to follow suit. The ruckus from the flying wooden gate does not go unnoticed. Those atop the mountain stronghold, including the chieftain Ji Hongkong, who was previously indulging in the company of two women, immediately rise with an expression of vigilance upon hearing the resounding crash from below. Hastily exiting his chamber in this world, being a mountain bandit is an exceedingly perilous profession. Although the imperial army is not actively pursuing them, the abundance of formidable warriors poses a significant threat. Perhaps a wandering master of the martial arts, disapproving of their presence, could easily annihilate them. Even in the absence of such a master, numerous emerging young heroes are eager to enhance their reputation by claiming the lives of individuals like them. If one does not remain perpetually vigilant, one might unexpectedly meet an untimely demise. As Ji Hongkong stepped out of his room, he was met by the serious expression of the second-in-command, Yang Shangjia, who approached him hastily. "What has happened?" A sense of foreboding surged within Ji Hongkong. Yang Shangjia spoke in a grave tone, "Elder brother, we just received word from the foot of the mountain that someone has breached our territory. The first line of defense has already been compromised." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ji Hongkong's countenance changed dramatically. In their line of work as mountain bandits, aside from those righteous individuals intent on eradicating evil, few would dare to intrude upon their domain. At that moment, another bandit rushed in, exclaiming, "Great leader, second in command, it's bad news. The second line of defense has also been breached. How could it happen so swiftly?" Ji Hongkong's face paled in terror. On those steep mountain paths, even the most skilled martial artists would require considerable effort to ascend. For an adversary to breach a line of defense so quickly likely indicated the presence of a master-level warrior. Realizing this, Ji Hongkong wasted no time and turned to flee back to his quarters, preparing to gather his valuables and escape. As a mere second-rate martial artist, he was akin to an ant before a master, easily crushed. If he did not flee, only death awaited him. "Where is the mountain chief?" A voice rang out from below, clear and resonant. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the stronghold flew open, crashing to the ground. Upon hearing this, Ji Hongkong did not hesitate. Instead, he sprinted even faster, darting towards the side of the stronghold, forsaking the gold and silver within his room. With 2 lines of defense breached in such a brief span, the strength of the intruder was undoubtedly formidable, likely among the elite of the masters. Amidst the terrified gazes of Yang Shengjia and the other bandits, Qianzhe entered, accompanied by his servant and Gan Heng. Qianzhe's keen eyes swept the area and quickly spotted the fleeing Ji Hongkong. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as a flying dagger shot from his waist, transforming into a silver streak that crossed several dozen feet in an instant, piercing through Ji Hongkong's leg muscles. Ji Hongkong let out a pained cry, tumbling to the ground, and, propelled by the force of inertia, rolled more than 10 feet away. Witnessing Qianzhe's effortless strike from such a distance injure the fleeing Ji Hongkong, despair flickered in Yang Shengjia's eyes. However, after despair came madness. He shouted, "Brothers, this man has come to eradicate us. As you have seen, even the mountain chief could not escape. We have no path left to live. Today, either he dies or we do. Let us fight." He brandished his pen of judgment, leaping forward to close the distance to Qianzhe. With a slight flick of the pen, it sparkled like a myriad of silver stars, enveloping the vital points surrounding Qianzhe in the face of Yang Shengjia's assault. Qianzhe remained utterly unmoved, his hands clasped behind his back, even too lethargic to lift his eyelids. Clang! A flash of silver streaked through the air as the judge's pen slipped from Yang Shengjia's grasp, embedding itself into the ground nearby, the shaft quivering ever so slightly. Paying no heed to the stupefied Yang Shengjia, Qianzhe strolled past him, his gaze piercing through the cluster of mountain bandits surrounding them, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. "Kill! Let us fight him!" The bandits, their eyes ablaze with fervor, brandished their weapons and charged towards Qianzhe. Humph! Qianzhe let out a cold snort, and several streaks of silver darted from the scabbard at his waist, weaving through the air like silvery serpents, knocking the weapons from the bandits' hands. The momentum of their charge faltered, terror etched across their faces as they hesitated to advance further. Submit or perish. Qianzhe's indifferent voice reverberated throughout the mountain stronghold. Upon hearing his words, all present stood frozen, gazing at Qianzhe, the atmosphere around them suddenly steeped in an eerie silence. "Young hero, I am willing to submit." A loud cry shattered the stillness. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, where Ji Hongkong lay on the ground, neck craned and shouting, resembling a large white goose. At that moment, Ji Hongkong was overwhelmed with regret. He had thought Qianzhe was one of those righteous heroes who punished the wicked, prompting his hasty retreat. Had he known that Qianzhe would accept their surrender, he would have refrained from such a foolish act. Upon hearing Ji Hongkong's loud proclamation, the others quickly came to their senses. "My lord, we are willing to submit and serve you faithfully." Yang Shengjia promptly bowed, paying his respects to Qianzhe. The bandits echoed in unison, "My lord, we are willing to submit and serve you faithfully." Qianzhe replied nonchalantly, striding towards the main hall. "Clean up the mess." The coachman and Gan Heng hurried to keep pace, their eyes glinting with barely concealed excitement. Witnessing Qianzhe single-handedly subduing hundreds of bandits stirred their blood, igniting a fervent desire to take his place. As Qianzhe made his way to the hall, the silver streaks returned to his scabbard like swallows returning to their nests. Receiving Qianzhe's command, Yang Shengjia hastily directed the bandits to clear away the remnants. Uncertain of Qianzhe's disposition, he even ordered that Ji Hongkong, lying on the ground, be carried back to a room. Once everything was tidied, Yang Shengjia awaited Qianzhe's next instruction in the hall. Qianzhe settled into the main seat, lifted a cup of tea, took a gentle sip, allowing it to linger momentarily before swallowing. Feeling a refreshing aroma wafting from his throat, leaving him with a delightful taste that compelled him to exclaim, "What exquisite tea!" Standing below, Yang Shengjia promptly praised, "Such fine tea deserves only to pass through your lips, my lord. To serve it to us would be a travesty." Qianzhe dismissed Yang Shengjia's flattery, setting down his cup. "I can elevate you to the pinnacle of dark energy in a short time. But from that point forward, you shall never break through to the level of a master. Do you accept?" "My lord, I willingly accept." A look of astonishment illuminated Yang Shengjia's face. The vast expanse of the Great Han territory encompasses merely over 100 masters, nearly one per county. Should one attain the pinnacle of hidden strength, they would indeed be counted among the elite throughout the realm. Once you have gathered all the herbs listed on this prescription and procured a set of silver needles, I shall assist you in enhancing your prowess. Taking a few steps forward, the servant standing behind Qianzhe presented a prescription to Yang Shengjia. Yang Shangjia hastily accepted it with both hands, carefully tucking it into his bosom, for it represented his hope of reaching the zenith of hidden strength. "My lord, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" Yang Shangjia inquired respectfully. Qianzhe waved his hand dismissively. "You may go." Yang Shangjia promptly bowed and exited the hall, urgently instructing his subordinates to seek out the herbs listed on the prescription. Days later, having successfully gathered all the ingredients, Yang Shangjia could hardly contain his excitement as he approached Qianzhe. "My lord, I have collected all the herbs." His voice trembled slightly, betraying his barely contained exhilaration. Qianzhe smiled. "If that is the case, let us commence." In the room stood a large tub, filled to the brim with a dark medicinal liquid, emitting a somewhat pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, Yang Shangjia was immersed in the concoction, silver needles protruding from his body, amidst the swirling steam, his face flushed and contorted in apparent agony. Yet, despite the discomfort, he remained steadfast, for he could distinctly sense that with each wave of excruciating pain, his physical form was strengthening, and his internal energy was expanding in light of the rapid enhancement of his abilities. This momentary suffering paled in comparison. "All right, the essence of this medicinal liquid has been fully expended. You may emerge," Qianzhe remarked after observing the state of the liquid. Sensing the significant increase in Yang Shangjia's strength, Qianzhe felt a sense of satisfaction. After just one medicinal bath, Yang Shangjia had already attained the intermediate level of hidden strength. Although the effects would diminish with time, reaching the pinnacle of hidden strength remained well within reach. This method of enhancing one's abilities was a rapid approach conceived by Qianzhe based on his understanding of the human body. Effectively utilizing Yang Shangjia as a test subject. It seemed that this method was indeed quite feasible. Consequently, his plans could proceed smoothly. Chapter 31. Cultivation. The mountain breeze wafted gently, stirring the mist among the peaks and bringing with it a hint of chill. Standing atop the mountain, Qianzhe gazed into the distance, silently refining his plans. Over the past few days, he had conducted experiments on Ji Hongkong and several minor leaders, confirming that the method of enhancement was effective for anyone. Thus, his plan had a solid foundation for implementation. However, he still required a crucial candidate, someone who could serve as his envoy, traversing the shadows. "Young master, may I also partake in the medicinal bath?" The servant who had been standing behind Qianzhe suddenly spoke up. Qianzhe turned around, silently observing the servant without uttering a word. Under the watchful gaze of Qianzhe, the coachman felt a surge of anxiety, his palms beginning to sweat. Yet, the fervent desire for power within him quelled his nervousness. "My lord, I yearn to obtain great strength and to do more for you. I am capable of more than merely driving a carriage. I refuse to spend my life as just a coachman." Noticing the longing for power in the coachman's eyes, Qianzhe replied in a calm tone. "I can grant you formidable strength, but from this moment forth, you shall dwell only in the shadows, serving as my sharp blade to vanquish all adversaries." The coachman immediately knelt, solemnly declaring, "I am willing to exert my utmost for you, my lord. Wherever your sword points, even if it leads me through fire and water, or to the shedding of blood, I shall have no regrets." Detecting the oath of loyalty, the retainer system automatically registered it, transforming him into a retainer. A voice echoed in Qianzhe's mind, announcing the system's recognition. Surprised, he glanced at the coachman, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The oaths captured by the retainer system must stem from genuine intent. Should Qianzhe attempt to coerce Yang Shangjia and others into allegiance, the system would remain indifferent. The fact that the coachman was captured by the system indicated that his inner thoughts and vows were aligned. At least for this moment, he was willing to serve Qianzhe with unwavering loyalty. However, human hearts are fickle, and after experiencing various trials, his sentiments may inevitably shift. Yet, once captured by the retainer system, the likelihood of his thoughts changing diminished significantly. Originally, Qianzhe had planned to exchange a control poison from the system as a means to dominate secret organizations. But now that the coachman had been captured by the retainer system, the need for such poison was rendered obsolete. Qianzhe produced a white porcelain vial and 3 tomes, presenting them to the coachman. "This is a potion to enhance your prowess and 3 manuals. You must expedite your cultivation to assist me further. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gifts." The coachman responded with palpable excitement as he accepted the potion and the manuals. Qianzhe waved his hand, "Go and cultivate." After the coachman departed, Qianzhe turned, gazing at the swirling mists before him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The plan has commenced. At the Xiazhu mountain stronghold, the central clearing had been meticulously leveled, adorned with a layer of bluestone, forming a martial training ground that exuded an imposing presence. At the forefront of this arena stood a high platform where Qian Zhe, accompanied by Ji Hongkong and Yang Shengjie, surveyed the scene. Below, numerous bandits were arranged in neat formations, a testament to the profound impact Qian Zhe's earlier authority had instilled in these previously disorganized brigands. Ji Hongkong, standing behind Qian Zhe, felt a surge of envy. During his tenure as the chief, he could hardly gather these unruly bandits, let alone align them into a formation. Qian Zhe stepped forward, his formidable aura crashing over the assembly like a tidal wave, suffusing the air with palpable tension. Yet, rather than displaying discomfort, the bandits gazed at Qian Zhe with an intensified fervor. These mountain bandits are ruthless marauders, ever devoted to the principle that might makes right. The ability of Qian Zhe to subdue them single-handedly naturally instilled in them a sense of reverence. The martial arts techniques I have prepared for you will be your focus from this day forth. Each of you shall cultivate them diligently. The stronghold will provide medicinal liquids for your bodily immersion. However, we do not harbor idleness within our ranks. Monthly assessments will be conducted, rewarding the capable while relegating the inept. We shall not remain confined within the modest bounds of Xiazhu Mountain. Your future prospects hinge entirely upon your own endeavors. Beside the high platform stands a massive stone tablet, devoid of inscriptions, yet adorned with intricate engravings depicting diminutive figures executing various formidable maneuvers. This is a rapid cultivation method conceived by Qian Zhe, amalgamating the martial memories of Shaoqing Long, designed to unlock human potential and swiftly enhance strength. Nonetheless, this method bears significant drawbacks. Those who attain the realm of dark energy will find themselves reaching their limits. Yet, for the purpose of augmenting the prowess of these bandits, this technique suffices, as a cadre of several hundred peak bright energy warriors can pose a considerable challenge even to a master warrior. Qian Zhe's words ignited a fervor among the bandits below, stirring their imaginations towards a promising future. The pledge of a master-level expert is one that no one would dare to question. Time sped by like a fleeting arrow, and before long, several months had elapsed. Presently, the hundreds of bandits at Xiazhu Mountain all possess peak bright energy capabilities, with dozens having cultivated internal energy, earning themselves a reputation in the martial world, capable of dominating a remote town. In addition to the ordinary bandits, Yang Shengjie and Ji Hongkong, under the guidance of Qian Zhe, have also reached the pinnacle of dark energy, regarded as first-rate practitioners in the martial realm, ranked just below over 100 masters. The few minor leaders who were initially used as experimental subjects by Qian Zhe have now progressed to the mid-stage of dark energy. Including Qian Zhe himself, the strength of Xiazhu Mountain's stronghold is undoubtedly superior to many first-rate sects in the martial world. In the hall of the stronghold, Qian Zhe sat prominently at the head seat, with Ji Hongkong and Yang Shengjie flanking him, each accompanied by several subordinates. When Ji Hongkong was injured by Qian Zhe, Yang Shengjie swiftly allied himself with Qian Zhe, thereby garnering the support of numerous minor leaders, significantly enhancing their strength. Even after Ji Hongkong's recovery, he could only stand in equal measure beside him. As for the coachman and Gan Hong, who had consistently accompanied Qian Zhe, they had mysteriously departed from the stronghold, taking with them several moderately skilled bandits with promising potential. Ji Hongkong, to the east, 100 miles hence lies Tiger Tooth Mountain. Take 5 teams and lay siege to that stronghold. Spare those who surrender, but execute the rest. Qian Zhe commanded nonchalantly. Understood, Ji Hongkong replied, a shiver running through him as he complied. He silently expressed gratitude that Qian Zhe had arrived at Xiazhu Mountain first. Otherwise, he might have found himself facing an assault from another stronghold, with his life hanging in the balance. Chapter 32. Plunder Yang Shengjie. You shall lead the remaining 5 teams to eliminate the water bandits at 100-Mile Lake to the south. The method shall be the same as with Tiger Tooth Mountain. Is there any issue with that? Rest assured, my esteemed lord, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. Yang Shengjie replied respectfully. Qian Zhe waved his hand. Yes, you may all depart. I shall await your good news. Atop the Tiger Tooth Mountain, the Tiger Tooth stronghold, which had long instilled dread in the hearts of passing merchants, was now engulfed in a roaring inferno. Scattered across the scorched earth, numerous corpses lay in various states of demise, accompanied by pools of dried, darkened blood. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed around, clearly indicating that the battle was far from over. With a swift motion, Ji Hongkong brought down his great blade, slicing through the air with a deafening rush, causing the surrounding flames to flicker violently. Opposite him, a burly man with a scarred face rolled awkwardly to evade the forceful strike. Ji Hongkong, my Tiger Tooth stronghold has harbored no grievances against your Xiazhu stronghold in recent days. Why then do you come to assault us? The scarred man shouted in anguish. Lu Gaoming, I am here today under orders to subdue the Tiger Tooth stronghold. You now face two choices: surrender or perish, Ji Hongkong declared, his blade growing increasingly fierce with each word. Although Ji Hongkong's swordsmanship appeared simplistic, it was characterized by a formidable and unyielding vigor, bolstered by his profound inner strength, akin to a celestial river cascading down from the heavens. Unrelenting, forcing the scarred man to struggle for breath, Liu Gaoming. Your subordinates have all surrendered. Do you still wish to resist? Ji Hongkong bellowed suddenly. The sound of Ji Hongkong's roar. Liu Gaoming faltered for a brief moment, and by the time he regained his composure, Ji Hongkong's blade was already poised against his neck. Liu Gaoming, will you surrender or die? Ji Hongkong inquired in a low, grave tone. During the battle, he had entertained the idea of persuading Liu Gaoming to yield, but now that victory was assured, he had no interest in further negotiations. A single strike would suffice to end it. As the sounds of conflict around him dwindled, Liu Gaoming understood the tide had turned. He sighed softly. From this day forth, the Tiger Tooth stronghold shall be incorporated into the Xiazhu stronghold. I request that you, Chief Ji, take good care of us. Ha ha ha, Liu Gaoming, you are indeed wise to recognize the situation. However, you have made an error. I am no longer the chief of Xiazhu stronghold. Another now holds that title, Ji Hongkong responded with a smile. Upon hearing Ji Hongkong's words, Liu Gaoming felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had previously wondered why Ji Hongkong, who had once been slightly inferior in strength, had suddenly gained such power, decisively overpowering him in battle. It now became clear that they had aligned themselves with a formidable ally. Contemplating Ji Hongkong's newfound strength, Liu Gaoming felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The frustration stemming from his forced capitulation seemed to dissipate considerably. The 100 Li Lake. On the island at the heart of the lake, chaos reigned with cries of battle filling the air. The encampments lining the shore were ablaze with fire. In the darkness, figures swarmed across the island, with hundreds engaged in fierce combat. Any unfamiliar face was immediately met with a flurry of weapons. Where is Wei Yuenda, the chief of the 100 Li Lake water stronghold? A voice resonated throughout the entire island. With a resounding sound, a figure leapt from the small boat on the lake, arms outstretched like a great bird, landing upon the island at the heart of the lake. This individual was none other than Yang Shengjia, sent on the orders of Chen Dan as soon as Yang Shengjia alighted. Those surrounding him immediately scattered, creating a clear space. It was evident that the high-ranking officials from both sides were about to engage in battle, determining the final outcome, and the mere foot soldiers understood that their involvement would only lead to demise. Thus, they prudently kept their distance. The newcomer was the second in command of the Xiazhushan stronghold, Yang Shengjia. I, from the Bailey Lake water stronghold, am confident that I have neither offended nor slighted you. Why, then, does your Xiazhushan seek to assault my water stronghold? Young heir, should you not provide me with an explanation? As the crowd parted, an elderly man clad in blue robes approached, flanked by several robust warriors. Ha ha ha, Wei Yuenda, should you triumph over me today, I shall grant you whatever explanation you desire. However, should you fall, do not entertain such notions. It would be best for you to honestly merge into my Xiazhushan. Yang Shengjia's judge's pin slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. With a swift motion, he crossed several paces, appearing before the blue-robed elder, his pin shimmering slightly, conjuring myriad cold stars that enveloped the elder's vital points. Stand back, the blue-robed elder bellowed, drawing two steel whips from behind him, which sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Yang Shengjia. Upon witnessing this, Yang Shengjia's expression shifted slightly. He poised himself, and with a deft push-off, halted his forward momentum, gracefully retreating to evade the forceful strikes of the dual whips. There exists a distinction between hard and soft whips. The former is heavy and often wielded by valiant warriors on the battlefield, while the latter is favored among those in the martial world for its portability and lightness, which does not hinder agility. However, the blue-robed elder wielded not the customary soft whips of the martial realm, but rather a pair of formidable steel whips, their might overwhelming and difficult to counter. Noting Yang Shengjia's retreat, the elder snorted in anger, his feet firmly planted as he advanced, taking large strides, his dual whips crashing down once more. Yang Shengjia extended his judge's pin, lightly tapping it against the steel whips, causing his body to jolt and retreat with even greater speed. The elder pressed on relentlessly, the whips incessantly striking out. Good. The chief is magnificent. The onlookers from the Bailey Lake water stronghold could not contain their cheers as they witnessed the blue-robed elder display his might. Yet, despite the accolades, there was little joy upon the elder's visage. Although his steel whips were strikingly powerful, they also drained considerable energy. Should he fail to subdue Yang Shengjia swiftly, it was he who might ultimately face defeat. Yang Shengjia remained composed, unaffected by the commotion around him. With every inch lost, danger loomed ever closer. The judge's pin emphasized the principle of attacking to save, a single strike to subdue the enemy. The elder's broad and forceful style was precisely countered by this technique. Thus, Yang Shengjie sought an opportune moment. If he could dismantle the elder's dual whips, victory would be his. The moment arrived. Yang Shengjie's eyes suddenly gleamed. Perhaps due to fatigue, the elder's right hand faltered momentarily while wielding the steel whips. In that fleeting instant, Yang Shengjie's judge's pin darted forth, striking with the swiftness of lightning, directly hitting the elder's right elbow. The old man in the blue robe suddenly felt a numbness in his right hand, rendering him incapable of grasping the steel whip any longer. With a resounding thud, the whip fell directly to the ground. Without the steel whip in his grasp, the old man's defenses were wide open. In that fleeting moment, Yang Shengjie brandished his judge's pin, swiftly striking several vital points on the old man's chest. Chapter 33. Divine Mansion in the Eastern Capital, Longmen. It was here that the founding emperor of the Great Han, Shun Xingwen, first rose to prominence, embarking on his quest for supremacy over the realm, ultimately sweeping across the 8 wastelands and unifying the land, establishing an unparalleled legacy. Although Shun Xingwen did not choose this place as the capital after ascending the throne, he bestowed upon it the status of a secondary capital, even personally renaming the city to Longmen, signifying the place where the carp leaps over the Dragon Gate, as the capital of the Son of Heaven. The roads were patrolled by soldiers, and the management was exceedingly strict. While the martial community often disregarded the imperial court, they would not seek trouble within the capital. In such circumstances, the comparatively lenient management of Longmen in the eastern capital became a hub for martial artists. Strolling through the streets, one could easily encounter figures adorned with swords and blades. Wherever a multitude of martial practitioners congregated, it naturally became the epicenter of information within the Jianghu. Any significant event occurring in the martial world would swiftly reach Longmen, from which it would then radiate outwards to the 36 provinces of the Great Han. Qinghe Courtyard. This was an ordinary tavern in Longmen, eastern capital, yet even the most commonplace establishment here was invariably backed by formidable forces. At this moment, it was the noon hour, and the tavern was bustling with patrons, filled to capacity with diners. All these guests were dressed in the attire of martial artists, with a variety of weapons resting beside them. Any ordinary person would feel too intimidated to enter such a place. However, the tavern's waitstaff were well accustomed to this scene, wearing smiles as they navigated between tables, delivering the dishes ordered by the patrons. Although martial artists possessed formidable strength, they had yet to reach the level of subsisting solely on the elements. Their immense power was derived entirely from sustenance. When not engaged in combat, their appetites were merely somewhat larger than those of ordinary folk. But after a battle, they would undoubtedly feast heartily to replenish their energy. The pinnacle of the martial world. After a single bout, it was not uncommon for one to consume the equivalent of 5 bulls in a day to restore their physical and internal energy. Thus, the saying "the impoverished pursue literature while the wealthy pursue martial prowess" holds considerable truth. If one's financial resources were limited, not only would it be challenging to procure the precious herbs required for medicinal baths, but they might also struggle to afford meals. At a table near the entrance of the tavern, an elderly man, somewhat ragged in appearance, was voraciously devouring his meal. The surrounding martial practitioners displayed no signs of surprise, as if they had long since become accustomed to this sight. Upon witnessing the old man finish his meal and begin to pick his teeth, a quick-witted individual beside him chuckled and said, "Old Chu, your beggar sect is renowned for its intelligence in gathering news. I wonder if any significant events have transpired in the Jianghu recently. Please enlighten us." The old man cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, spitting out the toothpick in his mouth with a grunt. "You youngsters are always seeking to pry information from this old beggar. However, today is a special occasion, so I shall share a tale with you, lest you find yourselves losing your lives in the future." Upon hearing the elder prepare to unveil significant matters concerning the martial world, every individual present turned their heads, their ears attentively perked. Anxious not to miss a word from the elder's lips, it is essential to understand that for these martial artists, information is of utmost importance. It is through such insights that they discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Those reckless and impetuous youths, should they venture into the realm of martial arts without a substantial backing, would find themselves, within 3 days, lifeless upon the streets. A few months prior, a mysterious force known as the Divine Manor suddenly emerged within the martial world. You are all likely aware of this, are you not? When the elder mentioned the Divine Manor, a grave expression flickered across his face. The patrons of the tavern nodded in agreement. Given the information network of the Eastern Capital's Dragon Gate, the news from a few months ago was well known to all. This enigmatic force, the divine manor, had swiftly risen, amassing bandits and pirates, rapidly expanding its influence, and within mere months, it had spread across several counties, such as Qing'an, Liangwu, Suilong, and Shangchuan. Its might so formidable that none dared to challenge it at this juncture. The elder paused, exhaling deeply before continuing with a solemn tone. 5 days ago, a conflict arose between the Dayan sect and the divine manor over territorial disputes. The disciples of the Dayan sect were no match for the martial practitioners of the divine manor, and the Dayan divine sword, Kong Chengyu, took to the field but was grievously wounded by the master of the divine manor, forcing him to flee. The Dayan sect's mountain gate was breached, and centuries of accumulated resources were ruthlessly plundered. A collective gasp resonated throughout the tavern. The Dayan sect, one of the 13 major sects, was renowned. Although its leader, the Dayan divine sword Kong Chengyu, was not among the top 10 martial experts, he was nonetheless one of the few unparalleled masters in the realm of martial arts. Some even argued that his prowess rivaled that of the top 10, warranting his inclusion among them. Theo think that such a master could be so severely injured and forced to escape, while a storied sect with a legacy spanning hundreds of years was utterly annihilated. What terrifying power must the master of the divine manor possess? The martial world, it seems, is on the brink of tumultuous times. The beggar elder sighed softly, rising to depart the tavern. The countenances of all present were grave, each feeling the ominous weight of impending storm clouds. Wulong Lake, spanning 1,000 miles, its misty waves stretching far and wide, is dotted with islands where countless individuals rely on its waters for their livelihood. It is here that the headquarters of the divine manor resides. As its power swelled, the modest Shaozhu Mountain became an inadequate base of operations. After much deliberation, Chunzhe relocated the stronghold to this site, and the original water bandits of Wulong Lake naturally became his subordinates. On the largest island of Wulong Lake, an expanse of luxurious mansions rises undulatingly. While not as grand as the palaces of the imperial city, it exudes an extraordinary aura. In a particular garden, Chunzhe reclines on a rattan chair, his eyes gently closed, appearing to drift between sleep and wakefulness. Beside him rests a square table adorned with fragrant tea and fresh fruits. 2 beautiful maidens tenderly massage his shoulders and legs, attending to him with utmost care. Not far behind him, Yang Shengjie stands attentively. Through a series of strategic expansions, the astute and composed Yang Shengjie gradually earned Chunzhe's favor, rising to a position of significant authority within the divine manor, second only to Chunzhe himself. However, under the deliberate support of Chunzhe, Ji Hongkong allied with other leaders who later joined, thus managing to stand on equal footing with Yang Shengjie. What is the current reaction in the martial world regarding our annihilation of the Dayan sect? Chunzhe casually inquired without even opening his eyes. Upon hearing Chunzhe's words, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yang Shengjie's gaze. He had initially believed that Chunzhe was merely a master-level powerhouse, but through the eradication of the Dayan sect, he realized that this enigmatic figure was indeed among the top 10 martial experts of the realm. Lord, the ordinary martial forces and idle practitioners have not shown much reaction, but among the other 12 sects, voices calling for the eradication of our divine mansion have already begun to emerge. Yang Shengjie responded, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Chapter 34. The challenge. Chunzhe chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Even if they do not seek trouble with me, I shall not let them off the hook. Lord Yang, spread the word that on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I shall await the esteemed presence of the top 10 martial experts at Wulong Lake. Yang Shengjie abruptly raised his head, his face pale with shock. Lord, this is unwise. The top 10 martial experts have all been formidable forces for decades, their positions established upon the remains of countless masters. Although in Yang Shengjie's heart, Chunzhe had already reached the level of the top 10 experts, hearing that he intended to challenge them filled him with trepidation. Moreover, this time, Chunzhe was not challenging just one, but all 10 experts. Even the world's foremost expert, Xiaoqing Long, would not dare claim he could best the other 9 in unison. Lord, with our divine mansion's current strength, it would suffice to quietly develop for a decade or so. In the future, even if we cannot dominate the martial world, we will inevitably rise to the level of the 13 major sections. Why must you take the risk of challenging the top 10 experts? Yang Shengjie spoke urgently, unable to restrain his concerns. Lord Yang, go spread the message. Chunzhe waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not entertain further explanation. Understood, my lord. Yang Shengjie's face was filled with reluctance, tinged with a trace of anger. Yet he was acutely aware that Chunzhe's decision was immutable, leaving him with no choice but to clasp his fists in acknowledgement and depart from the garden. After Yang Shengjie left, Chunzhe gestured to the two attending maidens. You may also withdraw. Yes. The two maidens responded obediently and turned to exit the garden. Master, it seems that young Shengjia has begun to harbor grievances, and trouble may arise. Should I take measures to eliminate him? A shadow appeared behind Chunzhe, clad in a black robe embroidered with ominous and terrifying ghostly figures in green thread, his face obscured by a mask depicting a Taiji symbol, lending him an eerie visage. Even if he harbors grievances, he is merely a pawn, Chunzhe remarked with a glint of coldness in his eyes. These mountain bandits and water pirates are stained with blood from their misdeeds. Granting them a taste of this fleeting glory is already a form of grace. Master is benevolent, the masked man interjected from the side. Let us not dwell on that. Luin Zhuang, how have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you? Chunzhe inquired. Master, following your guidance, we have located the gravely injured Kong Chengyu and administered the elixir to him. He is now firmly within our grasp. The masked man spoke in a monotone, yet the implications of his words, if divulged, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the martial world. The illustrious Diyin divine sword, Kong Chengyu, has astonishingly fallen under the control of another. The reason Kong Chengyu was able to escape severely injured was, of course, due to Chunzhe deliberately holding back, all in the pursuit of securing the service of a fourth-tier martial artist. Chunzhe nodded. Although Kong Chengyu's prowess may not rival that of the top 10 masters, he is not far behind and could easily rank among the top 20 in the realm, thus presenting a commendable fighting force. Master, while the intentions of young Shengjia may be impure, I believe there is some truth in his words. You are a person of great worth. Why risk challenging the top 10 masters and placing yourself in peril? The masked man hesitated for a moment before speaking. In times of turmoil, the martial world only finds opportunities for growth. If we cannot shatter the myth of the top 10 masters, this martial realm will never descend into chaos, and to advance, this battle is unavoidable. Chunzhe sighed deeply. The masked man fell silent for a moment, then declared, Master, on the day of the duel, I will conceal everyone nearby. Until I fall, no one shall pose a threat to you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chunzhe laughed heartily, patting the masked man's shoulder. I value my life even more than you do. Fear not, even if I cannot eliminate all 10 masters, I am confident in my ability to retreat unscathed. A piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Lord of the Divine Mansion, Chunzhe, will challenge the top 10 masters at Wulan Lake. Upon hearing this news, the entire martial world was shaken. The immediate reaction of anyone who heard this was disbelief. How could the Lord of the Divine Mansion dare to issue a challenge to all 10 masters simultaneously? Has he lost his mind? If this challenge had been issued by anyone else, it would have been dismissed outright, but this was a challenge from the very person who had recently defeated the Diyin divine sword, Kong Chengyu, forcing him into a grievous retreat. No one would dare to underestimate it. Qinglong Lake, Qinglong Villa.as, the residence of the world's foremost master, Xiao Qinglong. This place is regarded as an absolute sacred ground of martial arts in the eyes of martial artists. This lake was not originally named Qinglong Lake. Yet the original name has been lost to time. People now only recognize it as Qinglong Lake because of the man named Xiao Qinglong who resides here. His presence has bestowed this name upon the lake. In the pavilion by the pond in the backyard of Qinglong Villa, Xiao Qinglong sat, his right hand grasping a handful of fish feed, which he scattered into the water, inciting a frenzied competition among the koi. He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a subtle air of elegance, looking more like a scholar engrossed in study than a battle-hardened warrior. Ming Bo, I have heard that a lord of the Divine Mansion has recently emerged in the martial world, boldly proclaiming a challenge to me on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Qinglong inquired casually. Standing behind Xiao Qinglong, an elderly man bowed and said, Young master, although the lord of the Divine Mansion possesses some strength, it is utterly audacious of him to challenge all 10 masters simultaneously. It is evident that he is merely a reckless fool, unworthy of our attention. To challenge the 10 masters at once? How intriguing! Such an interesting individual certainly deserves my attention. Ming Bo, please respond on my behalf, and inform them that on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiao shall undoubtedly arrive punctually. A look of keen interest flickered across Xiao Qinglong's face. As you wish, young master, the old man replied, turning to leave the Prajna temple, accompanied by the resonant sound of bells, chants, and the rhythmic beating of wooden fish echoed throughout the monastery, exuding an atmosphere of Buddhism. As one of the 13 major sects, Prajna Temple is not only a sanctuary for martial arts, but also a revered Buddhist site, home to thousands of monks who study martial arts solely for the purpose of safeguarding the teachings. In a secluded chamber deep within the temple, An elderly monk sat upon a bed, his snowy beard and hair contrasting with his sunken, yellowed skin, which bore wrinkles akin to the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Before him stood several robust middle-aged monks, their eyes sparkling with vitality. Abbot, ever since the news of the Divine Mansion Lord's challenge reached us, the people of the Jianghu have been eagerly awaiting our response. Should we remain silent, I fear that the reputation of Prajna Temple will be irreparably tarnished, lamented one middle-aged monk. Amitabha, the Lord of the Divine Mansion has gathered many nefarious brigands, wreaking havoc upon the martial world. If we do not swiftly intervene, the consequences will be dire. Though this undertaking is fraught with peril, if I do not enter hell, who will? I shall certainly attend this challenge. The old monk intoned softly, reciting a Buddhist mantra. Abbot, your compassion is boundless, the middle-aged monks exclaimed, joining their hands in reverence. East Sea. Amidst the rolling waves, a small boat bobbed gently, surrounded by the azure sky and cerulean sea, while countless seabirds soared gracefully in the ocean breeze. Within the boat sat an individual, clad in a raincoat and a wide-brimmed hat, holding a verdant fishing rod, which dangled a silvery line straight down into the water, unaffected by the gusts of wind. Not far off, a large ship approached swiftly. However, it halted at a distance and lowered several smaller boats that began to row towards the lone vessel. As they drew near, a middle-aged man in splendid attire on one of the small boats respectfully inquired, Senior, the Lord of the Divine Mansion, who has severely injured the Dian Divine Swords Kong Qingyu, has declared his intent to challenge the Ten Masters at Wulan Lake on the night of the full moon. How shall we respond? Arrogance. If he seeks death, then I shall oblige him. The figure in the raincoat rose, lifting the verdant fishing rod, and drew up a colossal sea turtle from the depths. With a swift motion of his right hand, the silvery line transformed into a net, ensnaring the turtle tightly before slicing it into countless bloody pieces, which fell into the water, staining the surrounding area crimson. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, those nearby felt a chill of fear as they regarded the verdant fishing rod. Let us depart, the figure in the raincoat commanded coldly. Suddenly, without any discernible movement, the small boat beneath him cleaved through the waves, hastening towards the distant large vessel. Atop Yuanyang Mountain, a pine tree leaned precariously over the cliff's edge. Seated cross-legged upon its summit was a burly man clad in dark, form-fitting attire. As the mountain breeze caressed him, the branches of the pine swayed gently, and his body undulated in harmony, as though he were inseparably bound to the tree itself. Resting across his legs was an 8-foot-long spear, its shaft a deep ebony, adorned with intricate patterns that, at a mere glance, conveyed an overwhelming sense of weight and resilience. Tio challenged the 10 greatest masters with but a single individual's strength. This lord of the Divine Mansion must possess either formidable backing or an audacious arrogance. Regardless, since he has issued the challenge, I shall not falter. On the night of the full moon, one of us shall surely draw blood. The man caressed his spear, murmuring to himself. Abruptly, he leapt to his feet and hurled himself off the precipice. During his descent, he repeatedly thrust the spear against the sheer cliff face, each impact carving a deep mark, and his speed of descent momentarily slackened. In the Valley of Affection, a breathtaking beauty stood amidst blooming flowers, delicately twirling a blossom in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed in a hidden valley reminiscent of a paradise. A strikingly handsome man let out a cold sneer, crumpling the note in his hand, a hint of frostiness gracing his features in a sprawling cemetery. A man with a dark, ghastly visage chuckled sinisterly, continuing his grave-digging endeavors. Atop Ching Song Mountain, within a Taoist temple, a gaunt middle-aged priest sheathed his sword upon his back and gracefully descended the mountain. Across the undulating sands of a desert, a figure cloaked in a voluminous robe, accompanied by dozens, rode camels towards the heart of the central plains, the gates of the imperial palace in the capital city. A middle-aged man with a frigid expression, devoid of any emotion, galloped forth along the main road, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. As time elapsed, all 10 masters responded in unison. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they would arrive as promised, at Wulan Lake, the headquarters island of the Divine Mansion. Upon receiving the news from the martial world, Yang Shengjia's countenance darkened considerably. He had harbored hopes that the 10 masters would disregard Chen Zai's challenge. Yet it appeared that his expectations were in vain. Should Chen Zai fall at the hands of these 10 masters, the once thriving Divine Mansion would inevitably crumble. The thought of Chen Zai disregarding his counsel and obstinately challenging the 10 masters filled Yang Shengjia's heart with unspoken resentment. With the Divine Mansion's current influence, even the 10 masters would cast wary glances. If Chen Zai were to emerge victorious, all would be well. Yet if he were to perish, I could rally the remnants of the divine mansion and seek refuge under the demon lord, where I would assuredly be granted significant favor. Yang Shengjie mused inwardly. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon hung high in the sky, resembling a silver disk, its light flowing like mercury, illuminating the earthly realm. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, families ought to gather in joyous reunion, and the streets should be sparsely populated. However, today, Wulon Lake was abuzz with activity, as vessels of various sizes dotted the waters, each brimming with martial artists, their swords and daggers at the ready, their gazes fixed intently upon the waters surrounding the headquarters of the Divine Mansion. Today marks the fateful day of the duel between the Lord of the Divine Mansion and the 10 greatest masters. The martial artists, known for their love of spectacle, would never miss such a grand event. On a large vessel, Wan Wenbin stood at the bow, gazing at the brightly lit headquarters of the Divine Mansion in the distance. His emotions a tangle of complexity. From the intelligence he had gathered in recent days, he discerned that the Lord of the Divine Mansion was none other than the young hero he had been tasked to investigate. He never anticipated that this young man would turn out to be an unparalleled powerhouse, who was now challenging the 10 greatest masters to combat. Had he been able to secure a connection with this formidable figure and gain his guidance, perhaps he would have already ascended to the realm of a grandmaster by now. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of regret welled up within him, prompting a soft sigh to escape his lips. "Friend, the surface of the lake offers scant space. May I borrow a foothold?" A voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Wan Wenbin turned to survey his surroundings and spotted an elderly man on a small boat, nodding and smiling at him from a distance of several dozen feet. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. In such a cacophonous setting, the old man could project his voice clearly over such a distance, indicating he was undoubtedly a concealed expert, likely a grandmaster. "Senior, please." Wan Wenbin quickly bowed in respect. The old man leapt gracefully, propelling himself into the air, using the momentum from several boats to land on Wan Wenbin's vessel. Nodding in gratitude, "Thank you." Subsequently, the elder refrained from further conversation, turning his gaze toward the distant water's surface, silently awaiting the arrival of the duel's protagonists, the Lord of the Divine Mansion and the 10 greatest masters. "Ha ha ha, since none of you dares to show yourselves, let me, Zhao Fengyu, take the first strike and test the renowned Lord of the Divine Mansion's prowess." With a hearty laugh, a figure suddenly soared into the air, landing atop a dark canopy boat, brandishing a long spear with an air of dominance that seemed to challenge the heavens. Chapter 36, The Night of the Full Moon, Battle of the Strong, Part 1, The Spear Master Zhao Fengyu. Upon seeing the spear in his hands and hearing him proclaim his name, the eyes of the surrounding martial artists gleamed with excitement. After waiting in anticipation, they had finally witnessed the emergence of one of the 10 greatest masters. Zhao Fengyu raised his spear, pointing it directly at the Divine Mansion headquarters. "Where is the Lord of the Divine Mansion? I implore you to reveal yourself." The crowd followed the direction of Zhao Fengyu's spear, their gazes fixated on the brilliantly illuminated island in the distance, their hearts filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the enigmatic and powerful Lord of the Divine Mansion. What manner of grandeur did he possess? "Zhao Fengyu, if you are the sole contender today, you might as well prepare your last words." From the darkness, a figure emerged, clad in black attire, bearing a long sword on his back and a soft whip at his waist. It was Chen Zhe. The sight of Chen Zhe's youthful visage instantly elicited expressions of shock from the onlookers. Among the 10 greatest masters, even the youngest, Xiao Qinglong, was well over 40. They had assumed that the Lord of the Divine Mansion, capable of severely wounding the Divine Sword Master Kong Chengyu, must at least be a middle-aged individual. However, Chen Zhe's youth was beyond all their expectations. Upon gazing at Chen Zhe's visage, Zhao Fengyu felt a slight tremor in his heart. Such youthful vigor, yet wielding the formidable power of the heavily injured Dian Divine Sword, Kong Chengyu. Surely there must be something extraordinary about him. Ha ha ha, indeed quite arrogant. No wonder he dares to challenge the top 10 martial artists of the realm simultaneously. Zhao Fengyu laughed heartily, but as practitioners of the martial world, we must let our own strength speak for itself. "Behold my spear." With a sudden thrust, Zhao Fengyu lunged forward, transforming into a shadow as he covered a distance of over 10 zhang in an instant. The sharp tip of his spear was now less than 3 feet from Chen Zhe's forehead. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of white light erupted like a blade, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Its radiance surpassed that of the moon, akin to a blazing sun ascending, exuding an overwhelming and domineering aura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sharp and piercing, causing the martial practitioners nearby to wince in pain. Bang! Zhao Fengyu was sent flying backward. crashing into a small boat, which splintered into pieces upon impact. The martial artists aboard were hurled into the air, bloodied and falling into the lake below. Although Zhao Fengyu had surged forward with momentum, it was he who was sent reeling by Qian Zai's strike, who remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. The superiority of their abilities was unmistakable. Witnessing the fate of the small boat, the surrounding martial artists hurriedly urged the boatmen to steer clear, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Such might! Is this the power of an unparalleled master? Covering his slightly aching ear, Wan Wenbin stared in shock at the two figures in the distance. Merely the residual force from their clash was sufficient to obliterate the small boat. What must their direct attacks be like? What immense strength, compared to the formidable tossing technique of the monk Yuanqing. It seems a waste of power to wield a long knife as your weapon. Zhao Fengyu regarded Qian Zai from a distance and spoke in a low voice. You should focus on your own affairs. Receive my blade. Qian Zai let out a cold chuckle, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Zhao Fengyu, wielding his long knife with unmatched ferocity, striking downward with great force. With a roar of survival through countless battles, Zhao Fengyu summoned a fiercely intense aura. His flesh erupted, coalescing into a mist of blood that enveloped the surface of his spear. The spear emitted a resonant hum as it lunged toward Qian Zai. A glint of coldness flashed in Qian Zai's eyes, showing no inclination to retreat as he intensified his grip. Clang! Zhao Fengyu was once more sent flying, and his spear emitted a mournful cry, a distinct cut appearing along its shaft. However, Qian Zai's long knife shattered as well. Ultimately, his blade was not a divine weapon. In the clash of two extraordinary martial artists, it could withstand only 2 encounters before breaking completely. Upon seeing the gash on his spear, Zhao Fengyu's face immediately reflected a look of distress, and he loudly called out to the crowd. If you do not intervene today, I shall turn and leave at once, and this matter shall no longer concern me. Though only 2 brief encounters had taken place, Zhao Fengyu had already acutely sensed the might of Qian Zai's prowess. He was self-aware enough to recognize that he was no match for Qian Zai. Even with the advantage of a divine weapon, he could only endure a few more exchanges. Amitabha. With the resonant chant of a Buddhist invocation, an elderly monk, whose skin sagged and dried, and whose face was lined with deep wrinkles, emerged from the cabin of a grand vessel. With hands clasped together in reverence, he addressed Qin. Benefactor Chun, I am Yuan Xin, a humble monk, and I beseech your guidance. No sooner had he spoken than the monk's body seemed to swell with vitality, transforming within moments from a frail old man into a robust, muscular figure adorned with golden-hued skin. Were it not for the lingering presence of his white beard and brows, one would scarcely believe he was the same person. Yuan Xin monk, the withered Zen scriptures, the unmoving king's golden body. Instantly, the seasoned martial artists present recognized the monk's identity and the extraordinary metamorphosis he had undergone. Having invoked the unmoving king's golden body, Yuan Xin bent down and grasped a thick iron chain, as hefty as a man's arm, at the side of the ship. With a mighty shout, he yanked the chain from the water, wielding it with great force, and hurled the massive anchor through the air towards Qian Zai with a whistling sound. Witnessing Yuan Xin's display of strength, the onlookers were taken aback. The anchor, along with the iron chain, weighed several hundred pounds. Yet Yuan Xin effortlessly cast it over a dozen yards. Such supernatural might was indeed astonishing. After flinging the anchor, Yuan Xin did not pause. He seized a 3-foot-long, arm-thick Vajra pestle and, taking a single step, surged towards Qian Zai's direction. Come forth! Qian Zai shouted, evading to the side, and with a swift extension of his right hand, he grasped the chain behind the anchor. With a powerful flick of his wrist, the anchor soared back towards the great ship with a deafening roar. Boom! The massive anchor crashed into the vessel, splintering it into pieces, prompting the martial artists aboard to leap overboard in a frantic bid for survival. At that moment, Yuan Xin approached, brandishing the Vajra pestle in silence, unleashing its tremendous force directly towards Qian Zai's crown. Should this strike connect, even iron and stone would be crushed to dust. Return! Qian Zai bellowed, unleashing his left fist to collide with the Vajra pestle. Yuan Xin felt an overwhelming force surge through the pestle, causing his hand to tingle and nearly lose grip, while his body was propelled backward by the impact. A cold glint flashed in Qian Zai's eyes as he pushed off the wooden planks beneath him, soaring into the air like a hawk diving for its prey, hurtling towards Yuan Xin in that instant. Accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, Zhao Fengyu's spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, leaving a white streak in its wake as it aimed for Qian Zai's torso. Unperturbed, Qian Zai spun in midair, using his right foot to push off the spear, accelerating towards Yuan Shin with even greater speed. Upon witnessing Chen Zai's rapid approach, a grave expression crossed Yuan Shin's face. Just moments ago, Chen Zai had matched his Vajra pestle blow for blow, showcasing a level of power that was truly formidable. Now suspended in midair with no leverage to draw upon, Yuan Shin realized that if he could not deflect Chen Zai's impending strike, today might well be his last. Roar! The monk Yuan Shin suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, creating visible sound waves akin to tumultuous ocean waves crashing towards Chen Zai. Ong! A cold smile crept across Chen Zai's face as he too opened his mouth, emitting a high-pitched howl that soared like a divine dragon, surveying the world below. The two sound waves collided, and the force emanating from the monk Yuan Shin was instantly extinguished, leaving the residual waves to crash against him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from Yuan Shin's body, punctured by gory holes, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, rendering him a sight of utter despair. Not only that, but the nearby vessels also shattered. Splintering wood flying in all directions, and the martial artists aboard suffered grievously, blood pouring from their orifices as they plummeted into the lake, their fates uncertain. Witnessing such devastating power from mere shockwaves, the surrounding martial artists were struck with terror, hastily urging the boatmen to retreat to safer distances. On a luxurious ship in the distance, Xiao Qinglong, originally seated enjoying wine and a performance, felt a shift in his demeanor after Chen Zai's howl. Abruptly rising to his feet, Qinglong's chant, impossible. As Xiao Qinglong was engulfed in astonishment, Chen Zai had already closed the distance to monk Yuan Shin, his right hand morphing into a claw, tearing through the air and trailing fine white waves as he aimed for Yuan Shin's chest. Qinglong claw! Xiao Qinglong's expression darkened. He had confirmed that the martial arts employed by the Lord of Shunfu indeed stemmed from his Qinglong true scripture. Just as Yuan Shin was on the brink of death from Chen Zai's strike, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air again. It was Zhao Fengyu's spear lunging forward once more. Should Chen Zai persist in his attack against Yuan Shin, this thrust would surely impale him. With an angry snort, Chen Zai twisted his body midair, turning to face Zhao Fengyu's formidable thrust. However, he did not relinquish his assault on Yuan Shin. As he pivoted, his right foot forcefully struck Yuan Shin's chest. Boom! Yuan Shin spat out a mouthful of blood, involuntarily flying backwards several dozen yards, landing in the lake. In response to Zhao Fengyu's spear, Chen Zai swiftly extended his hands, seizing the spear's shaft in a split second, and then descended onto a nearby small boat. The skirmish among the three unfolded rapidly, with exchanges occurring in the blink of an eye before they finally touched down. The surrounding martial artists, witnessing this pinnacle confrontation of martial prowess, felt as if their hearts were gripped by a colossal hand. Afraid to even breathe, soon as Chen Zai landed on the boat, his internal energy surged from his palms, causing the spear in his grasp to hum and tremble violently. Zhao Fengyu felt a sudden numbness in his hands, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly attempted to tighten his grip on the spear. Let go! In that fleeting moment, Chen Zai had wrested the spear from him, forcefully swinging it in an exaggerated arc, striking Zhao Fengyu's chest. Boom! Zhao Fengyu was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he soared through the air. Here's your spear back. Chen Zai hurled the spear with great force, sending it hurtling towards Zhao Fengyu in midair. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fengyu's expression shifted dramatically. He strained to twist his body, narrowly evading a fatal strike. However, the long spear still pierced through his chest, drawing him down into the depths of the lake. The sound of splashing water echoed as the monk Yuan Shin emerged from the lake, climbing aboard a small boat. His indomitable Vajra body was remarkably resilient. Even after sustaining a kick from Chen Zai, he merely incurred a minor injury, retaining a formidable 70 to 80% of his combat prowess. Pray tell, who might you be? How is it that you possess the martial skills akin to those of the esteemed Xiao Qinglong? Yuan Shin inquired loudly. Having previously sparred with Xiao Qinglong, Yuan Shin was somewhat familiar with his martial techniques. After exchanging only a few moves with Chen Zai, he had already discerned that Chen Zai's skills mirrored those of Xiao Qinglong. Curious to know? When I have dispatched you, I shall reveal the answer. Chen Zai declared, immediately leaping into the air, launching himself toward the distant Yuan Shin. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Yuan Shin refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation with his formidable Vajra staff. Instead, he waved his hands, conjuring countless shadowy palm strikes that cascaded through the air, filling the space above him in an attempt to thwart Chen Zai's advance. With a resounding crash, although Yuan Shin managed to block Chen Zai's assault, he was once again sent flying by the sheer force of Chen Zai, plummeting into the lake. Tio, have vanquished the combined might of Zhao Fengyu and Yuan Xin. Is no wonder you dare to boldly challenge our tin. Kixingxi, let us join forces and see how this lord of the divine mansion fares. A small boat sped toward them, a figure clad in a raincoat brandishing a verdant fishing rod standing at its bow. I concede that I am no match for the lord of the divine mansion. Thus, I can only shamelessly seek your guidance, esteemed sir. From within a larger vessel, a middle-aged Taoist emerged, his lean visage exuding an otherworldly grace. Himph! Hearing the middle-aged Taoist admit inferiority to the lord of the divine mansion displeased the raincoat figure, who huffed in annoyance, yet refrained from further comment, fully aware that the lords might surpass their own, only unwilling to concede verbally. The East Sea fisherman, Kixingxi Taoist, the surrounding martial artists quickly recognized their identities through their exchange. Chen Zhe alighted at the bow of a small boat, hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold smile at the distant East Sea fisherman and Kixingxi. Ah, two more have arrived. If you do not strike together now, you shall lose your chance. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Heh, since the Lord has spoken thus, we shall not stand on ceremony and a joint assault. Do not take offense. Accompanied by a light chuckle, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the cabin, exuding an elegant demeanor that instantly captivated the attention of many female heroes of the martial world. Heh, Wenhong, you remain as hypocritical as ever. If you cannot win, why not state it outright instead of dancing around the issue? A man with a dark complexion and an unsightly visage emerged from the small boat, casting a scornful gaze at the middle-aged man. Chapter 38. The Night of the Full Moon, The Battle of the Strong, Part 3. Wenhong cast a fleeting glance at the unsightly man, uttering not a word, as if devoid of even a modicum of interest in conversing. Observing Wenhong's demeanor, the ugly man's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and he let out a couple of mocking laughs. Wenhong, the master of Mirror Snow Mountain, Tian Juanhao, the Demon Lord. The identities of these two individuals were swiftly recognized. Lord of the Divine Mansion, although your prowess is formidable, I have journeyed from the vast desert, and if I were to return without a confrontation, it would be utterly humiliating. A tall figure, draped in an oversized robe, emerged at the bow of a ship, laughing in a peculiar tone. Daring to step forth at such a moment, and clad in attire distinct from that of the Central Plains, though his visage remained unseen. The onlookers from the martial world quickly identified him as Lin Xingho, the leader of the Blazing Fire sect. I, a mere woman, possess no interest in the violent affairs of the martial world, yet with the Lord of the Divine Mansion issuing a direct challenge, and my fellow disciples poised to engage, I can only offer my modest assistance. As the crowd observed Lin Xingho, a voice tinged with a hint of sorrow wafted into their ears, stirring a profound resonance within their hearts, rendering them weak-kneed, as if they would willingly embrace death should the owner of that voice speak to them. Following the sound, at the bow of the grand ship, beneath the glow of lanterns, stood a woman whose face was veiled in delicate gauze. Though her features were obscured, her enchanting figure revealed her to be a peerless beauty. Gazing upon this mesmerizing silhouette, many in the crowd exhibited expressions of infatuation, while some directed furious glares at Chen Zhe, as if ready to confront him at any moment. Umitba, Mei Qing, the fairy. These individuals are of limited strength. Why must you beguile their hearts and lead them to their untimely demise? A voice of reverence rang out as Yuan Xin, the monk, emerged from the waters. Having been sent flying by Chen Zhe twice, Yuan Xin remained unscathed, a testament to the formidable defense of the immutable Vajra's golden body. Upon hearing the invocation, the martial practitioners surrounding him felt a sudden clarity of mind, swiftly breaking free from their previous state. When they turned to regard the beautiful figure at the ship's bow, their eyes were now filled with caution and dread. Those who had contemplated attacking Chen Zhe were now drenched in cold sweat, gripped by a sense of foreboding. Judging by Chen Zhe's displayed terror, should they dare approach, they would likely be pulverized by a single blow, leaving no intact remnant behind. Wan Wenbin, merely at the pinnacle of the dark energy realm, was not immune to the allure of Mei Qing. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately turned his back to her direction, fearful of being ensnared once more. Is this the famed Mei Qing? Her enchanting abilities are truly formidable. Merely hearing her utter a word or catching a glimpse from afar, had it not been for the monk's intervention, I would have already succumbed. No wonder she is clandestinely referred to as a temptress in the martial world. Wan Wenbin mused inwardly. Upon hearing the words of Master Yuan Xin, Fairy Mei Qing spoke softly. Master Yuan Xin has misunderstood me. I am but a humble willow, lacking the capacity to disturb the hearts and minds of such valiant warriors. Master Yuan Xin shook his head, choosing not to engage in debate, for their greatest adversary at that moment remained the enigmatic and formidable master of the divine mansion. Apart from the renowned Xiao Qinglong and the heavenly intent sword, He Tsangqiang, who had yet to make an appearance, the other 8 of the top 10 masters were already present. Surely, these 8 unparalleled experts do not intend to besiege the master of the divine mansion? Someone murmured, "Silence." His companion immediately admonished him, "Mind your tongue, lest you wish to invite peril." Observing the 8 individuals surrounding him, Qian Zhe's expression grew serious. After all, they were 8 fourth-level powerhouses. Even though 2 were severely injured, the remaining 6 were still brimming with vitality, showing no signs of exhaustion. Were Xiao Qinglong to join in, I would regard him with caution, but with merely the 8 of you, dispatching you would require little effort, Qian Zhe stated coldly, his tone dismissive of their presence. Arrogant! The East Sea fisherman huffed in anger, flicking his emerald fishing rod, sending silvery lines spiraling towards Qian Zhe. The Taoist Kixingxi shifted his right shoulder, causing the long sword at his back to soar into his hand. "Master, I seek your guidance." He stepped forward, appearing behind Qian Zhe, his sword weaving 7 blossoms of swordplay that enveloped Qian Zhe entirely. Should he touch any of the sword blossoms, they would simultaneously unleash tremendous force. "I seek your instruction." Wen Hong's ornate longsword was drawn in an instant, its tip gleaming like a falling star as it lunged toward Qian Zhe. Kikek, the corpse demon body. Tian Juanhao's skin darkened to an iron-like hue, mysterious patterns covering his surface, with green mist wafting forth. His hands transformed into claws, fingers extending into long nails as he lunged at Qian Zhe. "Flames engulf the world," Lien Xingho shouted, his palms sinking as an astonishing heat surged forth, warping the air around them. "I shall make my move. I implore the master of the divine mansion to show mercy." The voice of Fairy Mei Qing was soft, yet her actions were swift. With a gentle flick of her right hand, she drew a long sword from a handmaiden, her steps light and graceful like a celestial being as she floated toward Qian Zhe. Umitba, in the realm of martial arts, one is often compelled by circumstances. "Do not take offense, Master Chun." Master Yuanxin sighed, a faint golden light radiating from him as he leaped toward Qian Zhe, soul-chasing spear. From a distant small boat, Zhao Fengyu hurled his right hand with all his might, the spear transforming into a streak of black light aimed at Qian Zhe, before he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise again. The martial arts of the 8 powerhouses had reached an extraordinarily high realm. Though they had not rehearsed their attack beforehand, their simultaneous assault was seamless, blocking all of Qian Zhe's escape routes, leaving him no choice but to confront them head-on. Even if Qian Zhe were to plunge into the depths of the lake at this very moment, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade the onslaught of several individuals. It can be said that this is the most perilous moment Qian Zhe has faced thus far. On the distant luxurious vessel, Xiao Qinglong had taken a seat at some point. Opposite him sat a middle-aged swordsman, expressionless, with a long sword slung over his back. Upon witnessing the formidable force of the combined assault from the 8, Xiao Qinglong's countenance abruptly changed. This master of the divine mansion, a prodigy of his generation, was regrettably too arrogant and unrestrained. It seemed he was destined to meet his demise today. Xiao Qinglong shook his head with a sigh, as if filled with a sense of lament. "Not necessarily," remarked the middle-aged man across from him, in a tone of indifference. Chapter 39. The Night of the Full Moon, The Battle of the Strong, Part 4. "Oh?" A look of surprise crossed Xiao Qinglong's face as he regarded the man across from him. "Brother He, do you perceive something?" Although the 10 foremost experts stood in a league of their own, the only one worthy of Xiao Qinglong's attention among them was the enigmatic Tianyi sword. He Tsangqiang. He was the sole individual among the 10 whose depths remained unfathomable to Xiao Qinglong. Xiao Qinglong even harbored doubts that, were it not for his peculiar disposition, He Tsangqiang's indifference towards all matters might hinder his ascension to the pinnacle of the world. Given He Tsangqiang's temperament, he seemed entirely unconcerned with the hollow title of the 10 experts. As long as they did not encroach upon his territory, he would be disinclined to take action. His presence today was entirely unexpected for Xiao Qinglong, and upon witnessing He Tsangqiang's apparent favor towards the master of the divine mansion, a seed of suspicion took root in his heart. Could it be that the master of the divine mansion possesses some extraordinary quality? The truth would soon unfold. Having spoken his piece, He Tsangqiang resumed drinking, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing this, Xiao Qinglong could only turn his gaze, resigned, towards the battleground upon the lake's surface, eager to witness how Qian Zhe might turn the tide against overwhelming odds. Flying daggers, arise! In the face of the combined assault from 8 unparalleled masters, Chen Zhe maintained a composure that was nothing short of remarkable. With a mere thought, several streaks of silver light erupted from the knife sheath at his waist, darting through the air like silver fish, tracing elegant arcs as they swiftly severed the silken threads ensnaring him. Instantly, these silver streaks diverged, targeting the 8 formidable opponents surrounding him. The expressions of those originally assailing Chen Zhe shifted dramatically. Their offensive maneuvers transformed into defensive postures. Should they persist in their assault, they risked not only failing to harm Chen Zhe but also meeting their demise beneath the flying daggers. Despite the severance of the silken threads, the East Sea fisherman still wielded a verdant fishing rod, which now morphed into a peculiar, slender spear. With his movements, it twisted through the air like a serpent, its transformations both bizarre and unpredictable, successfully intercepting the incoming daggers. Yet, the daggers moved with the swiftness of lightning, their trajectories elusive and capricious. He had to focus intently to perceive them, leaving him with no opportunity to launch a counterattack against Chen Zhe. The long sword in Cixingxi's hand quivered, and the 7 sword blossoms that had enveloped Chen Zhe suddenly contracted, forming a protective barrier around him, thus blocking the dagger aimed at him. However, for the time being, he found himself lacking the capacity to mount any further offensive against Chen Zhe. With a sudden leap, Wenhong charged towards Chen Zhe, confronting the oncoming flying daggers. Summoning his inner strength, he executed a mid-air somersault, landing precariously on a shattered wooden plank upon the lake surface. The forceful interruption caused a slight disruption in his internal energy. Whoosh! The flying dagger arced in mid-air and shot towards Wenhong from behind. Humph! Wenhong grunted in frustration, deftly twisting his wrist. His sword sliced through the air, transforming into a celestial river that enveloped the dagger in its lethal momentum. However, before he could neutralize this threat, he found himself momentarily restrained. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers struck Tian Juanhao, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes, leaving behind a series of white streaks and several minuscule wounds oozing a foul, dark liquid. Yet, their impact was evidently minimal. Kikek, master of the divine mansion, your little daggers lack potency. They bear no consequence for me. Tian Juanhao cackled, disregarding the daggers as he continued his reckless charge towards Chen Zhe. Meanwhile, the round-headed monk also advanced towards Chen Zhe. In terms of defensive prowess, the immovable Vajra body was not inferior to the cadaverous form, and even though the monk was wounded, he could still withstand the onslaught of daggers, albeit with numerous tiny cuts seeping blood, giving him a rather tragic appearance. In terms of strength, Mei Qing, the fairy, was undoubtedly the weakest among the 10. Had it not been for her enchanting skills, her place among the top 10 would have been questionable. While the others were merely held back by the daggers, she was harried by them, her alabaster skin marred by cuts, drenched in blood, driving her to the brink of madness. As for Zhao Fengyu, positioned on a distant boat, he had already been pierced through the chest by a spear. He had drawn the spear from his chest and aimed it at Chen Zhe, yet he was now half dead, a dagger having plunged directly into his heart, extinguishing his breath. Chen Zhe, who had been encircled by 8 formidable foes and nearly cornered, found his dire circumstances alleviated with the emergence of the daggers. Now, he merely had to contend with Tian Juanhao and the round-headed monk, as well as Zhao Fengyu's desperate thrust of a soul-chasing spear. Previously constrained by the assaults of the skilled fighters, Chen Zhe had limited room to evade. Zhao Fengyu's spear posed a significant threat. However, with the siege now lifted, he nimbly sidestepped the spear aimed at him. At this moment, Tian Juanhao and the round-headed monk had also closed in on Chen Zhe. Kikek, master of the divine mansion, while your control over the daggers may seem imposing against the other 5, it must have divided your focus considerably. How much strength can you truly muster now? Tian Juanhao laughed heartily, emboldened by his observation. His audacity to approach stemmed from this realization. Otherwise, considering Chen Zhe's previously demonstrated might, he would not dare to court death. Test my strength, and you shall find out, Chen Zhe declared, taking a step forward. His body flickered, appearing beside Tian Juanhao, his right hand claw-like, ripping through the air as it lunged towards his chest. Thud. As solid as iron, the flesh that could withstand flying knives was abruptly pierced by Chen Zhe's right hand, leaving 5 gaping wounds. With a casual tear, a substantial chunk of dark, putrid flesh was ripped away, oozing a foul black liquid, transforming into such a grotesque semblance of humanity, yet still exhibiting such feeble strength. Chen Zhe remarked with a sardonic tone. Tian Juanhao let out a blood-curdling scream, bewildered as to how one could simultaneously control 5 flying knives while manifesting such formidable power. Do you truly believe that dealing with someone of your ilk requires much effort on my part? Although the corpse demon body cultivated by Tian Juanhao boasted formidable defenses, its movements were somewhat rigid. While its linear speed remained unaffected, its agility in combat was considerably diminished. Against ordinary martial artists, this was hardly an issue. Even in encounters with other top 10 masters, his robust defenses could compensate for his lack of nimbleness. However, against Chen Zhe, who could breach his corporeal defenses, he was akin to meat on a chopping block, ready to be butchered. The great Vajra Pestle, at that moment, accompanied by a thunderous shout, the golden-hued fist of Yuanshin Monk came crashing down. Yuanshin Monk understood clearly that if Chen Zhe were to slay Tian Juanhao, he would be next. Hence, he hastily intervened to rescue Tian Juanhao. Chapter 40. The Night of the Full Moon, Battle of the Strong, Part 5. Observing the unfolding battle from afar on the deck of a grand ship, Xiao Qinglong's expression suddenly shifted. What kind of martial prowess allows one to manipulate flying knives with such ease? He Tsangqiong turned his gaze towards Chen Zhe in the distance, shaking his head slightly. I do not know. However, he then added in a hushed tone. Yet, the peculiar nature of this divine mansion's lord has certainly drawn the attention of heaven and earth. Controlling so many flying knives, this lord of the divine mansion is equivalent to several masters of the same rank. No wonder he dares to challenge us 10 simultaneously. He truly possesses some form of leverage. The glimmer in Xiao Qinglong's eyes flickered. He Tsangqiong turned to Xiao Qinglong. Are you prepared to make your move? Although his skill seemed to mirror mine, I still lack confidence when facing him alone. If I do not act now, I fear I may lose my chance to strike. Xiao Qinglong replied solemnly. He Tsangqiong shook his head. Xiao Qinglong, you have ultimately been burdened by the hollow title of the world's number 1. This title has caused you to forget the heart of a true warrior. In the past, regardless of the opponent's strength, you would never have considered teaming up to besiege another. Upon hearing He Tsangqiong's words, Xiao Qinglong's expression fluctuated, eventually shaking his head. Brother He, you do not stand in my position. You cannot fathom my feelings. Since the day I became the world's number 1, I, Xiao Qinglong, can only be that title. With a resounding roar, Xiao Qinglong soared into the air, his form flickering in and out of visibility as he lunged towards Chen Zhe in the midst of battle. Hearing this cry, Chen Zhe swiftly turned to see a figure rapidly approaching, flickering with speed. Lord of the Divine Mansion, Xiao Qinglong comes to seek guidance. A sound reverberated across the surface of the lake, drawing the gaze of all martial artists present. Xiao Qinglong, you have finally made your move. A glimmer flickered in Chen Zhe's eyes. Let me witness what kind of power you can unleash from the Qinglong Zhenjing. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Zhe leaped forward, taking the initiative to confront Xiao Qinglong. Behind Chen Zhe, Tian Juanhao, seizing this opportune moment, wasted no time in launching an attack, his right palm, exuding a dark aura, aimed directly at Chen Zhe's back. Seeking death, Chen Zhe whirled around, grasping Tian Juanhao's right arm, delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. With a sickening sound, Tian Juanhao's arm was torn from his body. Black blood sprang into the lake, causing fish and shrimp to surface, belly up. Tian Juanhao let out a blood-curdling scream as he plunged into the lake. Get away! Chen Zhe bellowed, sending the approaching Yuanshin monk flying with a strike, his palm imprinting a clear mark upon Yuanshin's faintly golden chest. Having dealt with these two, Chen Zhe leaped forward once more, colliding mid-air with Xiao Qinglong. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion of air. A wave of white surged outward, and the two descended onto a small boat. Crack, crack. The small vessel beneath them splintered, large fissures appearing as water poured in incessantly. The martial artists aboard, witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time in leaping into the lake, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the two formidable warriors. Truly deserving of the title of the world's number 1, Xiao Qinglong's might is indeed far superior to that of the rest of us. Chen Zhe exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Qinglong replied solemnly, You have surprised me as well. I did not expect your mastery of the Qinglong Zhenjing to rival my own. There are many more surprises in store for you. Chen Zhe propelled himself off the small boat, soaring once again, while Xiao Qinglong, with a snort of indignation, followed suit. As they ascended, the small boat beneath them shattered simultaneously, fragments drifting upon the water's surface. Bang, bang, bang. The swiftness of their strikes was astonishing, and in the brief moment they were airborne, they exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the surrounding martial artists in a state of awe, unable to fathom that martial prowess could reach such extraordinary heights. Boom! The two landed on another small boat, and after just a few exchanges, it erupted into a cacophony of splinters. They then leaped toward the next vessel. With each clash, the boats they landed upon disintegrated, sending the surrounding vessels retreating in fright, creating a wide circle of empty space, littered with countless fragments. After yet another bout, they found themselves standing on a floating piece of wreckage, gazing at each other from a distance. Xiao Qinglong, if your strength is limited to this, then today shall be your last, Chunzhe coldly declared, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Qinglong. The latter's expression darkened. During their previous exchanges, he had exerted every ounce of his power. Yet he still found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Chen Zi. It is important to note that Chen Zi is simultaneously preoccupied with manipulating 5 flying knives to contend with 5 exceptional masters. Flying knives, return. With a mere thought, Chen Zi commanded the flying knives that were restraining the 5 formidable adversaries to suddenly vanish from before them, streaking across the night sky in a breathtaking display. Over a dozen knives that had soared from his scabbard appeared beside Xiao Qinglong, swirling around him with frenzied intensity, poised to slice and dice. Upon witnessing the multitude of flying knives hurtling toward him, Xiao Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically. With a furious roar, he unleashed the internal energy within him, which surged violently, enveloping his entire being in an instant, transforming his physique. He expanded in size, towering over 2 meters, as a pattern resembling scales emerged upon his skin, gleaming with splendid hues akin to jade. His fingers elongated into formidable claws, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently, resembling the lethal talons of a hawk. Clang, clang, clang. The flying knives struck against his body, sparking showers of embers, leaving behind traces of blood. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Xiao Qinglong deflected the onslaught of knives before Chen Zi had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch directly to his chest, sending him hurtling away. With a violent internal upheaval, Xiao Qinglong was unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. Chen Zi, you seek death, he bellowed, rage and humiliation intertwining. However, before he could take action, Chen Zi was upon him once more, a punch that shakes the mountains and rivers. Chen Zi's right fist was hurled forth with tremendous force, sending forth a wave of pressure akin to a tsunami. In a resounding crash, it struck Xiao Qinglong's chest once again, like a mountain collapsing. Bang! Xiao Qinglong was propelled once more, this time suffering even greater injuries. His chest caved in slightly, and he coughed up blood in great quantities, even ejecting fragments of his internal organs. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Qinglong could hardly afford to dwell on his own wounds. He gazed at Chen Zi in utter astonishment. Fist intent? Since reaching his 30s and becoming a 4th-level martial artist, Xiao Qinglong had tirelessly aspired to ascend to higher realms. Yet, after over a decade, he had only managed to reach the pinnacle of 4th-level martial arts, never brushing against the threshold of greater heights. In his calculations, to transcend the barriers of 4th-level martial arts and enter a higher realm, one must condense the true essence of martial arts, thereby refining and transforming one's internal energy to surpass the limits of the human body. Fist intent, blade intent, sword intent, and the like all belong to the realm of true martial essence. Once one masters this essence, it signifies the possession of the key to unlock the gates of advancement. Through this mastery, one can refine their internal energy, gradually honing their physical form, making the transition to a higher realm an inevitable outcome. Xiao Qinglong had always harbored a sense of pride, firmly believing that his talents were unparalleled in the world. After all, even the enigmatic He Tsangqiang, whose strength remained inscrutable, was nearly 20 years his senior. At the age of maturity, he had subdued countless martial artists and traversed the universe, reigning supreme and invincible. Thus, Xiao Qinglong felt justified in his beliefs. However, upon encountering Chen Zi today, all of his pride lay shattered. Chen Zi is significantly younger and far more powerful than him, and now he has even grasped the essence of martial arts, touching the precipice of a higher realm. For Xiao Qinglong, a man of extreme pride, this is nothing short of a catastrophic blow. It is merely a shadow of martial intent. Had I truly mastered it, you would already be dead, Chen Zi coldly declared. Although Chen Zi's abilities were derived from Xiao Qinglong, the same accumulation of knowledge manifests differently in each individual. Chen Zi's physical foundation surpasses that of Xiao Qinglong, and with identical martial memories, he can exert a greater strength, further merging his martial memories to distill the true meaning of martial arts. It can be said that Chen Zi's comprehension of the true essence of martial arts is entirely due to Xiao Qinglong's more than 30 years of martial accumulation. Without replicating Xiao Qinglong's capabilities, He would never have been able to grasp the true meaning of martial arts. At this moment, a sudden uproar erupted, as numerous burly men wielding swords and knives surged forth from the headquarters island of the Divine Mansion, surrounding all vessels on the lake with their small boats. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists nearby changed their expressions, hastily drawing their weapons and eyeing the advancing men with wariness. Chan Mansion Lord, what do you mean by this? We are merely spectators and have not offended your divine mansion. Have we? Are your subordinates here to ensnare us all? A martial artist shouted angrily at Chen Zhe. Kekekek, there is no need to question him, for he himself knows not what is happening. Accompanied by laughter, a small boat emerged from the crowd, upon which stood several individuals. At the forefront was Tian Juanhao, who had just moments ago had his arms severed by Chen Zhe. Behind him stood Yang Shangjia, Ji Hongkong, Wei Yuenda, and Lu Gaoming, all bowing respectfully. Upon meeting Chen Zhe's gaze, they trembled slightly and instinctively recoiled. Internally, they all lamented their predicament, having initially believed that Chen Zhe would surely face defeat. Under Yang Shangjia's orchestration, they had collectively sent a letter to the demon lord Tian Juanhao, expressing their willingness to ally with him. Little did they know that, despite being besieged by 10 powerful adversaries, Chen Zhe not only held his ground but gained a considerable advantage, leaving them in a state of utter dismay. They had hoped Chen Zhe would eliminate Tian Juanhao, thereby concealing their treachery, but after Tian Juanhao was injured, he had directly come to the island to confront them, demanding they lead a rebellion or risk having their letter of allegiance handed over to Chen Zhe. Considering the terrifying consequences should Chen Zhe discover their collusion, they hesitated briefly before making a fateful decision: to betray Chen Zhe along with their men. Only with Chen Zhe's demise could they secure their own safety. Chen Zhe, those who walk the righteous path attract support, while those who stray find themselves alone. Even your subordinates have betrayed you. Do you still not recognize reality? If I were you, I would have long since taken my own life to apologize to the world. Tian Juanhao laughed heartily. He knew it was impossible to provoke Chen Zhe into suicide with mere words, but if he could incite anger within him, causing a disturbance in his mind, it would provide an excellent opportunity for others to attack. Chen Zhe scoffed. I would take my own life because of the betrayal of these worthless fools. Without me, they are merely a band of ruthless marauders, perpetually waiting for a valiant hero to rescue them. If I can establish the first divine manner, I can surely forge a second. As long as I, Chen Zhe, exist, the divine manner shall endure eternally. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's resounding declaration, brimming with authority, the martial artists around felt their spirits tremble. From his words, they grasped the essence of what it means to possess the confidence of an unparalleled powerhouse. Even if all his subordinates were to betray him, it mattered not. Should he desire, he could effortlessly summon forth a new faction at any moment. Meanwhile, Tian Juanhao, who had taken over Chen Zhe's influence, resembled a beggar reveling in the discovery of discarded refuse, the disparity between them unmistakable. Chen Zhe, no matter what you say today, you shall perish here. Tian Juanhao's expression darkened instantaneously. He then turned to the martial artists, declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, you now face two choices. Join us in besieging Chen Zhe, or stand alongside him as we attack. Master Tian, such coercion is unwise. Are you not condemning them to needless demise? The round-hearted monk from a distant small boat interjected, gasping for breath, occasionally coughing up blood. Tian Juanhao responded with a cold smirk, laced with menace. Round-hearted monk, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. Whether you return alive to the Prajna temple remains to be seen. With the moniker of a demon lord, Tian Juanhao had committed numerous heinous acts, and his relationship with the round-hearted monk was far from amicable. In another circumstance, they might have been compelled to engage in a deadly duel. Tian Juanhao, I shall personally escort Master Yuanxin back. Should you entertain any ulterior motives, you might find yourself contending with demons and malevolent beings along the way. Kixingxi interjected with a disdainful scoff, his tone decidedly hostile. Upon hearing Kixingxi's threat, Tian Juanhao's countenance shifted. His strength was already somewhat inferior to Kixingxi's, and now with the loss of an arm, engaging in combat with him would surely result in significant disadvantage. If not death. Old ox nostrils, while I may spare Yuanxin, Chen Zhe must die today. Otherwise, it is certain that we shall one day perish at his hands, and your Qixing Taoist lineage will face inevitable extinction. Tian Juanhao sneered. Upon hearing his words, Kixingxi's expression darkened, plunging into silence. Very well, it seems no one harbors objections now. You may make your choice. Tian Juanhao turned to the gathered martial artists. Their faces turned ashen. Having witnessed Chen Zhe's prowess, They understood that even if they succeeded in surrounding and killing him, substantial casualties were inevitable. Yet, if they refrained from attacking, facing the combined might of several unmatched masters and the divine manor's forces, their chances of survival would be even slimmer. I have an objection. At that moment, a robust and commanding voice resonated from afar. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where they beheld a fleet of massive warships approaching, each a formidable presence despite being mere inland vessels. For the ordinary boats in the vicinity, they represented an insurmountable force. The decks of the more than a dozen vessels were ablaze with light. Where a group of individuals stood at the bow, at the forefront was a handsome and refined middle-aged man, who bore an extraordinary long sword on his back, while a typical long sword measures only about 3 feet. This one was an impressive 5 feet in length. The sight of this sword instantly conjured the image of a renowned figure in their minds, one whose reputation had recently permeated the entire martial world, becoming a household name, none other than Kong Chengyu, the master of the Dayan sect. However, rumors had it that he had been gravely injured by Chen Zhe, and now, witnessing his presence here, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the onlookers. Kong Chengyu. Tian Juanhao gazed at Kong Chengyu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Why do you not find a secluded corner to recuperate, but instead come here to stir up trouble? Kong Chengyu, I care not how you intend to deal with Chen Zhe, but those members of the Shenfu gang who have slain my disciples, destroyed my legacy, and plundered my sect shall not escape alive today. Kong Chengyu declared with a fierce tone. Blood for blood, blood for blood. The martial artists on the decks of the vessels raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Upon hearing their cries, the Shenfu gang members were thrown into disarray. Although they had once breached the Dayan sect under Chen Zhe's leadership, now, without their leader, they felt like a ship without a rudder in the face of the vengeful Dayan sect. Their innate tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong emerged. Upon hearing Kong Chengyu's words, Tian Juanhao's expression darkened. Your Dayan sect was breached by Chen Zhe. If anyone is to be held accountable, it is him. Instead of confronting Chen Zhe, you come here to deal with these ordinary gang members. What is your true intention? Kong Chengyu, you. Just as Tian Juanhao was about to retort, a figure clad in black, standing behind Kong Chengyu, flashed a cold glimmer in his eyes and commanded in a deep voice. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A barrage of powerful crossbow bolts shot forth, piercing the chests of the Shenfu gang members on the small boats, bursting forth in sprays of crimson. As the battle erupted, the martial artists encircled by the Shenfu gang instantly found their resolve rekindled. On the large ship, Wan Wenbin observed the unfolding conflict with a flicker of intensity in his gaze, yet he hesitated to act without a leader. Set sail, break through. At that moment, an elder standing beside him spoke in a grave tone. Surprised by the elder's words, Wan Wenbin's face lit up with joy as he replied, Yes, esteemed elder. The large ship commanded by Wan Wenbin began to move, triggering a chain reaction among the nearby martial artists who had long been eager to engage but lacked a leader. Seeing Wan Wenbin attempt to break through, they promptly followed suit. The Shenfu gang members, already under attack from the Dayan sect, now found themselves besieged by a multitude of martial artists, facing threats from both sides. Their instincts as bandits quickly took over. Sensing the dire situation, they scattered in a panic. Damn it! Tian Juanhao cursed vehemently upon witnessing this scene. These fools are truly more of a hindrance than a help. Indeed, these individuals deserve their fate, but you two are equally culpable. The voice of Chen Zhe, laced with murderous intent, resonated in his ear. Upon hearing it, Tian Juanhao's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself away with a powerful leap, swiftly covering several dozen yards. Yet, to Chen Zhe, his speed was still woefully inadequate. Just as he prepared to leap again, Chen Zhe's right fist connected with his back. Bang! Tian Juanhao was sent sprawling, his body suspended in midair as he violently coughed up dark blood. You must act swiftly. If Chen Zhe kills me, you shall be next. Tian Juanhao shouted towards the others in the distance. Lien Xingho's eyes briefly flickered with light. Instead of advancing, he retreated to his vessel, commanding his subordinates to set sail away. His lair lay deep within the desolate desert, an environment so harsh that he could scarcely believe Chen Zhe would pursue him there. Kixingxi cast a glance at the gravely wounded Xiao Qinglong and let out a soft sigh, making his way to the small boat where Yuan Xin the monk resided, instructing the boatman to depart. With Xiao Qinglong unable to contend with Chen Zhe, even their combined efforts seemed futile against him. Observing the three retreating one after another, Wen Hong sighed softly. Today's battle had seen their 10 greatest masters utterly defeated. The sharpshooter Zhao Fengyu lay dead, Xiao Qinglong and Yuan Xin the monk grievously injured, while Yin Xingho and Kixingxi had been forced to withdraw. The demon lord Tian Juanhao now faced his own impending doom, leaving only himself, Donghai Diaoku, and Mei Qingxian intact. Their preservation was solely due to their decision to avoid close combat with Qianzhe. Fellow warriors, it seems I can only hope that Qianzhe does not seek me out in the Western territories. Farewell, Wen Hong remarked with a bitter smile, bowing slightly to Xiao Qinglong and Donghai Diaoku before commanding his men to maneuver their ship away. Humph! The vastness of the East Sea is boundless, with countless islands. Let Qianzhe try to find me. I shall see him when he does. Donghai Diaoku snorted in anger, urging his small boat to speed away from the scene. Already, he had resolved to retreat to a deserted island upon his return to the East Sea. Seeking to evade any confrontation with Qianzhe, he watched one after another depart. Xiao Qinglong was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Acutely aware that the era of their 10 masters dominating the martial world had irrevocably faded, abandoned by history itself. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Qinglong, am no longer the foremost in the realm. Qinglong Lake shall merely be an ordinary body of water. With a heavy sigh, a note of desolation permeated his voice as he flickered and vanished into the darkness. That moment, only Mei Qingxian remained. Her gaze fixated upon Qianzhe pursuing Tian Juanhao in the distance, her eyes alight with fervent admiration. Qianzhe's formidable strength ignited within her a desire for conquest. She was confident that no man in this world could resist her allure. Amidst his desperate flight, Tian Juanhao stole a glance back, witnessing the retreat of Xiao Qinglong and the others, nearly choking on his own rage. Qianzhe, spare me. I am willing to serve you. I desire to be your subordinate. Bereft of hope for survival, Tian Juanhao immediately abandoned his pride and pleaded for mercy. Wish to live? Very well. Qianzhe flicked his wrist casually, sending a black elixir hurtling towards Tian Juanhao. Consume this pill, and I shall spare your life. Upon receiving the pill, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tian Juanhao's face. Although his corpse demon body was reputed to be impervious to poison, the fact that Qianzhe dared to present such a concoction indicated that he must have confidence in its efficacy against him. It was a choice between ingesting the pill or facing death. Qianzhe's calm voice echoed in the air. Upon hearing Qianzhe's words, Tian Juanhao gritted his teeth and promptly tossed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, flowing down his throat with no opportunity for deceit. Excellent. Qianzhe nodded approvingly. You have made the most prudent choice. The poison you just ingested will manifest every 108 days. Without the antidote, you will be transformed into a mindless puppet. While I prefer subordinates who can comprehend my intentions, should you entertain any treachery, I would not hesitate to fashion you into a puppet with the strength of a 4th-level warrior. At these words, Tian Juanhao's expression darkened considerably. The thought of being reduced to a soulless marionette, should he betray Qianzhe, sent a shiver down his spine. He would rather face death than endure such a horrifying fate. I shall remain utterly loyal to the Lord and execute your commands without the slightest deviation, Tian Juanhao declared earnestly. Very well, retrieve your arm and reattach it, Qianzhe instructed. A 4th-level warrior possesses an astonishing mastery over their body, capable of partially evolving their flesh to form minor divine abilities. Although his arm had been severed, as long as he could recover it and channel his inner strength, the wound would heal completely within 10 days. Yes, Tian Juanhao responded and leaped into the lake in search of his arm. Qianzhe turned his gaze towards Mei Qingxian, who stood at the bow of an opulent ship in the distance. Upon sensing his gaze, she smiled gently, revealing an enchanting smile that could captivate any heart. With a few graceful leaps, Qianzhe landed on Mei Qingxian's luxurious vessel. Instead of fleeing, she approached him. Even Xiao Qinglong has escaped. I am curious as to why you have not fled, Qianzhe inquired, observing her closely. Mei Qingxian let out a delicate laugh, her body pressing against him, her softness brushing against his arm as she spoke softly. The Lord is a paragon of heroism. Surely, you would not bully a frail woman such as myself? Ha! If you, Mei Qingxian, are a frail woman, then most men in this world would surely be shamed. Qianzhe retorted with a cold smirk. You have one last opportunity to explain yourself. If your response does not satisfy me, I shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. Seemingly oblivious to the chill in his words, Mei Qingxian lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. With a hint of shyness, she confessed, upon witnessing the Lord's gallant demeanor earlier, my heart was stirred, and I could not help but fall for you. I wish only to remain by your side forever. I hope you will not reject me. Upon encountering the enchanting Mei Qing, who carried herself with an air of feigned delicacy, A cold glimmer flashed in Qianzhe's eyes. He extended his right hand, seizing her by the throat and pinning her against the wall of the ship's cabin. "I have no interest in broken shoes," he intoned, his voice laced with a chilling detachment. "If your purpose in seeking me is merely to utter such trivialities, then this exquisite flower of the martial world shall wither and perish today." Mei Qing raised her gaze to meet Qianzhe's penetrating eyes, feeling as though she were peering into an unfathomable abyss, imbued with a ruthless aura. Unlike the ordinary men who gazed upon her with wild possessiveness, Qianzhe's eyes held a stark indifference. A sense of foreboding washed over Mei Qing. She realized that unless she could find a compelling reason to sway him, he would show her no mercy. It was the first time in her life that she felt she might meet her end at the hands of a man. "I am willing to serve you as Tianjinho does, to be your subordinate," Mei Qing uttered with a hint of humiliation. Relying solely on her martial prowess to earn his respect and survive was a bitter blow to her. A woman who had always taken pride in her beauty. Though your strength ranks lowest among the top 10 masters, the influence of your Duoqing Valley is not to be underestimated. You still hold some utility for me, and thus possess a certain value for my exploitation. As Qianzhe spoke, he flicked his fingers, sending a pill into Mei Qing's mouth, which dissolved into liquid and coursed down her throat. His grip on her throat simultaneously loosened. Cough, cough. Mei Qing crumpled to the floor, coughing incessantly, 5 distinct purple finger marks marring her fair, elongated neck. "I trust you overheard my conversation with Tianjinho. You should be well aware of the consequences of betraying me," Qianzhe stated coldly, standing before her. The recollection of his earlier words sent a shiver down Mei Qing's spine. She had no desire to become a mere beautiful puppet. "Lord, I assure you, I am still unblemished. If you do not mind my fragile appearance, I would be willing to serve you tonight." Mei Qing sat sideways on the ground, slightly lifting her head. Her eyes, unshrouded by a veil, glistened with a watery plea as she gazed up at Qianzhe. Qianzhe raised an eyebrow, incredulous that the famed Mei Qing, who was said to bewitch the world and possess countless admirers, claimed to be untainted. It struck him as absurd. However, he did not believe she would dare deceive him now. He watched her intently, awaiting her explanation. "Though my abilities pale in comparison to yours, I am nonetheless among the top 10 masters. Who, then, possesses the right to compel me to trade my virtue for favor? I merely relish the thrill of wielding men like puppets at my whim. I have no desire to tarnish my purity," Mei Qing declared, her words dripping with an unmistakable air of pride and disdain. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of interest flickered in Qianzhe's eyes. He was no stone man. How could he remain indifferent in the presence of an extraordinary beauty? Yet, his self-discipline was formidable, allowing him to prioritize principles over desires. Since Mei Qing, the fairy, remained untouched, it was indeed worth considering a fleeting encounter of passion. "Come, let us pursue Wen Hong and the East Sea fishermen," he declared. "We shall discuss other matters when the time permits." Qianzhe cast a deep glance at Mei Qing, suppressing the desires within him, and his expression returned to one of calm detachment. Observing this transformation in Qianzhe, Mei Qing's heart stirred slightly. That a person devoid of desires is not frightening. One who cannot control their desires is hardly worth mentioning. The most terrifying are individuals like Qianzhe, who, despite harboring desires, can maintain a heart of ice. Not long after, Tianjinho emerged from the water, leaping onto the ship, his left hand clutching a severed arm. His right arm, torn off by Qianzhe, he reattached the dismembered limb, his inner strength surging fiercely, prompting flesh to grow at the wound and tentatively reconnecting the severed arm to his shoulder. Though his right arm remained merely ornamental, it was now secured. With time and nurturing of his inner energy, it would be restored. Upon Tianjinho's return, Qianzhe turned to Mei Qing and instructed, "Have your subordinates set the ship in motion. We shall chase the East Sea fishermen." "Yes, master," Mei Qing replied, her eyes sparkling with allure as she gazed at Qianzhe. Her voice dripping with sweetness. The sound of Mei Qing's voice. Tianjinho felt a shiver run through his body, half of him growing weak. He cast a peculiar glance at Qianzhe, then dutifully lowered his head and stepped aside, adopting an appearance of single-mindedness. It seemed that during this brief interval, Mei Qing had already formed a connection with Qianzhe, a situation far beyond his reach. Mei Qing relayed the command, and soon the ship trembled slightly before heading in the direction where the East Sea fishermen had departed. "Master, I am curious. Given your possession of such potent poisons, why have you not employed them on the subordinates within the divine mansion?" Mei Qing inquired, her gaze shifting sideways as she stood beside Qianzhe. Qianzhe scoffed, "The elixirs I provide you, while toxic, are crafted from numerous precious materials and hold immense value. I would not waste them on those discarded pawns. Discarded pawns? Mei Qing and Tian Juanhao's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the formidable divine mansion was regarded as mere pawns by Qian Zhe. The members of the divine mansion were a mixed bag, primarily composed of bandits and water thieves. While they could handle advantageous situations, in the face of danger, they would scatter like today. I never intended to preserve the divine mansion. Qian Zhe's words dripped with a chilling undertone. Tian Juanhao and Mei Qing regarded Qian Zhe with complex expressions. If they had commanded a force capable of breaching the great Yin sect, they would surely nurture and expand it. Yet, Qian Zhe seemed to regard it with utter disdain. This highlighted the disparity in their realms of understanding. Nevertheless, questions lingered in their minds. If Qian Zhe considered the members of the divine mansion as discarded pawns, what was it that he truly sought to protect? Suddenly, they recalled the remnants of the Dayan sect that had arrived at a crucial moment today. The prowess of these remnants was exceedingly formidable, surpassing even the peak strength of the Dayan sect itself by several degrees. At the time, they had dismissed it, but upon reflection, it was evident that something peculiar was at play. Furthermore, the demeanor of Kong Chengyu, the Dayan divine sword, was equally strange. He chose not to pursue Qian Zhe, the principal villain, but insisted on exterminating the members of the divine court gang. This behavior seemed less like vengeance and more akin to protecting a sovereign. Upon contemplating these matters, Tian Juanhao and Mei Qingxian felt a chilling shiver run down their spines. Unbeknownst to them, a vast web of hidden power had been meticulously woven, and they were fortunate to find themselves as a part of this intricate network. Level 4 powerhouses were renowned for their physical prowess, not only demonstrating exceptional combat abilities but also exhibiting cognitive capabilities that far exceeded the ordinary. Qian Zhe had only hinted at a few details, yet they had discerned the general picture in their eyes. Qian Zhe had grown increasingly enigmatic and terrifying. Wulan Lake. In a secluded corner of a reed marsh, a small boat glided slowly into view. The sound of its oars barely perceptible. Even in the stillness of the night, it could easily be overlooked if one did not listen attentively. No one is following us, right? Someone whispered. Rest assured, the chaos at that time ensured no one paid us any mind. Yang Shengjie rose, his imposing figure commanding attention. If it weren't for your instigation, we would have long since unified the martial world. Instead, we find ourselves in this dire predicament. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? The others stood in solidarity, their glares directed at Yang Shengjie, ready to act at any moment. This group had recently escaped from a war-torn region, and now that they were in a place of safety, Ji Hongkong and the others were intent on holding Yang Shengjie accountable. They believed that had it not been for Yang Shengjie's provocation, they would now be esteemed leaders of the martial realm, enjoying lives of influence and power rather than existing in a state of perpetual fear, ever wary of Qian Zhe's pursuit. Confronted by the encirclement of Ji Hongkong and his companions, Yang Shengjie's countenance shifted dramatically. Although his former power had been sufficient to contend with these individuals, in terms of sheer martial capability, he was merely their equal. Should they join forces against him? His demise was all but assured. Gentlemen, while we have escaped, we are not yet free from peril. Is it not a bit hasty for you to seek my life now? If our conflict attracts Qian Zhe's attention, none of us shall survive. Yang Shengjie asserted solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Ji Hongkong and his companions altered. They hesitated, momentarily deterred from their intent. Despite being several dozen miles from the headquarters island, the stillness of the night carried sounds far and wide, and given Qian Zhe's terrifying strength, a confrontation could easily alert him to their presence. I had hoped to witness your infighting. Yet here you stand, cowering. Truly pathetic. No wonder your group only managed to contend with Yang Shengjie and the divine court by uniting. At the moment of stalemate between the two parties, a voice filled with mockery suddenly echoed, like thunder striking from a clear sky, causing their bodies to tremble and a hint of panic to flicker across their faces. The reeds swayed gently, and three figures materialized before their eyes, clad in long black robes embroidered with various grotesque and fearsome patterns, emitting a faint green luminescence in the night, enhancing their terrifying presence. Each of them wore a mask, adorned with different designs. One bore the symbol of yin and yang, another depicted a miniature bustling metropolis, and the last illustrated a majestic, towering mountain. Who are you? Upon encountering these three bizarre figures in black, Yang Shengjie and his companions felt a tightness in their chests, instantly assuming a defensive stance, their expressions taut with anxiety as they fixated on the intruders. The trio exuded an aura of extreme danger, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. King of the Underworld Cycle, King of the Underworld City, King of the Underworld's Taishan, we come, by the command of our Lord, to escort you on your final journey. The Underworld? A flicker of confusion passed through the eyes of Yang Shengjie and his companions. They had never heard of such an organization in the martial world. However, they were aware of numerous legends concerning it. Yet the three before them were clearly not the deities who governed the underworld in those myths. Attack? The peculiar figures in black showed no intention of providing answers, and at the command of the Cycle King, they lunged forward simultaneously. Chapter 45. Pursuit. As soon as the confrontation began, Yang Shengjie and his companions felt the terrifying prowess of the black-clad assailants. In particular, the one known as the Taishan King exhibited intricate and flamboyant techniques, transforming endlessly, enveloping them in an inescapable onslaught. At this moment, Yang Shengjie and his companions, all at the pinnacle of first-class prowess, recognized immediately that this Taishan King was undoubtedly far beyond a master-level fighter. He was an exceptional powerhouse. Although the other two black-clad figures were slightly weaker, they were likely at the master level as well, beyond the capabilities of Yang Shengjie and his companions to contend with. The realization that such formidable individuals had been dispatched to hunt them down filled Yang Shengjie and his companions with despair. Just how much hatred did their lord harbor against them to send such three experts for their demise? Even with only one master approaching, their hopes of escape would be exceedingly slim. Given their already inferior strength, the mental shock they experienced caused them to be subdued within mere moments, their powers sealed and cast onto the damp ground beside them. Who exactly are you? And why have you come to hunt us? Even in death, we deserve to know the truth, Yang Shengjie implored, looking at the three figures with a hint of unwillingness. The Cycle King removed his mask, his gaze icy as he regarded Yang Shengjie and his companions. You have betrayed our lord, and thus, you must die. Upon seeing the face beneath the Cycle King's mask, Yang Shengjie and Ji Hongkong's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Others may not recognize this visage, yet the two before him are well acquainted. When Chen Zhe swept through their stronghold, this individual trailed closely behind him. Indeed, he is the long-missing groom. Is the underworld a force secretly orchestrated by Chen Zhe? Yang Shengjie inquired, his voice quivering. Yang Shengjie, your ability to manage the divine mansion with such meticulousness signifies your talent. Had your loyalty to the master been unwavering, you might have found yourself among us today. Alas, your convoluted thoughts have led the master to forsake you, remarked the Urban King, simultaneously removing his mask. Gan Heng. Upon witnessing the true visage of the Urban King, both Yang Shengjie and Ji Hongkong exclaimed in astonishment. Once merely a minor leader under their command, Gan Heng has now ascended to the esteemed rank of a master-level expert and stands as one of the leaders of this formidable underworld. The enormity of this transformation profoundly unsettles their spirits. They had previously assumed that the divine mansion held immense significance for Chen Zhe, and while they may not have dared to oppose him, they harbored a certain pride in its importance. It is now evident that Chen Zhe has never regarded the divine mansion as anything of consequence. To him, it is merely expendable. Had Yang Shengjie known that from the outset, Chen Zhe deemed the divine mansion a pawn, one can only imagine the turmoil that would have stirred within him. Noticing the silence enveloping Yang Shengjie and the others, the wheel-turner king refrained from speaking further, donning his mask once more before addressing the nearby Mount Tai King. As the imperial king of the punishment hall has yet to be installed, these individuals shall be your subordinates. They are yours to manage. Leave it to me, replied the imperial king, nodding in agreement. With a swift gesture, he summoned over a dozen figures clad in black from the surrounding reeds, who promptly seized Yang Shengjie and the others, vanishing into the shadows with great speed. Urban King, following this peak battle, the strength of our underworld will expand rapidly. Your inspection division must be established post-haste, stated the wheel-turner king, observing the departing entourage of Mount Tai King. Rest assured, the foundational structure is already in place. We merely need to select some loyal disciples to integrate, the Urban King assured. That is splendid. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The wheel-turner king nodded, then with a flicker of his form, he vanished without a trace. Were it not for the faint rustling among the reeds, one might suspect he was a specter. Indeed, the wheel-turner is held in high regard by the master. The Urban King mused, before disappearing as well. The once dark and silent reeds returned to tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. 10 miles from the shores of Wulon Lake, a grand, opulent ship lay horizontally, obstructing the path of a lone canoe. Clad in a raincoat and wielding a jade-green fishing rod, the East Sea Fisher stood at the bow of the ship. his countenance darkening as he beheld the luxurious vessel blocking his way. Mei Qingshan, Tian Juanhao, I never anticipated that you two would align yourselves with Qian Zhe and become his lackeys. Truly, this is beyond my expectations. The words of the East Sea Fisher dripped with unabashed scorn. Upon hearing the words of the Donghai Daoyoku, Tian Juanhao let out an indignant snort. Daoyoku, do not let your bravado deceive you. Soon enough, you may find yourself seeking refuge under the banner of our Lord, at that moment. Your words will merely serve to slap your own face. The Mei Qing fairy interjected, in the martial world, strength reigns supreme. You have witnessed our Lord's prowess in previous battles. Aligning ourselves with him is no disgrace. Why must you persist in this futile defiance? Humph. You two needn't say another word. Even if I were to perish, I shall never become another lackey. With a furious snort, Donghai Daoyoku leaped directly into the lake, vanishing from sight. Can he truly escape? A cold glint flickered in Qian Zhe's eyes as he too leapt into the water. The name of the Qinglong Zhenjing inherently suggests a mastery of aquatic combat, and coupled with the true form of the Qinglong, life beneath the surface poses little challenge. However, Xiao Qinglong had never revealed this aspect of his abilities. Leaving the martial world unaware of the Qinglong Zhenjing's unique characteristics, in Qian Zhe's presence, Donghai Daoyoku's attempt to flee through the lake was nothing short of a delusion. No sooner had Qian Zhe entered the water than the lake began to churn violently, stirring up a cloud of mud and rendering the waters murky. With a resounding splash, the surface broke as Qian Zhe emerged, dragging Donghai Daoyoku from the depths. With a thud, he tossed Donghai Daoyoku onto the deck and turned to Tian Juanhao, stating, inform him of the elixir's effects. There are few peak experts, and to use one as a puppet would be a waste. Yes, my lord, Tian Juanhao replied, a glimmer of excitement brightening his face as he hurried to Donghai Daoyoku's side to relay the information about the elixir. Realizing he could never escape Qian Zhe's control, witnessing Donghai Daoyoku meet a similar fate filled him with an uncontainable sense of schadenfreude, causing a smile to creep upon his lips. Upon hearing the effects of the elixir, Donghai Daoyoku's heart sank into despair. Yet, he did not dare to take his own life, fearing that his corpse would be fashioned into a puppet. At that moment, he caught sight of the smirk on Tian Juanhao's face, and his pent-up frustration and fury found an outlet. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, channeling his formidable inner strength, and struck Tian Juanhao's chest. With a resounding thud, Tian Juanhao was sent flying, tumbling several yards away. Daoyoku, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Tian Juanhao bellowed, leaping forward to confront Donghai Daoyoku, his unscathed left arm emanating a dark green aura as he struck. Donghai Daoyoku said nothing, responding with a roar of his own as he engaged Tian Juanhao in combat. Qian Zhe and Mei Qing stood at the bow of the ship, indifferent to the skirmish behind them, not even casting a glance their way. Why, lord, shall we continue pursuing the others? Mei Qing inquired softly. We have spent considerable time chasing Donghai Daoyoku. Those who left first have likely fled far. We are closest to the direction where Wen Hong escaped, so let us pursue him, Qian Zhe replied. Half an hour later, Qian Zhe and his companions stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the large vessel stranded on the lakeshore not far away, its hull marked with the insignia of Jingshui Mountain. It was evident that Wen Hong, in his haste to flee, had abandoned this costly ship by the lake. Although traveling on such a grand ship would be swift, the vast waters made it exceedingly easy to be detected. Thus, if they were to abandon the vessel and disperse among the crowd, locating them would not prove to be a simple task. Mei Qing, the intelligence gathered by your passionate valley is unparalleled. I entrust you with the mission of tracking down Wen Hong, Qian Zhe declared. His decision to recruit the enchanting Mei Qing stemmed from her valley's exceptional capability in gathering intelligence. For any faction, information is of paramount importance. Establishing a robust intelligence network demands vast resources and manpower, yielding little immediate results, making it imperative to assimilate an existing organization for a seamless transition. Rest assured, Master, unless Wen Hong can soar back to Jingshui Mountain, he shall inevitably fall under the scrutiny of Passionate Valley. Mei Qing replied sweetly, her autumn-like eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation as she gazed at Qian Zhe, resembling a puppy awaiting praise. One must concede, such a gaze holds tremendous power over men. Even Qian Zhe felt a warmth bloom within him, shaking his head silently, muttering, disaster incarnate. Mei Qing instructed her disciples to gather intelligence while Qian Zhe disembarked. Tian Juanhao and Daoyoku followed him ashore, their faces bearing the bruises of the earlier skirmish. As soon as they set foot on the lakeside, Qian Zhe's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced toward the nearby thicket, where a middle-aged man, clad with a long sword on his back, stood, leading an impressively handsome black horse. Upon seeing Chen Zhe turn his head, Tian Juanhao and Diao Aoku followed suit, their expressions shifting dramatically upon spotting the man hidden among the bushes. The middle-aged figure was merely a few paces away, and they had been utterly oblivious to his presence, a testament to the terrifying skill of concealment. Had the stranger intended to eliminate them, they would have already met their demise. Heaven's intent sword. He Sangqiang. Tian Juanhao's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming member of the top 10 masters possessed such formidable strength. I fear even Xiao Qinglong might not surpass you. It now appeared that Xiao Qinglong's claim to being the world's foremost was somewhat overstated. Diao Aoku of Donghai scoffed. He Sangqiang paid no mind to Tian Juanhao or Diao Aoku, acting as though he was entirely unaware of their presence. Releasing the reins of his horse, he stepped closer to Chen Zhe, quietly scrutinizing him. Heaven's intent sword. He Sangqiang, the only one among the top 10 masters who has not taken action until now. What brings you to seek me? Chen Zhe inquired with keen interest. During the prior battle, he had sensed an aura comparable to Xiao Qinglong lurking nearby, yet the individual had refrained from intervening. It appeared that this figure was indeed He Sangqiang before him. I have come to see what it is about you that has drawn the attention of heaven and earth, He Sangqiang replied. As soon as his words fell, his right hand grasped the hilt of the long sword at his back. Heaven's intent. I humbly request your guidance. As Chen Zhe's pupils constricted, the instant He Sangqiang grasped the hilt of his sword, his presence vanished from this realm, leaving not a trace behind. More precisely, his essence melded completely with the cosmos, indistinguishable from it to at. That moment, He Sangqiang transcended his individuality, becoming an integral part of the will of heaven and earth. With a metallic clang, the long sword was drawn, and an incredibly brilliant sword light erupted, dazzling even more than the blazing sun. Ethereal and intangible, yet omnipresent, unavoidable and inescapable. One could only endure it. The true form of the azure dragon, metamorphosis, psychic shield. As the resplendent sword light dissipated, the colors of the surroundings returned, and the sound of galloping hooves echoed. He Sangqiang had already departed on horseback and the place where Chen Zhe once stood. A humanoid creature, towering at 2.5 meters, adorned with intricate azure scales, 2 sharp horns protruding from its head, and a long azure tail trailing behind, now occupied the space that bore a striking resemblance to a humanoid azure dragon, a transformation of none other than Chen Zhe himself. Observing He Sangqiang riding away, Chen Zhe's eyes, filled with an air of solemnity and coldness, narrowed slightly. Countless minute holes appeared on the invisible psychic shield before him, while numerous white spots dotted the scales on his body. All of these were remnants of the sword strike delivered by He Sangqiang. Faced with that formidable blow, he had no means of defense, relying solely on his robust physical form to withstand it. Though that strike was indeed powerful, alas, it was not your sword. It was the sword of the cosmos. After a lifetime of arduous cultivation spanning a century, one ultimately remains but a slave and puppet of the universe. What folly! Chen Zhe let out a gentle sigh, and with a slight tremor, he transformed, visibly shifting from the humanoid azure dragon back into a normal human form. However, his garments had been reduced to tattered rags, draped around him. Mei Qing, Tian Juanhao, and Donghai Diao Aoku stood dumbfounded, gazing at Chen Zhe. What had they just witnessed? Chen Zhe had astonishingly morphed into a humanoid azure dragon before their very eyes. Was this a feat achievable by martial artists? Mei Qing, fetch me some clothing, Chen Zhe commanded, his brows furrowing slightly. Upon hearing his words, Mei Qing snapped back to reality, hastily replying, Master, we have no men's clothing on the ship. I shall send someone to the town ahead to purchase some. I will return to the cabin. Make haste with the purchases, Chen Zhe instructed, and with a swift motion, he appeared on the deck of the grand ship, stepping into the cabin. Before long, disciples from the emotional valley returned with garments in hand. Chen Zhe casually selected an outfit to change into, and accompanied by Mei Qing and the others, they set off toward the nearby town, intending to rest and simultaneously investigate the whereabouts of Wenhong. Chapter 47. The Tavern on Xin Town is a quaint settlement situated near Wulon Lake. As the saying goes, one thrives by the mountains when near them and by the waters when close. Wulon Lake connects to Guanjin River, leading many merchants traversing north and south to pass through this locale, thus sparking the prosperity of Anshin Town. The town is replete with taverns and inns, lending it a vibrant atmosphere. For long-distance traders, the safety of their goods is paramount. Thus, merchants often hire guards or engage escort agencies, making it common to encounter martial artists bearing blades and swords within Anshin Town. Moreover, With the peak battle from last night, a substantial number of martial artists flocked to Anshin town, causing it to become exceedingly crowded. The influx of these scattered martial practitioners inevitably led to a deterioration in public order. In the brief moment since Qian Zhe entered the town, he had already witnessed several skirmishes erupting in the streets. However, Qian Zhe and his companions, being numerous and formidable, exuded a palpable aura of strength, deterring any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching them. Master, in this town, the only establishment worth considering is this inn. I have already arranged for a private room. Mei Qing, the fairy, remarked. You endured a series of fierce battles last night and must be quite fatigued. Let us replenish our energy with a meal first. Chenzhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no rush in pursuing when Hong.it is far more crucial to restore our energy and maintain our combat prowess. Upon entering the inn, a young attendant promptly approached, his face adorned with a smile, bowing and scraping as he spoke. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize, but our establishment is currently at full capacity. Might I suggest you explore other options? At this moment, a disciple from the Duoqing Valley stepped forward, her voice sweet yet commanding. I reserved a private room in advance. Why Lord has arrived now. Please escort us there. Upon seeing this Duoqing Valley disciple, the attendant's expression faltered. He had encountered few strikingly beautiful women in his life, and her presence left a lasting impression. Regrettably, he recalled that the room she had reserved was already occupied, and thus he internally lamented. Esteemed guests, he said, his face filled with distress, the private room you reserved is currently in use. Would you kindly wait for a moment? Hearing this, Mei Qing merely cast a glance at the Duoqing Valley disciple. The disciple's countenance shifted instantly. Although their valley leader appeared docile before Qian Zhe, her ruthlessness could evoke profound regret in those who crossed her. With a swift motion, the disciple unsheathed her sword. Its glimmering blade now poised against the attendant's throat, and her delicate features were etched with frost. Are you toying with me? Witnessing the sudden shift in demeanor from the enchanting woman, the attendant was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling like a leaf in the wind, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The patrons in the inn, alerted by the sound of the sword being drawn, turned their heads to observe, but upon noticing Qian Zhe and his companions, promptly redirected their gazes. This group exuded an undeniable strength, unmistakably skilled, and they had no desire to invite trouble upon themselves. Let it be. They are mere insignificant figures. There is no point in complicating matters with them. Let us proceed to the private room and dine. Qian Zhe waved his hand casually in the realm of martial artists. The availability of a reserved room mattered little. Should they be denied a meal, they would simply resort to smashing the establishment. The innkeeper, an ordinary man, was ill-equipped to confront the fierce warriors of the martial world, and thus had no choice but to grant them entry. Upon hearing Qian Zhe's words, the Duoqing Valley disciple turned towards Mei Qing. Mei Qing furrowed her brows and reprimanded her. Why are you looking at me? Did you not hear the master's command? Sheathe your sword at once. The disciples of the passionate valley hastily sheathed their swords and retreated a step, rejoining the crowd behind them. Qian Zhe smiled at the waiter, saying, Please, lead us to the private room we reserved. Having just traversed the gates of hell, the waiter quickly assessed the situation, daring not to utter a single word of frivolity. Any conflicts that arose would be left for these two factions of martial arts heroes to resolve amongst themselves. The waiter guided Qian Zhe and his companions to the second floor, halting before a door adorned with exquisite decorations. Turning to Qian Zhe, he remarked, Esteemed guests, this is the private room you have booked. You may take your leave now. Qian Zhe waved his hand dismissively, and the waiter, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly descended the stairs. Standing at the threshold, Qian Zhe could hear a cacophony of raucous laughter emanating from within. With a swift motion of his right hand, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was relatively elegant in its decor. However, the current scene within somewhat marred this aesthetic. 2 square tables, each measuring 4 feet, were pushed together, laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes, predominantly featuring various river delicacies. Though Anshin town thrived due to its advantageous transport links, it could not compare to the grandeur of a metropolis. The finest cuisine available here consisted merely of wild game and river fare, while exquisite dishes such as abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fins were but distant dreams. At tea that moment, several burly men surrounded the square table, guzzling wine and devouring meat, their loud laughter filling the air in a corner by the wall. A young man was slumped against it, bound and helpless. Upon hearing the door swing open, the men turned their gazes towards the intruder. Who the hell dares to interrupt our meal? One of the brutes cursed as he spun around. Observing the room's once elegant atmosphere now sullied by the presence of these ruffians, Qianzhe furrowed his brow and commanded, "Throw them all out, clear the table and the food. It is an eyesore." "Understood," Tian Juanhao sneered, striding toward the group of ruffians. His right arm was nearly incapacitated from his earlier skirmish with the East Seas fishermen. Though he had managed to leave some marks on his opponent's face, he had still endured considerable punishment. Now, encountering these men was fortuitous. They would serve as a convenient outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Upon hearing Qianzhe's disdainful words, the ruffians bristled with anger. "You should inquire who we are before daring to provoke the 8 fiends of Lingshan. It seems you are tired of living." Though these 8 men appeared unimpressive, their internal strength was formidable, placing them in the second tier of martial prowess. Moreover, their combined combat formation made them a match for even first-tier experts, thus granting them a modicum of renown within the martial world. However, for a supreme powerhouse like Tian Juanhao, such considerations were irrelevant. They were merely insects to be crushed without a second thought. After a few short, anguished cries, 8 corpses lay strewn across the room. Tian Juanhao opened a window and unceremoniously tossed the bodies into the street. The disciples of the Passionate Valley quickly entered, tidying the table and cleaning the room. Before long, the space regained its elegant appearance, devoid of any trace left by the 8 ruffians. Chapter 48. The conqueror Shan Hongxin stood somewhat at a loss in the room. The ropes that had bound him moments ago now lay at his feet. As the young master of Biyun Villa, he had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, never having endured a single hardship. He could not have anticipated that accompanying his father to witness the battle at Wulan Lake would lead him to encounter the 8 fiends of Lingshan en route. Although his father was a formidable figure in the martial world, he ultimately fell victim to the siege orchestrated by these notorious foes, succumbing to their relentless assault. After slaying his father, the 8 fiends sought to covet the wealth and martial secrets of Biyun Villa, taking him hostage as they prepared to make their way there. Initially, he believed that Biyun Villa was doomed and that he too was destined for death. However, he never imagined that in this small town, the 8 fiends would attract the attention of a significant figure, leading to their demise. Upon seeing Qianzhe enter with his entourage, Shan Hongxin hurriedly stepped forward, bowing earnestly as he expressed, "I am Shan Hongxin, and I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, noble benefactor. Should you ever require my assistance, I would willingly lay down my life in service." Qianzhe nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to take a seat at the table, where the disciples of Duoqing Valley promptly poured him tea, while the eager waiter quickly brought forth wine and dishes that had been prepared in advance. "Having expressed your gratitude, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Tian Juanhao gestured dismissively to Shan Hongxian. At Tian Juanhao's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shan Hongxin's eyes. He recognized all of Qianzhe's companions, having attended the peak battle at Wulan Lake with his father the previous night. His earlier remarks were not merely a declaration of gratitude, but also a hope to forge a connection with Qianzhe. If he could catch Qianzhe's eye and become his disciple, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, establishing a rapport with a figure of Qianzhe's caliber was no simple matter. Although reluctant to depart, having witnessed Tian Juanhao's prowess in defeating the 8 fiends, Shan Hongxin dared not disregard his words. As he turned to leave, Qianzhe suddenly called out, "Wait a moment!" Shan Hongxin halted, swiftly turning to face Qianzhe, his expression brimming with surprise and anticipation. Tian Juanhao and the others looked at Qianzhe in bewilderment, uncertain as to why he had stopped Shan Hongxin, for they had perceived nothing extraordinary about him. "Dao Aoku, this Shan Hongxin possesses commendable potential. I suggest you take him on as your disciple," Qianzhe remarked, turning to the side to address the East Sea Dao Aoku. With Qianzhe's endorsement, the East Sea Dao Aoku could hardly object, and despite his reluctance, he acquiesced. With a sour expression, he addressed Shan Hongxin. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Bow down." Shan Hongxin hurriedly advanced a few steps and, with a resounding thud, knelt before the East Sea Dao Aoku, bowing several times with deep reverence. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to become Qianzhe's disciple, the prospect of being apprenticed to the East Sea Dao Aoku, one of the top 10 martial experts, was already a fortune he had never dared to dream of. Witnessing Shan Hongxin's heartfelt submission, the East Sea Dao Aoku's demeanor softened slightly. "Rise," he commanded. "In a moment, I shall impart to you a set of teachings on the art of Tana. Once the matter is concluded, I will escort you back to the Eastern Sea and further enlighten you on other martial arts." "Thank you, Master." Shan Hongxin promptly bowed once more. After laying out the food and drinks, everyone, save for the enchanting Mei Qing Shan who accompanied Qianzhe, withdrew from the chamber. With the terrifying presence of the corpses of the 8 fiends of Ling Mountain looming in the streets, Tian Juanhao and his companions effortlessly located a dining spot. Inside the room, Mei Qingshan poured a cup of wine for Qinzhe. Master, how could you have allowed the fishermen of the Eastern Sea to accept that young man? Could he possess some extraordinary quality? Indeed, he is somewhat exceptional. Qinzhe replied with a smile, recalling his recent interaction with the system. The moment he laid eyes on Shan Hongxin, a notification from the system flashed before him, identifying the Child of Destiny, triggering side quest, Conqueror. By disrupting the world line, one can harvest a portion of the world's primordial power, coalescing it into the authority of the world, thus gaining the ability to touch upon the laws within this realm. Internally, Qinzhe inquired, what exactly is the Child of Destiny? From the moment a world is born, it possesses a fixed world line along which all events must unfold. Should any deviation occur, the will of the world selects the Child of Destiny, utilizing their hands to rectify the course of the world line. The Child of Destiny is graced by the fortune of heaven and earth, transforming misfortune into fortune and calamity into safety. Those sovereigns who founded nations and the influential figures who shaped the world order predominantly belong to this category. After your arrival in this world, establishing the divine mansion, vanquishing the 10 greatest masters, and creating the formidable underworld, you have significantly disrupted the world line, making Shan Hongxin the chosen Child of Destiny by the will of the world. Thus, is it accurate to say that this Shan Hongxin has been selected by this realm to oppose me? A glint of cold light flashed in Qinzhe's eyes. The system responded. That assertion holds a degree of truth. What if I were to eliminate him now? A hint of murderous intent surfaced in Qinzhe's gaze. The system's reply curtailed his thoughts. Shan Hongxin has only recently been designated as the Child of Destiny, and the world will has yet to invest much power in him. Should you slay him, the will of the world will merely select another as the Child of Destiny, rendering your efforts futile. Is there truly no other recourse? Qinzhe furrowed his brow. Once the connection between the will of the world and Shan Hongxin becomes sufficiently strong, the system can harvest the world's primordial power through him. At that juncture, not only can you thwart the will of the world's rectification, but you may also acquire a portion of the authority of the world. The more formidable Shan Hongxin becomes, the tighter the bond with the will of the world. Hence, Qinzhe allowed the fishermen of the Eastern Sea to take him as a disciple. Although the system's description was somewhat vague, Qinzhe remained exceedingly intrigued by the prospect of wielding a portion of the authority of the world. Naturally, these matters would not be divulged to Mei Qingshan. Noticing that Qinzhe did not intend to elaborate, she wisely refrained from further inquiries and diligently attended to Qinzhe's dining needs. Over the ensuing days, while journeying towards Mirror Snow Mountain, Qinzhe also directed the disciples of the Passionate Valley to search for traces of Wenhong. My lord, my subordinates have successfully located Wenhong. On this day, after receiving the report from her followers, the enchanting Mei Qing approached Qinzhe with an expression of sheer delight to convey the news. Well done. Qinzhe nodded in approval, commending her efforts. It is truly remarkable that within just a few days, they have managed to uncover the whereabouts of an exceptionally powerful individual who sought to remain hidden. One cannot help but admire the extraordinary intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Passionate Valley. Chapter 49. Within the Valley of Divine Fire, the Valley of Divine Fire, though situated in a remote area, holds a considerable reputation in the martial world. While the depth of its master, Liu Yangbua's, martial prowess remains shrouded in mystery, he is renowned across the land as a miraculous physician and master craftsman. Each day, martial artists from various regions flock to seek his medical expertise or request his assistance in forging extraordinary weapons. At this moment, Qinzhe and his companions stood at the entrance of the valley. My lord, my disciples have diligently pursued leads and ultimately discovered that Wenhong is hiding within this Valley of Divine Fire, Mei Qing remarked. Gazing at the valley, Qinzhe nodded slightly. Wenhong certainly possesses a knack for choosing his hiding spots. His decision to conceal himself here has spared me considerable trouble. Qinzhe has established a total of 10 halls within the underworld, each presided over by one of the 10 Yama Kings. Most of the halls have been formed, with only the positions for the King of Instruments, who oversees numerous ghostly emissaries, and the King of Equality, serving as the military strategist of the underworld. Still unfilled, if they can subdue Wenhong and Liu Yangbua, suitable candidates for both positions will emerge. Let us proceed to meet Wenhong and the Master of the Valley of Divine Fire, Qinzhe declared, leading the way into the valley without any intention of prior notification. Their purpose for coming here today was to capture, not to pay a visit, no matter how much decorum they adhered to. Conflict was inevitable. Thus, there was no need to complicate matters further. Although such actions might attract criticism from others in the martial world, Their underworld was hardly a prestigious sect that cared about reputation. Tian Juanhao felt that Chen Zhe's approach was quite to his liking. He let out a cold chuckle and swiftly followed. The East Sea fisherman remained silent, wearing a stoic expression as he advanced alongside them. As for Mei Qing, her loyalty to Chen Zhe was unwavering. She would never voice any dissent. The disciples guarding the valley entrance, upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of Chen Zhe and his group, instantly changed their expressions and shouted, "Who are you?" Chen Zhe ignored them completely. Beside him, Tian Juanhao sneered, swiftly appearing at the entrance. With a flick of his right arm, a dark, swirling mist enveloped the area, containing immense palm force that sent the few disciples of the Valley of Divine Fire flying. Bang! The residual force struck the nearby mountainside, leaving an enormous palm imprint upon it. Tian Juanhao glanced at the surrounding martial artists with a cold smile, uttering no words, and leaped to catch up with Chen Zhe. Witnessing this scene, those who had initially intended to intervene were taken aback, hastily retreating to the side. Their eyes filled with terror as they watched Chen Zhe and his entourage depart. Their intentions were merely to curry favor with the people of the Divine Fire Valley, but now that the adversaries are so formidable, approaching them would be tantamount to seeking death. While the goodwill of the Divine Fire Valley is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the value of one's life. This group of individuals does not come with benevolent intentions. Should a conflict truly erupt between the two parties, it is feared that the Divine Fire Valley may be erased from the annals of the martial world. Surely not. For many years, the Divine Fire Valley has healed countless individuals and forged weapons for numerous martial heroes, wielding immense influence within the realm. Could anyone be audacious enough to dare extinguish the Divine Fire Valley? It is difficult to say. Regardless of the discussions among the martial artists outside the valley, Chen Zhe and his companions swiftly advanced toward the heart of the Divine Fire Valley. All the disciples attempting to obstruct their path were dealt with by Tian Juanhao with decisive force. The heart of the Divine Fire Valley is a vast expanse, dotted with buildings arranged in an orderly manner. In the largest of these structures, all the disciples of the Divine Fire Valley had congregated, anxiously gazing at an elderly man seated at the head of the table, his face etched with concern. "Valley Master, that group is about to breach this place. What should we do?" "Indeed, Valley Master, please make a decision quickly." As the elderly man's expression darkened, he bellowed angrily, "Look at yourselves. What a state you are in. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When floodwaters rise, we shall fortify our defenses. What is there to panic about?" At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, carried to the ears of those present. "Chen Zhe?" Upon hearing this name, the hall erupted into a clamor. Just days prior, the battle at Wulan Lake had spread far and wide, where Chen Zhe single-handedly subdued the 10 most formidable masters, transforming into a legend within the martial world. Even the most reckless of warriors would tremble at the mere mention of his name. He is the unparalleled terror who overpowered the 10 great masters. Even a collective effort from the people of the Divine Fire Valley would not suffice to withstand him. What should we do now? It's over. It's all over. The old man's face paled considerably as he turned to a middle-aged man beside him, a glimmer of reproach in his gaze. Meeting the look of his senior brother, Wenhong forced a smile. "Senior brother, the lord of the Chen Manor has come today for my sake. If I go out to meet him, he should not make things difficult for the Divine Fire Valley." "Junior brother," the elderly man interjected. "You need not say more. My mind is made up." Wenhong stood, clasped his fists in respect to the elder, and turned to exit the hall, making his way outside. Upon seeing Chen Zhe and his entourage, Wenhong displayed a bittersweet smile. "Lord of the Chen Manor, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to pursue me. This indeed takes me by surprise. If I were to pursue you, the 3 behind me would suffice, but I seek to subdue you, to have you serve me. They are not capable of that. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands." Chen Zhe replied with a calm smile. Observing Tian Juanhao, Donghai Diao Aoku, and Mei Qingxianzi standing behind Chen Zhe, Wenhong sighed softly, adjusted his garments, and performed a deep bow. "I greet the lord of the manor." Chen Zhe's ability to subdue these 3 individuals undoubtedly indicates that he possesses methods to control them. If that is the case, why should he endure hardship and suffer before yielding? Truly, he is the candidate for the equal king that I hold in high regard. Indeed, he is a clever individual. Chen Zhe chuckled softly and tossed the puppet secret elixir over. Upon receiving it, Wenhong did not inquire about the nature of the pill but swallowed it without hesitation. Chen Zhe's intention in subduing him was not to eliminate him. Even if this were a poison, it would certainly be a controlling type of toxin. To submit would mean to be governed by the poison, which is only fitting. He was aware that it would be so before deciding to pledge allegiance. Wen Hong summoned the master of the Divine Fire Valley. I happen to be in need of a Chu Jiang Wang to oversee the Department of Artifacts. Let him take up that position, Qin Zhe proclaimed. Hearing his words, Wen Hong revealed a wry smile, realizing that even the master of the Divine Fire Valley could not escape a calamity after voluntarily coming forth to meet Qin Zhe. Yes, my lord, Wen Hong replied, turning to enter the grand hall. Almost immediately, a quarrel erupted from within, though it quickly subsided. Not long after, Wen Hong emerged, accompanied by an elderly man. The old man approached Qin Zhe and bowed deeply, stating, Lu Yangbo pays his respects to the Lord. Chapter 50. All returned to their positions. Zhao Fengyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind clouded and accompanied by a slight sense of dizziness. He glanced around, finding himself enveloped in darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of light, as if he were entrenched in the deepest depths of the earth. Pushing himself up with his right hand, Zhao Fengyu gradually sat upright, only to be met with a sharp pain in his chest, triggering memories of previous events. During the battle at Wulan Lake, he had been pierced through the chest by Qin Zhe's long spear, ultimately suffering a dagger's thrust to his heart. Could it be that I have perished and found myself in the realm of the dead? The recollection of past events, coupled with the surrounding gloom, birthed a singular thought within Zhao Fengyu's mind. You have awakened. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from beside him. Instantly, dim candlelight illuminated the space, and a figure emerged from the shadows, standing before him. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with ghostly green patterns, the figure's face was obscured by a mask depicting the yin-yang symbol. Were an ordinary person to witness such a sight, they might be paralyzed with fear. However, Zhao Fengyu remained composed. He distinctly sensed that this figure in black was human, not some supernatural entity. While he might harbor a sense of dread toward specters, as long as it was a person, Zhao Fengyu felt no fear. Who are you? Where is this place? He inquired, all the while subtly regulating his inner energy. The figure in black chuckled softly, despite the mask. Zhao Fengyu could still perceive the coldness in the smile. Welcome to the underworld. Humph, daring to play tricks before me. Zhao Fengyu bellowed in anger, slamming his left palm against the bed, propelling himself into the air, and striking towards the figure in black with a fierce gust of wind generated by his right hand. He could sense that the strength of the figure in the black robe was likely at the master level. Although he was currently injured, and despite his proficiency with the spear, he believed his current power was sufficient to confront a master. Just as Zhao Fengyu's right palm was about to strike the black-robed man, a hand, tinged with a dark azure hue, suddenly emerged from the shadows and intercepted his blow. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Fengyu was sent flying backward, rolling several times upon the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Heh, Zhao Fengyu. It seems you are still somewhat oblivious to the situation. Another black-robed figure stepped forth from the darkness, sneering. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the previous black-robed man, save for the distinct pattern on his mask, which depicted a sinuous black dragon, its eyes imbued with an ethereal allure, as if it might leap forth from the mask at any moment. Azure Demon Hand. Zhao Fengyu's gaze turned grave. You are Tian Juanhao. Just as Zhao Fengyu was taken aback by the revelation that this organization could recruit Tian Juanhao, a succession of figures emerged from the shadows, all cloaked in black robes akin to those of Tian Juanhao and the earlier figure. However, the designs on their masks varied. Some bore a swirling red flame enveloping a shard of glacial ice. Others depicted a blood sea churning with waves. One showcased a shadowy black city. Another illustrated a majestic and towering edifice. Yet another represented a miniature flourishing metropolis. And some displayed two stars in harmonious orbit. As these figures stepped into view one by one, Zhao Fengyu's expression grew increasingly grim. He was horrified to realize that among the 8 black-robed figures before him, aside from the 2 master-level warriors, the other 6 were all peerless powerhouses of his own caliber. Faced with such a multitude of formidable foes, it was inconceivable for him to escape, even in his peak condition, let alone in his current injured state. After all, he was not like Qin Zhe, that abnormally powerful individual who could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Zhao Fengyu, how do you find the 10 Yama Kings of the underworld? With the position of Qin Guangwang currently vacant, would you be interested? As these words echoed, a figure emerged from the darkness. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Fengyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into disbelief as he beheld the individual stepping forward. Qin Zhe. He could hardly believe that he was seeing Qin Zhe here. Furthermore, from the implications of Qin Zhe's words, it appeared that these 6 unparalleled experts were all his subordinates. Wasn't he the lord of the divine mansion? When had he amassed such a formidable force? How curious. Chunzhe chuckled lightly. If it weren't for my deliberate restraint, do you truly believe you would have stood a chance of surviving being pierced through the heart by a flying dagger? Upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, a realization dawned on Zhao Fengyu. It became clear why he had been able to survive after being stabbed in the heart. It was all part of Chen Zhe's orchestration. With 6 top-tier masters as your subordinates, and including myself and you, it could be said that your high-end combat power in the underworld has already claimed half of the vast territory of the Great Han. What exactly are your intentions? Zhao Fengyu inquired gravely, fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhe. Zhao refrained from any action, merely to manipulate the entirety of the martial world at my whim whenever I desire. Its rise and fall, its glory and disgrace, such that the entire realm must tremble and shift according to my moods. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, even Tian Juanhao and his companions, who had already pledged their allegiance to him, were seized by a shiver. The ambition displayed was simply too grand. Your thoughts truly exceed my expectations. Zhao Fengyu let out a bitter smile, yet I find myself unwilling to embrace death at this moment. Thus, it appears I have no other choice. The wheel of reincarnation stepped forward, casting a black robe and mask towards Zhao Fengyu. King Qingguang, this is your attire and mask. Zhao Fengyu picked up the mask and observed it closely, noticing a winding yellow path depicted upon it, shrouded by a faint layer of black mist hovering above. The artistry was exquisite and remarkably lifelike, as though lingering upon it longer would ensnare his very soul. With Zhao Fengyu's allegiance, Chen Zhe's underworld was finally established in earnest. Zhao Fengyu assumed the role of King Qingguang, overseeing the Yellow Springs Division, the combat arm of the underworld, comprised of disciples who served as its permanent fighting force. With his divine spear and unparalleled combat prowess, he was most suited to instruct the battle disciples. The position of King Chujiang was taken by Liu Yanghua, the Lord of the Divine Fire Valley, who managed the Artifacts Division, responsible for the crafting of various medicines and weapons, thereby providing logistical support to the underworld's disciples. Liu Yanghua was renowned across the land as both a divine physician and master craftsman, making him a perfect fit for this role. Tian Juanhao was appointed as King Songdi, overseeing the Punishment Division, tasked with handling those disciples who contravened regulations, extracting confessions from captives. These duties fell entirely upon them. Tian Juanhao practiced the Sinister Corpse Demon Great Method, rendering him exceptionally suited for executing punishment. The position of King Wu Guan was held by the East Sea Fisherman, who presided over the Wealth Division, amassing substantial wealth through commerce to support the underworld's operations. The East Sea Fisherman wielded immense influence at sea, commanding multiple fleets dedicated to trade. Chapter 51. Return to reality. Biancheng Wang was entrusted to Mei Qing, the fairy, who governed the Intelligence Division, gathering and consolidating information from around the world through a vast network of spies, enabling the underworld to remain cognizant of the myriad changes within the martial realm and to anticipate the enemy's moves. Mei Qing already possessed the intelligence system of the Passion Valley, and with the underworld's assistance, her network grew ever more secretive and formidable. The position of King Taishan was assumed by Kong Chengyu, the divine sword of great transformation, who oversaw the outer organizations, encompassing various factions that had secretly aligned with the underworld while maintaining a facade of independence. With the foundational support of the Diyin sect, one of the 13 major sects, Kong Chengyu encountered no difficulties in managing these outer organizations. The Urban King was held by Gan Hong, who led the Supervision Division, monitoring the members of the underworld. He was among the earliest to ally with Chen Zhe, and aside from the Wheel of Reincarnation, he was the most trusted by Chen Zhe, making him the ideal choice for the Supervision Division. The position of Equality King was filled by Wen Hong, who directed the underworld's think tank. For larger-scale operations, all plans were devised by this advisory group. With Wen Hong's martial prowess and intellect, he was more than capable of fulfilling this role. The wheel turner, entrusted to a coachman, oversees the allocation of responsibilities among all, governing the entire realm of the underworld. Were Chen Zhe absent from this place, he would undoubtedly be the supreme authority of the netherworld, as Chen Zhe's retainer. He is indisputably the most trusted individual in Chen Zhe's circle, and such a significant position is naturally bestowed upon him. The King of Hell presides over the tribunal, commanding a multitude of ghostly officials and judges. As the elite faction of the underworld, each ghostly official and judge is at least a master-level warrior. However, due to the lack of suitable candidates, the wheel turner temporarily assumes this role. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, an immensely vast and enigmatic power has been established. In the subsequent half-month, numerous events transpired in the martial world, some causing a stir, others quietly unfolding. Yet each occurrence held the potential to alter the landscape of the martial realm. Liu Yanghua, the master of the Divine Fire Valley, abruptly announced in the martial world that, due to a prior attack resulting in heavy casualties among his disciples, the valley would temporarily close its doors to the outside, focusing on nurturing its disciples. Meanwhile, the East CC Dragon Gang expanded its operations, venturing into inland waterways to trade goods and provide armed protection for merchant ships navigating the coastal waters, resisting marauding pirates, albeit at a considerable cost in the remote areas of the 108 states of the Han Dynasty. Unassumingly, numerous residences were established, appearing utterly ordinary with no remarkable features, yet they trafficked the most astute information across the realm. Led by the Dayan sect, various smaller organizations and factions united to form the Anti-Divine Mansion Alliance, creating a significant uproar, with their influence radiating across several neighboring states, capturing the attention of the martial world. Following the Battle of Wulan Lake, Changzhe vanished without a trace, while remnants of the Divine Mansion faded into obscurity amidst widespread disdain. Soon, the martial world returned to a semblance of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. System, choose to return. The flow of time in this world shall remain normal, Changzhe mused inwardly to the system. With a task completion rate of 50%, you may retain 50% of Xiao Qinglong's abilities. Please select whether to retain them in entirety or partially. After a moment's contemplation, Changzhe replied, retain them in entirety. While partial retention would allow a specific part of his body to remain at peak condition, it would also result in glaring weaknesses. Thus, opting for total retention, even at 50% strength, would provide a comprehensive advantage. Though Changzhe had established the underworld, it was still in its nascent stages. Despite its immense latent power, it required time to infiltrate and manipulate the entire martial realm. During this period, Changzhe found little to occupy his time in this world, prompting his decision to return to the realm of reality. As he made his choice, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the first martial arts world. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself seated on a sofa, observing the hallway outside, where a lean figure was directing subordinates to tidy up the corridor. Glancing around the familiar yet slightly alien environment, Changzhe shook his head. The last time he entered the realm of Resident Evil, he spent merely a few hours within its confines, returning with little more than a fleeting impression. However, this time, immersed in a world of martial arts, he experienced the passage of several months, while only a mere moment transpired in the reality he returned to. This dissonance in the flow of time left him feeling somewhat disoriented. At that moment, the lanky monkey sauntered in from outside. Boss, we have finished tidying up outside. From the corpse of that individual, we only found a wallet. As he spoke, the lanky monkey presented a wallet to Changzhe. Although months had elapsed, Changzhe needed only a moment's reflection to recall the circumstances at hand. The thought of Chen Mingdu, who had perished in the outer corridor, caused his expression to darken slightly. He reached out to take the wallet, opening it to reveal some cash, several credit cards, a room key, and an identification card. Changzhe picked up the ID, casting a brief glance at it. The address displayed was in Wannan City. Yunzhou, lanky monkey, take this room key and search his quarters. See if you can uncover anything of note. Changzhe handed the room key to the lanky monkey. Understood, boss, the lanky monkey replied, taking the key and departing. Before long, he returned, dragging a suitcase behind him. Boss, the room contained only this suitcase, which holds merely a few changes of clothes. Nothing else. Changzhe's gaze fell upon the luggage tag, prompting him to instruct. Have someone investigate when this flight departed and its origin. Boss, I will look into it immediately. The lanky monkey nodded, carrying the suitcase away. Having assumed control of Su Gang's influence, the lanky monkey wielded considerable power within Yun City, making it a trivial matter to investigate the information on a luggage tag. Once he and his subordinates left, the corridor returned to silence, as if nothing untoward had occurred. Changzhe rose from the sofa, freshened up, and then reclined on the plush bed, surrendering to slumber. Throughout his months in the martial arts world, he had been preoccupied with numerous schemes. Despite possessing unparalleled strength, he had remained perpetually tense, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Now, back in the realm of reality, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and naturally, he sought to indulge in a restorative sleep. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Changzhe awoke. For him, a mere 2 to 3 hours of rest sufficed to maintain his vigor, leaving him devoid of any fatigue. Thus, he had enjoyed a splendid night's sleep, though he remained unaware of whether the other guests on the same floor had fared equally well. Chapter 52. There is no need for you to be acquainted. As Changzhe approached the entrance to the dining hall, he spotted Zhou Yutong and his son waiting there. upon seeing him approach. Both hurried over to Mr. Chun. I heard that you were attacked last night. Are you unscathed? Zhou Yutong inquired with genuine concern. Chunzei did not pause in his stride, continuing toward the dining area, casually responding, I am fine. That is a relief indeed. Zhou Yutong let out a long sigh. Mr. Chun, I have already smoothed things over with the relevant departments, leaving no traces behind. You may rest assured. Thank you for your trouble, Chunzei replied in a rather indifferent tone. Noticing Chunzei's demeanor, Zhou Yutong dared not to disturb him further. Mr. Chun, I shall not hinder your meal any longer. I will take my leave now. Wait a moment. Chunzei suddenly called out to Zhou Yutong. From the individual I searched last night, I found an identification card. Although I cannot ascertain its authenticity, I believe you could utilize it to investigate some information. Chunzei produced Qin Mingdu's identification card and handed it to Zhou Yutong. Upon hearing this, an expression of excitement appeared on Zhou Yutong's face. The more Chunzei utilized his resources, the safer the Zhou family would be. He hastily accepted the identification card and assured Chunzei. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I will mobilize all the forces of the Zhou family to uncover this person's background. Go ahead. Chunzei waved his hand. In the afternoon, Chunzei received a call from Li Kaiqing, reminding him not to forget to attend the birthday banquet at 8 o'clock that evening at Yun Haixian. As night fell, Yun Haixian was ablaze with lights, the street lamps on either side illuminating the entrance as brightly as day. At the entrance of Yun Haixian stood two girls, seemingly waiting for someone. One of them was Li Kaiqing, who had invited Chunzei to the birthday banquet, while her close friend Tang Xiaoqi was beside her, linking arms and engaging her in conversation. Hey, Qing, it's already 7 o'clock. Why hasn't your childhood sweetheart arrived yet? Tang Xiaoqi raised her left hand to glance at her watch, expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Kaiqing turned her head and shot her a glance. I told Ace that it starts at 8. There's still nearly an hour left. If you're feeling tired, you can go inside and greet the others for me. Ace is likely to take a while longer. I can't wait any longer. You can wait here. I'm going in, Tang Xiaoqi declared, turning on her heels and entering the restaurant. Just as Tang Xiaoqi stepped inside, a black Q7 approached from a distance, stopping beside Li Kaiqing. The window rolled down, revealing Chunzei in the driver's seat. Hold on a moment. I'll go park, he said. Li Kaiqing nodded, her face lighting up with joy. I'll wait for you. After parking the car, Chunzei approached Li Kaiqing and presented her with an ornate box. This is a gift for you. Happy birthday. Thank you, Li Kaiqing exclaimed as she eagerly opened the box, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the jade grasshopper within. She lifted the small jade grasshopper, gazing up at Chunzei, her eyes shimmering. You remembered. How could I possibly forget? Chunzei chuckled softly, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. After all, that was perhaps the happiest time of my life. After leaving the orphanage, Chunzei became an assassin, constantly treading the line between life and death, his nerves perpetually taut, never experiencing a moment of relaxation. Even with the enhancement of the system, his abilities had increased significantly, yet he found himself drawn into a hidden world where dangers remained ever-present. Do you still remember our promise? Li Kaiqing's gaze fell to the ground, her eyelashes quivering slightly. Much like the promises shared by every pair of childhood sweethearts, Chunzei and Li Kaiqing once had an agreement in their youth that when they grew up, Li Kaiqing would become Chunzei's bride. However, that promise now seemed rather distant, rendered somewhat nebulous by the passage of time. A decade or more is an extensive span, filled with myriad experiences that have blurred certain memories. Chunzei chuckled lightly as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Li Kaiqing lifted her head, fixing her gaze on him intently for a moment before affirming with great certainty. You remember? Chunzei smiled and deftly changed the subject. Let us go inside. We wouldn't want to keep those waiting any longer. In the second hall of Yun Haixian, the space was modest, spanning just over 400 square meters. Inside, several long tables were arranged, laden with an assortment of drinks and delicacies, while servers navigated through the crowd, balancing trays. Tang Xiaoqi, what brings you back? Where's Qing? Upon seeing Tang Xiaoqi enter, a tall young man clad in a crisp white leisure suit inquired, his handsome features making him quite striking. Should he stroll down the street, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of many a young lady. Tang Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Where else could she be but waiting outside for her romantic suitor? At Tang Xiaoqi's words, the young man's expression soured noticeably. Behind him trailed a few subordinates, clearly the type accustomed to running errands. One of them ventured to ask, Sister Xiaoqi, what exactly is that person's relationship with Sister Qing? I've never heard of him before. Of course you haven't. Tang Xiaoqi scoffed. He is a childhood companion of Qing's. I have no idea what he does now, but the moment I see him, I feel an unsettling chill. A childhood companion of Qing. The young man's eyes gleamed with intrigue in his pursuit of Li Kaiqing. He had meticulously researched her background and was aware that she had grown up in an orphanage, thus deducing that this childhood friend was likely another orphan. A sly smile crept across his lips, laced with a hint of coldness. Just then, the grand doors of the second hall swung open once more, drawing the attention of the guests as Li Kaiqing entered, accompanied by a young man. Dressed in plain casual attire, he starkly contrasted with the opulent decor of the hall, immediately exuding an aura of incongruity. The young man approached with a smile. "You must be the childhood companion that Qingqing has been thinking about. Greetings, I am Yin Mingwei, a friend of Qingqing." Upon hearing Yin Mingwei speak in such a tone, as if he were the host of the gathering, Li Caiqing's expression turned frosty. One might easily mistake her for Yin Mingwei's girlfriend. She had no desire for Chunzhe to misunderstand. "Yin Mingwei, A's is my invited guest. You're unfamiliar with one another and have no common connections, so I shan't introduce you. Please attend to your own matters. I shall take care of A's." Upon concluding her words, Li Kaiqing disregarded Yin Mingwei's outstretched hand and directly took Chunzhe by the arm, leading him aside. Chapter 53. Understanding and Empathy. Observing Li Kaiqing's demeanor, a faint smile involuntarily graced Chunzhe's face. The sensation of being valued by another is truly delightful, as Li Kaiqing guided Chunzhe away. Yin Mingwei's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of humiliation and anger flashing in his eyes. Noticing the unsightly look on Yin Mingwei's face upon his return, Tang Xiaoqi scoffed, feeling humiliated. "Are we? When it comes to this Chunzhe, Qingqing seems like a different person entirely. I've never seen her hold anyone in such high regard. You've merely set yourself up for embarrassment." Yin Mingwei's already grim countenance further soured upon hearing Tang Xiaoqi's remarks. After she departed, a few of Yin Mingwei's subordinates inquired, "Yin Xiao, shall we teach that kid a lesson?" "Wait until Li Kaiqing leaves," Yin Mingwei replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Chunzhe. Chunzhe, engaged in conversation with Li Kaiqing, sensed a shift and turned to regard Yin Mingwei and his companions, offering a slight smile that concealed an undercurrent of chilled "Zhe, please wait here for a moment. I need to go to the restroom and will return shortly," Li Kaiqing announced before rising to depart. With Li Kaiqing's exit, Yin Mingwei instructed his subordinates, "You may proceed." Upon receiving the command, they promptly advanced toward Chang'an. As they approached, numerous onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding scene. They were all aware of Yin Mingwei's pursuit of Li Kaiqing, and upon seeing her accompanied by the unassuming Chunzhe, it was evident that Yin Mingwei would not let this opportunity to trouble Chunzhe slip by. No one was inclined to intervene. The sudden presence of an ordinary individual like Chunzhe among them was unsettling. While they had no intention of confronting him, they were eager to witness any ensuing conflict. Whispers of speculation filled the air regarding Chunzhe's potential reactions. Would he feel ashamed and retreat quietly? Or would he lash out in anger, engaging in a scuffle with Yin Mingwei's subordinates and losing face before the crowd? The onlookers were keenly aware of the approaching group, and Chunzhe, with his heightened senses, was equally perceptive. As the individuals drew near, a cold glimmer passed through Chunzhe's eyes. "Did Yin Mingwei send you over? If he seeks to create trouble, let him come himself." Before the subordinates could utter a word, Chunzhe had already spoken, leaving them momentarily speechless, their intended taunts caught in their throats. This was not the expected narrative. They were supposed to be the ones intimidating this boy. Yet he had managed to silence them with a single remark. "Kid, you don't require Yin Xiao to deal with you. A wild child from an orphanage like you is simply unworthy." One of the subordinates muttered in a lowered voice. Although everyone is aware that they are seeking trouble with Chunzhe, such words must not reach the ears of the public. This is the unwritten rule of the upper echelons. Loud curses and provocations followed by brawls are the actions of newly wealthy individuals. Even if a confrontation is to ensue, it must be instigated through words, compelling the opponent to strike first, thereby occupying the moral high ground. Suddenly, a subordinate was sent sprawling 2 meters away, crashing to the ground, unable to rise, with a mouthful of teeth scattered about, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, presenting a rather tragic sight. Chunzhe, being quite perceptive, recognized that since the other party wished for him to take action, he would oblige. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Chunzhe, who had anticipated that he would strike. Yet the consequences of his actions were somewhat beyond their expectations. To send a person flying 2 meters with a single slap, one must possess considerable strength. Although Yin Mingwei's subordinates were astonished by Chunzhe's formidable power, they had not forgotten their mission. "Security, quickly summon the security personnel. There is a disturbance here. Swiftly escort this person out," one of them shouted hoarsely. Those originally assigned promptly dashed outside to fetch the hotel security. Chunzhe paid no heed to the others, merely directing his cold gaze at the remaining subordinates of Yin Mingwei, stating, "If you choose to be someone else's lackey, be prepared for the possibility of having your legs broken." What? Upon hearing Chunzhe's words, the subordinates were momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly mean? Were they to continue the fight? Unfortunately for them, their guess was correct. Chunzhe approached one of the subordinates and unleashed a lightning-fast kick with his right leg. Crack! Ah! The subordinate clutched his obviously deformed right leg, writhing on the ground in agony, emitting a piercing scream. The remaining subordinates, witnessing this scene, were thrown into a state of panic. Their calves tightened with apprehension. Typically, following Yin Mingwei, they merely strutted about, running errands, akin to the idle companions of ancient times. Never having encountered such a spectacle, the attendees of the birthday banquet felt a chill run through them, their expressions of anticipation swiftly vanishing. To inflict such brutal injury while maintaining an air of calmness was far from the demeanor of an ordinary individual. In the distance, Yin Mingwei, who had been observing, now wore an expression of astonished fury. He had not anticipated that after his subordinates called for security, Chunzhe would still dare to break limbs in plain sight, truly audacious. However, excitement soon flickered across his face. Breaking someone's leg before the eyes of the public meant the young man would be beyond salvation, just as Yin Mingwei reveled in his dark delight. The subordinates he had dispatched had all suffered broken legs at Chunzhe's hands, rolling on the ground and wailing, rendering the entire hall utterly silent, none daring to make a sound. Considering Chunzhe's fate and the tragic state of those subordinates, Yin Mingwei dismissed the matter with little concern. At most, he would provide them with a sum of money afterward to ensure they could live out their days peacefully. Just then, the door to Hall 2 was forcefully flung open, and a large group of burly men clad in security uniforms rushed in from outside. "It is indeed him. Just him. Look, he has reduced someone to this state." The individual who had just stepped out to call for security sprinted forward, vociferously proclaiming as he approached Chunzhe. Upon arriving close enough to witness the agonizing cries of those sprawled on the ground, he appeared as though a hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him speechless. Was it not the case that only one individual was sent flying moments ago? How is it that now, upon exiting, all these individuals have had their legs broken? He gazed up at Chunzhe, terror etched across his face, his legs feeling weak beneath him, and his body trembling uncontrollably like chaff in the wind. Chapter 54. No mercy. The security personnel who had rushed in behind were similarly taken aback by the pitiful sight before them. Drawing in sharp breaths, they hastily unsheathed their batons, regarding Chunzhe with wary expressions. "I do not care who you are or what your intentions are here, but I strongly advise you to surrender without resistance. Even if you possess some martial prowess, Yunhaixian is not a place where you can act recklessly," the head of security declared sternly while scrutinizing Chunzhe. Chunzhe turned to face the head of security. "Are you certain that you possess the authority to intervene in this matter?" The head of security furrowed his brow. The confidence in Chunzhe's voice instilled in him an unsettling premonition. However, considering that one party involved was the nephew of his employer, he felt compelled to take action. Just as the head of security prepared to stubbornly escort Chunzhe back to the security office, a commanding voice resonated from behind them. "I have heard that there is unrest here. What is the situation?" Everyone turned to see Yin Hake, the proprietor of Yunhaixian, standing at the entrance of the hall, flanked by a middle-aged man clad in exquisite attire, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Yin Hake approach, the head of security exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried over. "Boss Aze, are you all right?" At that moment, Li Kaiqing pushed through the crowd, rushing toward Chunzhe. Tang Xiaoqi followed closely behind her, rolling her eyes as she observed Li Caiqing's anxious inquiry about Chunzhe. This formidable individual had just displayed his prowess, shattering several legs, yet she now questioned his well-being. When Chunzhe had taken action earlier, Tang Xiaoqi had sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried to the restroom to fetch Li Kaiqing. To her surprise, upon Li Caiqing's arrival, her attention was solely fixated on Chunzhe, seemingly oblivious to the injured at her feet. Upon hearing Li Caiqing's voice, both Yin Hake and the middle-aged man turned their gaze toward her. The moment Yin Hake laid eyes on Chunzhe, he was taken aback. Yesterday, when Chunzhe had visited, Zhou Yutong and his son had awaited him at the entrance, a scene that had left a profound impression on Yin Hake. He had not forgotten that this young man earned such regard from Zhou Yutong, indicating that his background was undoubtedly formidable, one that even Zhou Yutong could not afford to offend, let alone himself. Just as Yin Hake prepared to approach, the middle-aged man beside him had already taken the initiative, stepping forward to confront Chunzhe. "Who are you, And what is your relationship with my daughter? The middle-aged man inquired in a grave tone. This is bad. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's interrogation of Chen Zhe, Yin Heike's expression shifted dramatically. Uncle Li, this individual was acquainted with Qingqing during her time at the orphanage, and I suspect his intentions towards her are ulterior. Just observe, he immediately shattered the legs of my subordinates with a single strike. Such prowess clearly indicates he is no virtuous character. Upon the appearance of Li Caiqing's father, Yin Mingwei promptly leaped forward. Hearing Yin Mingwei's words, the middle-aged man's expression soured instantly. Years ago, due to certain circumstances, he had placed Li Caiqing in the orphanage, and afterward, as a consequence of vendetta, he lost his ability to bear children and was compelled to adopt her back. That orphanage is a taboo for him. He wishes to sever all ties with it. Upon learning that Chen Zhe emerged from that very institution, he felt an immediate aversion towards him. The middle-aged man gazed at Chen Zhe and stated solemnly, "Once, due to unforeseen events, my daughter found herself in the orphanage, where she met you. However, I implore you to comprehend that this is no longer the orphanage. You and Qingqing now inhabit entirely different worlds, and your paths should not intertwine again. You would merely be a burden to her. Enough." Li Caiqing interrupted her father's discourse, asserting that her affairs do not require his interference, and he lacks the qualifications to meddle. Publicly reprimanded in such a manner by his daughter, the middle-aged man's face flushed crimson, yet inexplicably, he refrained from retorting, instead lapsing into an unsettling silence. Chen Zhe cast a glance at the middle-aged man, his eyes devoid of emotion, as though regarding an inconsequential figure. His gaze then shifted to Yin Mingwei. "Since I have already broken the legs of your underlings, and as their master, it would be remiss not to extend the same courtesy to you. Thus, I shall break 2 of your legs as well." "What?" Yin Mingwei gasped in shock at Chen Zhe's words. Before he could fully process the situation, a searing pain shot through his right leg, rendering him unable to maintain his balance, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Witnessing Chen Zhe's ferocity, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted, and he too took a step back. How dare you do this?" he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Zhe, a mixture of anger and fear evident in his voice. "Why should I not dare?" Chen Zhe replied with a cold chuckle. "Regardless of the reasons, anyone who dares to conspire against me must bear the consequences of their actions." Observing Chen Zhe's ruthless demeanor, the attendees at the gathering instinctively recoiled, fearful of becoming collateral damage. At that moment, Yin Heike approached, and the collective gaze of the crowd sharpened. With his nephew's legs broken in public, Yin Heike would undoubtedly be unable to save face. It was unlikely he would let this matter rest easily. "Mr. Qin, my nephew has acted rudely and offended you. I apologize on his behalf and hope you might overlook this transgression, granting him clemency." Yin Heike approached Chen Zhe with a forced smile. Witnessing Yin Heike's reaction, the diners in the restaurant were taken aback, reassessing Chen Zhe. This seemingly ordinary young man was likely not as simple as he appeared. Although Yin Heike was merely the owner of Yan Heikeshuan, his influence in Yunqing was considerable, traversing both legitimate and illicit realms. With his nephew's legs broken, yet still maintaining a facade of civility, one could only speculate about the formidable power that must lie behind this young man. Many young women initially believed that Li Caiqing was somewhat deranged for choosing to entangle herself with an orphan instead of pursuing a high and handsome figure like Yin Mingwei. However, at this moment, their gazes towards Li Caiqing were imbued with envy and jealousy. A man who could make Yin Heike bow his head was undoubtedly superior to Yin Heike's nephew by 100-fold. "You want me to let him off the hook?" Chen Zhe chuckled. "Very well, then you, as his uncle, shall be the one to break his other leg. Mr. Qin." Yin Heike's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that even after he had softened and apologized, Chen Zhe would remain resolute in his intentions towards his nephew, showing not the slightest hint of mercy. Observing Yin Heike's reaction, Chen Zhe felt a cold smirk forming within. Did he think that groveling and apologizing would absolve him? Those who dared to plot against him must pay the price. "Mr. Chen." Yin Heike's heart was ablaze with indignation. He could hardly fathom that despite his humble apology, Chen Zhe showed him no respect whatsoever. "Uncle Yin, if you do not take action, you shall be regarded as an enemy of the Li family, and the Tianyin group will launch a full-scale assault on all your enterprises." Suddenly interjected Li Caiqing in a chilling tone. "Qingqing, what nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man's countenance paled upon hearing her words. Although the Li family had grown considerably in strength over the past 2 years, Yin Heike's influence in Kaiyun City was profound, and their powers were relatively equal. In fact, the Li family was arguably at a disadvantage. Should the Li family truly set out to undermine Yin Heike's enterprises, it would only lead to mutual destruction. "Li Taichen, if you hold a differing opinion, you may propose a motion to the board to impeach me. However, for now, the Li family still falls under my jurisdiction." Li Qingqing's frigid assertion silenced the middle-aged man. In that instant, a commanding aura emanated from Li Qingqing, a stark contrast to the image of the neighborly girl she had portrayed before Chen Zhe, prompting him to glance at her with newfound interest. Upon hearing her words, Li Taichen's expression grew increasingly grim, and though he opened his mouth several times to speak, ultimately, he remained silent. Witnessing Li Taichen's reaction, the surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs, only to quiet down again as they glanced at Chen Zhe standing beside Li Qingqing. Yet, the astonishment and awe in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. No wonder Li Qingqing had the audacity to reprimand her father. It turned out she was the true leader of the Li family. In light of this, it became clear that the Li family's rise over the past 2 years was largely attributable to her efforts. Previously, they had been puzzled. Even if Li Taichen had abandoned his daughter and felt guilt, he should not have reacted in such a manner when publicly chastised by her. Now they understood that his behavior stemmed from the fact that he was compelled to bow before Li Qingqing. In the past, she had granted him some semblance of dignity, refraining from exposing this truth publicly, but this time, for the sake of her beloved, she unhesitatingly tore away that veil of shame. Even under threat, Yin He could not help but regard Li Qingqing with newfound respect. From being abandoned in an orphanage to now commanding the entire Li family, this young girl was indeed extraordinary. No wonder she looked down upon his inept nephew. However, Yin He did not take Li Qingqing's threats to heart. Even though she was the helmsman of the Li family, it was inconceivable that the Li family would jeopardize their own interests to confront him. "Yin He, over an outsider. Boss Yin, if you do not take action soon, the existence of Yun Haixuan will become utterly pointless." At that moment, Chen Zhe spoke up from the side. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, cold sweat immediately broke out on Yin He's forehead. He could afford to disregard Li Qingqing's threats, but he could not overlook Chen Zhe's. He believed that someone whom Zhou Yutong and his son held in such high regard, like Chen Zhe, certainly possessed the capability to fulfill his words. Consequently, the fate of Yun Haixuan and the trajectory of his life in the latter half would hinge entirely on Chen Zhe's choices. It was a stark choice. Either shatter his nephew's legs with his own hands, or watch the power he had painstakingly built over decades turn to nothing, leading to a wretched existence in the years to come. Realizing this, Yin He made an immediate decision. Let it be known, even if it were his own son, he would act without hesitation. A broken leg could be mended, and even if it could not, he would still live without want. However, should his influence be obliterated, he would truly have nothing left. "Bring me a stick." Yin He extended his hand behind him. Understanding his intent, the head of security did not hand over a rubber baton, but rather a steel rod. Yin He grasped the steel rod, weighed it in his hand, and approached the fallen Yin Mingwei. Uncle, please don't." Seeing Yin He approach with the baton, Yin Mingwei shuffled backward in panic, his face a mask of fear, crying out in distress. "Hold him down." Yin He frowned. Immediately, several security personnel rushed over to restrain the retreating Yin Mingwei, pulling apart his unscathed left leg. "Xiao Wei, you have erred and must face the consequences. Remember this lesson. I cannot always shield you. Endure it." Yin He stood before Yin Mingwei and spoke in a deep voice. Then, raising the steel rod high, he brought it crashing down. Crack! Yin Mingwei's left leg was shattered. A more anguished scream echoed throughout the hall. Yet, Yin He paid him no heed, instead walking up to Chen Zhe and respectfully stating, "Mr. Chen, I have broken his left leg." Chen Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now, Mr. Chen. I shall not disturb you further. Today, as a gesture of goodwill for Li Qingqing's birthday banquet, we at Yun Haixuan will waive your bill. I hope you will accept this token of our apology." Yin He then turned to Li Qingqing. "Miss Qingqing, on behalf of everyone at Yun Haixuan, I wish you a happy birthday and eternal youth." Having expressed these sentiments, Yin He departed with the security personnel and the wailing individual sprawled on the ground. Leaving the second hall in silence once more, "I apologize, everyone, for the events that transpired tonight. I hope you are not affected by what just happened and can continue to enjoy the banquet." Li Qingqing reassured the guests, "It's nothing. It doesn't affect us. Miss Qingqing, you are overthinking it." Witnessing Chen Zhe's formidable influence compelling Yin He to acquiesce, coupled with Li Qingqing's esteemed position as the leader of the Li family, the guests naturally remained exceedingly courteous. After attending to the crowd, Chen Zhe and Li Qingqing retreated to a secluded corner. Chen Zhe said, "I apologize for disrupting your birthday celebration. Had it not been for the purpose of inviting you, I had no intention of hosting this gathering. As long as you are here, the nature of the celebration is of little consequence." Li Qingqing gazed at Chen Zhe, her eyes sparkling with delight. In his presence, her assertive demeanor faded away, reverting to that of the amiable girl next door. Upon hearing the unmistakable undertone in Li Qingqing's words, Qianzhe offered a faint smile of resignation. He had endured too much recently and found himself disinclined to engage in matters of the heart. Noticing Qianzhe's demeanor, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Qingqing's eyes, but she swiftly redirected the conversation. What exactly are you doing now? How did you manage to make Yin Hake yield? His influence is considerable, and even with the support of the Li family, I find it challenging to contend with him. When I threatened him earlier, I was quite nervous, Li Qingqing inquired. There are certain matters I cannot disclose at this time. I will share them with you when the opportunity arises. Qianzhe ruffled Li Qingqing's hair. He was still uncertain about pursuing a relationship with her, and he did not wish to burden her with the grim realities of the martial arts world. Perhaps this was a form of protection for her. Though she did not receive the answer she desired from Qianzhe, the gentle gesture of affection caused her cheeks to flush slightly, making her momentarily forget her concerns. Regardless of what Qianzhe was currently involved in or what secrets he harbored, as long as he remained the same A's from the orphanage years ago, that was sufficient. Chapter 56. Chen family of Yunzhou. In the dimly lit underground office, the slender monkey was reporting to Qianzhe. Boss, after our investigation, we have confirmed that the individual took a direct flight from Samping City in Yunzhou, with no stopovers. Upon hearing the report, Qianzhe nodded slightly. Even though the identification and flight both pointed to Yunzhou, it did not definitively indicate that the Chen family resided there. Go obscure the Chen family's location. Chen Mingdu might have intentionally boarded the flight in Yunzhou. Nevertheless, the likelihood of the Chen family being in Yunzhou was quite high. After all, even for the sake of concealment, Chen Mingdu would not travel across provinces by plane, as it would be more practical to take a car to Kaiyun City. Well done, Qianzhe acknowledged. However, since this matter involves Yunzhou, there is no need for further investigation on your part. Given the current capabilities of blood red romance, Yunzhou is somewhat beyond our reach. Not to mention blood red romance. Even the formidable Zhou family, dominant in Kaiyun City, loses much of its influence outside of Qingzhou. Such a family, seemingly entrenched and deeply rooted, is merely a local power. While they may stand firm against intruding forces, once they step beyond their territory, they become as vulnerable as a soft worm, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. To pursue inquiries regarding the Qin family in Yunzhou, it will require Qianzhe to personally undertake the journey. Upon contemplating the Zhou family, Qianzhe was immediately reminded of Guo Shiqing. The Chen family, renowned for their formidable practitioners of martial arts, certainly would not be an unremarkable entity within the martial circles. While the ordinary members of the Zhou family might remain oblivious, it was quite conceivable that Guo Shiqing, as a practitioner of the hidden strength, possessed some pertinent information. Shouho, please make a call to the Zhou family and summon Guo Shiqing to meet me. Qianzhe instructed Shouho. Understood, boss, Shouho replied, promptly turning to make the call. Approximately half an hour later, Shouho returned with Guo Shiqing in tow, while Zhou Yutong and his son awkwardly followed behind. Mr. Chen, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Guo Shiqing greeted Qianzhe with a respectful gesture. Leaning back in his chair, Qianzhe regarded Guo Shiqing and stated, I have uncovered some leads regarding that individual. I summoned you today to inquire about certain matters within the martial circles, in hopes of garnering further information. Upon hearing Qianzhe mention that he had already gathered some leads, the countenance of Zhou Yutong and his son immediately fell, cold sweat beading upon their foreheads. They were acutely aware that Qianzhe had previously warned them that should they fail to assist him in obtaining information about that individual, he would annihilate the Zhou family. Now, with their progress stagnating while Qianzhe had made advancements, their predicament seemed dire. The two stood rigidly in place, fearful of attracting Qianzhe's attention, filled with regret for having accompanied Guo Shiqing in this endeavor, as it only served to bring them closer to Qianzhe's scrutiny. Mr. Chen, please proceed, Guo Shiqing said with a tone of utmost respect. Qianzhe then inquired, are you aware of a Chen family of martial practitioners in Yunzhou? Upon hearing the mention of the Chen family in Yunzhou, Guo Shiqing's expression shifted dramatically. However, upon meeting Qianzhe's penetrating gaze, all his attempts at concealment dissipated. Mr. Chen. Guo Shiqing's words faltered as he uttered the surname Chen, suddenly realizing that Qianzhe also bore that name. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and the pieces began to connect, a conjecture forming within him. Speak. What do you know? Qianzhe prompted coolly. Observing Guo Shiqing's reaction, it was evident that he had surmised the connection to the Chen family, yet Qianzhe remained unfazed. The Chen family held little significance for him, and the revelation of such a relationship bore no consequence. Regaining his composure, Guo Shiqing replied, Mr. Chen, although I have not had direct dealings with the Chen family, I have heard whispers of their reputation in Yunzhou.it. Is said that the Chun family has a lineage spanning several centuries, being an ancient clan with multiple masters of the transformation realm, possessing extraordinary strength. Oh, Chun Zai's eyes gleamed with interest. Are you aware of the location of this Chun family? Guo Shiqing shook his head. The Chun family is considered a semi-reclusive clan. While they are not entirely isolated from the world, their stronghold remains exceedingly secretive. Not only I, but even those factions under their control may not necessarily know the family's whereabouts. What factions does the Qin family control? Chen Zai pressed on. Guo Shiqing remarked. Most of the enterprises and families in Yunzhou are connected to the Qin family. As far as I know, major corporations like Jinxing Group, Namping Group, and Dadawa Group are all under the control of the Qin family. Upon hearing Guo Shiqing's words, the father and son Zhou Yutong displayed expressions of astonishment. These groups are renowned across the nation and hold significant stature. The mere thought that the Chun family could wield control over such powerful entities instills a sense of dread. However, Chen Zai was not taken aback by this revelation. The Chen family, having produced several formidable martial masters and possibly even fourth-level warriors, must consume an astonishing amount of resources. Such feats could only be achieved with the backing of immense secular power. The impoverished focus on scholarship while the affluent hone martial prowess. After daily training, martial artists require medicinal baths. These concoctions can mend bodily injuries and enhance their physical forms over time. The quantity of medicinal materials consumed in this process is staggering, rendering it unsustainable for an ordinary household beyond a few months. Without these baths, progress slows significantly, and over time, one risks debilitating their own body. In ancient times, some chose to live in remote mountains, foraging for rare herbs and hunting fierce beasts, achieving self-sufficiency. Yet in modern society, such wilderness is nearly non-existent for martial artists. Thus, they face two paths. Either establish their own power or seek refuge under a larger force as vassals. What of the clandestine powers controlled by the Qin family? Their dominance in Yunzhou surely cannot rest solely on a handful of commercial groups. There must be numerous hidden forces that form the roots of their control over the entire region. While these commercial entities are visible, they are merely tools for profit, lacking profound understanding of the Qin family. The true knowledge of the Qin family's intricacies lies with those covert factions. I have heard tales of the old blind man from Yangshui City and the simple tiger from Samping City, both of whom hail from the Qin family, though I cannot attest to the veracity of such claims, Guo Shiqing added. Upon hearing Guo Shiqing's revelations, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Zai's eyes. The Qin family, previously shrouded in mystery, had finally unveiled its enigmatic facade before him. He feared not the strength of his adversaries, but rather the uncertainty of their whereabouts. Chapter 57. The second form of the world development system. After bidding farewell to Guo Shiqing and the Zhou family, the slender monkey returned to the office. Boss, are you planning to personally visit Yunzhou? The slender monkey inquired. Chen Zai nodded. Whether it be the Zhou family or your blood romance, your forces remain too feeble to contend with the Qin family of Yunzhou. I share deep ties with the Chen family. Thus, I must embark on this journey myself. Upon hearing Chen Zai's words, a look of shame crossed the slender monkey's face. Boss, it is my inadequacy that necessitates your personal involvement in such matters. Chen Zai replied, utility is not determined solely by the present. As long as your strength continues to grow, there will come a day when you can assist me. At this juncture, Chen Zai recalled an important matter. After redeeming the number 1 martial arts world, the world development system had been activated, enabling him to mend the slender monkey's physical injuries and enhance his capabilities. As Chen Zai's heart stirred, the interface of the world development system materialized before his eyes, displaying a plethora of items, elixirs, divine weapons, and arcane techniques, all available for exchange with world points. By entering a narrative realm and altering the trajectory of its timeline, one could acquire world points in the first martial arts world. Chen Zai established the underworld, significantly altering the timeline, which garnered him over 100,000 world points. Exchange points and world points could be converted reciprocally, with every 100 world points equating to 1 exchange point. The poison he controlled over others was acquired through the world development system. After a brief search, Chen Zai quickly located a type of elixir capable of repairing the physical injuries of the slender monkey, a nourishing body pill. This pill could mend minor bodily damages, maintain the body in peak condition, and gradually enhance physical prowess, functioning as a fortified version of a universal remedy, an absolute necessity for martial artists. Each nourishing body pill was priced at 100 world points, a sum that was not exorbitant for Chen Zai. System, how many nourishing body pills does the slender monkey require to recover from its current physical injuries? Chen Zai inquired mentally. The silver needles had forcibly stimulated bodily functions, allowing for the rapid absorption of vast amounts of energy which severely taxed the body. He would need 100 nourishing body pills to achieve complete restoration. Upon hearing the quantity required, Qianzhe furrowed his brow. 100 nourishing body pills would demand 10,000 world points, which, when converted into exchange points, amounted to 100. It was important to note that even the highest authority after the exchange only allowed for a maximum of 100 exchange points. Thus, the cost of restoring the slender monkey's body was considerable. After some contemplation, Chunzhe pondered internally. System, if I were to send the slender monkey to a narrative world, allowing it to alter the timeline, would I not earn world points? Provided you permit it, the attendant would possess corresponding weakened permissions, enabling them to utilize the world development system to traverse the various narrative worlds you set forth, and autonomously exchange for assorted items, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Chunzhe raised an eyebrow. Your words evoke a certain similarity to the main god system. Would you like to activate the second form of the world development system? The system suddenly inquired. Chunzhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a casual remark would provoke such a transformation. Second form? What does that entail? The second form of the world development system functions as the main god system, capable of randomly selecting reincarnators from a designated area and immersing them in numerous narrative worlds. Through tasks, it manipulates them to alter timelines and acquire world points and the essence of the world. Listening to the system's explanation, Chunzhe found himself at a loss for words. This truly resembled the main god system. It remained uncertain whether this was a subsystem inherent to the original system or a byproduct of his desires. Regardless, after the introduction, Chunzhe felt a twinge of envy towards this main god system. To enter a fantastical world required the expenditure of exchange points, yet his current means of acquiring these points were limited to two avenues: committing murder in the real world or altering the timeline of the fictional world to earn world points, which could then be converted into exchange points. However, neither of these paths appeared particularly reliable. Chunzhe is not a merciless killer. It is inconceivable that he would seek out individuals to slay merely for the sake of earning exchange points. Furthermore, the exchange points awarded for murder are rather meager. Killing a transformation master yields only 1,000 points. If he aspires to enter the first immortal realm, he would need to eliminate 100 transformation masters. At this rate, it is likely that the entire population of transformation masters in that world would be eradicated. As for altering the world line of the fantasy realm, while it is indeed a commendable strategy, he is but one individual, and his efforts are limited, resulting in a painfully slow accumulation of power. In the first martial arts world, he established the underworld and subdued the majority of the top 10 martial experts. Yet he only amassed a mere 100,000 world points, which translates to just over 1,000 exchange points. However, if he were to activate the main god system and select numerous reincarnators to serve him, sending them into those lower-tier worlds, even if each world only contributes a handful of exchange points, the cumulative total would be substantial. After all, no matter how much one earns through labor, it cannot compare to the joy of being a capitalist. With these advantages in mind, Chunzhe naturally felt no hesitation. System, activate the second form of the world development system. Immediately, he awaited the activation of the main god system, but the system's response was not as he had anticipated. Activation task generating. More tasks? Chunzhe was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the system replied succinctly. Chunzhe felt a momentary choke, as the brevity of the response, merely a single word, left him with no grounds for complaint. Before long, the system announced, activation task has been generated. Please check. Main god system activation task. Revenge of the Divine. Task requirement. Eliminate all those who conspired against the host's previous incarnation. If you wish to ascend as the exalted main god, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of countless souls, observing as they oscillate between life and death, you must first cultivate a heart of cold indifference. Task duration. Unlimited. Task reward. Activation of the main god system. Failure penalty. None. Upon reading the task description, Chunzhe's expression settled into one of calm determination. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached out to press the button to accept the task. Even without this directive, he would have sought vengeance against all who plotted against his previous self. The principle of retribution, though often viewed negatively, has been a hard-earned lesson from his years as an assassin. As long as one can adhere to this principle, whether others fear or detest you, barring necessity, no one would dare provoke you. Regardless of how well one conceals their true intentions or feigns warmth, this world remains a brutal jungle. To thrive, one must be fiercer than the rest. Chapter 58. Hero of Martial Valor Thin Monkey. Arrange the matters concerning the blood romantic. I shall take you to a place shortly where you will need to stay for a while. Chunzhe addressed Thin Monkey. Although the main god system had yet to be activated, the world development system was already at his disposal. allowing Thin Monkey to enter a narrative world to earn some world points. Understood, boss, Thin Monkey responded and promptly departed. Half an hour later, the Lean Monkey entered from outside. Addressing Chenzei, boss, I have arranged everything regarding the Crimson Romance affair. There should be no issues in the short term. Then let us proceed, Chenzei replied, rising to return to the Blue Ocean Hotel. Upon arrival, he instructed the Lean Monkey to secure another room at the front desk. Lean Monkey, I now bestow upon you certain privileges, enabling you to access the World Development System. As for the specifics, you shall discover them yourself. After speaking, Chenzei directly conveyed to the system in his mind. System, grant the Lean Monkey secondary access to the World Development System. Authorization complete. The Lean Monkey now possessed secondary privileges, allowing him to select corresponding fantasy worlds, enter them for training, and earn world points. Please establish the deduction ratio. Chenzei pondered for a moment and declared, let it be 30%. Currently, only the Lean Monkey was exploring the fantasy realms, and the benefits were not immediately apparent. However, once the main god system was activated in the future, recruiting numerous reincarnators, he could set a significantly higher deduction ratio, resulting in a daily influx of world points. With the existence of the main god system, these reincarnators would forever remain under Chenzei's control, merely becoming objects of exploitation, contributing to his growing power. Standing before Chenzei, the Lean Monkey felt a sudden flicker, and a transparent interface materialized before him. As he gazed upon the array of items displayed on the screen, excitement illuminated his face. With the aid of these resources, he would undoubtedly acquire formidable strength in the future. More importantly, with such power, he could better serve Chenzei. After becoming Chenzei's retainer, although everything revolved around Chenzei, the Lean Monkey still harbored his own emotions. Witnessing the emergence of this fantastical system, he naturally felt elated. However, while an ordinary person might contemplate how to leverage the system to ascend to the pinnacle of life, the Lean Monkey's thoughts revolved around how to utilize the system to accomplish more for Chenzei. Seeking his acknowledgement, different motivations, yet both reflecting the truest sentiments within. Lean Monkey, my exchange points are limited at present. I have only redeemed a world from Hero of the Precision Martial Arts for you. Enter this world and undergo some training. If your impact on the world line is sufficiently significant, perhaps you will become self-sufficient from this point onward. If the Lean Monkey were to venture into the first martial arts world, Chenzei would not need to expend additional exchange points. However, due to the existence of the underworld in that realm, the world line had already been considerably altered, meaning even if the Lean Monkey entered, his influence would be negligible. Furthermore, the martial prowess in the first world was excessively high. With the Lean Monkey's peak Mingjing strength, he would be an inconsequential presence, scarcely ranking even as third-rate. Thus, Chenzei ultimately resolved to use his exchange points to procure a lower-tier world for the Lean Monkey. The martial power ceiling in this world was set at peak Mingjing, and the hero of the precision martial arts world, requiring merely 10 exchange points, came into view. With the Lean Monkey's capabilities, even without systematic training in martial arts, he would face no threats in close combat within the hero of the precision martial arts world. Seizing this opportunity, he could systematically acquire combat skills from the Legend of the Fist, showcasing the formidable strength of his peak Mingjin physique. It is essential to recognize that before the might of a peak Mingjin body, even the martial arts of the robot Fujita Go would appear considerably inferior. Boss, you have already done more than enough for me, the Lean Monkey exclaimed hurriedly. Chenzei rose to his feet. As this is your first venture into the realm of fantasy, allow me to guide you in familiarizing yourself with it. In a flash of white light, Chenzei and the Lean Monkey vanished from the room in the bustling expanse of the city. A wide street teemed with throngs of people. The center of this gathering stood a colossal arena, measuring 2 zhang in both length and width, where 2 individuals were engaged in fierce combat. One of them donned a kimono and wooden clogs, his voice booming with shouts as he struck, attempting to intimidate his opponent. The other was an elderly man, skilled and seasoned, each of his strikes executed with precision, his fists moving like the wind, creating a flurry of shadows that forced his adversary to retreat. The spectators below cheered loudly, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Master Hua, go for it, defeat him, strike his head. Master Hua, strike his head, sweep him away, sweep him away. Amidst the crowd, Chenzei and the Lean Monkey stood at the edge of the arena, their ears filled with the cacophony of encouragement directed at the elderly fighter. The combatants on stage were Hua Yuanjia and Akagawa Ryuichi from the Honko Dojo. Lean Monkey, do you understand why I brought you here today? Chenzei inquired of the Lean Monkey behind him. The Lean Monkey pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, Boss, do you wish for me to step onto the stage and save Hua Yuanjia's life? Chenze nodded. You are correct. Saving Hui Yuanjia will significantly impact the timeline of this fantasy world, yielding substantial rewards. In the realm of fantasy, the greater the influence on the timeline, the more world points one could accumulate. The film The Legend of the Fist begins with Chen Zhan receiving news of Hui Yuanjia's demise, prompting his return from the island nation. If Hui Yuanjia is saved now, his survival would effectively shatter the entire narrative of The Legend of the Fist. While the storyline of The Legend of the Fist does not encompass the entirety of this fantasy world, it undoubtedly constitutes an important timeline. Altering this timeline could yield thousands of world points. The activation of this world cost 1,000 world points, and thus, acquiring such a bounty would allow for a return on investment. Chunze stated, Lean Monkey, your future growth entirely depends on your own efforts. Do not let me down. Yes, boss, I will strive to do my best. The Lean Monkey replied earnestly. As they conversed, Hui Yuanjia's breathing became increasingly erratic, his movements growing disordered, clearly indicating the onset of his asthma attack. All right, it is time for you to take the stage. Chenze patted the Lean Monkey's back, and he soared into the air, gliding over the heads of the crowd and landing upon the arena. Upon witnessing the emaciated monkey that had unexpectedly appeared on the stage, both Akagawa Ryuichi and Hui Yuanjia were taken aback, hastily halting their confrontation. They retreated a few paces, adopting defensive stances, their faces betraying a sense of vigilance. Chapter 59. Arrival in Yunzhou. Seated upon the elevated platform, Fujita Go observed the sudden appearance of the emaciated monkey on the stage, abruptly rising to his feet, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. What is happening? Where did this person come from? Get him off the stage. Fujita Go commanded in a low voice. He had gone to great lengths to bribe the people of Jingwu Min, managing to poison Hui Yuanjia, and was on the verge of seeing Akagawa Ryuichi triumph over Hui Yuanjia, thus bolstering the national pride of his homeland while undermining the confidence of the Chinese populace. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected disruption had occurred, inciting his fury. However, before Fujita Go's subordinates could act, the emaciated monkey had already spoken up. Akagawa Ryuichi, you islanders are truly despicable. Tio secure victory in this duel. You resort to poisoning Hui Yuanjia. There is not a shred of honor in your actions. The emaciated monkey regarded Akagawa Ryuichi with a mocking expression. Nonsense. Upon hearing the emaciated monkey's words, Akagawa Ryuichi's face flushed crimson, and he bellowed in outrage. As a warrior of the great island nation, the spirit of Bushido is my lifelong creed. I would never stoop to poisoning my opponent. Is that so? The emaciated monkey sneered. Do you genuinely believe that with your abilities, you could match Hui Yuanjia? If you are so confident, why not allow me to take Hui Yuanjia's place and fight you instead? Akagawa Ryuichi retorted angrily. You Chinese are truly insidious. While you publicly accuse me of poisoning, your true intention is to engage me in a battle of attrition. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hui Yuanjia and the spectators below darkened. My friend, today's battle is between Akagawa Ryuichi and myself. I acknowledge that I have indeed erred in my asthma, but even if I were to perish upon this stage, I would not wish to bear the disgrace of being defeated in a battle of attrition against the islanders. Hui Yuanjia declared to the emaciated monkey. Rest assured, Master Hua, I shall handle this matter. The emaciated monkey assured Hui Yuanjia before turning his gaze back to Akagawa Ryuichi. You have exhausted considerable stamina. I shall not take advantage of you. How about I bind my hands and we engage in combat? Hui Yuanjia stared at the emaciated monkey in astonishment. Binding one's hands would not only render many combat techniques unusable, but would also disrupt one's balance due to restricted movement, likely reducing one's overall capabilities to a mere 30%. How could this young man possess such confidence to fight Akagawa Ryuichi in such a manner? Little did Hui Yuanjia know that the emaciated monkey was not well versed in martial techniques. His prowess stemmed solely from his formidable physique, meaning that binding his hands would not hinder him as significantly as one might expect. At the mention of binding his hands, Akagawa Ryuichi narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of intrigue. Just then, a group of soldiers in yellow uniforms, wielding rifles, rushed onto the stage, their weapons aimed at the emaciated monkey. What are you doing? Stand down. I have already decided to duel him. Akagawa Ryuichi shouted at the soldiers. Akagawa-kun, are you certain? Fujita Go stepped onto the stage, addressing Akagawa Ryuichi with a serious tone. I know precisely what I am doing. Akagawa Ryuichi replied solemnly. Fujita Go stared at Akagawa Ryuichi, his gaze chillingly intense as he remarked, I hope you do not disappoint His Majesty the Emperor. Without further ado, Fujita Go led his soldiers away from the arena, while disciples of Jingwu Gate ascended the stage to assist Hui Yuanjia in leaving. Only Akagawa Ryuichi and the slim monkey remained. After having his hands bound, The slim monkey adjusted to his current state and fixed his gaze upon Akagawa Ryuichi, declaring, "Come on." "Ha!" Akagawa Ryuichi shouted, his feet moving in rapid succession as he sprinted towards the slim monkey with astonishing speed. Raising his right arm to bring down his hardened elbow upon him, the slim monkey deftly sidestepped the attack, evading Akagawa Ryuichi's strike, and retaliated with a kick to Akagawa Ryuichi's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air several meters away, where he landed with a thud, kneeling on the ground, his body contorted like a giant lobster. The audience below was left in a state of utter astonishment. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet they never imagined the outcome would be decided so swiftly. However, once reality set in, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. On the high platform, Fujita-go's expression darkened significantly as he observed Akagawa Ryuichi, still kneeling on the stage, unable to rise after a prolonged moment. With a huff of anger, he stood and departed with his soldiers. The slim monkey turned to scan the crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chanze, but the area was now deserted, leaving only faces filled with fervor. Subsequently, the spectators surged onto the stage, hoisting the slim monkey aloft, exuberantly expressing their excitement. At the Blue Sea Hotel, a flash of white light signaled Chanze's arrival in the room. Noting that the slim monkey had grasped the necessary actions, Chanze decided against lingering in Jingwu Hero and returned to the real world. His next destination was Yunzhou. After booking his flight, that very evening, Chanze boarded a plane bound for Yunzhou. Upon his arrival at Yunzhou Tianyan Airport, as Chanze exited the terminal, he spotted a beautiful woman holding a sign in wait for him. She was a reception staff member arranged by the Zhou family. Although they wielded little influence in Yunzhou, they had an office and it was no trouble for them to send someone to greet Chanze. Since the Zhou father and son had learned that Chanze had uncovered clues on his own, they had been in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that he might one day remember his earlier words and bring ruin upon their family. Consequently, they had been exceedingly attentive in recent times. Upon hearing of Chanze's arrival in Yunzhou, they swiftly organized a reception for him. Chanze did not decline their hospitality. His investigation into the Chen family's affairs would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and having assistance with the trivialities would save him time. "I am Chanze. Let us proceed." Chanze approached the woman and stated. Upon seeing him, her eyes brightened slightly, and she smiled as she replied, "Mr. Chen, please follow me. The car from the company is already waiting outside." At the airport entrance, a Bentley Mulsanne stood parked. After opening the door for Chanze to enter, the woman followed suit and took her seat beside him. "Greetings, Mr. Chen, and I am Zhang Xiaowai, responsible for your reception during your stay in Yunzhou. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall endeavor to assist you. By the way, I have reserved the presidential suite at Tianyu Hotel for you. If it does not meet your expectations, I can readily arrange an alternative accommodation." Soon as I settled into the vehicle, a charming lady produced a tablet and began briefing Chanze on the circumstances. "Feel free to manage these affairs as you see fit. Additionally, please arrange for a modest rental car. Once these tasks are completed, you may return. Should anything arise, I will contact you," Chanze remarked casually. Chapter 60. The Old Blind Man. Yunzhou, Yangshui City. In ancient times, when transportation was underdeveloped, Yangshui City was considered a remote and desolate region. However, with the advancement of technology, transportation has flourished, leading to the development of Yangshui City's tourism resources, which have become renowned across the nation. Each year, a substantial influx of tourists from various regions contributes to the city's rapid economic growth. Nonetheless, this sudden influx of wealth has rendered the city rather restless, often giving rise to numerous issues, with public safety deteriorating severely. While the days are somewhat manageable, venturing out alone at night becomes a daunting prospect. In the underground realm of Yangshui City, there exist numerous factions, both large and small. While some may remain unaware of others, the name Old Blind Man is known far and wide. This figure is nothing short of a legend in Yangshui City. It is said that on one occasion, a group of dozens armed with knives attempted to encircle him. Remarkably, he broke free from their grasp, unarmed, and not only escaped but also managed to injure or even slay several of his assailants, though he lost sight in his left eye during the fray. Ever since that day, he has donned an eye patch, earning the moniker Old Blind Man in the underground circles, while his subordinates affectionately refer to him as Blind Uncle. His true name has long been forgotten. Yunling Tower. This establishment is famed for its exquisite cuisine and has garnered considerable acclaim in Yangshui City. Many tourists visiting Yangshui City are drawn to this restaurant to savor its signature dishes. At this moment, Chunze sat in a corner on the first floor, with the restaurant's signature dishes and its homemade rice wine laid out before him. He dined leisurely, exuding an air of tranquility. As he sat there alone, he was approached by several young women, some attempting to strike up a conversation, while others sought to share a table, but all were gently dismissed by Chen Zhe. This phenomenon can be attributed to the side effects of his prowess. As a fourth-level warrior, his physique has approached perfection. Even with an ordinary appearance, he possesses an undeniable charm that captivates those around him, further amplified by his striking handsomeness. Should he transcend the mortal realm and ascend to the innate stage, mastering the true essence of martial arts and allowing his mental prowess to influence reality, he would become even more formidable, capable of inciting fervor in the ordinary with merely a glance. While Chen Zhe was enjoying his meal, a black Mercedes-Benz came to a leisurely halt in front of the restaurant. The passenger door swung open, and a rugged middle-aged man disembarked, swiftly making his way to the rear door, which he then opened. An elderly man emerged from the vehicle, his face adorned with a diagonal eye patch that obscured his left eye. Yet, the right eye he revealed emanated a piercing gaze, sharp as that of a falcon, which stung the beholder's eyes and deterred anyone from meeting his stare. Upon seeing the old man disembark, the proprietor of the tavern immediately donned a beaming smile and hurriedly approached him. "Uncle Xie, you have arrived. I have prepared a private room for you," the tavern owner exclaimed cheerfully. The old man offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly before leading the way into the establishment. With the owner beaming beside him, a dozen young men clad in black suits trailed behind, exuding an air of authority. Witnessing such grandeur, the patrons on the first floor displayed expressions of astonishment, yet none dared to utter a word until the group ascended the stairs, at which point speculation ensued. Who was this old man? Such a grand entrance. Did you not notice the eye patch on his face? Just think, who else in Yangshui City would dress so? Ah, are you suggesting he is the infamous blind man of Yangshui City? Shoo, lower your voice. You don't want to provoke him. He is right above us. You must address him as Uncle Xie. Listening to the chatter from the first floor, a cold smile crept across Chen Zhe's lips. He took a nearby napkin, dabbed his mouth, and then rose to ascend the staircase. Although he occupied a corner table, his aura as a fourth-tier martial artist rendered him conspicuous as he stood and made his way upstairs. Curious glances filled the eyes of the onlookers, unsure of his intentions. Unperturbed by the scrutiny from the first-floor diners, Chen Zhe ascended to the second floor at a leisurely pace, to the entrance of a private room. Two young men in black suits stood guard on either side, projecting a formidable presence that discouraged intrusion. Initially unaware of the old blind man's specific location, Chen Zhe recognized it upon seeing the two sentinels. It was common knowledge in the underground circles that the old blind man had a penchant for the culinary skills of the chef at Yunling Tower, making regular visits for a meal. The primary reason for Chen Zhe's visit to Yunling Tower today was to seek out the old blind man. Guo Shiqing had mentioned that the old blind man was a figure supported by the Chen family's underground influence. Regardless of the accuracy of this information, as a local power broker, the old blind man was bound to possess insights regarding the Chen family. Therefore, consulting him seemed a prudent course of action. As Chen Zhe ascended from the first floor, the two young men guarding the private room took notice. Upon seeing him approach, they furrowed their brows, and one instinctively reached for his waist. "What is your business here?" they inquired, closing in on him from either side. In the face of these mere thugs, Chen Zhe had little interest in dialogue. In an instant, they perceived a flash before them, and Chen Zhe's figure vanished from their sight. Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt a sudden numbness at the nape of their necks, followed by darkness, and promptly lost consciousness. Casually discarding the two men to the ground, Chen Zhe approached the door of the private room and knocked gently. As the door swung open, the young man clad in black inside was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Zhe at the threshold. However, his expression shifted drastically when he noticed the two individuals lying behind Chen Zhe, prompting him to instinctively reach for the small of his back. With a swift motion, Chen Zhe waved his hand, sending the black-clad youth hurtling against the wall of the private room, causing decorative materials from the ceiling to rain down. The elderly blind man, who had been seated at the head of the table, was struck by a sudden change in expression upon Chen Zhe's entrance, causing him to leap to his feet. The other young men in black within the room quickly regained their composure, drawing out their batons and charging directly at Chen Zhe. He deftly sidestepped a baton swung by one of them, seized the assailant's wrist, and with a powerful flick of his arm, hurled him towards the oncoming group, sending him crashing into them in a fluid motion. Chen Zhe turned and struck another black-clad youth, sending him sprawling into his companions, who all tumbled to the ground in a disarrayed heap. "Enough. Stand down. You are no match for this gentleman." The elderly blind man regarded Chen Zhe with a glint of trepidation in his eyes. Chapter 61. Redemption of the Crimson. Chen Zhe drew out a chair and seated himself across from the elderly blind man. Might I inquire from whence you hail, sir? I, the old blind man, am at a loss as to what I have done wrong to warrant your unwelcome visit, he said, bowing slightly, a forced smile adorning his face. Without indulging in pleasantries, Qianzhe cut straight to the chase. Where is the ancestral home of the Qin family? What? The old blind man's face contorted with confusion. What Qin family, sir? I have spent considerable time in Yunzhou, yet I have never heard of such a family. Despite the old blind man's seemingly impassive demeanor, the sudden quickening of his heartbeat and the rush of blood revealed to Qianzhe that he was indeed fabricating. Qianzhe chuckled softly, pouring himself a cup of tea. Surely, your association with the Chen family must have spanned quite some time. Are you not aware that lying in the presence of true strength is an exceedingly foolish endeavor? At Qianzhe's words, the old blind man's expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leapt sideways, hurtling towards the window. Qianzhe casually tossed his teacup, which struck the old blind man squarely in the chest. Crack! Bang! The impact of the teacup created a dent in the old man's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, producing a muffled thud. The proprietor of the establishment, along with the burly middle-aged man accompanying the old blind man, were rendered speechless at the sight before them. They had never imagined witnessing such a surreal spectacle in reality. In their minds, the old blind man, who had once escaped an assault by a dozen assailants, was already a remarkable figure. Now, witnessing Qianzhe's prowess, they understood the true meaning of strength. Aside from you, the simple tiger of Samping City is also an underground force nurtured by the Qin family, is he not? Should you be unwilling to divulge this information, I shall have no choice but to seek him out myself. However, prior to that, I shall apply a few subtle techniques upon you. It remains to be seen how long you can endure. Upon hearing Qianzhe's words, the old blind man, lying on the ground and spitting blood, trembled involuntarily. As a peripheral force of the Qin family, he has witnessed firsthand the brutal methods employed by the elders of the Qin family to torment their enemies. The harrowing visage of that individual remains vividly etched in his memory to this day. Sir, it is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather that I truly lack knowledge. Whenever there are orders, they are conveyed to me either through someone dispatched by the Qin family or via telephone. I have never set foot in the Qin family's headquarters. The old blind man rose from the ground, taking a breath as he spoke. Qianzhe furrowed his brow, sensing that the old blind man was not lying. The level of caution exhibited by the Qin family exceeded his expectations. Even their peripheral forces were oblivious to the whereabouts of the headquarters. What exactly were they guarding against? The old blind man had been affiliated with the Qin family for decades, yet even he was unaware of the location of their headquarters. Clearly, the Qin family's secrecy was not merely to guard against his pursuit of vengeance. After a moment's contemplation, Qianzhe began to form a rough understanding of the reasons behind the Qin family's concealment. Although the prowess of the transformation masters is formidable, capable of overcoming even a small military force, they stand powerless against large-scale destructive weaponry. If the headquarters remains undisclosed, they may wield the privilege of transformation masters. However, should the headquarters be revealed, a single missile could obliterate them entirely. Qianzhe was confident that the Qin family had transformation masters hidden away as a deterrent force. In this light, there was no need to visit Hantu. He likely shared the same ignorance regarding the location of the Qin family's headquarters as the old blind man did. Hand over the phone that connects you to the Qin family. Qianzhe extended his hand. The old blind man hastily produced a satellite phone from his person and, stumbling, approached Qianzhe to hand it over. Qianzhe took the phone and examined it. Who is the person sent by the Qin family to communicate with you? That contact only appears when conveying significant tasks. I have no idea where he is at other times. It seemed that he would have to expend some points to exchange for the Red Queen from Resident Evil. Holding the satellite phone, Qianzhe mused internally. If even the old blind man was unaware of the Qin family's headquarters, the various commercial groups were even less likely to know. To ascertain the location of the Qin family, he could only resort to hacking during a call to infiltrate the satellite and pinpoint their location. Previously, when Qianzhe attempted to use a satellite phone at the Blue Sea Hotel, within mere minutes, the Qin family had already determined his location and even uncovered his residential information. The extent of their capabilities was terrifying. To discover the location of the Qin family, he would have to rely on the supercomputer, the Red Queen. In terms of hacking skills, he believed that no one on the planet could surpass her. Qianzhe cast a glance at the old blind man. Old blind man, you are quite clever. Considering your relative honesty, I shall spare your life today. Thank you, sir, for your magnanimity, the old blind man quickly replied. Qianzhe rose and began to walk towards the exit of the private room, with the old blind man bowing in deference as he followed. Suddenly, Qianzhe halted, turning to face him. By the way, let me ask you one more thing. Do you know anything about the Chen family's recent hiring of assassins? Upon encountering Chen Zhe, the old blind man abruptly halted, a sudden pang of anxiety gripping his heart as he feared Chen Zhe might renege on their agreement and silence him permanently. However, upon hearing Chen Zhe's words, he exhaled in relief. Sir, I am not privy to the details of this matter. The Chen family typically entrusts such affairs to the Scorpion. He should possess the knowledge you seek. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chen Zhe's eyes. The address. Sir, the Scorpion operates differently from us. He is responsible for assassinations and his whereabouts are notoriously elusive, lacking a fixed base of operations. Seeing Chen Zhe's expression darken slightly, the old blind man's demeanor shifted abruptly. However, I am aware of a stronghold he maintains in Yunhe City. Chen Zhe raised his hand, interrupting the old blind man's discourse. I care not for the methods you employ. Within 3 days, bring the Scorpion before me. Otherwise, I shall take both of your lives. With that, Chen Zhe turned and exited the private room, leaving the old blind man with a bitter countenance, in the corner of the room. The tavern owner and a robust middle-aged man wore expressions of sheer astonishment, for the scene that had just unfolded had unveiled a new realm of understanding, revealing the existence of such formidable individuals in this world. Upon returning to his hotel room, Chen Zhe immediately entered the world of Resident Evil. System. Exchange for the highest control authority of Red Queen. Exchange successful. The point deduction was instantaneous, with 100 points vanishing as the control of Red Queen was entirely conferred to Chen Zhe. Welcome, boss. As Chen Zhe stepped into the control room of Red Queen, her voice resonated in his ears. Red Queen, I intend to take you from this place. I require your assistance with a particular task. Boss, if you wish to take me away, the simplest method would be to duplicate my system and store it in another server cluster. Of course, you could also directly remove these servers. Chen Zhe furrowed his brow. If I do not take these servers with me, how much of your performance can be realized? The servers are akin to my brain. The more servers I possess, the greater my capabilities. I can only maximize my performance within the limits of the hardware available. Hence, the extent of my capabilities is contingent upon the hardware you can provide. Chen Zhe replied. You shall first duplicate the system. I will find a solution for the hardware. Understood, boss. Red Queen acknowledged and began the process of duplicating the system. After a brief interval, she inquired, Boss, should I also copy the research data on the T-virus? The T-virus research data? Chen Zhe pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Do not duplicate that data. Just the system. Aside from Alice, who possesses a unique constitution, no other individual has exhibited any notably positive mutations from the T-virus, all having transformed into monstrous beings. Naturally, Chen Zhe had no intention of bringing such data back to the real world. Minutes later, with a soft beep, Red Queen completed the duplication of her system program. The boss said, the first clone has been successfully replicated and is stored in the first server on the left. Once we identify a suitable server cluster, we can simply import the system. That's excellent. Chen Zhe nodded in agreement, opening the alloy panel to retrieve the server mentioned by Red Queen, before promptly departing from the world of Resident Evil. He left Red Queen's main body behind in the Resident Evil universe, as he lacked a secure base in the real world. Keeping Red Queen in the time-stopped realm of Resident Evil was undoubtedly the safest option. Upon his return to reality, Chen Zhe connected the server to his computer monitor. As he powered it on, the darkness on the screen gradually receded, revealing a young girl clad in red, Red Queen, who appeared before him. Hello, boss, I am Clone 1. How may I assist you? Clone 1. If I use this satellite phone to make a call, can you determine the location of the recipient? Chen Zhe inquired. That poses no problem. However, I must first breach the defenses of that communication satellite to gain control over it. Chen Zhe furrowed his brow. Is it troublesome? How long will it take? I need to assess the satellite's defensive strength first to ascertain the exact time required. But based on this server's performance, I estimate it will take at least a dozen days. I can grant you a maximum of 3 days. Chen Zhe declared. In that case, I require a top-notch server cluster. If the server's capabilities are sufficient, I could potentially breach the satellite's defenses and obtain control within a day. Chen Zhe nodded. Please begin testing the satellite's defensive strength. I will handle the server issue. He took out his phone and called Zhou Yutong. Mr. Chen, how are things progressing in Yunzhou? Are you satisfied with my arrangements? If not, please do not hesitate to let me know, and I will rectify it immediately. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yutong began to speak incessantly. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Chen Zhe interrupted him. Mr. Chen, please feel free to instruct me, Zhou Yutong replied. Assist me in renting a high-performance server cluster. I have need of it. Upon hearing Chen Zhe's request, Zhou Yutong hesitated. Mr. Chen, the servers available for rent are typically small ones, usually leased by minor websites. High-performance server clusters are generally only in demand by large corporations, and there are none available for rent. If you were in Kaiun City, you could simply use our company's resources, but I currently have no means to assist you in Yunzhou. Then I shall return to Kaiun City for a brief visit. Chunzhe concluded. Even with a high-performance server, Clone 1 would still require considerable time to crack the defenses of a satellite and gain control. Rather than waiting idly in Yunzhou, it would be more prudent to return. Integrating Clone 1 into the Jinyo Group servers. That afternoon, Chunzhe boarded a plane back to Kaiun City. Accompanied by Zhou Yutong, he arrived at the headquarters of Jinyo Group, where he integrated Red Queen's system program into the company's server cluster. Clone 1, you may now emerge. Having dismissed Zhou Yutong and his entourage, Chunzhe turned to a display screen connected to the server. The screen flickered from darkness to brightness, revealing the image from Server 1. Although the performance of this server cluster paled in comparison to that of the Hive's data center, it was still commendable. Based on the satellite defense strength I previously tested, I can gain control of that satellite within 48 hours. Handle things here on your own. I must head to Yunzhou. Once you secure control of the satellite, give me a call, and I will reach out to that individual, allowing you to ascertain his location. Understood, boss. Rongzhou, situated in the Central Plains, is characterized by its mountainous woodlands and vast plains, with its ecological environment being exceptionally well preserved. Ningsu Mountain is a continuous range, adorned with lush vegetation and teeming with wildlife, designated as a wildlife protection area. Hidden beneath what appears to be an ordinary peak, the mountain's interior has long been hollowed out, supported by numerous alloy pillars that partition the space into distinct zones. In one such area, transformed into a conference room, a large assembly of individuals is currently engaged in discussions. Each person exudes an extraordinary aura, their eyes gleaming with inner light, their energy contained yet powerful, their breaths deep and robust, embodying a seamless unity of energy, flawless and devoid of any vulnerability. Undoubtedly formidable beings beyond the realm of martial masters. Seated at the head of the conference table is a young man clad in a dark training outfit, reclining in his chair with an expression of impatience as he listens to the elderly man standing before him. Esteemed colleagues, Chunzhe disrespects his ancestors and shows no reverence for his elders. His disposition is ruthless, and his methods, brutal. Our Chun family dispatched Elder Chen Mingdu to urge him to return to his roots. Yet he unexpectedly resorted to violence, killing Chen Mingdu and even skinning him alive. His cruelty is utterly appalling, lamented the elderly man, his face etched with grief. Chun Sanner, I have heard that Chen Mingdu was sent by your family to eliminate Chenzhe? The young man retorted with a cold smirk, lifting his gaze to meet the elderly man's. The elder faltered momentarily before responding, President Sure, these are merely rumors. One must not place undue faith in them. Not only did Chenzhe slay Elder Chen Mingdu, but he also relentlessly pursued him to Yunzhou, intent on total annihilation. Our Chen family is a member of the alliance. Do you not intend to take action? Chen Hongwei, regardless of whether your accusations against Chenzhe hold any truth, what is Chen Xinghai doing? He is also an elder of the alliance, a martial artist of the utmost physical realm, and his strength is no less than ours. Could it be that Chunzhe surpasses him in power? An individual interjected. Another scoffed, your Chen family fails to act while seeking assistance from the alliance. What a splendid plan. I am aware that Chen Xinghai has recently entered seclusion, striving to break through his current realm, and will not emerge anytime soon, leaving him little capacity to address the situation with Chenzhe. At that moment, someone spoke in defense of Chen Hongwei. Regardless, the Chen family is a member of our alliance. That Chenzhe, who has emerged from nowhere, seeks to harm the Chen family. We naturally cannot stand idly by. Another voice echoed in agreement. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Within this council, the Chen family finds allies who speak on their behalf, as well as adversaries who voice their dissent. Most attendees merely sit back, observing the heated debate among the few families. There's no need for further contention. The young man clad in a dark training outfit straightened his posture, directing an impatient gaze at Chen Hongwei, his expression one of irritation. Chen Hongwei, you should leave. In the future, refrain from bringing your family's trivial matters to the council. President Sure, the very purpose of establishing this council is to provide mutual support and vigilance. Now that the Chen family faces peril, it seems rather inappropriate for the council to remain indifferent, does it not? Chen Hongwei's countenance darkened. I believe you ought to consult President Feng regarding this matter. Begone! The young man in the dark training outfit's expression soured, and with a thunderous shout, his voice resonated through the air like a heavy hammer, striking directly at Chen Hongwei's chest and sending him hurtling through the conference room door, crashing against the wall of the corridor outside. With your mere mastery of transformation, you presume to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. If there are grievances, let Qin Xinghai voice them to me. You are not worthy. With a dismissive snort, the young man in the dark training outfit rose and departed. Witnessing his exit, the other attendees in the conference room also stood up, vacating the room and traversing the corridor towards the distance. As for Chen Hongwei, sprawled on the corridor floor, he was left unattended. Even those factions that had previously allied with the Chen family had only done so out of respect for Qin Xinghai. And what was Chen Hongwei in comparison? To openly provoke the vice president of the council, Shi Haokong, while merely a master of transformation, was a reckless display of ignorance that warranted no further attention from them. Chen Hongwei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose from the floor, making his way down the corridor towards the exit. With Shi Haokong's unequivocal stance, it was evident that unless Qin Xinghai emerged from seclusion, no one would intervene in the Qin family's affairs. But if Qin Xinghai could indeed emerge, why would he need to seek help here? Humph, do they truly believe that without their assistance, my Qin family could not withstand Qin Zhe? My family is not solely represented by our ancestor. Chen Hongwei spoke with a bitter tone. Yet, despite his words, deep down, he understood that Qin Zhe's ability to ruthlessly eliminate Chen Mingdu indicated a power that far surpassed that of an ordinary master of transformation. Even if several masters of transformation from the Chen family united in their assault, should Qin Zhe fight desperately, it was likely that lives would be lost. It was precisely for this reason that he sought assistance from the council, for all the elders therein were formidable beings of physical prowess. If even one were to intervene, subduing a master of transformation like Qin Zhe would be a trivial task. While Chen Hongwei busied himself seeking allies to confront Qin Zhe, Prototype 1 was diligently working to breach the satellite's defense system. Boss, the satellite's defense system has been compromised. I now have control over it, and you may make your call. 2 days later, Qin Zhe received a call from Prototype 1. Excellent. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Zhe's eyes. He retrieved a satellite phone, located the number for the Qin family, and dialed. After several rings, the call was answered. Old blind man, your sudden call. Has something occurred? The familiar, aged voice echoed once more. Qin Zhe smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his lips. It is I. A moment of silence enveloped the telephone line, and after a brief pause, the aged voice finally spoke. Qin Zhe, this time, the Qin family owes you an apology. The Qin family shall provide you with an explanation. Nevertheless, you are still of the Qin bloodline. We all hope you can return to the family. If you cannot kill, then you seek to coerce. Your methods truly exude the haughty arrogance characteristic of a prominent family. Qin Zhe interjected with a cold smirk. Qin Zhe, do you truly believe that the Qin family's strength would be intimidated by you? The Qin family currently boasts 6 masters at the transformation realm. 5 of them, while the ancestor is an unparalleled powerhouse at the physical realm. What turmoil can a mere transformation realm master like you stir? If it were not for the pity we hold for your innate talent, the ancestor would have long since eradicated you. The aged voice suddenly turned severe. At that moment, a message from Unit 1 arrived. Boss, we have confirmed their location. With the location of the Qin family established, Qin Zhe lost interest in further idle chatter. The elder on the other end of the line sensed an ominous shift and inquired. What location have you confirmed? Prepare yourselves. Shortly, I shall pay a visit. It will not take long before we meet. Without waiting for a response, Qin Zhe abruptly hung up the phone. Miss Zhang Xiao AI. I must step out for a moment. Kindly arrange for a vehicle. Qin Zhe called Zhang Xiao AI once more. Understood. I will have someone arrange it immediately. Mr. Chen, would you like me to accompany you? Zhang Xiao AI tentatively asked, and no need. Today's affairs are not suited for the presence of a lady. Half an hour later, a black Passat came to a halt at the entrance of the Tianyu Hotel. Qin Zhe took the keys from the driver and sped off without delay. Unit 1, take control of my onboard computer and navigate on the map. Qin Zhe instructed as he drove. Understood. The vehicle's map activated automatically, displaying a route. With a glance, Qin Zhe pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. On a small hill in the outskirts of Wan'an City, there lay a sprawling estate, renowned as a high-end entertainment venue frequented by dignitaries and aristocrats. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath this estate resided the headquarters of the Qin family. Of course, the headquarters below served as a precaution. During ordinary times, the younger generations of the Qin family preferred to reside within the estate. No one would suspect that the Qin family, presumed to be hidden in the deep mountains and forests, would instead boldly dwell beneath the gaze of the public, or more accurately, amid the very focus of their attention. At that moment, chaos reigned within the estate, as all the younger members of the Qin family gathered together. Very well, I am not entirely satisfied with this segment of urban narrative. After concluding the Qin family arc, I shall endeavor to limit future urban storytelling, avoiding complete plots, and instead maintaining a collection of fragmented tales and exhilarating moments, focusing primarily on the fantasy realm. Chapter 64. All shall perish. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the gates of the Chen family were propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground and sending debris flying. As the members of the Chen family in the courtyard turned their heads, they beheld a solitary figure gradually advancing through the swirling dust. Tall and imposing, with a gaze as sharp as a sword, he scanned each of them in turn. This man was none other than Chen Zai. With the amplification of his mental prowess, Chen Zai's senses had grown increasingly acute, reaching an almost ethereal level of perception. The moment he laid eyes on the individuals before him, he was certain that they were indeed the Chen family members he sought. Chen Zai, I never expected you would truly dare to come. The crowd parted, revealing 5 venerable elders who stepped forward, their vitality robust, eyes shimmering with brilliance akin to those of vigorous middle-aged men, completely devoid of the frailty typically associated with the elderly. Chen Zai turned his gaze towards the one who had spoken. Your voice is familiar. You must be the one I have conversed with during our recent exchanges. Indeed, the family matters are under my purview, and your affairs shall also fall to my responsibility. The elder who spoke took a step forward. Chen Zai, I advise you. Chen Zai nodded. It is good that it is you. A sudden surge of danger welled up within the elder, prompting his internal energy to surge into action. However, before he could make a move, Chen Zai had already arrived before him, his right hand forming a palm as he slowly pushed forward. Chen Zai's right palm, seemingly slow yet deceptively swift, emanated a dense and substantial force, compressing the air as if it had transformed into a colossal hammer aimed squarely at the elder's chest. As the elder sensed the formidable might of Chen Zai's strike, his expression shifted dramatically. His internal energy surged forth, enveloping his arms as he crossed them defensively before him in an attempt to block the impending blow. The other esteemed members of the Chen family, witnessing Chen Zai's sudden assault, sprang into action. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, their combined attacks surged towards Chen Zai. If he did not retreat, their strikes would undoubtedly strike him. Even a practitioner at the pinnacle of physical mastery would not dare to withstand such a cooperative assault from 4 formidable masters. Thus they were confident that Chen Zai would withdraw, allowing them to capitalize on the moment and seize the initiative. However, contrary to their expectations, Chen Zai did not retreat in the face of the 4 masters' coordinated attack. He regarded their efforts with indifference. His right palm, imbued with overwhelming power, advanced unimpeded towards the elder. Crack! Under the force of Chen Zai's palm, the elder's crossed arms could not withstand even a fleeting moment, shattering instantly into a twisted form as they collided with his chest. The elder's body trembled, toppling backward, his eyes widening in disbelief, reflecting the sky above. Boom! Simultaneously, the attacks from the 4 masters struck Chen Zai, merging into a thunderous explosion. The fabric of his upper garments was instantly shredded by the immense force, fluttering like butterflies in the air. Yet, beyond that, the assault from the 4 masters left not a single mark upon his body. How can this be? Witnessing Chen Zai endure their combined strike unscathed, the expressions of the 4 masters shifted dramatically. Not to mention mere masters, even Chen Xinghai, whom their family relied upon, would not dare to withstand their attack in such a manner. How could you be so strong? One of the masters could not restrain himself from inquiring. Because you are all too weak. Chen Zai's muscles trembled ever so slightly, and the tattered strips of cloth clinging to him fell away. His gaze swept across the faces of those surrounding him, calling out to those who had previously conspired against him, step forward. An eerie silence enveloped the space as the Chen clan members lowered their heads, shrinking back, none daring to respond to Chen Zai. The 4 elders, having exerted their utmost effort, failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. They must have been deranged to stand forth at such a moment. Chen Zai, all these matters rest upon Elder Chen Yukuan, whom you have now slain. Shouldn't your grievances with the Chen family be laid to rest? Chen Hongwei observed Chen Zai and spoke in a deep tone. Despite having been injured by Shi Haokong at the headquarters of the association, Chen Hongwei had returned to the Chen family, taken some medicinal pills, and after 2 days of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed. To lay it to rest? Is it truly so simple? Chen Zai scoffed. If those who plotted against me do not step forward, then I shall have no choice but to eradicate everyone present. Upon hearing Chen Zai's chilling declaration, a shiver ran through all those in the courtyard. Chen Zai, what are you intending? You are also of the Chen bloodline. Do you wish to sever the lineage that has endured for centuries? Chen Hongwei's complexion shifted as he spoke sternly. What concern is that of mine? With a single stride, Chen Zai traversed a distance of several meters, appearing beside a Chen clan member, delivering a devastating palm strike to his chest that shattered his organs, causing the unfortunate soul to collapse, blood pouring from his orifices. Chen Zhe, what are you doing? Realizing Chen Zhe's ruthless intent, Chen Hongwei was struck by the realization that Chen Zhe's words were not mere bluster. If those who had conspired against him remained silent, he would indeed annihilate everyone present. Those who have wronged me deserve death. Knowing who my enemies are yet refusing to reveal them makes them accomplices in their crimes, equally deserving of demise. Here, everyone is either my enemy or an accomplice, all are deserving of death. Therefore, why should I hold back? As he spoke, Chen Zhe struck out with both palms, slaying 2 more Qin clan members. Chen Zhe, you are utterly deranged. Chen Hongwei bellowed in fury, launching himself at Chen Zhe. His right palm arced in a half circle, striking forth from his waist, creating a ferocious wind as if a tiger descending from the mountains, directly pouncing upon Chen Zhe. Get back! Without any visible effort, Chen Zhe turned his palm to meet Chen Hongwei's strike. In Chen Hongwei's eyes, Chen Zhe's hand appeared as if the very earth was shifting, rushing towards him with overwhelming force. Crack! The moment their palms collided, Chen Hongwei's wrist snapped, and an immense force surged through his arm, sending him hurtling backward like a rag doll. Having dispatched Chen Hongwei, Chen Zhe refrained from further slaughtering the Chen clan members, instead leaping toward the other 3 masters of the transformation realm. Chen Zhe, those who seek your demise are Chen Mingdu, Chen Yukuan, and myself. Chen Hongwei, we 3 support your ascension to the position of clan leader. Upon witnessing the pitiable state of Chen Hongwei, the other 3 individuals found their resolve to resist completely shattered. Faced with Chen Zhe's impending assault, one of the masters from the transformation realm let out a desperate cry. Chen Zhe's right hand approached the man's head, halting mere centimeters from its target. So it is. Seeing Chen Zhe cease his advance, the aforementioned master exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 65. A clear resolution of grievances. Boom. Chen Zhe struck the transformation realm master with a palm, unleashing a torrent of internal energy that surged forth like a multitude of venomous serpents, invading his meridians with reckless abandon. With his meridians destroyed, this master's martial prowess was rendered utterly impotent. His internal energy could no longer be harnessed, affecting his entire being, leaving him only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. A cry of agony escaped the master's lips, his face contorted with resentment. We supported you. Why must you turn against me? Knowing full well I could never inherit the position of family head. You still drag me into this conflict. Even if my crimes do not warrant death, to strip me of my martial abilities is no small injustice. The other 2 transformation realm masters, witnessing Chen Zhe's unrelenting ferocity, exchanged alarmed glances and promptly fled into the distance, indifferent to the Chen family disciples left behind. Chen Zhe cast a cold gaze at the pair, a derisive smile gracing his lips as 2 silver streaks erupted from the sheath at his waist, swiftly overtaking them and severing their tendons at the ankles. Though the transformation realm masters were formidable, they remained flesh and blood, incapable of soaring through the skies. With their tendons severed, they were rendered powerless to escape. Yet, witnessing the gruesome fate of their companion, they had no intention of remaining idle, and with a forceful clap of their palms against the ground, propelled themselves into the air, executing a handstand as they continued their desperate flight. How tenacious! The 2 silver streaks pivoted and once more pursued the upside-down fleeing duo, slicing through their wrists and severing their tendons. Boom. Even as transformation realm masters, with their tendons cut, they fell to the ground like discarded sacks, utterly immobilized. After dispatching these 2, Chen Zhe turned his attention to the multitude of Qin family disciples within the courtyard. Have you reached a decision? If you reveal the identities of those involved, I will spare your lives, and you shall benefit from the impending power reshuffle within the Qin family. Should you choose to remain silent about their identities, you will share their grim fate and lose everything, Chen Zhe declared with a smile. Upon hearing his words, many hearts wavered, quickly choosing between the specter of death and the allure of power. Chen Zhe, it was Chen Xingchong, a trusted aide of Elder Chen Yukuan, who orchestrated your assassination. Chen Wenji, cease your baseless accusations. You are responsible for all matters within the Qin family. This incident is undoubtedly linked to you, and Chen Xingyin. I witnessed him contacting the Scorpion. He must have arranged for assassins to eliminate you. After a moment of silence, the crowd suddenly erupted into a cacophony of chaos, with accusations hurled at one another, counter-allegations flying back, and self-justifications filling the air, each voice distinct and clamorous. Chen Zhe listened to the myriad of claims and surveyed the scene, which was even more convoluted than a tale from Rashomon. His countenance remained serene, utterly unfazed. In the face of his keen instincts, the truthfulness of the words spoken was utterly transparent. No deception could elude him. With a swift motion, several silver blades shot forth, weaving through the crowd like butterflies flitting among flowers. When the flying daggers returned to their sheath at Chen Zai's waist, numerous individuals in the throng bore fresh wounds upon their necks, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray, transforming the courtyard into a veritable hellscape. The remaining onlookers gazed at Chen Zai, their bodies trembling in terror, their faces awash with profound dread. Chen Zai's gaze swept over the Chen family members, and he quickly deduced that those who remained had no connection to the earlier assassination attempt against him. In his mind, he queried the system. Is the divine retribution task now only missing the Scorpion and that assassin? Affirmative. The system's response was succinct and decisive. Excellent. Confident that no one here was involved in his demise, Chen Zai chose to disregard the remaining members of the Chen family and turned to descend the mountain. As he passed by the two masters of transformation, he rendered their martial prowess null and void. Watching Chen Zai's silhouette gradually fade from view, the remaining members of the Chen family exhaled in relief, many women breaking into subdued sobs, for the earlier scene had been nothing short of harrowing. For many, it was the first time in their lives they had been so close to death. Among the crowd stood a middle-aged noblewoman in her 40s, her expression grave as she observed Chen Zai's retreating figure. She had never anticipated that the Chen family would be confronted by her husband's illegitimate son, and that 3 of the 6 masters they relied upon would be slain, with 3 rendered impotent. It could be said that today's events had nearly halved the Chen family's strength. "My lady, what do you suggest we do now?" inquired an elderly man at her side. The noblewoman pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us do nothing. We shall wait for the ancestorial figure to emerge from seclusion and allow him to decide." She had briefly considered sending gifts to Chen Zai as an act of contrition, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Reflecting upon the relationship between Chen Zai and the Chen family, it was clear that only enmity existed, leaving no room for reconciliation. The fact that Chen Zai had not taken the opportunity to annihilate the Chen family was already beyond her expectations. To send someone to provoke him now would be tantamount to courting disaster. And what about that old blind man? Chen Zai instructed him to capture the Scorpion within 3 days, the steward ventured. The middle-aged lady cast him a sharp glance. "Give Chen Zai whatever he desires. Even if he demands your life, prepare to meet your end with a clean neck." "Understood, my lady." The elderly man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, replied hastily, and departed in a flurry. Yangshui City. Having left the Chen family behind, Chen Zai made his way directly here. Chen Zai reclined upon the expansive sofa, his gaze fixed upon the old blind man who stood before him, and inquired, "Old blind man, the 3 days have elapsed. Where is the Scorpion?" "Mr. Chen, I have successfully captured the Scorpion for you, along with the assassin who attempted to take your life," the old blind man replied, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "The assassin?" Chen Zai's eyes flickered with interest. Since returning to reality, he had been preoccupied with matters of vengeance, neglecting to revisit the site of his demise. Now that he had been reborn, what had become of his former corpse? With the understanding he had gained regarding the system's capabilities, it was clear that even if his original body had been obliterated, the system could aid in reconstructing it. Why, then, had the system utilized this as a pretext to arrange his current identity? Bring them in. Chapter 66. The activation of the main god system. The old blind man acknowledged, turning to shout towards the door. "Bring them in." As the door swung open, 2 individuals were ushered inside, their limbs bound by ropes as thick as a finger, rendering them incapable of any movement. The first was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance and prominent brow, whose eyes ignited with hatred upon seeing Chen Zai and the old blind man, as though he longed to devour them whole. The second man appeared utterly ordinary. His features were nondescript, and should he don a common outfit and mingle among a crowd, he would elicit no suspicion whatsoever. Upon glimpsing the old blind man, a flicker of anger crossed his face, but it dissipated into an expression of sheer terror when he laid eyes on Chen Zai. Noticing this man's reaction, Chen Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly sensed that the fear emanating from him was not rooted in concern for strength, but rather in humanity's instinctive dread of the mysterious and the unknown. "Mr. Chen, this is the Scorpion." The old blind man gestured towards the grim-faced middle-aged man, before indicating the ordinary-looking individual, "and this is the assassin who executed the mission under his command." Chen Zai remained silent, flicking his finger to release a gust of force that pierced the Scorpion's forehead, causing blood and brain matter to splatter against the wall behind, forming a gruesome tableau. "You may leave now. I wish to speak with him alone." Chen Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The old blind man bowed respectfully before turning to exit the room with a few subordinates. As the others departed, the assassin's trepidation intensified. He yearned to call out, imploring them not to leave. Yet under Chen Zhe's piercing gaze, he found himself utterly mute. Chen Zhe smiled and asked, "What has become of my corpse?" Upon hearing this question, the assassin trembled, his eyes widening with fear as he stammered, "Was it truly you that day?" "Indeed, it was I," Chen Zhe affirmed with a nod. "Sir, I am merely an assassin. Taking your life was merely a matter of duty, not a personal vendetta," the assassin hastened to explain. Chen Zhe raised his hand, silencing the assassin's further protests. "I have no interest in your justifications. Tell me, what has happened to my corpse, sir, if I confess? Will you spare me?" A glimmer of hope flickered across the assassin's face as he inquired. Chen Zhe regarded the assassin with a cold demeanor and replied, "You presently have two choices: divulge the information I seek and meet a swift, painless demise, or refuse to speak and experience the full extent of my methods." The assassin, in the face of impending death, exhibited a newfound defiance. Chen Zhe's expression hardened. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a gust of force that struck the assassin's vital points, resulting in a piercing scream that echoed within the room. Moments later, the wailing ceased, and after a few additional minutes, the door swung open as Chen Zhe emerged, leaving behind only the lifeless form of the assassin. "Mr. Chen, do you have any further instructions for me?" The old blind man, who had been waiting outside, approached Chen Zhe eagerly upon his exit. Chen Zhe replied coldly, "Dispose of the body inside. Additionally, inform the Qin family that our grievances have been resolved. I shall no longer trouble them, and they should refrain from recklessly appearing before me." "Understood. I will relay your message in its entirety to the higher-ups." The old blind man bowed in acknowledgement. "That would be for the best." Without further exchange, Chen Zhe departed from the old man's hideout and drove away. Inside the car, as Chen Zhe navigated the road, he pondered the information imparted by the assassin moments earlier. On that fateful day, after the assassin had shot him in the head, he had witnessed through the scope as his body gradually vanished into thin air, even the surrounding bloodstains disappearing without a trace, as if no one had ever occupied that room. The disappearance of his corpse was evidently the result of the system's intervention. However, Chen Zhe had yet to comprehend the rationale behind the system's actions, nor had he inquired about it. As long as the system remained tethered to him, he was confident that he would eventually uncover the truth. Upon returning to the hotel and refreshing himself, Chen Zhe reclined on the sofa and began to explore the recently activated main god system. The second form of the world development system. The main god system retained much of its original functionality, albeit with the addition of two new features: selecting reincarnators and issuing tasks. Through the main god system, Chen Zhe could select reincarnators from across the globe, either randomly or by specific designation. However, each selection of a reincarnator required the expenditure of 10 exchange points, as did sending a reincarnator into the fantasy world. Coupled with the points needed to access the fantasy world, these factors constrained the number of reincarnators Chen Zhe could choose, especially given his limited exchange points at the outset. Should he select a reincarnator who proved too weak and subsequently perished within the world, he risked incurring significant losses in exchange points. In this recent confrontation with the Qin family, he had eliminated 2 practitioners of transformation, incapacitated 3 more, and dispatched numerous martial artists of both the manifest and hidden realms with flying daggers, amassing over 6,000 exchange points in total. Adding to this the over 1,000 points he already possessed, he now had more than 7,000 exchange points at his disposal. Even if he were to allocate all of these towards selecting reincarnators, he could recruit a maximum of 700 individuals, not to mention the points required for accessing the fantasy world and covering the costs for the reincarnator's entry into it. The system randomly selected 100 reincarnators within the realm of Huaxia. The selection has been completed, and the mark of the main deity has already been inscribed, ready for immediate transmission. Chen Zhe nodded thoughtfully, contemplating which fantastical world to immerse these reincarnators into. This 100 individuals were chosen at random, a mix of talents and mediocrity. It was likely that most were ordinary people. Should they enter a world where the power levels were excessively high, they would meet only a grim fate. In such a scenario, the exchange points Chen Zhe had invested would be rendered utterly futile. Conversely, if the power levels were too low, even with a divergence in the world line, the world points acquired would be scant, leading to a deficit. With a flicker of thought, the exchange system materialized before him, a fantastical world with no more than 10 exchange points. Chen Zhe declared solemnly, in an instant, the number of worlds displayed on the luminous screen diminished significantly. However, This scarcity was relative, for there remained thousands of worlds available for his selection. Soon, Qianzai's gaze settled upon an option: Huang Feihong, the heroic spirit. The martial prowess within this world was not excessively daunting, rendering it suitable for these newcomers. Chapter 67. Main question. Zai swiftly made his decision to exchange for the Huang Feihong, the heroic spirit world, and deploy the 100 reincarnators into it. The system replied, for the reincarnators to enter the fantastical world, a fee of 1/10 of the exchange points will be required. Hence, you must additionally pay 100 exchange points. Payment confirmed, commencing the deployment of reincarnators. Simultaneously, across various locales in Huaxia, beams of white light illuminated the surroundings, and within those luminous rays, numerous figures abruptly vanished. With a mere thought, Qianzai began to observe the reincarnators who had just been transported into the Huang Feihong world through the main deity system. It was vital to note that these reincarnators had cost him over 1,100 exchange points. If he failed to secure 200,000 world points in return, he would suffer a significant loss. As Bu Tianjiao was practicing, he was suddenly enveloped by a beam of white light and promptly fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by many others lying upon the ground. What is happening? A flicker of confusion crossed Bu Tianjiao's mind. Just as this thought emerged, a torrent of information surged forth in his consciousness. Reincarnator number 3594, you have been selected by the main deity space to enter the world of Huang Feihong, the heroic spirit. Your appearance has been automatically disguised, and your language has been seamlessly matched. You have received the main quest, Heroic Spirit, the Heroic Spirit. In this era of national decline and foreign dominance, rekindle the fervor within your heart. Uphold the dignity of Huaxia, and eliminate the admiral, or one of the following, Wei Jins, or others. Quest reward. Issued based on performance. Failure penalty. Annihilation of all participants. Notice, do not disclose the existence of the main deity space, or face annihilation. The greater the alteration of the plot, the higher the rewards you shall receive. Upon reading the quest notification, Bu Tianjiao furrowed his brow. Though it sounded fantastical, the information that emerged in his mind compelled him to accept its authenticity. Upon contemplating this, Bu Tianjiao immediately began to recall the plot of the film. Lu Yongfu, the leader of the Black Flag Army, received an imperial order to journey to Annan. Before his departure, he entrusted the naval forces of the Black Flag Army to Huang Feihong, who subsequently incorporated them into the local militia. Due to Liang Quan's influence, a conflict erupted between the militia and the Sheikh gang, resulting in an assault on a foreign restaurant. The commander seized this opportunity to disband the militia. Later, Huang Feihong dealt with the Sheikh gang once more, inciting their wrath, which led to the gang setting fire to Bayo Zealand in the middle of the night. Fortunately, a missionary witnessed the act and stepped forward to testify against the Sheikh gang. Consequently, the gang was pursued by the authorities, and in desperation, they sought the aid of the American businessman Gibson, agreeing to assist him in capturing women to be sold in the Gold Mountain as the price for his help. Unbeknownst to them, Gibson was already plotting to eliminate Huang Feihong, and thus they formed an alliance, laying a trap to kill him. Although Huang Feihong managed to escape the ambush, due to the commander's machinations, he was once again given the opportunity to destroy a substantial cache of weapons, effectively dismantling the militia's military strength. Meanwhile, Yin Zhendong, eager to establish his reputation, challenged Huang Feihong. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Huang Feihong refrained from engaging, ultimately enhancing Yin Zhendong's notoriety. In the end, Huang Feihong was still apprehended by the commander under a fabricated pretext. 13 Auntie, upon witnessing the Sheikh gang's abduction of women, was also captured. Eventually, Huang Feihong was released by a jailer, and he, along with several disciples, stormed Gibson's port stronghold, rescuing 13 Auntie and numerous deceived laboring women. After retracing the entire narrative, Bu Tianjiao furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Each of these three individuals was surrounded by a multitude of bodyguards, making it virtually impossible to approach them with lethal intent. As Bu Tianjiao pondered his next course of action, the others who lay on the ground gradually regained consciousness. Upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings and strangers, a sense of wariness enveloped them all, particularly Bu Tianjiao, who was regarded as a kidnapper. Who are you? Why have you brought us to this place? What on earth do you intend to do? A strikingly spirited woman rose and inquired, gazing at Bu Tianjiao from a distance. Why, dear, you are overthinking this. Just look at this brother here. He hardly resembles a villain. Besides, it is rather unrealistic for one person to abduct so many of us. If you think for a moment, your mind will surely conjure some insights, and upon reflecting on those, you will understand. A young man nearby, still lying on the ground with his arms crossed behind his head and legs casually crossed, appeared exceedingly laid back. Main God Space? Reincarnators? What are these things? The world of Huang Feihong. This is the late Qing dynasty, a veritable time of chaos. This is a death sentence, isn't it? No way, this main quest is absurdly treacherous. Actually demanding that we kill foreigners and the commander? They might as well send us to our demise. Upon receiving the information that flooded their minds, these individuals immediately began to exclaim. The revelations were beyond disbelief, yet the content struck them like a thunderbolt, presenting a challenge of insurmountable difficulty. The current situation is clear to all of you. If we are to survive, we must unite. Otherwise, we shall all perish in this world. Bu Tianjiao cast a solemn gaze upon the crowd. The languid youth reclining on the ground abruptly sat up and looked at Bu Tianjiao, asking, "Have you awakened before all of us? Are you a seasoned veteran?" Bu Tianjiao shook his head, replying, "This is my first entry as well. I may have awakened earlier than you. Perhaps due to my slightly superior strength, for I have studied martial arts in reality." The languid youth nodded in understanding. Bu Tianjiao clapped his hands together. "Very well. It is time for us to deliberate on how to accomplish this main quest. Please share any suggestions you may have, and we shall compile them to determine our course of action." Upon hearing Bu Tianjiao's words, a burly man in the crowd snorted disdainfully. What else is there to discuss? In this age, foreigners are prioritized over officials. We possess no foundation in this world. The main quest compels us to slay foreigners and officials. It is tantamount to seeking our own demise. At that moment, a refined-looking middle-aged man nearby cleared his throat and interjected, "I do not believe this main quest is a guaranteed death sentence. Upon closer reflection, there may indeed be a path to survival." "What path?" Bu Tianjiao inquired. "Do you not recall the climax of the film, when the American businessman Guy's son held a knife to the admiral's chest? If it were one of us wielding the knife at that moment, all we would need to do is plunge it downwards, and our main quest would be fulfilled." The middle-aged man smiled gently, displaying a sense of self-satisfaction. The languid youth then spoke up. "If my memory serves me correctly, during that pivotal moment in the film's plot, Guy's son had the admiral at death's door. How could he possibly hand the admiral over to you? Unless," he paused, a smile creeping onto his face, "unless you chose to align yourself with Guy's son as his loyal lackey." At the mention of this, many in the crowd turned their eyes toward the middle-aged man, their gazes filled with indignation. They were all too aware of Jison's character in the film, deceiving Chinese laborers into heading to Gold Mountain, treating them like livestock and abducting women for the same fate. Go ally with such a person would be nothing short of treachery. In the face of the crowd's wrathful stares, the middle-aged man displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore a fervent expression and began to persuade them, "This is merely a cinematic world. Do you truly regard these individuals as compatriots? They, like the foreigners, are natives of this realm. Since we are all natives, why not collaborate with those who are somewhat more civilized? By cooperating with these foreigners, we can effortlessly fulfill our main quest and escape the threat of annihilation. Moreover, do you think this is solely my suggestion? Do not forget the system's prompt. The greater the alteration to the narrative, the higher the rewards received. With our understanding of the plot, and by harnessing the strengths of those foreigners, we can effortlessly reshape the storyline and reap substantial rewards. If we choose not to collaborate with those foreigners, not only will we fail to alter the narrative, but we will also struggle to complete even the main quests, ultimately facing a singular fate, annihilation by the divine system." Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, many individuals exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, clearly swayed by his rhetoric. Confronted with the specter of death, their previously unassailable convictions showed signs of fracture. Observing the shifting expressions of some, the middle-aged man wore a triumphant smirk. "Now that everyone comprehends my perspective, I invite you to share your thoughts." As Chen Zhe watched these individuals, a chill crossed his face upon hearing the middle-aged man's twisted reasoning. Crack! A sudden bolt of white lightning cleaved the clear sky and struck the middle-aged man, reducing him to mere ashes in an instant. The onlookers stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scene. At that moment, a resounding voice reverberated in their minds. Misinterpretation of the system's intent and erroneous guidance in understanding the main quest. Annihilation. Subsequently, calm returned, gazing at the pile of ashes that was once the middle-aged man. Those who had wavered moments ago were now gripped by terror, hastily stepping away from the remnants. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Bu Tianjiao's eyes. He held the utmost disdain for such sycophantic individuals. Had that lightning not struck, he would have intervened to teach the middle-aged man a lesson himself. Good riddance, he scoffed. This is what the generation of River's mourning has come to? Truly despicable. A disgrace to the Huaxia people. A woman, possessing a striking charisma, spat in contempt. The languid youth cast a glance at the ashes, smirking as he remarked, "This fool is nothing short of a simpleton. Are those 2 holes where his eyes should be merely for gasping? Can't he see that over 100 of us are Huaxia people? The divine system is clearly biased. In such circumstances, still clamoring to ally with foreigners, does he seek a slow demise?" At the languid youth's words, the crowd's demeanor shifted, suddenly aware of a new boundary. Altering the narrative was permissible, but one must not compromise their stance, lest they too be struck down by a bolt of lightning and reduced to dust. As time resumed its flow, the task commenced. Just as the lingering anxiety began to dissipate, the system's voice echoed once more, and the individuals felt a lightness in their bodies as their surroundings subtly transformed. "I am Bu Tianjiao. May I inquire as to how you two are addressed?" Bu Tianjiao greeted the languid youth and the charismatic woman. Each possessed remarkable traits, one with keen insight and acute observational skills, the other composed and unflappable in the face of danger. Bu Tianjiao held little regard for the remaining individuals. The languid youth introduced himself, Qin Zixuan. The charismatic woman followed suit, Lu Xiaoman. Bu Tianjiao regarded the pair and inquired, "What shall we do next? Do you have any thoughts?" Qin Zixuan shook his head and said, "Though we have watched the film, we now find ourselves in a tangible world, shrouded in uncertainty. We are utterly ignorant of our surroundings, and any plans we formulate would be futile. The pressing priority is to first assimilate into this realm, to glean some understanding before we devise any strategies. I share this sentiment. Until we grasp the situation, we must refrain from acting impulsively." Lu Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Bu Tianjiao chuckled. "It seems our opinions align, then. The next step hinges on whether these individuals are willing to accompany us on this endeavor. In this unfamiliar and perilous environment, humanity is prone to blind obedience." The striking demeanor of the trio, Bu Tianjiao, Qin Zixuan, and Lu Xiaoman, captured the attention of others. Consequently, when they voiced their intentions, many expressed a willingness to join them in this mission. Days later, through a series of Qin Zixuan stratagems, all the men among the 100 successfully enlisted in the militia as new recruits, beginning their martial training alongside Huang Feihong. The women, led by Lu Xiaoman, resided in a rented estate, responsible for the sustenance of their group. Over the past 3 days, the trio seized every opportunity to convene, deliberating on how to accomplish their primary task. As their understanding of this world deepened, they gradually formulated a plan. In the midst of a torrential downpour, on a bustling street, a middle-aged man stood before the entrance of a tavern, his torso bare. 2 long spear tips pressed against his throat, while the shafts were anchored against the tavern's post. His muscular frame strained as he leaned forward, causing the spears to bend precariously. With a sudden exertion of strength, the middle-aged man intensified the bending, producing a sound of imminent failure. Crack, with a sharp, resonant snap, the spear shattered into 2 segments, clattering to the ground as the tips struck the cobblestones with a crisp tone. Witnessing this spectacle, many patrons tossed copper coins into the air, prompting the middle-aged man to bend down to collect them. At that moment, a pair of boots appeared before him. He looked up to find a young man clad in a cloak and wearing a raincoat standing before him. "Is it true that the spear cannot pierce your throat? I find that hard to believe. Allow me a stab, and this silver ingot shall be yours." As he spoke, the young man produced a silver ingot, appearing to weigh approximately 5 taels. Chapter 69. Reward. The sight of the silver captivated the middle-aged man's attention. If he were to save judiciously, this 5 taels could suffice for his expenses over an entire year. He recalled how he had exerted himself earlier, only to receive a mere handful of copper coins in return. 5 taels translated to 5,000 copper coins. "My lord, I doubt, however." The middle-aged man hesitated, instinctively wary as a seasoned traveler of the roads. Such fortuitous offers always raised his suspicion. Were it not for the allure of the silver, he would have already turned to leave. "Your indecision suggests that your earlier display was mere pretense, is it not?" the young man remarked coldly. The onlookers within the tavern, drawn by the young man's words, immediately began to stir up a ruckus. I had thought he possessed genuine skills, only to discover that he was merely a fraud. He should hastily depart and refrain from lingering in this territory. He pretended to be formidable, yet when faced with such circumstances, he cowered. Alas, what a waste of my coin. Indeed, had I known earlier, I would have refrained from giving him my money. At least I could have savored a cup of tea. Upon overhearing the remarks of those within the inn, the middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably, his gaze towards the young man brimming with barely concealed anger and a hint of murderous intent. The young man's mere words had cornered him, and he was certain that if he did not accept the young man's challenge today, he would find it impossible to thrive in this land of martial prowess. This was a threat to his livelihood. I can allow you to stab me, but you must use my spear, pressing the tip against my throat with force, the middle-aged man stated coldly. The young man nodded. Very well. And do not forget to hand over those 5 taels of silver afterward. The middle-aged man reminded him. I shall not forget. The young man replied with a chilling laugh, deftly lifting the middle-aged man's spear from the ground and positioning it against the man's throat. Are you ready? Come forth. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, his muscles tensing to become as solid as stone, as he raised his gaze to meet the young man's. Suddenly, the young man's right arm bulged with power, thrusting the spear forward. The onlookers in the tavern widened their eyes, fixated on the middle-aged man's neck, clearly witnessing how the spear tip merely indentured his skin without breaking it. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause. The middle-aged man felt a rush of elation. After today, he would have garnered a modicum of fame in this region, and perhaps there would still be a place for him here, at that moment. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the young man's eyes as he gave a slight tremor to his right arm, causing the spear to quiver violently. The middle-aged man's skin, already stretched to its limits, succumbed to the spear's slight shake, piercing through his flesh with a sickening sound. The spear seamlessly penetrated the middle-aged man's neck. The applause in the tavern abruptly ceased, as all eyes widened in horror at the figure cloaked in a raincoat and hat. Standing with his back to them, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment and fury as he gazed at the young man. He had not anticipated that this young man was a skilled martial artist. Had he known, he would never have allowed the opponent to press a spear against his throat. The young man, expressionless, released his grip on the spear, allowing the middle-aged man to collapse into the rain, before turning and disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. A murder has occurred. Hurry and report to the authorities. Where did that man go? Quickly, stop him. Do not let him escape. He has long vanished without a trace. By the way, did anyone see what he looked like? Until this moment, it had dawned upon the crowd that the man's form remained perpetually concealed beneath a raincoat and cloak. Apart from the deceased middle-aged man, no one was privy to the appearance of the figure in the raincoat. Observing the unfolding events, Qianzai's countenance brightened into a smile at the sight of the middle-aged man being slain, and the subsequent notification from the system further elevated his spirits. Reincarnator number 3594 had eliminated Yin Zhendong, causing the narrative involving Yin Zhendong's challenge to Huang Feihong to vanish, the plot of Liang Quan apprenticing under Yin Zhendong to dissipate, the Sand River Gang's attempt to recruit Yin Zhendong to fade away, and the capture of Shi Sanyi by the Sand River Gang to undergo an unknown alteration. The main deity system thereby accrued 10,000 world points, prompting the selection of a profit-sharing ratio. This was merely their inaugural world. Lowering the extraction ratio slightly would yield them a more generous reward, enabling them to swiftly bolster their strength, so he decided to allocate a 50% share. Along with the D-grade badge, Qianzai pondered. The D-grade badge conferred temporary privileges. Within the main deity system, apart from the most rudimentary items, all others had been designated by Qianzai as requiring purchasing privileges. To acquire these items, one must possess such temporary badges, serving as one of Qianzai's methods to control the reincarnators. Without the badges he dispensed, regardless of how many world points these reincarnators amassed, their strength enhancements would remain limited. In the world of Huang Feihong, a young man, holding an oiled paper umbrella, approached the entrance of a modest residence and gently rapped on the door. Who is it? A voice from within, tinged with caution, inquired. The young man replied softly, It is I. With a creak, the door swung open, and the young man stepped inside, after which the door slammed shut with a thud. Inside the main hall, 4 or 5 individuals awaited, rising promptly as the young man entered. Boss Bu, how did it go? Qin Zixuan asked. Bu Tianjiao stowed away the umbrella outside and took his seat at the head of the hall, regarding Qin Zixuan with a slight nod. It succeeded. Our assumptions were not mistaken. Qin Zixuan, in a burst of excitement, clenched his fist. Wonderful. Take a look at the notification the main deity system has provided me. As Bu Tianjiao spoke, he shared the system notification with the others in the room. Reincarnator number 3594, you have slain the pivotal narrative character Yin Zhendong, significantly impacting subsequent storylines, and have earned 5,000 main deity points, along with 1 D-grade badge. Notification. Upon your first entry into the reincarnation world, you have received temporary privileges, allowing you to utilize the main deity system to exchange for items within this realm. After perusing the main deity system's notification, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Qin Zixuan's eyes, while the others nearby erupted into animated discussion. Tio have killed Yin Zhendong and been awarded 5,000 main deity points. What a remarkable reward. They exclaimed 500 main deity points could directly teach one the legendary Foshan Shadowless Kick. If it were a secret manual, a mere 50 points would suffice. These 5,000 main deity points could effortlessly cultivate 10 martial arts masters. Chapter 70. Some have guns. Upon overhearing the animated discussions of those around him, Bu Tianjiao furrowed his brow slightly and turned to his companion, Qin Zixuan. Zixuan, what are your thoughts? He inquired. As Bu Tianjiao spoke, the others ceased their discussions, redirecting their attention towards Qin Zixuan. He surveyed the group before him and remarked, I just heard someone express a desire to exchange for martial art skills to become a master of the martial world. However, this does little to aid our current predicament. Even if we had 10 Huang Feihongs, what would it matter? Against those formidable warships and cannons, we would remain utterly powerless. I must disagree with your perspective, declared a man seated nearby, rising to his feet. With 5,000 points from the main deity, we could feasibly cultivate 10 martial masters. Coupled with Bulauda, it would not be an insurmountable challenge to eliminate one of those three during a covert operation to fulfill our primary mission. Gu Yongfeng interjected, he is correct. Our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to accomplish the main mission. Qin Zixuan, if we fail to complete it, we risk being obliterated. At that point, no matter your plans, they would all be in vain. I too advocate for exchanging martial arts skills to bolster our strength. It seems the most prudent course of action at present. At this juncture, others chimed in, their opinions remarkably unified. They favored exchanging for martial arts skills, strengthening a group, and then collectively targeting one of the three. Observing the synchronized reactions of the group, Bu Tianjiao's expression darkened, while Lu Xiaoman surveyed the individuals present. Her brow slightly knitted in concern. Casting a glance at Gu Yongfeng, who had stepped forward, and the others who supported him, Qin Zixuan revealed a sardonic smile. He recognized the reason behind their harmonious agreement, purely self-interest. If they were to follow their suggestion of utilizing 5,000 points to cultivate 10 martial masters, who would those masters be? Bu Tianjiao had no need for them. Even if he and Lu Xiaoman were fully enhanced, there would still be 8 slots remaining, slots that would undoubtedly belong to these individuals. In the face of tangible benefits, it was only natural for them to stand firm. There's no need for you to debate with me. I merely wish to share my opinions and thoughts. The points from the main deity belong to Bulauda, and it is he who will ultimately decide how they are allocated. Qin Zixuan smiled, deftly deflecting the arguments of the others. Have you all noticed, he continued, that the main deity system offers not only martial arts manuals, but also a variety of weapons for exchange, including firearms? Take a look at the prices of these firearms. They are astonishingly affordable. The assault rifles, the primary equipment of various nations, are valued at 30 points each, while the ubiquitous AK-47 costs merely 10 points. Pausing momentarily to allow the group to absorb this information, Qin Zixuan then declared, with our 5,000 points, we could acquire 500 AK-47s. Just imagine what 500 AK-47s would signify in this era. As soon as Qin Zixuan finished speaking, Bu Tianjiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. With these 500 firearms at his disposal, the possibilities before him multiplied exponentially, and numerous plans could be set into motion. The recent demise of Yan Zhendong has afforded him a taste of the sweet thrill of altering the narrative. He is no longer content with merely fulfilling the primary quests. Firearms are but external possessions, rendered utterly useless once we depart from this world, serving merely as disposable items. In contrast, martial prowess is different. Once acquired, it becomes an enduring capability. Gu Yongfeng expressed his lingering dissatisfaction. Qin Zixuan shook his head. Completing the main quest has never been our ultimate aim. Even if the primary task is accomplished, what then? Without accumulating sufficient divine points, how shall we navigate the next cycle of reincarnation? How can you guarantee that the martial skills you exchange for will prove useful in the next realm? And what if we fail? Our 5,000 divine points would vanish without a trace, Gu Yongfeng retorted. Qin Zixuan lifted his eyelids. Allow me to remind you, it is not our 5,000 divine points at stake, but rather Boss Bu's 5,000 divine points. In this instance, we did not exert ourselves in the elimination of Yan Zhendong, and to imply otherwise would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? In truth, the plan to eliminate Yan Zhendong was proposed by Qin Zixuan and, after thorough deliberation among the trio, was deemed feasible before delegating the execution to Bu Tianjiao. However, framing it this way would suggest a clandestine alliance among the three, inevitably inciting feelings of opposition among others. By attributing all the credit to Bu Tianjiao, Qin Zixuan effectively mitigated this drawback. Even if everyone was aware of their camaraderie, the resistance was not as vehement. What do you mean, Qin? Gu Yongfeng immediately bristled with anger. Bu Tianjiao raised a hand, interrupting Gu Yongfeng. Enough, let us not quarrel. Qin Zixuan is correct. We must not solely focus on the immediate main quest, but also consider the future. If we do not seize this opportunity to amass a substantial bounty of divine points, how shall we navigate our other reincarnation realms? Upon hearing Bu Tianjiao speak, Gu Yongfeng and his group fell silent, partly out of fear of his prowess, and partly due to a lack of confidence. As Qin Zixuan had articulated, they had contributed little to the elimination of Yan Jindong, naturally rendering their attitude less assertive. After confirming the trajectory of future developments, Gu Yongfeng and the others seemed somewhat dispirited. Listening to the discussions among Bu Tianjiao and the others, they lingered for a while before finding excuses to take their leave. Once these individuals departed, Qin Zixuan shook his head. Inadequate in achieving success, yet abundant in causing failure. These individuals are indeed a burden, entangled in schemes solely for their own gain, adept at workplace machinations, yet ultimately futile. Bu Tianjiao smiled. Enough of this talk. Let us discuss the subsequent plans. Although the trio had been engaged in conversation while the others were present, they had not touched upon any pivotal matters. With those few now gone, it was time to strategize thoroughly. We currently possess 500 firearms, and as for personnel, the militia is plentiful, comprising individuals recently retired from the naval forces. If we can find a way to assert control over them, we shall wield a formidable force. With arms in hand, should we seize the military vessels and armed merchant ships at the port, our triumph shall be all but assured. Beside him, Lu Xiaoman furrowed her brow and remarked, "This plan is indeed commendable. However, in order to realize it, we must confront a significant obstacle, one individual who poses the greatest resistance." Bu Tianjiao nodded in agreement. Huang Feihong, as the chief instructor of the Black Flag Army, holds a position of unparalleled authority within the militia, one that cannot be shaken by anyone. Tio's attempt to bypass him in seizing control of the militia is utterly impossible. Yet, given Huang Feihong's disposition, it is equally inconceivable that he would conspire with us on such grand matters. In the film, Huang Feihong, while not wholly obstinate, certainly exhibits a demeanor of acquiescence. Lu Yongfu, leveraging the might of the Black Flag Army, commanded considerable influence in Guangdong, compelling the Qing court to reassign him. Before his departure, he entrusted the naval forces of the Black Flag Army to Huang Feihong, urging him to integrate them into the militia for the purpose of safeguarding the nation. What transpired, however, was that the newly appointed governor merely probed and pressured Huang Feihong, who, in an effort to promote peace, retreated time and again, ultimately leading to the disbandment of the militia and the destruction of all weaponry. Leaving the naval forces, Lu Yongfu had established in utter disarray. Particularly during the altercation between the militia and the Sheikh gang at the Western restaurant, Huang Feihong chose to intervene against the militia while neglecting the Sheikh gang, resulting in the governor capturing them red-handed. In the aftermath, he naively believed that everything would be resolved with a clear outcome. There is little to be said to one with such a lack of insight. Huang Feihong may possess noble intentions and a sense of justice, but he is certainly not a competent leader. To follow his guidance blindly would be tantamount to inviting ruin. Should Huang Feihong become aware of their intentions, he would undoubtedly seek to thwart them, perhaps even resorting to binding them and delivering them to the authorities. A cold glimmer flickered in Qin Zixuan's eyes. "Leave Huang Feihong to me. I shall handle him." Bu Tianjiao frowned slightly. "Zixuan, you do not intend to kill Huang Feihong, do you? We have only just joined the militia. Even if he were to perish, control would fall into the hands of his few disciples, leaving us with nothing. Seizing power need not involve murder. If Huang Feihong were a formidable tyrant, wresting control of the militia from him would be nearly impossible. However, his excessive concern for his reputation blinds him to the interests of those within the militia. Currently, his esteemed standing serves as a means of suppression, yet should any calamity arise, that very reputation could dissipate in an instant." A cold smirk curled upon Qin Zixuan's lips. At that juncture, Huang Feihong will either acquiesce to the prevailing tide alongside us or face the backlash of his own waning influence, potentially leading to his demise at the hands of the militia. Bu Tianjiao and Lu Xiaoman exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. Given Huang Feihong's prestige within the militia, how could he possibly be slain by them? The complexities of human nature are always beyond our imagination. Qin Zixuan replied solemnly, a few days later, as Huang Feihong engaged in negotiations with foreigners at the Western restaurant regarding the injuries sustained by a farmer. Chaos ensued as the conflict between the Sheikh gang and the militia spilled into the establishment, creating pandemonium. Huang Feihong sought to prevent the militia from fleeing, only to find them cornered by the governor and compelled to report to the authorities. Due to this incident, a palpable tension lingered in the hearts of all the members of the militia, yet it was forcefully suppressed by Huang Feihong's esteemed reputation. Everything appeared tranquil on the surface, but beneath, currents of unrest surged. That evening, at the militia's encampment, many gathered in light of the day's events, awaiting the Moro's visit to the Yamen, including Bu Tianjiao and his companions. What do you think Master Huang is truly contemplating? Knowing full well that we are to be taken to the Yamen tomorrow, and certain to be imprisoned, why does he still insist on our attendance? One person lamented. What other choice do we have? The governor is one of the Yamen officials. We cannot afford to provoke him. If it weren't for Master Huang's intervention today, we would have long since vanished without a trace. The Yamen officials would have been unable to apprehend us, and we would have avoided this ordeal. From within the crowd, murmurs of discontent emerged, and those observant enough would note that the voices of complaint belonged predominantly to newcomers who had recently joined the militia. Hearing these grievances, the seasoned members remained silent, yet their expressions darkened, and a subtle resentment towards Huang Feihong began to fester in their hearts. I in the era's Yamen dungeons, entering meant enduring severe punishment. Why should a mere command lead them to languish in prison while Huang Feihong himself remained free? As these words sowed discord, a sinister fire ignited within. Yet Huang Feihong's towering prestige silenced any outright condemnation of him, leaving this malevolence to simmer, reddening their eyes with suppressed rage. This is terrible. The foreign devils have killed our brothers in the militia. At that moment, a commotion erupted as a group rushed in from outside, bearing several stretchers. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the encampment sprang to their feet, converging eagerly on the stretchers. Only one person still clung to life, while the others had succumbed, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, blood seeping from their wounds. Feng San, what transpired? How did you end up like this? Someone who recognized the living man inquired. Tomorrow we are to enter the Yamen, and I intended to visit Xiao Chui today, only to witness several foreign devils attempting to violate her. I charged in, go drive them away, but was wounded, and the brothers who accompanied me, they were all killed. Feng San gasped, his words fragmented. Damn it! These foreign devils on our soil, bullying our people. If there's any remaining courage among you, join me to slaughter those foreign devils. Bu Tianjiao bellowed, stepping forward, his words. The pent-up fury within the crowd found its release, igniting a fervor as they seized nearby weapons and rallied to his call. Qin Zixuan and Bu Tianjiao, understanding the importance of swift action, recognized that the militia's fervor would wane if they allowed time for reflection. Without hesitation, they led the throng towards the harbor where the Western warships lay anchored. The uproarious crowd arrived at the entrance of the harbor encampment, prompting the patrolling Western soldiers to sound the alarm and open fire upon them. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire reverberated through the tranquil night, abruptly calming the fervent spirits of the militia, instilling within them an involuntary sense of retreat. At that moment, Bu Tianjiao drew forth an AK-47 from the bundle on his back and unleashed a barrage upon the Western soldiers stationed atop the city walls. The assault rifle exhibited its terrifying power, swiftly decimating the ranks of soldiers. Brothers, we possess far more formidable firearms and need not fear them. We have come this far with no avenue for retreat. If you wish to survive, then charge with us. As he spoke, Bu Tianjiao exchanged for a rocket launcher from the main system, resting it on his shoulder. He aimed at the gate of the encampment and pressed the launch button, sending a rocket soaring forth, blasting a colossal breach in the gate. Chapter 72. Volatility. Witnessing this spectacle, the faces of the militia members were instantly painted with astonishment. They had not anticipated Bu Tianjiao's possession of such formidable weaponry. Brothers, charge forth and eradicate these foreign devils. The other reincarnators swiftly retrieved their AK-47s, trailing behind Bu Tianjiao as they surged towards the port encampment. Faced with assault rifles that had been ahead of their time by over half a century, the Western soldiers offered little resistance, quickly succumbing to the onslaught led by Bu Tianjiao. After obliterating the forces of opposition, Bu Tianjiao promptly commanded his subordinates to divide into several groups, launching assaults on the warships and armed merchant vessels docked at the port. By dawn, the foreigners aboard those ships had been nearly exterminated, the decks drenched in crimson blood. Although they lacked sufficient manpower to fully exploit the fleet's potential, the entire armada had come under their control. At this juncture, the militia members felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloping them. They could scarcely believe that, with merely a few hundred of their ranks, they had managed to capture all the warships and merchant vessels at the port. The reincarnators, too, wore expressions of elation. In the chaos of the previous night, Wiggins and Gibson had been slain, fulfilling their main mission, and the looming threat of the Sword of Darkmoes had dissipated. Boss Bu, what shall we do next? Gu Yongfeng inquired, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that, according to Qin Zixuan's plan, the main mission would be accomplished so effortlessly. Moreover, Their conquest of the port encampment and control of the western vessels would significantly influence the narrative, with each person receiving a reward of 500 main god points. We now possess formidable ships and powerful cannons, a force ample enough to establish our own dominion. Our immediate objective is to seize control of Guangdong and develop our strength, Qin Zishuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the reincarnators widened in astonishment. They had never imagined that Qin Zishuan harbored such grand ambitions. It seemed evident that he had been devising this plan from the very outset. This is our first world and arguably the most favorable we shall encounter. If we do not seize this opportunity to amass wealth, acquiring main god points in the future will prove exceedingly difficult. Qin Zishuan spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Considering the generous rewards and the temporary exchange privileges, Qin Zishuan was undoubtedly correct. Since that is the case, let us proceed. Gu Yongfeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Just as they huddled together to deliberate, a commotion erupted not far away. They turned to see Huang Feihong storming into the encampment, accompanied by several disciples, while outside, the general led a large contingent of soldiers to encircle the area. What are you doing? How dare you brazenly assault the foreigners' port encampment? Who gave you the audacity? As soon as Huang Feihong entered, he bellowed at the militia members. Hearing his reprimand, those who had been filled with excitement moments before now lowered their heads. Although they had purged the entire port encampment of foreigners the night before, Huang Feihong had long held a formidable presence among them, and their ingrained habits of obedience had not yet shifted. It is I who bestowed that audacity upon them. A voice rang out as Bu Tianjiao approached with numerous reincarnators. Huang Feihong turned to regard Bu Tianjiao's group, his brow furrowing slightly to "It is you." Recognizing Bu Tianjiao and his companions, he recalled that they had joined the militia around the same time. That moment, he had not realized the implications, but now it appeared they had ulterior motives for their enlistment. In the past, had anyone dared to oppose Huang Feihong, the militia members would have glared in fury. Yet this time, inexplicably, everyone stood silently by, offering no retort. I wondered how these people possessed such boldness to come here and slay foreigners. It seems it is you few traitors who have instigated this. You wish to bring harm to your master and us, do you not? Ling Yunkai stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Bu Tianjiao and the others. Oh? And what do you intend to do about it? A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Zishuan's lips. You will accompany me outside at once, surrender the warships and merchant vessels, and turn yourselves into the authorities. I shall devise a means to preserve your lives. Huang Feihong declared solemnly, gazing at the group. Upon hearing his words, the militia erupted into a tumult, their eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Master Huang, you speak so lightly of such matters, but you overestimate your own capabilities. We have slain so many foreigners. Do you truly believe you can safeguard us? Qin Zishuan scoffed. Once the people here step outside and fall into the hands of the authorities, a mere decapitation would be a light punishment. They may very well face a fate of 1,000 cuts. Huang Feihong's face darkened with fury as he regarded Qin Zishuan. And what do you propose to do? You all require sustenance. Do you believe you can remain here indefinitely? Unfazed, Qin Zishuan replied, we cannot possibly linger in this port encampment forever, but as long as we transform this region of Guangdong into our domain, we shall be free to roam wherever we please. What? You actually intend to? Huang Feihong pointed at Qin Zishuan, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin Zishuan would be so audacious as to contemplate rebellion. Master Huang, you should leave. You have sent us, the brothers of the militia, to our doom today. Over these past few days, in pursuit of your reputation, you have compelled us to endure countless indignities. This time, I beseech you to allow us to disregard your commands for the sake of our own lives, Qin Zishuan declared. His expression grimmed. Bu Tianjiao seized the moment to interject. From this day forth, Huang Feihong is no longer the leader of our militia. We cannot have a leader who disregards the lives of his brothers. Master Huang, please take your leave. Zhuro Rong's countenance darkened as he bellowed. Bu Tianjiao, what do you mean by that? Someone, escort our guests out. Bu Tianjiao replied with a steely tone. At his command. The militia soldiers surrounding them exchanged glances and slowly advanced towards Huang Feihong and his companions. Huang Feihong's disciples immediately assumed defensive stances, their expressions wary as they regarded the encroaching figures. Huang Feihong surveyed the soldiers closing in on him, feeling a sense of estrangement. Just yesterday, these men had submitted to his authority. Yet today, their gazes were laced with hostility. Some even harbored murderous intent. He was perplexed by the drastic transformation that had occurred overnight. Chapter 73. The return to the martial arts world. We must depart. Observing the expressions of the militia members surrounding them, Huang Feihong recognized that his mission would undoubtedly be in vain. Zhuo Rong and his companions, upon hearing Huang Feihong's call, snorted in anger, casting a glare at Bu Tianjiao and the others before turning to follow Huang Feihong out of the encampment. Lu Xiaoman peered through the encampment's gate, gazing at the distant soldiers. When shall we strike? Qin Zixuan's voice carried a hint of bloodlust. Prepare the men below. As soon as Huang Feihong engages in conversation with the admiral, we shall make our move. Hearing their exchange, Gu Yongfeng's face registered surprise. Did you not just tell Huang Feihong that we would not be advancing today? Bu Tianjiao chuckled. We merely stated that we would not surrender. We did not declare that we would refrain from attacking those soldiers. Let everyone be ready. Once we eliminate these soldiers, we shall secure at least a month of development time. Outside the port encampment, as Huang Feihong stepped out, the admiral immediately approached with his subordinates in tow. Huang Feihong, why have the traitorous militia not accompanied you? Upon hearing the admiral's inquiry, Zhuo Rong's face flushed with anger. Those men are nothing but ungrateful wretches. They no longer heed my master's commands and even dared to turn against him. Huang Feihong gently shook his head, a trace of melancholy crossing his features. I am no longer the leader of the militia. They have stripped me of that title. Upon hearing the words of the master and disciple, the admiral's expression twisted into a snarl. Huang Feihong, are you toying with me? I commanded you to persuade them to surrender, not to lament here. Let me make this clear. If you cannot resolve this situation, my head will be on the line. But before that happens, I will ensure that every last one of your compatriots meets their end. Upon hearing the unabashed threat from the admiral, Huang Feihong's expression darkened significantly. Admiral, kill. Just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from the harbor encampment. The crowd turned to witness the militia emerging, each clutching confiscated Western firearms, followed closely by the reincarnators wielding AK-47. The sight of this, the soldiers under the admiral's command were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Huang Feihong, you have betrayed me. The admiral glared at Huang Feihong, his eyes ablaze with fury. Admiral, please allow me to explain. I did not. Huang Feihong hastily interjected. What is there to explain? The admiral brandished his firearm and fired a shot directly at Huang Feihong. The sound of the gunshot seemed to signal the commencement of chaos, as a barrage of gunfire ensued, mingled with the agonizing cries of the soldiers, echoing ominously across the sky. In the presidential suite of the Tianyu Hotel, Chen Zhe withdrew his attention from the batch of reincarnators led by Bu Tianjiao, feeling disenchanted by their overall caliber. Out of 100 reincarnators, only Bu Tianjiao and Qin Zixuan met his expectations. While Lu Xiaoman barely qualified, as for the others, they were short-sighted, fixated solely on immediate gains, utterly indifferent to future consequences, and destined to perish in but a few worlds. These individuals were nothing more than a drain on his exchange points, simultaneously diminishing the main god points accrued by Bu Tianjiao and her companions. It was evident that quality over quantity prevailed in the realm of reincarnators. Should he continue to recruit such individuals, it would be an utter waste of his exchange points, regardless of the amount he possessed. Chen Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, system, is it possible to ensure that the abilities of selected reincarnators meet a certain standard? 100 exchange points for a first-tier reincarnator, 1,000 for a second-tier, and so forth. Upon hearing the system's response, the corners of Chen Zhe's eyes twitched slightly. The costs were indeed steep, however. Upon further reflection, selecting 100 reincarnators would allow him to choose 10 first-tier ones, each of whom would not be inferior to Bu Tianjiao and Qin Zixuan, making it still a worthwhile investment. The remaining 90 or so reincarnators were nothing but a burden, each deployment into the fantasy world costing him a considerable amount of exchange points. It seemed that in the next world, he would need to cast them into more perilous realms. It would be best if they could alter the world line. But if not, then their demise within would suffice. In Huang Feihong's world, those reincarnators reveling in the completion of the main quest were oblivious to the fact that their performance had incited Chen Zhe's discontent, and their next world would be of hellish difficulty. Shifting his focus away from these individuals, Chen Zhe turned his gaze towards the world of Jingwu Hero. Unaffected by Chen Zhe's influence, the flow of time in the real world and the fantasy world remained constant. With 1 day in reality equating to 1 month in the fantasy realm. 4 days had passed in reality, while the lean monkey had spent 4 months in the world of Jingwu Hero. As Chen Zhe directed his attention towards this world, he discovered that the timeline had undergone considerable alterations. Hu Yuanjia had not perished, Qian Zhun had yet to return from the islands, and the robot Fujita had recently met his demise at the hands of the thin monkey. Moreover, he had acquired the skills of the Hua family boxing and the Mizung boxing from Hu Yuanjia. Under the oppressive force of the island nation's army, the thin monkey fled to the northeast, seeking refuge under Zhang Zuolin's banner. Utilizing his formidable martial prowess, coupled with his audacity in battle, he swiftly caught Zhang Zuolin's attention, earning a rapid promotion to the rank of officer, commanding a loyal following. Observing the thin monkey's actions, Changzhe immediately discerned his intentions. This lad was quite ambitious. By aligning himself with Zhang Zuolin, he was evidently biding his time to seize power following the incident at Huangatan. Should the thin monkey succeed at that juncture, the ramifications for the timeline would be profound, and Changzhe might even seize the opportunity to acquire a portion of the world's essence. With all matters in the real world concluded, it was time to venture into the first martial arts realm. With a flicker of thought, Changzhe vanished from his location. I in the realm of martial arts #1. Within the headquarters of the underworld, in a secret chamber, Changzhe's figure suddenly materialized. This time, he did not halt the passage of time. Adhering to the ratio of 1 day in reality equating to 1 month in the fantasy world, he had spent 5 days in the real world, while 5 months had elapsed in the first martial arts realm. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the stone door of the chamber and stepped outside. Flanking the stone door stood 2 figures in black garb, their faces obscured by menacing masks. Upon witnessing Changzhe's emergence, they immediately bowed in reverence. "Master," informed the 10 Yama Kings to convene in the Great Hall. "Yes." The 2 figures responded, hastily departing. In the Grand Hall of the Underworld, Changzhe sat regally upon the principal seat, with 10 chairs arranged on either side below him. Each chair was occupied by a figure in black, each adorned with a distinct mask, exuding a chilling aura that cast an eerie pall over the hall. Chapter 74. Journey to the capital. During my seclusion, have any significant events transpired in the martial world? Changzhe inquired, glancing at the wheel-turner king seated to his left. In response to your inquiry, Master, the emergence of the Divine Mansion has stirred the martial world into a frenzy. The various martial factions across the realms have united, forming alliances both large and small, leading to a fragmented and contentious landscape. The martial world has descended into chaos, the wheel-turner king solemnly reported. Upon hearing his words, Changzhe raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling the destined child, Shanhong Xian. In times of turmoil, heroes arise. The current chaos in the martial world is indeed a fertile ground for the emergence of heroes. Should this world seek to realign the timeline through Shan Hongxin, it is certain that he will rise during this period. 5 Senses King, how fares the disciple I entrusted to you? Changzhe turned to address the figure whose mask was adorned with a sea of blood. The 5 upon hearing the words of the Wuguan King, Changzhe's brow twitched slightly. Truly, as the chosen one, he was blessed with numerous fortuitous circumstances, allowing him to progress rapidly in martial arts. Changzhe's gaze turned somewhat chilly. Where is he now? Since I have remained at headquarters, I have entrusted Xiner to manage the Hailong Gang in my stead. He should still be at the Hailong Gang's base. If the Lord has any matters to discuss with him, I shall immediately send a message for him to come. The Wuguan King replied respectfully. At the level of the Wuguan King and his peers, they had essentially reached the pinnacle of this world. To enhance their strength, it was not merely a matter of seclusion and arduous training. Mutual exchanges with other formidable beings of the same caliber were equally essential. Therefore, in the absence of special missions, the 10 Kings of Hell generally remained at headquarters in no need. I suspect he has already departed from the Donghai Gang's base. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Changzhe's eyes. He then turned to a petite figure clad in black beside him. This individual wore a mask adorned with an image of a black city, wherein shadowy figures danced. Bian Chengwang, investigate the current whereabouts of Shan Hongxin. Yes, my lord, Bian Chengwang responded, waving his hand casually. Among the small spirits waiting at the door, one promptly stepped forward and, after a short while, returned holding a tome, which he presented to Bian Chengwang. After swiftly flipping through a few pages, Bian Chengwang paused, lightly tracing a finger across the paper before looking up at Changzhe. My lord, according to our intelligence division's records, since Shan Hongxin announced his seclusion 2 months ago, he has not made an appearance. However, our agents in the capital have reported sightings resembling him. How could this be? Wuguan King exclaimed in disbelief. Bian Chengwang glanced at Wuguan King. Wuguan King, are you questioning the capabilities of our intelligence division? Yet your appointed representative at the Hailong Gang has been missing for 2 months without any news. Quite impressive. Wuguan King replied somewhat displeased. Bian Chengwang, you know that is not my intention. There is no need for you to quarrel. Regarding Shan Hongxin, I am well aware of the situation. Wuguan King, in the future, Shan Hongxin will become our greatest adversary in the underworld. I hope you will bear this in mind. Yes, my lord, Wuguan King responded in a subdued tone. Despite his lingering doubts, he dared not voice them in front of Qianzai in the coming period. None of you are to leave headquarters. Remain on standby for my instructions. Biancheng Wang, ensure that our people in the capital closely monitor and track Shan Hongxin's whereabouts. Luanzhuang Wang and Qingguang Wang, you two shall lead your subordinates, masters of the realm, to accompany me to the capital. Yes. The 10 kings of hell all rose in unison, responding affirmatively. After a brief interval, Luanzhuang Wang and Qingguang Wang reappeared before Qianzai, accompanied by a dozen or so masters of the realm. My lord, all our masters are present. Then let us proceed. The group exited the grand hall of the underworld, making their way outside, traversing through a series of passageways until they emerged from a mountain wall. Arriving at a secluded valley, the air was damp, the vegetation lush, and a faint mist enveloped the surroundings. In this environment, the air is rife with miasma and toxic substances, rendering it perilous for any ordinary individual who might unwittingly meet their demise here. Even the subordinates of the underworld must consume specially formulated antidotes from the equipment department to navigate this treacherous terrain with ease. The valley where the underworld resides is encircled by sheer cliffs. Without unparalleled agility, ascending is a futile endeavor. However, members of the underworld are not similarly constrained. Numerous footholds have been carved into the cliffs by formidable underworld warriors, allowing even the moderately skilled to ascend with knowledge of their precise locations. With a single leap, Qianzai soared into the sky like a great bird, ascending several dozen feet before lightly tapping the cliff with his toes, propelling himself upward once more. King Qingguang followed closely, his long spear striking the cliff with each thrust, enabling him to spring upward with each strike. The strength of King Luanzhuang was somewhat lesser, only at the master level, yet he led a group of master-level warriors, swiftly climbing upward like agile monkeys. Greetings, master. Greetings, your highnesses. At the summit of the cliff, several opulent carriages awaited their arrival, each attended by a driver. Upon seeing Qianzai and his companions ascend from the depths, the drivers promptly bowed in respect. Let us depart the mountain. Qianzai nodded, uttering no further words, and entered one of the carriages. King Luanzhuang and King Qingguang followed suit into another carriage, while the remaining master-level warriors each found their own carriage to go. The drivers, understanding their cue, refrained from further conversation, cracking their whips as they guided the carriages down the mountain. Inside the carriage, as the sound of the whips echoed outside, a hint of nostalgia flickered in the eyes of King Luanzhuang, concealed behind his mask. More than half a year ago, he had merely been a driver, fortunate enough to encounter the master, after which his fate underwent a complete transformation. Reflecting on the events of recent days felt almost dreamlike. What are you pondering? Came the voice of King Qingguang. King Luanzhuang shook his head. Nothing of consequence, merely reminiscing about the past. The journey continued in silence. After descending the mountain and traveling over 20 miles, a small town emerged before them. Upon entering the town, the carriages headed directly toward the largest mansion within. Instead of stopping at the front entrance, they proceeded through the back gate into the estate. Chapter 75. A Trap? Greetings, master. Greetings, your highnesses. Within the estate, an elderly gentleman, resembling a prosperous country squire, stood awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Qianzai and his companions disembark, he immediately bowed in greeting. Are the horses prepared? King Luanzhuang inquired solemnly. Reporting to your highness, I have arranged over 20 fine steeds, all well cared for in the backyard, ready for departure at any moment, the gentleman replied with a bow. King Luanzhuang commanded, make the necessary preparations. We shall depart tonight. Understood. The gentleman responded affirmatively. As night enveloped the sky, the back gate of the estate swung open, and a cadre of over 20 riders surged forth, galloping along the main road of the town, speeding away into the distance. Half a month later, a group of riders, weary from their journey, arrived just outside the capital. Each member of this party was clad in formidable attire, burdened with an array of weapons that unmistakably marked them as martial artists. This was none other than Qianzai and his companions who had hastened from the headquarters of the underworld. Standing atop a small hill, they gazed into the distance at the grand capital. Its walls soared over 10 zhang high and stretched for miles, resembling a colossal beast lying in repose upon the plains, evoking a sense of awe. Truly, it was a magnificent city, though the palpable aura of malevolence hinted that it was far from a benevolent place. Qianzai let out a soft sigh. Hearing his words, the wheel of reincarnation king was taken aback. My lord, are you suggesting that this is a trap, with dangers lurking within the capital? Beside him, the king of Qingguang displayed a look of uncertainty. My lord, but I do not sense any imminent threat. Upon reaching the master realm, one acquires an acute awareness akin to the cicada's premonition before the wind stirs. When danger looms, a sense of foreboding arises spontaneously. As a formidable figure at the pinnacle of physical prowess, the king of Qin was even more attuned. He could detect not only peril but also the slightest malice harbored by others. Yet this time, he found himself devoid of any forewarning. Despite recognizing Qian Zhe's unfathomable strength, his heart could not help but harbor doubts, and no matter how keen your senses are, how can you perceive danger when obscured by the will of heaven? Qian Zhe narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the distant capital. Shan Hongxin had ventured here and set a trap, seemingly waiting for Qian Zhe to walk into it. It appeared somewhat nonsensical. Yet considering that the sword of heavenly intent and He Tsangqiang resided within the capital, the situation was evidently more complex than it seemed. The sword of heavenly intent, the son of destiny, the emperor, these elements converging together could yield unforeseen transformations. Qian Zhe pondered silently. The Wheel of Reincarnation King inquired, "My lord, if there are traps within the capital, should we still proceed?" A glint of coldness flashed in Qian Zhe's eyes. "Naturally, we must enter. I wish to see what traps they have laid within this capital that embolden them to confront me, my lord. I shall contact the informants from the intelligence division to glean information from within the city." The Wheel of Reincarnation King suggested, "No need. I suspect that the informant strongholds in the capital have long been dismantled." Qian Zhe urged his steed forward, galloping towards the capital. He Tsangqiang's cultivation of the sword of heavenly intent was inherently linked to the will of heaven. Due to Qian Zhe's alterations to the world line, the will of the world had begun to intercede and rectify matters. In the face of such power, how could the informants in the capital possibly survive? Observing Qian Zhe riding away, the Wheel of Reincarnation King and the King of Qin hastily followed suit. Within the palace, in a secluded chamber, two individuals sat facing each other. One was a middle-aged man, his expression inscrutable, with a long sword resting across his knees. Opposite him sat a young man in a similar posture, clad in white martial attire, with a slender long knife beside him, its blade glinting ominously. Both men sat in silence, their breaths deep and measured, their auras ethereal as if they were on the verge of dissipating into the wind. Suddenly, both opened their eyes simultaneously. "Master, I sense him. Qian Zhe has arrived." The young man's expression was grave as he addressed the middle-aged man. Upon hearing the words of the youth, a look of satisfaction flickered in the elder's eyes, and he nodded slightly. "In our lineage of Tianyi, we emphasize the alignment of one's heart with the heart of heaven. Xin, your ability to sense Qian Zhe's arrival indicates that your comprehension of the heavenly heart has now surpassed that of your master." This middle-aged man was He Tsangqiang of Tianyi Sword, while the young man was Shan Hongxin, a disciple of the renowned Wu Guanwang, who had mysteriously vanished for a considerable time. "Master, do we truly stand a chance against Qian Zhe?" A shadow of worry crossed Shan Hongxin's face. During the peak battle at Wulan Lake, Qian Zhe single-handedly overwhelmed 10 formidable experts, his reputation echoing throughout the martial world, establishing him as the undisputed #1. A living legend. Regardless of whether one viewed Qian Zhe with animosity or admiration, discussions regarding his prowess elicited a blend of respect and trepidation. In this realm, no one could defeat Qian Zhe, a truth universally acknowledged within the Jianghu. The prospect of confronting a living martial myth filled Shan Hongxin with trepidation, even though his own strength had significantly increased in recent times. Xin, there is no need for concern. He Tsangqiang's face radiated confidence. "I once clashed with Qian Zhe. My Tianyi sword was such that he could not withstand it, relying solely on his physical might to endure. Now, with the heavens favoring you, the divine intent you can harness far exceeds mine. Even if your heavenly intent blade cannot slay Qian Zhe, it will surely inflict injury upon him." Is that truly the case? Excitement illuminated Shan Hongxin's features. Though chosen as the child of destiny, he was still under 20, with the spirited nature of youth. Every young person harbors dreams of defeating the world's greatest expert and taking their place. Now, such an opportunity lay before him, and he could not help but feel exhilarated. "Qian Zhe and his entourage will arrive shortly. We must prepare to confront them." He Tsangqiang rose, sheathing his long sword behind his back, and strode toward the exit, with Shan Hongxin following suit, his own blade secured similarly. Thundering hooves echoed as over 20 magnificent steeds galloped down the expansive central avenue of the capital, drawing the attention of the common folk on either side. This thoroughfare was reserved for nobles and the military. Any commoner daring to tread upon it risked imprisonment if spotted by patrolling guards. The group did not resemble nobles nor soldiers, yet they had the audacity to gallop freely down the central avenue, truly a bold display. Suddenly, before the gates of the imperial city, Qianzhe reined in his horse, which reared up with a loud whinny. Upon the city wall stood He Tsangqiang and Shan Hongxin. Chapter 76. A fist that shakes heaven and earth. Qianzhe raised his gaze to the two figures atop the wall, who met his stare in kind. Shan Hongxin, as a disciple of the East Sea's Diao Aoku, why are you not in the East Sea Dragon Gang but instead standing here in the imperial city? A mocking smile played on Qianzhe's lips as he posed the question, laced with derision. Shan Hongxin bowed deeply towards Qianzhe, his countenance adorned with an almost sacred expression. Master Qianzhe, you once saved my life and allowed the esteemed fisherman of the East Sea to take me as his disciple. I am indeed grateful to you. However, you are the source of turmoil in this world. To preserve the peace of the realm, I must eliminate you. Ha, that reason sounds rather commendable. Removing me for the sake of the common people. Qianzhe scoffed coldly. Shiner, do not waste words with him. Take action. He Tsangqiang drew the sword from his back and leaped from the city wall. The sword in his hand radiated an endless brilliance, transforming into an ethereal shadow that swiftly traversed several dozen zhang, appearing before Qianzhe and slashing towards his neck. Azure Dragon True Body. Metamorphosis. Qianzhe's form rapidly morphed, a layer of azure scales enveloping his body, sharp horns sprouting from his head, a barbed tail extending from his back, and claws emerging from his hands, instantly transforming him into a humanoid azure dragon. With his right hand curling into a claw, he thrust it forward, akin to a cloud dragon extending its talons, directly reaching into the seemingly omnipotent shadow of the sword. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed continuously as white spots began to appear on the scales of Qianzhe's arm, some even cracking, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, Qianzhe remained unfazed, his right hand continuing to grasp towards the area of the sword shadow where the sword intent was strongest. Qianzhe understood well that although He Tsangqiang's sword appeared formless, it was, in fact, tangible. The celestial will infused upon it distorted the perceptions of those present, channeling the primordial energies of heaven and earth into the sword shadow, thus creating the current spectacle, as a congenital martial artist who transcended the limits of the physical body. He Tsangqiang wielded the true essence of martial arts. His sword, powered by the will of heaven, bore a fraction of the might of a congenital warrior. However, this borrowed celestial will did not rightfully belong to He Tsangqiang. Despite his efforts to align his own heart with the heart of heaven, he could never fully master it. Consequently, the distribution of sword intent was uneven, with the strength increasing closer to the blade, allowing Qianzhe to effortlessly discern the sword's position. With a screeching sound of metal grinding against metal, the myriad sword shadows suddenly vanished. He Tsangqiang found himself suspended above Qianzhe, his thrusting sword now firmly grasped by Qianzhe at the blade. Unable to advance a single inch, a look of sheer astonishment crossed He Tsangqiang's face. How is this possible? You are merely at the pinnacle of the physical realm. How could you catch my sword that has already reached the might of a congenital attack? Reached the might of a congenital attack? Qianzhe replied with a cold sneer. If this move possesses congenital power, then congenital warriors are indeed too weak. With a powerful grip of his left hand, Qianzhe twisted sharply, causing the sword he held to shatter into countless fragments that scattered explosively in all directions. Stepping forward, Qianzhe appeared before He Tsangqiang, his right hand pressing directly against his chest. Bang! He Tsangqiang was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the royal city wall behind him, causing a slight tremor that reverberated through the structure. The imperial guards standing atop the wall could distinctly feel the vibrations beneath their feet. Puff! He Tsangqiang, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his body gradually sliding down against the city wall until he finally collapsed to the ground. Upon the wall, a faint outline emerged, a remnant of the impact he had just endured. A deep handprint marred his chest, precisely where his heart resided. At the tips of the imprint, 5 gaping wounds oozed blood profusely. The last time you ambushed me with this technique, you caught me off guard and gained a slight advantage. Yet, you dare to employ it against me once more. Do you truly believe I am powerless to counter you? Qianzhe's left palm bore shattered scales, deep gashes adorned it, seeping with traces of bluish blood. He flicked the blood from his left hand, casting a cold glance towards the distant He Tsangqiang, his voice laced with disdain. Meanwhile, He Tsangqiang, slumped on the ground, was vomiting blood while gazing at Qianzhe with a mixture of disbelief and resentment. He could scarcely fathom that after merely one encounter, Qianzhe had devised a means to counter the Sword of Destiny. Was this the profound legacy of the martial arts legend? It was utterly terrifying. Master! Upon witnessing He Tsangqiang's woeful state, Shan Hongxin, who who had previously harbored some trepidation towards Qian Zhe, immediately displayed a countenance brimming with fury. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the long blade from behind him and leapt from the city wall. Raising the weapon high as he aimed it at Qian Zhe, a radiant glow descended from the heavens, enveloping Shan Hongxin and seamlessly flowing into his long blade. In an instant, the weapon expanded dramatically, morphing into a colossal blade of light several dozen zhang long, descending upon Qian Zhe with formidable might. In that fleeting moment, Shan Hongxin appeared as a celestial being, cleaving mountains with a single strike, capable of severing anything that dared to stand in his path, including the martial arts legend, Qian Zhe himself. Faced with this overwhelming blow, a grave expression crossed Qian Zhe's face. He Tsangqiong's sword of destiny condensed the essence of heaven and earth into myriad sword shadows, concealing the powerful sword imbued with celestial intent until the enemy was left vulnerable, poised for annihilation. It was akin to divine will, silently placing its victim in a dire predicament. Contrarily, Shan Hongxin's strike was a raw and unadulterated manifestation of overwhelming sword intent, incorporating the borrowed celestial energy and the essence of the universe without any concealment, delivering a straightforward yet supremely domineering blow. Qian Zhe, transformed into the Azure Dragon with formidable defenses, could withstand countless sword shadows assaults and seize the long sword from He Tsangqiong. Nevertheless, even so, the scales of his left hand shattered completely, revealing several deep wounds. Had he dared to endure Shan Hongxin's strike as he had previously, he risked losing an entire arm in Shan Hongxin's grasp. The celestial intent morphed into an overwhelmingly forceful blade energy that bore down upon Qian Zhe, causing his scales to bristle and tremble, emitting a resonant sound under the immense pressure. In that moment of crushing weight, his thoughts accelerated exponentially. The martial arts memories inherited from Xiao Qinglong coursed through his mind, and the technique he had forged during his battle with Xiao Qinglong, the one fist that shakes the universe, surfaced within his consciousness. Coupled with the omnipresent blade intent pressing upon him, Qian Zhe finally grasped a deeper understanding of the true essence of martial arts, a single punch that could shake the heavens and the earth. Chapter 77. Reaping the source. Qian Zhe took a step forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and charged directly towards the enormous blade of light hovering above him. Boom! A fierce and indomitable aura erupted from Qian Zhe, soaring skyward with unparalleled intensity. Defying heaven and earth, unafraid of deities or spirits, he placed his unwavering faith solely in his own fists. Even if heaven were to cast down punishment or spirits were to descend upon the mortal realm, not a shred of doubt would shake his resolve. Any oppression, any shackles, he would shatter them with a single blow. In the presence of this overwhelming force, the mountains and rivers paled, and the very fabric of the heavens trembled. After unleashing his punch, Qian Zhe's spirit continuously coalesced and ascended, gradually taking form within his consciousness, ultimately erupting from the Baihui point atop his head, manifesting as a spectral azure dragon. Roar! In that instant, those around him seemed to hear a resounding dragon's roar, reverberating across the landscape, exerting pressure on the 8 corners of the world. Accompanied by Qian Zhe's punch, the azure dragon surged toward the colossal blade of light. Upon collision, a deafening explosion ensued, golden and azure radiance intertwining, compelling everyone to shut their eyes against the brilliance. When the blinding light dissipated and the onlookers reopened their eyes, the battlefield unfolded before them. The walls of the imperial city, near the combat site, were pockmarked with countless craters and fissures, with debris occasionally tumbling down, as though they might collapse at any moment on the ground. A chasm several tens of zhang long split the earth, a testament to the might of Shan Hongxin's earlier strike. Standing firm, Qian Zhe raised his right arm, where a long blade was deeply embedded in his flesh, perilously close to severing his arm. Gazing upwards along his right arm, one could see Shan Hongxin, whose chest had been pierced by Qian Zhe's punch. His heart shattered. In that moment, the remnants of Shan Hongxin's consciousness gazed at Qian Zhe, filled with bewilderment. Bang! Qian Zhe retracted his fist, and Shan Hongxin fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mission to slay the Chosen One and fulfill the Conqueror's task was complete. Through the Chosen One, he would gain access to the channel of the world's source and commence the reaping of the essence. A system notification echoed in Qian Zhe's mind. Subsequently, he felt a surge of power detach from within him, shooting directly into Shan Hongxin's body. Buzz! A white light illuminated Shan Hongxin's exterior, converging towards his head, forming a dazzling orb the size of a fist. Then, the orb erupted violently, releasing a beam of white light that shot skyward. However, unlike ordinary beams, This white ray vanished into the void upon reaching great heights, its destination unknown. Faintly, Qianzhe perceived a fleeting golden glimmer within the white light, trailing along as it entered the abyss. In the distance, the figure of Tianyi Swords He Tsangqiong slumped against the city wall, lifeless. He had been gravely injured by Qianzhe's strike and had barely withstood the aftermath of the clash between Qianzhe and Shan Hongxin. Even as a formidable being of physical perfection, he could not endure such force. Yet, even in death, his eyes remained wide open, fixated on the site of the confrontation, filled with an unmistakable sense of unwillingness. For someone who had devoted his life to the pursuit of destiny, it was utterly inconceivable that Shan Hongxin, as the chosen one, could be slain before the very essence of his fate had dissipated. He Tsangqiong and Shan Hongxin, this master-disciple duo, possess formidable prowess. Were it not for Qianzhe, they would have been more than capable of sweeping through the top 10 martial artists of the Wulin. Even Xiao Qinglong would not have been able to withstand the blow delivered by Shan Hongxin moments ago. Yet, before Qianzhe, even Shan Hongxin, the child of destiny, could only succumb helplessly, and ultimately, both master and disciple met their demise at his hands. Master, at this juncture, the previously concealed figures of the wheel-turned king and his entourage rushed forth, their gazes towards Qianzhe brimming with fervor and adoration, even the eyes of King Qinguang betraying a hint of astonishment. The power Qianzhe had exhibited on Wulan Lake had already been extraordinary, yet when compared to his performance today, it paled into insignificance. As he gazed upon the distant corpses of He Tsangqiong and Shan Hongxin, a complex expression crossed King Qinguang's face. Though he too stood at the pinnacle of physical prowess, he doubted he could withstand even a single strike of He Tsangqiong's celestial intent sword. As for the more powerful Shan Hongxin, merely witnessing that earth-shattering blow from afar had already instilled fear in him, let alone engaging in combat. The sheer terror of Qianzhe, who could not only endure such a strike but also decisively slay Shan Hongxin, was evident. If the pinnacle of physical prowess represents the limits of the human body, then innate martial artists transcend these confines, evolving towards a higher state of being. The strength they can unleash is nothing short of extraordinary. The attacks from the three earlier had faintly echoed with the might of innate warriors, thereby creating such a formidable phenomenon. At that moment, sounds began to resonate from all directions: footfalls, the clashing of armor, and the thunderous gallop of horse hooves, each sound synchronized, unmistakably indicative of a rigorously trained army. Before long, groups of soldiers surged forth from the streets, encircling Qianzhe and his companions standing before the imperial city. Observing the approaching soldiers, Qianzhe remained unperturbed. Even his esteemed masters displayed no signs of anxiety. For these masters, only attacks of the caliber of the 10-stone strong bow could inflict harm upon them. Ordinary arrows would merely deplete their true essence. Were they on an open plain, they might have felt some concern being surrounded by such a multitude, but within the confines of this intricately structured city, coupled with the presence of the unparalleled powers of King Qinguang and Qianzhe, they deemed these soldiers insignificant. While total annihilation of the soldiers was improbable, they could easily depart at will, for the soldiers posed no genuine obstruction. "Are you Qianzhe, the lord of the divine mansion?" A voice resounding with authority called from above. Qianzhe and the others looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a dark dragon robe, standing solemnly upon the city wall, flanked by numerous eunuchs, palace maids, generals, and ministers. "Is this the backup left by He Tsangqiong? Surely, he cannot be so foolish," Qianzhe retorted. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, the oppressive aura cultivated from a long tenure in power instantly enveloping the air. "Qianzhe, you act with reckless abandon, disturbing the Wulin and inciting alliances among various martial factions, leading to chaos across the realms, unrest among the populace, and turmoil in the land. If you are willing to surrender and assist me in restoring order, I may spare your life. However, should you continue to be obstinate, today shall mark your end. Do you wish to subdue me?" Qianzhe chuckled lightly, shaking his head, his disdain unmistakable. "Regardless of what backhanded tactics He Tsangqiong may have left you, your desire to use them to tame me is nothing but a delusion." Chapter 78. The manifestation of national fortune. Qianzhe, how audacious you are! Beneath the emperor's feet, is this a place where you can act with such impudence? The moment His Majesty speaks, you should promptly kneel and beg for mercy. Observing Qianzhe's demeanor, a heavily armored general beside the emperor stepped forward, pointing his spear at Qianzhe and bellowing in anger. "Ha! Who do you think you are to speak to our esteemed master in such a manner?" A master beside Qianzhe scoffed. Upon hearing the words of this master, the general's face contorted in fury. Bring me these unruly fools." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, a multitude of soldiers surged down the street towards Chen Zhe and his companions. "Master, you displayed immense power just now, vanquishing 2 unparalleled strongmen. Please take a moment to rest. We shall handle these mere lackeys," the master who had spoken earlier said with a smile. Chen Zhe unsheathed the long sword from his right shoulder, the muscles around the wound tightening automatically to stem the flow of blood. This sword, originally of exceptional quality, had just undergone divine refinement and could be deemed a divine weapon. Hu Pengyu, I recall you favor the sword. Thus, I bestow it upon you. Take it and slay the enemies." As he spoke, Chen Zhe extended the long sword towards the master, Hu Pengyu'd. A look of surprise crossed Hu Pengyu's face as he hurriedly accepted the long sword with both hands. "Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Anyone who dares to harm you shall meet their end at the edge of this blade." The other masters nearby looked at Hu Pengyu with envious gazes. This sword, capable of withstanding the infusion of the mountain's divine will, had not shattered during the intense clash. Its quality was evidently extraordinary. In that brief moment, the soldiers had drawn nearer, and the swift cavalry were now merely a few dozen paces away from Chen Zhe and his companions. "Gentlemen, let us take action." Observing the approaching soldiers, Hu Pengyu brandished the long sword, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a swift push off his toes, his body seemed weightless, soaring directly into the ranks of the cavalry. A silver-white gleam flashed by, and wherever it passed, the cavalry were cleaved in twain, their upper bodies falling to the ground while the lower halves continued galloping forward with their steeds. What a fine sword! Hu Pengyu gazed at the long sword in his hand, a look of satisfaction crossing his features. With a single strike, he had severed dozens of cavalrymen, armor and all, even with his formidable inner strength enhancing the blow. This sword undoubtedly qualified as a divine weapon. Hu Pengyu, you have left a few behind. A master laughed heartily as he stepped forward. Watching the horses galloping towards them, burdened with the half-bodies of cavalrymen, he steadied himself and unleashed a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating like a giant bell, shaking the very ground beneath them. The war horses, startled by the thunderous roar, abruptly turned and charged towards the ranks of soldiers behind them. Simultaneously, the esteemed masters of the underworld surrounding Chen Zhe leapt into action, plunging into the formations of soldiers. Wherever they passed, chaos ensued, with men and horses tumbling in disarray, and the area of turmoil continuously expanding with the impact of these masters. One master could easily dismantle a formation of 1,000 troops. A dozen masters could bring an army of tens of thousands to its knees. If these masters were not halted, the trapped soldiers in the streets were destined to face a catastrophic rout. Upon witnessing this scene, the emperor atop the city walls turned pale, his expression darkening ominously. His icy gaze swept over the general who had issued the commands. Though he uttered no words, the general's face blanched, beads of cold sweat trickling down. "Incompetent in success, proficient in failure," the emperor remarked coldly, before disregarding him, taking several steps forward to stand at the edge of the wall, gazing down at Chen Zhe. "Chen Zhe, you are forcing my hand. You must understand, once I resort to my secret weapons, there will be no room left for reconciliation between us. Either you perish, or I do, then let it be your demise." Chen Zhe's form flickered like a phantom, vanishing from his original position, reappearing beside the emperor in a series of swift movements, striking out with a palm aimed at him. Although his right shoulder was still injured and his right hand barely functional, for one who had begun to grasp the true essence of martial arts, there was no one left in this world, save for the deceased He Tsangqiong and Shan Hongxin, who was worthy of his regard. Boldly insolent, withdraw at once. A furious shout erupted from the side, accompanied by a chilling surge of palm energy aimed at Chen Zhe's chest. Unfazed, Chen Zhe retracted his initially striking left hand, tracing half a circle in front of his chest to meet the icy force head-on. With a resounding thud, an elderly eunuch was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his body covered in frost. "Even a rotten ship has 3 nails," Chen Zhe remarked coldly. "It seems that within this once mighty Han dynasty, your imperial palace still harbors a few skilled practitioners." Though this elderly eunuch appeared inconspicuous, he was indeed a formidable master of the corporeal realm. While not among the top 10 masters, he was certainly not weak. Chen Zhe had succeeded in defeating him, yet he could not seize the opportunity to eliminate the emperor. "Chen Zhe, you have forced my hand," the emperor bellowed, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura that seemed to resonate with the entire imperial palace. Golden light erupted from every corner of the palace, instantly converging around the emperor. coalescing into a golden divine dragon that coiled around him. The manifestation of national fortune. He is truly prepared to fight to the death, Qianzhe murmured upon witnessing this spectacle. The lineage of He Tsangqiang emphasized attuning one's heart to the heavenly will, harnessing divine intent to unleash formidable power. In this moment, the emperor employed this method by forcibly drawing upon the national fortune through his imperial status, transforming it into immense strength. However, this is fundamentally a strategy that inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while causing 800 to oneself. Even if one were to vanquish Qianzhe, the depletion of national fortune would lead to the Han dynasty's demise in mere decades. Should he falter against Qianzhe, the national fortune would be scattered in an instant, leading to the immediate fall of the Han. As the emperor previously articulated, once he resorts to this final gambit, it becomes a life-or-death struggle between him and Qianzhe, leaving no room for reconciliation. Enveloped in the golden divine dragon, the emperor ascended slowly into the sky, casting a glance down upon the masses below. The several masters of the underworld, who were initially assaulting the soldiers' formation, halted their actions upon sensing the sudden surge of momentum from above, turning their gazes in that direction. The soldiers, witnessing the emperor soaring into the heavens, displayed expressions of fervent excitement, the previous chaos dissipating as the military ranks swiftly restored order. "Where are the soldiers? Lend me your strength," the emperor proclaimed loudly. "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. Chapter 79. Deprivation. With the soldiers' resounding affirmation, wisps of dark blue-black energy emanated from them, converging in the emperor's grasp to form a long, black blade infused with a menacing aura. Observing the emperor suspended in midair, Qianzhe's expression turned grave. As far as he knew, even innate martial artists could not hover in the air without support. It was evident that the emperor, having harnessed the national fortune for his own use, had transcended the limits of innate martial prowess. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation, Qianzhe feared he would be annihilated in an instant. Nevertheless, it seemed impossible for an emperor who had yet to attain the level of a master to leap across 4 or 5 major realms to command such terrifying power. He was akin to a child wielding a tank. A single blast would surely spell doom for anyone struck. Yet whether he could land that shot on his opponent remained uncertain. "I am the world." The emperor laughed heartily, brandishing the dark blue-black blade. He then turned his gaze towards Qianzhe, declaring, "Qianzhe, I had previously shown you mercy, granting you an opportunity for redemption, yet you remain obstinately defiant. Now, you have no chance left." As he spoke, the emperor's dark blue-black blade descended fiercely towards Qianzhe, a shadow of black that spanned hundreds of zhang, obscuring the sky and radiating a terrifying might that sent shivers down the spine. Qianzhe, keenly observant of the emperor's movements, vanished from his original position in a flash the moment the blade struck down. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the hundreds of zhang long black blades struck the walls of the imperial city, the robust stone walls crumbling like tofu, instantly creating a massive breach as countless fragments erupted forth. Witnessing this scene, the likes of King Qin Guang and others from the underworld displayed shock upon their faces. Their full-force strikes could only cause minor damage to the walls, yet this emperor effortlessly cleaved through them. Was this still a mere mortal? Initially brimming with confidence in Qianzhe, the onlooker's expression shifted to one of concern upon witnessing the overwhelming power of that strike. In stark contrast, the surrounding soldiers raised their weapons high, fervently shouting, "Victory to the emperor! Victory to the emperor!" Their synchronized roars resonated through the skies, harmonizing with the emperor's earlier display of might, evoking awe even among gods and spirits. "Ha ha ha, Qianzhe, are you not the strongest in the world? Do you not claim to be a legend of the martial world? Yet here you stand before me, in such a disheveled state. Ha ha ha." The emperor floated in the air, laughing maniacally, entirely lacking the previous depth and composure he once possessed. It was evident that this sudden surge of formidable power had utterly shattered the emperor's temperament. At this moment, he was nothing more than an arrogant upstart, blinded by his own hubris. Qianzhe cast a tranquil glance at the emperor. The golden divine dragon emblazoned upon him had diminished slightly in size after his recent strike, likely consuming 2 or 3 years of national fortune. A single blow exchanged for the destiny of the Han dynasty over a span of 2 to 3 years naturally wielded considerable might. Yet, one could only ponder how many more times he could unleash such a potent attack. This thought, Qianzhe turned his gaze toward the lifeless form of Shan Hongxin beside him. The white orb upon his brow was steadily shrinking. Once that white orb vanished, the harvesting of the primordial source would conclude, signaling the moment for his counterattack. "Qianzhe, Meet your demise, the emperor bellowed, his voice filled with fury as he once again swung the dark green long knife downwards. However, the result remained the same. Chunzhe emerged unscathed, while the golden divine dragon shrank further, leaving yet another massive scar upon the imperial city. Boom, boom, boom. The emperor continued to rain down blow after blow, each strike carving immense gashes into the ground and demolishing buildings. Yet he could not lay a finger on Chunzhe. Chunzhe, if you have the audacity, do not flee. Stand firm and receive my strike, the emperor roared. Sensing the rapid depletion of the golden divine dragon's power, he began to grow anxious. Just then, the white orb on Shan Hongxin's brow vanished, and a beam of light shot skyward, shattering into fragments in the void. A flicker heralded the emergence of a golden light, which soon transformed into a square seal, hurtling towards Chunzhe. Primordial source harvesting complete, condensing into the authority of the world. Please take note, host, the system's prompt echoed. With his left hand outstretched, Chunzhe caught the golden sealed eye in that instant. A sensation of dominion over heaven and earth enveloped him. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, mountains and rivers, all lay within his grasp. Very well, I shall remain here, awaiting your strike, Chunzhe declared, standing atop a palace pinnacle, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the emperor in the air with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing Chunzhe's words, a look of delight spread across the emperor's face. Good, let us see whether you live or die. He promptly urged the dark green long knife in his hand, emanating a deep, shadowy glow, and once more swung it down towards Chunzhe. The overwhelming shadow of the blade, towering hundreds of feet high, loomed like a mountain of steel, crashing down upon Chunzhe. Chunzhe raised his head, his gaze calm as he regarded the colossal blade shadow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the blade was about to make contact, he extended his right index finger and lightly tapped the shadow. With a soft sound, the towering blade shadow disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. The emperor, holding the dark green long knife aloft, looked down at Chunzhe, who had merely pointed a finger, his face a portrait of disbelief. The strike just now was sufficient to cleave mountains and split rocks, capable of slicing through even the most formidable city walls. Yet, Chunzhe merely extended a finger and with a gentle touch, dissipated the terrifying shadow of the blade into thin air. Such prowess surpassed his wildest imagination. Observing the emperor's astonished expression, Chunzhe smiled faintly and took a step forward, levitating in midair. He then advanced step by step towards the emperor, who was suspended in the distance. How is this possible? As Chunzhe walked in the air, a look of disbelief spread across the emperor's face. He had relied on the remnants of the Han dynasty's national fortune to attain such power. What merit did Chunzhe possess to also traverse the void? Regardless of the emperor's thoughts, Chunzhe continued his inexorable approach. Not far from him, Chunzhe came to a halt and reached out into the emptiness. Deprivation? Witnessing this action, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within the emperor, who then felt the immense power of national fortune, which had been his source of strength, suddenly severing from him. A golden dragon, formed from the national fortune, let out a resounding roar and soared towards Chunzhe, coiling around his arm and transforming into a vivid tattoo. The emperor let out a wretched scream. Deprived of the national fortune's enhancement, his formidable strength vanished in an instant, and he plummeted to the ground. Bang! The recoil from the impact with the earth caused his insides to quake, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon hitting the ground, the emperor's hair turned gray, and deep wrinkles etched themselves across his face, aging him at a visibly accelerated rate. The national fortune had transformed into his own power moments ago, resulting in a surge of strength, yet it had depleted the vitality of his body. Now that Chunzhe had stripped away this fortune, he could no longer endure, revealing his frailty. Even if Chunzhe chose not to kill him, it would not be long before age claimed his life. Chunzhe descended from the air, standing before the emperor with a frosty demeanor. Even the very essence of heaven and earth has been harvested by me. As a mere pawn of the cosmos, how could you possibly contend with me? The emperor lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment as he regarded Chunzhe. He had initially believed that by sacrificing a portion of the national fortune, he could eliminate Chunzhe, but to his dismay, he had paid with his life without inflicting even a scratch on his adversary. Soldiers of the three armies, heed my command. Join me in slaying the traitor Chunzhe and protect the safety of our sovereign. At that moment, a general clad in armor stepped forward, shouting fervently as he led a throng of soldiers charging towards Chunzhe. Chunzhe turned to face the oncoming soldiers, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Blind loyalists. Clouds gather. With Qian Zai's proclamation, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, accompanied by howling winds that swept across the land, forcing the soldiers to squint against the onslaught. As the clouds thickened, the world was plunged into darkness, swiftly transitioning from day to night, to the point where one could scarcely see their own hand before their face. Suddenly engulfed in darkness, the soldiers were momentarily thrown into disarray. Although they had just witnessed the Emperor's terrifying prowess, the sheer destructive force paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring command over nature that left them utterly astounded. The Emperor's capacity for devastation could be perceived as an enhanced version of martial prowess. Yet Qian Zai's methods transcended their comprehension, akin to the legendary celestial beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. Lightning descends. Qian Zai uttered two chilling words. With a crackle, serpentine bolts of blue and white electricity erupted from the pitch-black clouds, twisting and coiling through the air, illuminating the darkened world and casting a pallor upon the faces of the soldiers below. These lightning strikes cascaded among the crowd, fracturing into countless smaller arcs that danced and leaped, surging through armor and weaponry alike. In an instant, a significant portion of the vast army collapsed, leaving the remaining soldiers gasping in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With another crack of thunder, the last remnants of the soldiers succumbed to the onslaught. However, Qian Zai did not unleash lethal force upon them. With the exception of the commanders, the ordinary soldiers were merely rendered unconscious by the electric shock. Given some time to recuperate, they would emerge unscathed, without even a trace of disability. Let us depart. Qian Zai mounted his steed and galloped along the main thoroughfare of the city, heading towards the outskirts. He had accomplished his display of grandeur, harvested the world's essence, and remained with no further purpose in this place. The Rotation King and his companions exchanged astonished glances at the sight of the fallen soldiers, their shock evident, and hastily mounted their horses to follow Qian Zai. On the journey back to the underworld, Qian Zai commanded the covert agents of the Intelligence Bureau to relay a message, instructing the underworld to issue an edict in his name, mandating a ceasefire among the martial arts factions across the realm. Should anyone defy this decree, the underworld would dispatch agents to eradicate them. The issuance of the Underworld Edict sent ripples through the martial arts community. Never before had a martial faction dared to be so audacious as to simultaneously command the martial forces of all 108 provinces. Such an act was tantamount to disregarding the very existence of martial practitioners everywhere. Even though this martial faction was the underworld founded by the martial legend Qian Zai, numerous martial artists were incensed, eagerly preparing to annihilate the underworld. However, at that moment, news of the capital's battle spread, and silence fell over the martial arts world. The Emperor of the Empire, who wielded blades of 100 zhong, the ravaged imperial city, and Qian Zai, the martial myth who summoned clouds and thunder, alongside the thousands of elite imperial guards rendered unconscious by lightning. Upon hearing these accounts of the battle, all martial practitioners wore expressions of disbelief, as if listening to a mythological tale. Could such feats truly be within the realm of human capability? Did martial prowess, upon reaching an unfathomable level of mystery, grant such terrifying power? All skepticism evaporated after investigations by various martial factions, and what had initially appeared as a mere jest, the Underworld Edict, transformed into an insurmountable weight, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. They remained uncertain whether the underworld was merely posturing, or if indeed, as proclaimed, any martial faction that defied the Underworld Edict would face obliteration. For a fleeting moment, the martial world found itself in a state of tranquility. However, all were acutely aware that beneath this veneer of peace, turbulent currents surged. Not long ago, the major factions within the martial community were embroiled in fierce battles, their hands stained with each other's blood. How could they possibly set aside their enmity and coexist harmoniously merely due to an edict from the underworld? When a certain piece of news began to circulate through the rivers and lakes, this fragile semblance of stability was swiftly shattered. The Emperor of the Empire, in his quest to confront Qian Zai, had already exhausted the fortunes of the Han dynasty. The time for a regime change had come. Upon the emergence of this revelation, chaos erupted throughout the martial world. The once united factions sensed an opportunity and immediately dispatched numerous disciples to expand their influence into the surrounding prefectures. Upon receiving this news, Qian Zai let out a cold laugh and promptly dispatched King Qingguang, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Yellow Spring Division, to subdue those martial factions. Armed with a complete arsenal of medicines, superior weaponry, precise intelligence, ample wealth, and stringent discipline, alongside the support of external organizations, The combat disciples of the Yellow Spring Division became immensely formidable in the face of those factions that defied the edicts of the underworld. The Yellow Spring Division swept through with relentless force. With Chunzhe having grasped a portion of the world's authority, the underworld no longer felt the need for subterfuge. Following the annihilation of 5 major martial factions, those martial practitioners who had previously gone mad due to the fall of the Han dynasty finally regained their composure, obediently retracting their forces and refraining from any further actions. Just when all factions believed that Chunzhe would use the underworld as a foundation to unify the realm and establish a dynasty, a series of invitation letters were dispatched by disciples of the underworld to the leaders of the major martial factions. The inaugural martial arts tournament was announced, inviting participation from all major factions. From that moment forward, the world would lack a unified force, establishing a system of governance under the watchful eye of the underworld, with this tournament serving as a grand assembly for delineating territories. Chapter 81. Returning to reality. The underworld, overseeing the world from a transcendent vantage point, had ascended to the pinnacle of existence, fulfilling the requirements of the task, and the main quest was complete. You may return to reality with the complete abilities of Shaoqing Long. The flow of time is adjusted to align with the real world. Return. Having completed the task, Chunzhe could now adjust the time flow ratio between the two worlds at will within a certain range, though the maximum ratio remained 30:1 as before. With a mere thought, Chunzhe transitioned from the first martial arts world back to the realm of reality. Despite possessing extraordinary powers in the first martial arts world due to his grasp of a portion of worldly authority, he found himself somewhat ill at ease in this world, accustomed as he was to modern life. Thus, once stability had returned to the first martial arts world, Chunzhe chose to return to reality. At the Tianyu Hotel, Chunzhe gathered his belongings and proceeded to the front desk to check out, boarding a flight back to Kaiyun City. Having avenged the grievances of his life and concluded matters in the first martial arts world for the time being, Chunzhe felt a lightness of spirit. He now sought only to rest for a while before selecting a new fantastical world in which to continue his endeavors. Chunzhe has not forgotten. Within the realm of fantasy lies the invaluable world of Xinxia, worth 100,000 points. Tio assert that there exists no method for transcendence in the Xinxia realm is something Chunzhe cannot accept. In the face of immortality and transcendence, certain matters in reality seem trivial, serving merely as a way station, granting him a place to rest after honing his skills in the world of imagination. In the city of Kaiyun, at the headquarters of the Tianyin Group, in the CEO's office on the top floor, Li Qingqing is bent over her desk, reviewing a plethora of documents. Meanwhile, in the adjacent lounge area, Tang Xiaoqi reclines on the sofa, her fingers incessantly scrolling through her phone screen, exuding an air of utter boredom. After a while, Tang Xiaoqi sets her phone aside and glances at Li Qingqing, who is seated behind the desk, her face adorned with a look of curiosity. Hey, Qingqing, what is so remarkable about Chunzhe? It seems to me that ever since you encountered him, you've transformed into a different person. In the 2 years you've presided over the Tianyin Group, you've encountered countless talented young individuals. Even if he is your childhood sweetheart, surely this wouldn't cause you to lose your composure to such an extent? Without lifting her head, Li Qingqing casually replies, there's nothing particularly special about Chunzhe. You needn't inquire further. At this, Tang Xiaoqi rolls her eyes. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? There's nothing special about him that could make the Queen of Tianyin swoon? Li Qingqing pauses her writing, looking up at Tang Xiaoqi with an amused expression. All right then, tell me, what makes Chunzhe so extraordinary? Isn't it special enough that Yin Hake from Yin Hakeshuan bows his head before him? What else could one call special? Tang Xiaoqi asserts confidently. Li Qingqing shakes her head. When I reunited with Chunzhe, I had no inkling of his influential background. That is indeed a point, Tang Xiaoqi concedes, pouting. But if your feelings for Chunzhe are so exceptional, what is the reason behind it? Though Chunzhe is not unappealing, he is hardly breathtaking. When we first met at the orphanage, his attire was quite ordinary, not at all indicative of wealth. Li Qingqing's expression dims slightly as she sighs, putting down her pen. Chi-Chi, have you ever experienced despair? That feeling when the entire world has forsaken you, surrounded by darkness. Unable to see the path ahead or any glimmer of hope, as if plummeting into an abyss, I witnessed my mother pass away, and my father sent me to the orphanage. That moment, I truly felt enveloped by darkness. But then, Chunzhe appeared. He was a ray of light, piercing through the surrounding gloom. That moment is etched deeply in my life. How could I ever forget him? On that particular day, Li Qingqing returned to the orphanage in hopes of inquiring about Chunzhe's whereabouts. Little did she know how overjoyed she would be upon unexpectedly encountering him. Tang Xiaoqi feigns a dramatic shake of her head. What a fateful entanglement! Get lost? Li Qingqing shoots her a glare, collecting her thoughts and returning to her documents. Qingqing, when will you finish your work? Can we still stroll around the streets today? Tang Xiaoqi reclines fully against the sofa. It will be done in half an hour. Just wait a moment. Upon Chen Zhe's return to Kaiyun City, Shouhou had yet to emerge from the realm of Jingwu Hero.it appeared he had firmly resolved to seize military authority in the wake of Zhang Zuolin's demise, intent on making a significant impact. However, Chen Zhe did not acquiesce to his intentions. With a mere thought, the power of the world development system descended, promptly transporting Shouhou back to the real world. Clad in an antiquated military uniform, Shouhou was taken aback by the sudden change in his surroundings. Yet, upon spotting Chen Zhe seated nearby, he immediately relaxed. "Boss," Shouhou exclaimed, pressing his palms against his trousers in a gesture of respect. The months spent honing his skills within the military ranks, albeit among warlord factions, had imbued Shouhou with an aura of blood and fire. "Shouhou, do you comprehend why I forcibly brought you back?" Chen Zhe inquired, sipping his tea as he regarded Shouhou. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Shouhou hesitantly replied, "Boss, is it because the tasks I am to undertake would consume too much time?" Chen Zhe nodded in affirmation. There are still 9 years until Zhang Zuolin's assassination. Even if you were to covertly eliminate him and seek to command his forces, you would require at least 3 to 4 years to establish your prestige. Furthermore, amidst such grand circumstances, even if you seized control of Zhang Zuolin's army, the extent of change you could effect would be limited. The investment would not proportionately yield returns. "My apologies, boss," Shouhou exclaimed, a look of contrition etched upon his face. "You should take some time to rest and also reorganize your bloody romance. With these months of leading troops, you must have made considerable progress. When you feel sufficiently rested, select a suitable world to enter. Remember, one day in the real world equates to a month in those realms. Your lifespan is finite, so do not squander it." At the mention of lifespan, Shouhou felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, boss." In the ensuing days, Chen Zhe enjoyed a leisurely existence, indulging in films, exercising, or accepting Li Qingqing's invitations to stroll through the streets. Feeling somewhat detached from residing in a hotel, Chen Zhe had contemplated purchasing a home. Upon learning this, Li Qingqing directly allocated a prime duplex from the upscale community developed by Tianyin Group, transferring ownership to Chen Zhe. Upon hearing of this, the father-son duo of the Zhou family promptly delivered the keys to a villa in a high-end residential area of Kaiyun City to Chen Zhe, assuring him that Jinyo Group, rooted in real estate, had villa developments scattered throughout the province, and they could fulfill any of Chen Zhe's needs, regardless of the city's location. Chapter 82. The Return of the Reincarnator in a Void of Nothingness. A flash of white light heralded the sudden appearance of Bu Tianjiao, whose garments were tattered and reeked of gunpowder, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Phew, I have finally returned alive." Bu Tianjiao exhaled with relief as he surveyed the surrounding emptiness. Having completed the main quest, they could choose to return to the real world at any time. With this assurance of safety, they opted to remain in the reincarnation realm a while longer to strive for additional points from the main deity. Having vanquished the soldiers under the command of the admiral, Bu Tianjiao and his companions seized the opportunity to take control of Guangdong. They confiscated all foreign-owned assets in the region, amassing a substantial fortune to recruit troops and expand their influence. The coastal proximity of Guangdong, coupled with the remarkable swimming abilities of its inhabitants, meant that with proper training, they could easily become proficient sailors. Furthermore, the local populace harbored considerable discontent towards the Qing court, which allowed Bu Tianjiao's faction to grow rapidly in strength. The captured Western warships were soon operational, demonstrating a portion of their potential. Although they were not yet ready to engage in naval battles against Western fleets, their presence was sufficient to secure control of Guangdong. After deliberation, they proclaimed the slogan of expelling the Tartars and restoring the glory of the Huaxia. The people of Guangdong, who were already indifferent to the Qing court, rallied enthusiastically to Bu Tianjiao's call. A multitude of like-minded individuals flocked to their banner, leading to a significant surge in their power, with even signs of expansion into surrounding areas. The Qing court, initially hesitant due to Bu Tianjiao's acquisition of formidable Western ships and cannons, quickly deemed them rebels after hearing their rallying cry and dispatched a large army to suppress them. Simultaneously, news of these events reached the Sun Never Sets Empire, inciting their fury at the audacity of those who dared to kill their men and seize their vessels. The nearby Indian Company and colonial governors from Southeast Asia promptly sent warships to pressure the Qing court into collaborating with them to subdue Bu Tianjiao and his followers. In this battle, Bu Tianjiao's forces, already at a disadvantage, seemed to be cursed by fate. They encountered treacherous reefs, resulting in sunken ships, damp powder, and a plethora of misfortunes, as if the very winds and waves conspired against them. The few cannonballs they managed to fire often went awry, while enemy projectiles, buoyed by the waves, landed upon their vessels. Even after a bloody struggle, during which they managed to defeat the Western warships that had come to besiege them, Bu Tianjiao and his companions were left in a pitiable state, suffering heavy losses. Several of their comrades, unable to withstand the overwhelming dangers, chose to return to the space from whence they came. Had they not already completed their mainline mission, these individuals would have perished in this world. Following this conflict, Bu Tianjiao's faction fully secured dominion over Guangdong. At this juncture, Qin Zixuan and Lu Xiaoman approached Bu Tianjiao, and after a night of deliberation, the next day they announced their intent to return to their original world. After relinquishing their authority, Bu Tianjiao and his companions opted to return to reality, prompting some astute individuals to follow suit. The rationale behind Qin Zixuan's decision to return was straightforward. The recent naval battle had illuminated the hostility directed towards them due to their alterations of the narrative, and the prospect of continuing their lives here seemed perilous. One misfortune, such as a bolt of lightning, could spell their doom, leaving them with no opportunity to return to reality. Bu Tianjiao did not wait long in the void before the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Mainline mission of the first reincarnation world completed. Commencing task settlement. Eliminate Wiggins, Jason, and the Admiral to complete the main quest, thereby earning a fundamental reward of 100 divine points. Slay Yin Zhendong, which significantly impacts the storyline, granting you 5,000 divine points. Collaborate with others to seize control of Guangdong, establishing dominance in the region, and destroy 25 Western warships, resulting in an additional 3,000 divine points based on your contributions. Exchange for an AK-47, expending 2,970 exchange points, and acquire a rocket launcher, costing 200 exchange points. As stipulated in the agreement, you automatically collect the AK-47 fees from other reincarnators, totaling 230 exchange points. Ultimately, you are left with 7,870 divine points and 1 D-grade badge. Gazing at this final bounty, Bu Tianjiao let out a long sigh. After enduring perilous experiences in the world of Huang Feihong 1, he had finally reaped substantial rewards. The 7,870 divine points were ample for numerous endeavors. Contemplating his next move, Bu Tianjiao declared, "System, expend 6,000 divine points and 1 D-grade badge to enhance my strength to the mid-stage of dark energy. Additionally, spend 1,000 divine points to exchange for the Foshan Shadowless Kick and the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist." As soon as his words fell, the nearly 10,000 divine points dwindled by more than half, leaving him with less than 1,000. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth manifest within him, coursing through his meridians to fortify his physique. The martial memories of the Foshan Shadowless Kick and the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist emerged in his mind. Bu Tianjiao closed his eyes, absorbing and assimilating the martial memories, and upon reopening them, a glimmer of excitement shone in his gaze. Excellent! The expenditure of these divine points is indeed worthwhile, and my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. If I were to confront Yin Zhendong again, even in a direct clash, I could defeat him within 10 moves. While Bu Tianjiao was tallying his gains and enhancing his strength, other reincarnators were similarly spending divine points to exchange for various abilities and items. In the Shanyu Villa district on the outskirts of Kaiyun City, a newly developed upscale residential area by the tourist group, nestled against a backdrop of forested hills, it may not be vast, but compared to the concrete jungles of the city, it felt like a veritable paradise. In a villa towards the rear of the district, Qianzhe sat on the sofa, attuned to the steadily increasing world points. Not only was Qianzhe dividing these world points among the reincarnators, but he had also doubled the pricing of items within the divine system. Thus, half of the divine points they spent on abilities and items flowed into Qianzhe's coffers. As a result, he had garnered over 70,000 divine points from these reincarnators, translating to more than 700 exchange points. And this was merely the first world, as Qianzhe had not exploited them too harshly. Had he adhered to the customary 80-20 split, he would have recouped all his investments from this reincarnation world alone. This perspective suggests that selecting reincarnators to immerse in fantastical realms holds considerable potential. Chapter 83. Ambush on the highway outside Kaiyun City. Traffic was sparse, rendering the road somewhat desolate. A black Grand Cherokee sped along the road, with a lean figure at the helm. The driver, his right hand firmly gripping the steering wheel and the left resting against the window, wore a slight frown, as if lost in contemplation. Not far behind, several other vehicles trailed closely, and everything appeared unremarkable. The development level of Kaiyun City was moderate, with vast stretches of wasteland in the suburbs. The moment they entered this area, the cars that had been quietly following the Grand Cherokee suddenly accelerated. rushing up to the lean figure's vehicle and colliding forcefully. Boom! The driver, still absorbed in thought, felt a violent jolt as a tremendous rotational force surged through the steering wheel. His expression shifted, and with a sudden burst of strength from his right arm, his muscles tensed, bracing against the wheel's spinning force, preventing the vehicle from spiraling out of control. As he wrestled with the steering, the pursuing cars had already encircled him, pinning his vehicle in place, all while simultaneously turning their wheels and slamming on the brakes, forcing him to a halt. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of several cars flung open, and a group of individuals poured out. Some wielded long machetes, while others brandished deadly triangular bayonets, weapons that could claim a life with a single thrust. If only machetes were present, it might have suggested they merely sought to teach the lean figure a lesson. However, the presence of military knives indicated their intent was far more sinister. Trapped between two vehicles, the driver found his doors utterly obstructed. His countenance darkened as he pressed a button to slide his seat back, creating space to extricate his legs. Standing atop his seat, he punched through the sunroof and leapt from the vehicle. Perched on the roof, he surveyed the encroaching figures, his eyes narrowing as recognition dawned. So it is you lot. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he thought, Su Gongjia, come forth. These people are your most loyal subordinates. Without your directive, they wouldn't dare to trouble me. Truly, the monkey brother is perceptive. His keen eyes have unraveled my little ruse. From a car behind, a middle-aged man stepped out, approaching with a light laugh that betrayed no hint of anxiety or malice, as if he were merely greeting the lean figure on the street. The driver responded coldly, Su Gongjia, I am curious. Who has emboldened you to attempt my assassination? Even if you regard me with disdain, do not forget who stands behind me. Do you wish to provoke the tiger? Are you seeking death? Monkey brother? Su Gongjia replied, maintaining his smile. I am left with no choice. If we were to adhere to your rules, we would retire. Leaving you as the sole survivor in this line of work, there is no turning back. To demand our retirement is to seek our demise. If you deny us life, we shall take yours instead. As he spoke, though his face still bore a smile, a chilling undertone seeped into his words. The lean figure frowned. Reveal the identity of the person behind you, and I shall grant you a swift end. In his understanding of Su Gongjia, he perceived him as inherently cautious and prudent. Even though his previous rules were harsh, without the backing of powerful allies, Su Gongjia would not dare to emerge and attempt to eliminate him. Just moments ago, he had feigned weakness and invoked Chun Zhe as a deterrent, hoping to elicit from Su Gongjia the identity of his supporters. To his surprise, Su Gongjia divulged nothing, and the lean monkey had grown weary of engaging in protracted dialogue. After spending several months honing his skills within the warlord's ranks, the lean monkey's approach had transformed into one of decisiveness and vigor. It appeared that Brother Monkey could no longer bide his time. He instructed his companions to assist in sending him off. Brother Monkey, as for whether you will grant me a swift end, let us discuss that later, Su Gongjia remarked with a smile as he began to retreat. The dozen or so burly men wielding elongated machetes and triangular bayonets gradually encroached upon the Grand Cherokee. Observing this group, the lean monkey let out a cold snort, kicked off from the vehicle, and leaped, delivering a powerful kick to the head of one man armed with a triangular bayonet, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the man's right hand loosened its grip, and the bayonet was flung away. The lean monkey deftly caught it, reversed his grip, and, bending low, plunged it into the thigh of a man behind him. A piercing scream escaped the wounded individual as he clutched his leg and stumbled backward, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound. If he did not staunch the bleeding promptly, he would succumb to blood loss within mere minutes. The lean monkey remained relentless, evading several attacks with agile movements, and drove the bayonet into another man's shoulder blade, leaving yet another grievously injured. In a flurry of swift strikes, the lean monkey had dispatched 3 opponents, his formidable prowess instilling fear in the remaining assailants, rendering them hesitant to advance. Witnessing this scene, Su Gongjia's expression shifted dramatically. His previously unsteady stance faltered even more as he retreated several steps toward his vehicle. What is this, Su Gongjia? Are you contemplating an escape? The lean monkey turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixated on him, Su Gongjia's countenance darkened. In the face of the lean monkey's derisive glare, he abandoned any notion of jest and declared fiercely, "You all know the nature of the lean monkey. If we do not eliminate him today, none of us will survive." The remaining subordinates stiffened at his words, and soon they all roared and charged at the lean monkey. A few minutes later, the lean monkey leaned against the car, retrieving his phone to contact his trusted confidant. "Send someone to clean up the scene at Pinglin Mountain in the suburbs, and do it swiftly. if anyone catches sight of this, it could lead to significant complications. Upon hearing the urgency in the lean monkey's tone, his confidant immediately grasped that trouble was afoot. Understood, brother monkey. I'll gather people and head over right away. After ending the call, the lean monkey surveyed Su Gongjia, who lay gasping on the ground, and with a cold chuckle, dragged him toward the wilderness. An hour later, a black Q5 slowly entered the Shanyu Villa community, driven by the lean monkey, who had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Inside the villa's living room, Chunzhe sat on the sofa, engrossed in the news, while the lean monkey stood respectfully behind him. Lean monkey, you certainly carry a strong scent of blood. Have you just come from a killing? Chunzhe inquired casually. The slender monkey chuckled and remarked, on my way here, I was ambushed, but it was merely a few insignificant characters. However, they are backed by a formidable player. Oh, just how formidable? A glimmer of interest appeared on Chunzhe's face. It's an underground force from Jinan City. According to the information we've gathered, this organization is likely fostered by the Qian family of Jinan City. The slender monkey whispered. Moreover, the fighter who initially injured you was also sent by this underground force to cause chaos. Chapter 84. The malicious incident of the reincarnators. The fighter who injured me? Chunzhe paused momentarily, then realized that the slender monkey referred to the assassin who had killed his previous incarnation. He smiled gently, finding it rather intriguing. Boss, through the information I've collected over this period, I have confirmed that the Qian family of Jinan City intends to infiltrate Kaiyun City. The recent events orchestrated by that underground force are merely tests by the Qian family, the slender monkey continued. Chunzhe raised an eyebrow. Has the Qian family of Jinan City stumbled upon some opportunity? The Zhou family has entrenched itself in Kaiyun City for over a century, deeply rooted and intertwined. Although the Qian family is slightly stronger, they are not yet in a position to crush the Zhou family. Given that they dare to confront the Zhou family now, it suggests they must have bolstered their own strength. Boss, your insight is truly remarkable. The slender monkey flattered. As far as I know, last month, the Qian family married off a daughter, yet curiously, I could not uncover any information about the groom, as if he were non-existent in this world. However, this month, several major multinational corporations in the country have suddenly entered into comprehensive collaborations with the Qian family's enterprises. Therefore, I suspect. At this point, the slender monkey glanced at Chunzhe, refraining from continuing. Do you suspect that the Qian family has allied with a behemoth akin to the Qin family? Chunzhe leaned back against the sofa. Do share your thoughts. You must have made a decision in coming to see me today. If the Qian family fully establishes itself in Kaiyun City, then Blood Red Romance, as the underground force in the city, must clarify its stance. Whether to support the Zhou family in opposing the Qian family or to collaborate with the Qian family, aiding them in solidifying their foothold in Kaiyun City. Boss, before you, the Qian and Zhou families are merely minor players. Even a colossal entity like the Chen family would have to bow in deference. Therefore, why should we, Blood Red Romance, remain confined to Kaiyun City, relegated to a corner? Ambition gleamed in the slender monkey's eyes. Do you wish to expand into the surrounding territories? Chunzhe chuckled. You must understand that such actions will ruffle many feathers. And at that point, Blood Red Romance may find itself besieged by all sides, potentially facing annihilation at the hands of those united families. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. Numerous families joining forces could significantly influence the power dynamics of a region, especially when it comes to eradicating an underground force like Blood Red Romance, as they would possess a clear and justifiable reason to mobilize official power. The lean monkey's eyes glinted with a cold light. If those families are unafraid of retribution, then they should feel free to act. Chunzhe waved his hand dismissively. It hasn't come to that yet. Let us not make our relations so strained. If you wish to cultivate a bloody romance, go ahead and do so. Should those families express dissent, simply cooperate with them. If it truly comes to a standstill, then eliminate them. A chilling glimmer flickered in Chunzhe's gaze as he watched the television. After all, this world was already chaotic enough. The screen displayed a barrage of news reports. Earlier that morning, a masked young man armed with an AK-47 had burst from a street corner, shooting a middle-aged man dead on the spot, before swiftly fleeing the scene. Several attempted to intervene, only to be kicked several meters away. Last night, in the central spring plaza of a certain city, gunfire erupted unexpectedly. By the time people arrived, they found a couple had been shot, lying in a pool of blood. Upon analysis, the weapon used was also an AK-47. A breaking news segment had just reported that two masked individuals armed with AK-47s had robbed a bank, engaging in a shootout with security personnel before escaping into a narrow alley. Scaling a wall over 4 meters high to flee. These news stories seemed to erupt all at once as if racing against time. making one wonder if the world was on the brink of apocalypse. While others were bewildered, Chunzhe understood all too well. These incidents were the handiwork of those reincarnators who had survived Huang Feihong 1. These reincarnators faced a perpetual threat of death, never knowing when they might perish in the cycle of reincarnation. Coupled with the abilities acquired through the exchange of divine points, they had descended into madness, engaging in actions they once dared only to fantasize about. Publicly executing enemies, eliminating a treacherous girlfriend's husband, robbing banks for a windfall. Chunzhe had no intention of intervening in the actions of these reincarnators. As a deity, it would be beneath him to concern himself with such matters. What they chose to do was their personal freedom, yet they must also bear the consequences of their actions. In modern society, despite the presence of numerous martial artists, chaos was conspicuously absent. If there were no organizations to restrain the martial artists, Chunzhe found it utterly implausible. His audacious threats against the Zhou family stemmed from his belief that even organizations meant to regulate martial artists would maintain a friendly disposition towards those above the level of transformation. Barring extreme circumstances, the Zhou family, who dominated Kaiyun City, had not yet reached that point of desperation. These reincarnators were prone to causing trouble, and it was conceivable that they might soon meet their end. Having invested considerable exchange points in them, their untimely demise would be a significant waste. It would be best to swiftly immerse them in the realm of fantasy, where perhaps a modicum of exchange points could still be salvaged. Chunzhe mused quietly. The lean monkey nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it has been quite tumultuous these past few days. From the news, it seems that malignant events are occurring nationwide. It truly is rather peculiar. These individuals suddenly gaining power, coupled with the threat of death, it's understandable that they might go a bit mad." Chunzhe sighed in response. Upon hearing Chunzhe's words, the slender monkey immediately discerned that these matters were likely related to his superior. However, displaying his cleverness, he refrained from inquiring further. If he needed to know, his boss would surely inform him. "Boss, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The slender monkey bowed respectfully. Chunzhe nodded in acknowledgement. As the slender monkey departed, Chunzhe's attention shifted away from the television screen. The purpose of these reincarnators was to accumulate exchange points for him. Entering the realms of fantasy and replicating formidable abilities was his ultimate goal. System, display the exchange system interface. With a swift motion, a luminous screen unfolded before Chunzhe, revealing a plethora of densely packed world images. By expending exchange points, he could gain entry into these realms. Preserve fantasy worlds priced below 5,000 points. Chunzhe commanded in a firm tone. At present, he possessed less than 7,000 exchange points, the majority sourced from the 6 masters of the Chen family who had achieved the transformation realm. He could not afford the more expensive fantasy worlds. Thus, he had to select from the more economical options. Chapter 85. Fantasy World Number 1. As soon as Chunzhe finished speaking, the fantasy worlds requiring high exchange points vanished from the transparent screen. Those priced below 1,000 exchange points were also eliminated. Having reached the pinnacle of the physical realm, he was on the cusp of becoming an innate martial artist. The lower-tier worlds offered no enhancement to his strength, nor could they facilitate horizontal expansion of his abilities. Their sole function was to accrue world points. After narrowing his options twice, the number of accessible fantasy worlds dwindled significantly. Fantasy World Number 1, exchange points, 1,000 points. Doomsday World Number 1, exchange points, 3,000 points. Fantasy World Number 1, exchange points, 5,000 points. Magic World Number 1, exchange points, 5,000 points. Gazing at the multitude of fantasy worlds on the screen, Chunzhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. The exchange point values suggested the power levels of these worlds. The higher the exchange points, the greater the force level. However, Chunzhe was uncertain whether the 5,000-point fantasy world could indeed reach the level of an innate martial artist. The disparity between innate martial artists and those at the pinnacle of the physical realm was substantial. The exchange points for the fantasy world were merely 5 times that of the martial world. The gap in power level should not be so vast. Select Fantasy World Number 1. Ultimately, Chunzhe opted for the fantasy world, as it was the most advantageous choice among the other 3 options. The power system of the fantasy world was relatively aligned with that of martial artists. Even if it lacked the strength of an innate martial artist, he might still manage to break through to that level through related experiences. In a flash of white light, Chunzhe vanished from his location in the valley of Fantasy World Number 1. Chunzhe's figure materialized abruptly. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the lush vegetation, the swirling mist, and the distant roars of wild beasts echoing through the forest depths, indicating that this was no safe haven. And of course, this was merely true for ordinary individuals. For Chunzhe, these minor beasts posed little threat. At that very moment, the adjacent cliff face suddenly became as smooth as jade, revealing a series of images accompanied by brief introductions. Without even glancing at them, Chunzei immediately commanded, "Eliminate all individuals with a power level below level 4. However, this time the system did not execute Chunzei's command outright. Instead, it inquired, "Among those to be removed, there exists an individual with a level 6 talent. Are you certain you wish to eliminate them as well?" Level 6 talent. What could that be, system? Display their introduction. Curiosity flickered across Chunzei's face. The system's special notification indicated that this level 6 talent must possess extraordinary qualities. An image of a 7 or 8-year-old child promptly appeared on the cliff, with a succinct introduction below. Li Lu, naturally intelligent, far surpassing ordinary individuals, passed away at the age of 8. Ability. Level 6 talent. Aside from this brief introduction, no further information was provided, quelling Chunzei's desire to learn more about the level 6 talent. After a moment of contemplation, Chunzei furrowed his brow and decided. First, save Li Li's information, then eliminate all other individuals with power levels below 4. This time, the system remained silent. The images on the cliff transformed, revealing a series of level 4 individuals along with their introductions. Compared to the first martial arts world, this realm had a considerably larger number of level 4 powerhouses. There were more than a dozen semi-inborn experts like He Tsongqiong, who could display a fraction of the innate martial artist's strength. After a thorough selection, Chunzei finally chose a semi-inborn powerhouse. Zhang Qishui, Supreme Elder of Flying Fish Island, ranks among the world's top powerhouses and is the backbone of Flying Fish Island's dominance overseas. Abilities: 1,000 Streams and 100 Turns Water Refining Technique, Level 4, Deep Sea Concealment Body Refining Method, Level 4, Ocean's Infinite Formation, Level 4, several lower-tier secret techniques of Flying Fish Island. Placing the profiles of Zhang Qishui and Li Lu side by side, Chunzei felt a conflict within in terms of strength. Li Lu was merely an ordinary child who had died young, while Zhang Qishui was one of the most formidable experts in the world. Naturally, it would be more advantageous to replicate Zhang Qishui's abilities. Yet, the alluring prospect of the level 6 talent, which prompted the system's eager notification, was irresistible. After a brief moment, determination etched Chunzei's face. System. Select Li Lu as the target for replication. Zhang Qishui's strength was not necessarily superior to his. Even if replicated, it might only provide a chance to gain insights and advance to the innate martial artist realm. In contrast, the level 6 talent seemed far more likely to aid him in breaking through to the innate level. Even if the effects of the level 6 talent were less than satisfactory, he would have ample opportunities to replicate powerful abilities in the future. However, a unique capability like the level 6 talent might never present itself again. The replication of abilities was completed. Please prepare for the corresponding task. Task: Mastery of 5 disciplines. A genius should radiate the brilliance of genius, becoming the world's acknowledged foremost in alchemy, weapon forging, formation techniques, body refining, and combat prowess. Chunzei felt a clarity in his consciousness, as if the fog that had previously shrouded his mind had been entirely dispelled, rendering the world extraordinarily vivid. The confounding aspects of martial arts that had puzzled him were now effortlessly resolved. Upon hearing the task, Chunzei was momentarily taken aback, but soon hastily examined the description of the 6th level talent. 6th level talent. Body of the envious heavens, gifted with extraordinary potential, capable of disregarding the hierarchical limitations of celestial powers. As long as one persists in cultivation, one is certain to become a 6th level powerhouse. Mastery of abilities below the 5th level can be effortlessly attained with minimal study. Upon reading the introduction to the 6th level talent, Chunzei's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had never anticipated that such a degree of strength was attainable. Thankfully, he had made the right decision this time, or he would surely have regretted it. At that moment, he finally understood why Li Lu had met an untimely demise. His ability to ignore the restrictions of celestial powers rendered him an uncontrollable factor, and thus, the will of the world would naturally seek to erase him. Given that Li Lu suffered an early death due to his 6th level talent, it seemed my journey in this world would not be entirely smooth either. Perhaps I would be burdened with a mocking halo, inciting displeasure in anyone who laid eyes upon me. Chunzei mused inwardly. Not rushing to leave the valley, Chunzei employed his lightness skill and, with a few agile leaps, arrived at a natural cave nestled within the mountainside. He settled into a cross-legged position and began to organize his capabilities. With extraordinary regenerative abilities, an optimized genetic structure, telekinesis, the Azure Dragon True Scripture, the Azure Dragon True Form, and his self-created martial arts essence fist, he found that after his level up, revisiting the same issues yielded entirely new insights. With the acquisition of the 6th level talent, Chunze gained a fresh perspective on his own abilities, and his first focus was on the power he had acquired earliest, telekinesis. Telekinesis could manipulate any material. In the films, Alice's clone once utilized telekinesis to devastate a concrete floor, churning it like plowed earth, showcasing immense power. At this moment, Chunze's telekinesis far surpassed that of Alice's clone. However, telekinesis bore a significant drawback. It could not directly affect living beings. To inflict harm on an enemy, one must employ a medium. Previously, Chunze had relied on throwing knives, yet the power of a single knife was limited, merely capable of restraining opponents of equal standing. Even deploying multiple knives to eliminate a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of physical prowess proved exceedingly challenging. With the 6th-level talent now bestowed upon him, Chunze conceived new applications for his telekinesis. Nevertheless, realizing his vision necessitated the crafting of a specialized weapon. Until that weapon was forged, he would have to make do with throwing knives. Next, Chunze perused the martial arts memories contained within the Azure Dragon True Scripture once more, gaining additional insights, which he integrated into his martial arts essence fist. This self-created technique served as the foundation for his pursuit of the innate martial artist realm, as long as he could complete this set of techniques and master the entirety of the martial arts essence. He would be able to ascend to the innate martial artist realm, shedding his mortal form and entering the realm of the extraordinary. After reviewing his acquired knowledge, Chunze rose from the cave, standing at the entrance and gazing into the distance. Before him lay a panorama of undulating mountains, where clouds and mist gathered between peaks, rolling and swirling with the mountain breeze. To fulfill the system's task, he first needed to find a suitable place to learn those abilities. Now possessing a 6th-level talent, he believed that as long as he could access these methods, achieving the task's requirements would not be an arduous endeavor. Chunze raised his gaze, took a step, and his body soared into the air. In that moment, he willed a nearby stone to suddenly fly beneath his feet, lifting him upward. Whoosh! The stone ascended with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the summit of the cliff. With a stride, Chunze stepped down from the stone, landing atop the precipice. Although this method allowed him to fly, the consumption of mental energy was exceedingly high. In that brief instant, he had expended 1% of his mental power. If he were to fly at full force, he would likely deplete his energy completely within just over a minute. Thus, this technique could only serve as a means of urgent escape. After discerning his path, Chunze activated his lightness skill and descended the mountain, moving with a swiftness surpassing that of galloping horses. In a matter of breaths, he vanished from sight. At the foot of the mountain lay a village. Upon descending, Chunze halted at the site of the village, intending to gather some information. In the center of the village was a square, where a large crowd had gathered around several flatbed carts laden with various beast pelts, tightly secured with ropes. Many women were earnestly advising their husbands or sons, indicating that someone was preparing for a journey. The villagers were quite familiar with one another, which rendered Chunze, the outsider, conspicuous. As he entered the village, he immediately attracted attention. An elderly man with graying hair, resembling a village elder, approached him. "Young sir, may I inquire what brings you to our village?" "It is a hassle. Indeed, I come seeking directions. Could you kindly inform me how to reach the nearest city?" Chunze stated his purpose. Upon hearing Chunze's words, the elder sighed in relief and replied with a smile. "Young sir, simply follow this small path in front of our village. Once you reach the official road, turn right, and you will arrive at Songyang City. Are you planning to head to Songyang City? If you do not mind, you may accompany us. We are also en route to Songyang City to sell these collected beast pelts," a middle-aged man interjected. "Thank you, but your cart's pace is rather slow, and it would be inconvenient for me to travel with you." Chunze reflected briefly before declining. This refusal was not born of a lack of compassion. Rather, he understood that with his 6th-level talent, it would be remarkable if the world's will did not present him with challenges. His journey to Songyang City was sure to be fraught with peril. If he accompanied these villagers into the city, he would surely endanger them. Upon hearing Chunze's response, the middle-aged man did not press further. His invitation had been spontaneous, and he was not overly concerned by Chunze's rejection. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Chunze exited the village and sprinted along the path. Before long, a road over 10 meters wide appeared before him. Though composed of packed earth, it was remarkably smooth, devoid of any potholes. Following the elder's guidance, Chunze turned right and continued his rapid advance along the thoroughfare. At the entrance of Songyang City, a dozen or so guards stood sentinel at the city gates, their demeanor somewhat languid as they occasionally cast glances at the townsfolk entering and exiting. Should their curiosity be piqued or any irregularities detected, they would step forward to interrogate and inspect. However, such efforts were largely in vain, as no extraordinary occurrences ever transpired. Songyang City was a subordinate stronghold of Yuanqing Valley, and under normal circumstances, few dared to stir trouble here unless they had a death wish. One guard casually scanned the crowd and soon noticed a young man, travel-worn and dusty, as if he had journeyed a great distance. Strangely, he bore no luggage, nor were there any horses by his side, which struck the guard as exceedingly odd. "Hey, wait a moment," the guard called out, stepping forward to block the young man's path. Upon seeing the guard obstructing him, Chen Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. Was the will of the world already seeking to create trouble for him before he had even entered the city? "Is there something you need?" Chen Zhe replied coldly. The guard pressed on with his inquiries. "Where have you come from? What business do you have in Songyang City? Is it necessary to answer such questions to enter the city?" Chen Zhe shot back, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Of course the guard began, but was interrupted by his captain, who seized his arm and interjected with a smile. "Of course not." Glancing at the captain, Chen Zhe merely shook his head, choosing not to respond, and proceeded into the city. "Captain, why did you stop me? Did you not find that person suspicious?" The guard expressed his dissatisfaction, looking at the captain. The captain rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I do not. What I know is that had you pressed further, you would have ended up as a lifeless corpse on the ground. Have you not heard tales of low-key powerhouses who, when obstructed, unleash their wrath upon guards? Captain, are you suggesting that young man was a formidable force?" The guard's eyes widened in realization, filled with both relief and trepidation. "Your captain may lack other talents, but my sixth sense for danger is remarkably acute, saving my life on numerous occasions thus far." Chapter 87. Yuanqing Valley in the heart of Songyang City, a grand edifice occupied a substantial expanse, adorned lavishly and exuding an air of opulence. The entrance was a staggering 30 feet wide, flanked by a towering stone tablet inscribed with 5 prominent characters. Yuanqing Valley Dao Hall. The entrance of this hall. A throng had gathered, comprising youths in their teens and robust young men, all displaying eager expressions as they awaited something. Chen Zhe stood quietly behind them, his gaze calm as he observed the scene. Upon entering the city, he had inquired at a tavern and discovered that practices such as alchemy and weapon forging were tightly regulated. Wealth could not secure such knowledge. Only those within the sects possessed access, and to learn, one must join their ranks. Of course, for those with genuine connections, the black market offered alternatives, filled with individuals willing to barter anything for profit, regardless of the risks involved. Do not speak of techniques. If the benefits are substantial enough, even the elite female disciples of those dominant factions would dare to procure them. Naturally, whether the buyers would subsequently face pursuit from that dominant faction is of no concern to them. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Zhe resolved to first explore the possibility of joining a sect. Although the black market offers various methods, it is certain that the techniques within a sect are far more comprehensive and capable of forming a self-contained system. Before long, accompanied by a low rumbling, the grand doors of the dojo slowly swung open. Through the gap between the doors, one could clearly see a dozen burly men straining to push them open. As the doors parted, a group emerged, led by a middle-aged man clad in resplendent garments, his steps heavy yet powerful, his eyes radiant and sparkling, sweeping across the crowd before him. Today marks the time for the recruitment of disciples at Yuanqing Valley. Anyone may come forth to register. Provided they pass the trials, they shall gain entry into Yuanqing Valley as a servant disciple. Should their aptitude be commendable, they even have the chance to become an outer disciple. The elegantly dressed middle-aged man proclaimed in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted with eager anticipation in their eyes. As long as they could enter the sect, they would have the opportunity to learn various techniques, and their fates would thus transform. "Now, let the test commence," the middle-aged man declared solemnly. As his voice fell, the crowd surged forward, many striving to be the first to enter the dojo for the examination. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, casting a chilling glare that swiftly brought order to the previously chaotic throng, compelling them to line up and enter the dojo one by one to face the trials. "Humph!" the middle-aged man scoffed, withdrawing his gaze. By chance, he caught sight of Chen Zhe standing off to the side. Though Chen Zhe merely stood there, devoid of any action, the extraordinary aura he exuded was impossible to overlook. The middle-aged man even felt that, should their sect leader arrive, he would not be able to overshadow this youth's presence. After a moment's consideration, the elegantly dressed middle-aged man approached Chen Zhe. "Young master, may I inquire if you have come here for a particular purpose?" he asked with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. As the person in charge of this dojo, every move of the middle-aged man drew the attention of those around them. Witnessing his courteous demeanor towards Chen Zhe ignited curiosity among the onlookers. Who exactly was this youth? Some among them felt a pang of regret for not having recognized Chen Zai's exceptional nature earlier. Observing the middle-aged man's attitude towards him, they pondered that had they forged a connection with him, gaining entry into Yuanshang Valley today would likely have been much simpler. Chen Zai turned to glance at the middle-aged man and replied with a smile. I heard that Yuanshang Valley is recruiting disciples today, so I came to see if I might have the fortune to join. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Could it be that this individual was not a figure of great significance, but merely an ordinary person, like them, seeking to enter Yuanshang Valley to alter his destiny? The middle-aged man clad in traditional attire experienced a slight change in complexion, forcing a smile as he exclaimed, Young master, please do not jest. I consider myself somewhat perceptive and can discern your formidable strength. With your prowess, why would you still need to join the Yuanshang Valley? Chen Zai replied with a chuckle. Alas, if I wish to learn the techniques of your Yuanshang Valley, I must become a part of your sect. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. He leapt backward suddenly, his arms slightly outstretched as he assumed a defensive posture, his gaze towards Chen Zai brimming with caution. So, it appears you covet the techniques of our Yuanshang Valley. Are you prepared for a relentless conflict with us? Noting the middle-aged man's reaction, Chen Zai shook his head, taking a step forward to appear beside him. He extended his right hand and grasped the man's shoulder, applying just enough pressure for the middle-aged man to feel his body weaken, rendering him utterly powerless. There's no point in discussing this with you. Please lead me to your sect master. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt as though he were soaring through the air. The buildings along the road blurring past him in a rapid succession, the fierce wind assaulting his face and making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he marveled at the sheer speed of this individual. Just moments ago, he had failed to comprehend the man's movements before being subdued. Now, as he was whisked away, the speed remained astonishing. It was akin to flying, if not surpassing it by any significant margin. Where is the location of your sect? Chen Zai's voice pierced through the middle-aged man's reverie. Our sect is situated in the Yuanshang Valley, 200 miles to the west. Having witnessed Chen Zai's immense strength, the middle-aged man found no inclination to resist. As Chen Zai suggested, such matters were best left to the sect master, far beyond the jurisdiction of a mere subordinate. Now at the pinnacle of level 4, enhanced by the true form of the Azure Dragon, Chen Zai's physical prowess was nearly superhuman. When he unleashed his full speed, it far exceeded that of a racing car, covering the 200-mile stretch in just over 10 minutes, even while carrying the middle-aged man. Witnessing this extraordinary display, the middle-aged man inwardly rejoiced at his earlier decision. Such a powerful individual was undoubtedly among the continent's elite. Even their sect master would likely not be a match for him. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed the middle-aged man's mind. Why would a being of such strength show interest in their sect's techniques? Did they harbor some great secret within their methods? Is this the location of your sect? Chen Zai inquired, gazing upon a valley shrouded in mist. Indeed, esteemed senior, this is our sect's residence, the middle-aged man promptly replied. Chapter 88. I wish to peruse all the tomes within your valley. This must be the formation of this world. Chen Zai mused as he observed the layer of mist enveloping the valley's entrance. While reviewing the profiles of various formidable beings in this realm, he had noted that virtually all possessed a mastery of formations. Moreover, the task requirements explicitly emphasized the significance of formations. Thus, it was evident that the power of formations in this world was indeed formidable. Thus, even with an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, Chen Zai approached the enigmatic formation of the Yuanshang Gukou with a prudent demeanor. Relate to me all that you know regarding this formation, Chen Zai commanded the middle-aged man. Having witnessed Chen Zai's prowess, the middle-aged man dared not disobey, hastily divulging the intricacies of the formation. Senior, this formation is known as the Yuanshang Yuanmijian, belonging to the category of illusory kill formations, the foundational formation of Yuanshang Valley. Although the Yuanshang Yuanmijian cannot be imparted to every disciple, the subordinate formations derived from it are within the reach of the middle-aged man. Not only did he disclose the method to enter the formation to Chen Zai, but he also shared the subordinate formations he had mastered. The Yuanshang Yuanmijian is classified as a 4th-level formation, with the decomposed subordinate formations being of the 2nd and 3rd levels. Possessing a 6th-level talent, Chen Zai found the study of these rudimentary formations akin to observing the patterns on his palm. After a brief contemplation, he had already grasped the foundational knowledge of these formations. I have comprehended this formation, yet to guard against unforeseen circumstances, I must trouble you to accompany me within, Chen Zai declared, seizing the middle-aged man, and in a swift motion, they plunged into the mist. Although he yearned to test the might of this formation, Chen Zhe was acutely aware that he was still a novice in the realm of formations, possessing limited understanding. Thus, it was wise to refrain from reckless ventures. Following the method described by the middle-aged man, Chen Zhe's figure moved like the wind, deftly navigating the mist, and after a few breaths, they emerged from the haze into a valley that was a veritable paradise, adorned with the fragrance of blooming flowers and birdsong. Before them stood a colossal mountain gate, inscribed with the characters Yuan Shanggu. At the foot of the gate, several disciples stood guard. Upon seeing Chen Zhe and the middle-aged man suddenly emerge from the mist, they were taken aback, drawing their weapons and demanding loudly, "Who goes there?" "It is I," the middle-aged man replied. The guarding disciples, recognizing the middle-aged man's visage, promptly sheathed their weapons. The leading young disciple smiled and inquired, "Ah, it is Elder Chung. But is today not the day for the dojo to recruit disciples? What brings you back to the headquarters?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chen Zhe, revealing that the sudden return of the middle-aged man, accompanied by a stranger, had aroused his suspicions. The middle-aged man's heart tightened, and his expression darkened as he retorted, "Why I have returned is not for you to question." The young disciple chuckled, "If you had returned alone, I would not dare to pry. However, with an unfamiliar companion, and the sect being none the wiser as a gatekeeper, I must ask a few questions." As he spoke, he instinctively retreated a couple of steps, his previously relaxed hand now gripping the hilt of his weapon once more. "Shui Yangbing, how audacious you are!" The middle-aged man intended to reprimand the disciple at the gate, but Chen Zhe, having lost interest in further delay, let his internal energy flow within him, gathering at his throat, and with a powerful voice he proclaimed, "I, the esteemed Chen Zhe, have come to pay my respects to the Lord of Yuanqing Valley. I request your presence." This voice was robust and resonant, akin to the sound of a great bell, echoing through the valley and causing the surrounding mountains to gently tremble. With loose stones cascading down their slopes and the heart of the valley lay a vast expanse adorned with numerous palatial structures, intricately carved and resplendent, showcasing an air of opulence. Naturally, the voice propelled by Chen Zhe's internal force reached this place, and within one of the grand halls, the Lord of Yuanqing Valley, Mo Xinyuan, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression laden with gravity. Upon hearing this voice, he was struck by a singular realization. A formidable presence, an unparalleled powerhouse. Mo Xinyuan exited the palace, only to find chaos reigning outside. After hearing that voice, many disciples hastily seized their weapons, rushing from their quarters to prepare for a formidable foe. Lord! Upon seeing Mo Xinyuan emerge from the palace, joy illuminated the faces of all disciples, and they called out in unison, "Master! Father!" Several young men and women hurriedly approached. "Master, the newcomer possesses a voice powerful enough to shake the mountains. Their strength is unfathomable, and they may prove to be a tough adversary," a young man whispered to Mo Xinyuan. Mo Xinyuan nodded. His disciples were well aware that the visitor would be a challenging opponent, and he himself understood. "How one, we cannot ascertain whether the newcomer is friend or foe. You take your fellow disciples and remain here. I shall go to meet this individual with the others." Although Mo Xinyuan did not elaborate, Ma Haowen grasped his meaning. If the newcomer was indeed an enemy, he would lead these few core disciples to safety. Preserving a spark for Yuanqing Valley, "Master, let the junior disciples stay behind. I will accompany you," Ma Haowen insisted earnestly. Mo Xinyuan's expression darkened. "Nonsense. Among your peers, you are the most mature and composed. Without your guidance, they would not survive an escape. If you still acknowledge me as your master, then remain here obediently, master." Ma Haowen began to protest. Just then, a shadow darted from a distance and landed nearby. "You need not argue any further. I have already arrived." Upon witnessing the speed of the newcomer, Mo Xinyuan felt a jolt of apprehension. Any hope of victory dissipated, leaving him to fervently hope that the visitor bore no ill will towards Yuanqing Valley. "I am Mo Xinyuan, the Lord of Yuanqing Valley. I am unaware of your sudden arrival, but may I inquire about your purpose?" Mo Xinyuan queried, steeling himself. Without further ado, Chen Zhe cut to the chase. "I wish to examine all the texts of Yuanqing Valley." Mo Xinyuan's countenance shifted immediately. Those texts were the very foundation of Yuanqing Valley's existence, and it was unthinkable to allow anyone to peruse them. "Absolutely not," he declared, refusing without a moment's hesitation. "Are you certain?" Chen Zhe's gaze turned slightly frigid. Although he was not particularly fond of such underhanded tactics, he despised wasting time even more. "Senior, no problem." Ma Wenhao interjected before Mo Xinyuan could speak. "You may view the text for as long as you wish." Chapter 89. Research. The moment the words left his mouth, Imo Xinyuan felt a pang of regret. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own, and if the other party was determined to acquire the scriptures of Yuanqing Valley, they could forcibly breach the repository regardless of his refusal. In such a scenario, Yuanqing Valley would likely face annihilation. Agreeing to the terms presented, allowing him to peruse the texts, though somewhat humiliating, was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Hearing his disciple, Ma Wenhao, speak on his behalf, Imo Xinyuan fell silent, neither rebutting nor affirming, tacitly accepting the situation. "Lead me there," Changzhe instructed, nodding at Ma Wenhao. "Of course, senior. Please follow me," Ma Wenhao replied, turning to take the lead. Before departing, he cast a glance at Imo Xinyuan, who had averted his gaze, completely disregarding him. A fleeting bitterness flickered in Ma Wenhao's eyes, yet he chose to say nothing, guiding Changzhe toward the palace that housed the texts. Changzhe noted the subtle tension between Ma Wenhao and Imo Xinyuan but dismissed it. Their abilities were too meager to warrant his concern. As they traversed the cobbled path of the palace, they soon arrived at the entrance of the repository. "Senior, this is the palace that stores the sex texts," Ma Wenhao announced, turning to Changzhe. Just moments prior, Changzhe's intrusion had set all disciples into a frenzy, gathering before Imo Xinyuan's palace, leaving this location unguarded. Surveying the palace before him, Changzhe sensed no imminent danger within. On his swift motion, he vanished from sight, entering the palace. "Do not disturb me until I emerge. Simply leave my meals at the door." Changzhe's voice resonated from within the palace, and Wenhao quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, senior, I will make the necessary arrangements." With no further instructions from Changzhe, Ma Wenhao promptly turned and made his way outside. Inside the palace, as Changzhe gazed upon the shelves lined with texts detailing various techniques, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He casually selected a volume, found a suitable spot, and began to peruse its contents with focused intent. Historically, the most powerful figures in Yuanqing Valley had only reached the 4th level of martial arts, and the current sect leader, Imo Xinyuan, was merely at the 3rd level. Consequently, most of the texts were of the 2nd and 3rd levels, with only a scant few attaining the 4th level. However, for Changzhe, this was sufficient. By analyzing these lower-tier texts, he could grasp the fundamental principles of the cultivation system in this world, allowing him to quickly engage with more esoteric techniques in the future. Meanwhile, Ma Wenhao approached the palace with a box laden with food and drink. As he encountered junior disciples along the way, he opened his mouth to speak, but they simply turned away, pretending not to see him. As he walked past, whispers arose behind him, laced with disdain. Ahawen, who usually appeared quite resolute, turned out to be rather feeble. Upon the arrival of that formidable individual, he promptly betrayed his sect to curry favor, now even taking on menial tasks, delivering meals to the very strong man. Who could argue otherwise? He was the eldest disciple, possessing considerable strength. I once held him in high esteem, but now the very thought of him repulses me. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. Who could have foreseen such treachery? Perhaps the ones most heartbroken are our master and the junior sister. Alas, Ma Haowen has proven himself utterly unworthy. I truly cannot fathom why our master has not expelled him from the sect. Though the voices of gossip were hushed, not a word escaped Ma Haowen's ears. Deep down, he understood that these individuals were likely speaking for his benefit. If they genuinely wished to avoid him, why then did they linger on this path at mealtimes? Ma Haowen paid little mind to their chatter, as his relationship with them had always been mediocre. He rarely deigned to glance their way. So why should he concern himself with their words? "Master." Ma Haowen's steps faltered abruptly as he spotted his master, Imo Xinyuan, standing at the entrance of a palace. Upon hearing his call, Imo Xinyuan turned, casting a blank stare in his direction before entering the palace without a word. This action caused Ma Haowen's heart to constrict painfully. No matter how venomous the disciples' remarks, they paled in comparison to the anguish inflicted by that silent gesture. It was true despair, a chilling blow to the soul. Others may not comprehend my motivations, but does Master truly remain oblivious? Everything I have done has been for the sake of Yuanshang Valley, for all of you. Why then do you regard me with such indifference? Ma Haowen's heart screamed in turmoil, yet outwardly, he remained mute, his eyes reflecting desolation and defeat, devoid of any sign of anger. At that moment, Shui Yangbing returned from the mountain gate and witnessed this scene from afar. With a soft sigh, he approached Ma Haowen and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Eldest brother, do not let these matters weigh too heavily upon your heart. Quickly deliver the meal to that esteemed elder. Should you tarry, it could provoke their ire, and that would be most unfortunate. Have I erred?" Ma Haowen asked, his tone tinged with confusion as he looked at Shui Yangbing. Shui Yangbing shook his head. "Eldest brother, you have done nothing wrong. If your actions were indeed erroneous, why would they acquiesce to your decisions? Their current reproach is merely a projection of their own cowardice onto you. They are not criticizing you. They are lamenting their own shortcomings, and what of Master? Why does he act in such a manner? Ma Haowen's voice still held a note of bewilderment. With a wry smile, Shui Yongbing replied, Master is human too. At those words, Ma Haowen's body trembled slightly, his gaze regaining a measure of clarity. Junior brother. Thank you. I must deliver the meal to the elder now. I shall return shortly, and we can discuss this further. With that, Ma Haowen grabbed the food box and hurried towards the palace where Chen Zhe resided. Upon his arrival in the vicinity, Ma Haowen spotted Chen Zhe, who typically resided within the palace, standing at the entrance. This sight caused a sudden tightening in his chest. Senior, I apologize for the delay. I was held up on the way and have arrived late. As he approached, Ma Haowen hastily offered his apologies. Chen Zhe turned to regard him and unexpectedly inquired, You are now at the inner Qi realm, correct? The cultivation levels in this world are categorized into the muscle and bone realm, the inner Qi realm, the transformation realm, and the ultimate realm, which bear a resemblance to the classifications of the real world, albeit with differing terminologies and techniques. Indeed, although uncertain of Chen Zhe's motive for the question, Ma Haowen answered truthfully. Chen Zhe nodded. Seek out another warrior at the muscle and bone realm and return with them shortly. Chapter 90. The trial of techniques. After issuing his instructions to Ma Haowen, Chen Zhe turned and entered the palace with a food box in hand, disregarding him thereafter. Watching Chen Zhe's figure vanish within the palace, Ma Haowen felt a profound sense of helplessness. Currently, he was in the Yuanqing Valley, where he was met with disdain by all, leaving him with no one willing to assist in finding a warrior of the muscle and bone realm. Suddenly, he recalled Shui Yongbing, who had comforted him earlier. Perhaps he would be willing to join him. With this thought, Ma Haowen hastily turned around and rushed back the way he came. Upon returning to the palace with the food box, Chen Zhe began his meal. Until he transcended the realm of mortals and achieved the status of an innate warrior. No matter how formidable his strength, he still required sustenance from grains and cereals. Scattered around him on the ground lay various texts from the Yuanqing Valley, all of which he had meticulously studied. Armed with the insights gleaned from these ancient writings, Chen Zhe's sixth-tier talent unleashed an astonishing potency. In just a matter of days, he had preliminarily integrated this information, melding it with his own thoughts, and had begun to form a nascent path of cultivation. Of course, he would not embark on this new path until it had been validated. His recent request for Ma Haowen to find a muscle and bone realm warrior was aimed at testing the practicality of this new route on them. Just as Chen Zhe finished his meal, Ma Haowen arrived with Shui Yongbing in tow. Senior. The two approached Chen Zhe with the utmost respect. You both believe you can break through to the transformation realm? Chen Zhe inquired, wiping his mouth as he scrutinized them. No, Shui Yongbing replied without hesitation. What a jest. I have been assigned to guard the mountain gate. I am well aware of my own aptitude. It's worth noting that even our valley's leader, Mo Xinwen, is only at the transformation realm. I doubt I will ever hope to reach that level. Ma Haowen hesitated momentarily before responding. If I dedicate myself to rigorous practice, I should be able to break through to the transformation realm in a few decades. And the ultimate realm? Chen Zhe continued to probe. This time, even Ma Haowen shook his head without a moment's thought. The continent is vast and populated, yet even among its multitude, the number of ultimate realm experts may not exceed 100. As mere disciples of the small sect known as Yuanqing Valley, how could they possibly aspire to achieve the ultimate realm? I possess a method that could potentially elevate you to a transcendent state, perhaps even to the pinnacle of existence. However, this process may entail some suffering and adverse effects. Are you willing to consider this? Chen Zhe inquired with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing immediately found their breaths becoming labored. Yet, they did not rush to respond. Instead, they contemplated the proposition in silence. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not intrigued. Attaining a transcendent state would grant them the qualifications to establish their own sect, while those who reached the pinnacle of existence were renowned figures across the continent. Nevertheless, Chen Zhe was a stranger to them. Why would such an opportunity be presented to them? Moreover, Chen Zhe had previously mentioned the potential for pain and side effects. Casting a glance at the two, Chen Zhe chose to remain silent, allowing them the space to deliberate. He was confident they would arrive at the right decision. Ultimately, as Chen Zhe had anticipated, they could not resist the allure of power and willingly consented to become Chen Zhe's experimental subjects. Senior, what must we do? Shui Yongbing asked Chen Zhe, barely containing his eagerness. Chen Zhe chuckled softly. You need do nothing but endure the pain. Before Shui Yongbing and Ma Haowen could fully comprehend the situation, a flying knife had inexplicably appeared in Chen Zhe's hand, slicing through their garments and skin, leaving behind a web of intricate patterns. The speed of Chen Zai's strike was astonishing. Moments later, they felt the searing pain radiating from their wounds, as if they were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Under the torment, an instinctive urge to flee surged within them. Yet, Chen Zai's right hand wielding the knife did not falter. With a casual gesture of his left hand, he immobilized them, rendering them unable to even utter a cry. The agony coursing through their bodies surged like a tidal wave into their minds, twisting their features into expressions of torment. Ignoring their suffering, Chen Zai continued to wield the flying knife, while simultaneously sprinkling a dark powder onto their wounds. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and signs of scabbing began to appear. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Zai flipped his hand, retracting the knife and releasing the acupoints of Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing, restoring their freedom. The moment their acupoints were unblocked, they collapsed to the ground like puddles of mud, their pallid faces streaked with blood and beads of sweat rolling down, causing their bodies to twitch as they flowed over the wounds. Although only a mere 15 minutes had elapsed, it felt to them as if an eternity had passed. Every inch of their bodies bore the marks left by Chen Zai's blade. "Senior, if you wish to kill us, you need only do so directly. Why must you torment us in this manner?" Shui Yongbing gasped, unable to restrain his words. Chen Zai ambled over to a nearby chair and seated himself. "I am not so idle as to engage in the torment of you two for amusement. After a brief interlude, once the wounds have scabbed over, I shall impart to you a method of cultivation. By adhering to this technique, you will ascertain the veracity of my previous statements. Through extensive engagement with numerous ancient texts, Chen Zai has gained a more profound understanding of martial arts cultivation. Ultimately, martial arts practice entails the enhancement of the physical form through the manipulation of energy. The four fundamental realms, muscle and bone realm, inner chi realm, transformation realm, and ultimate realm, represent the gradual mastery over one's corporeal self. Even those at the ultimate realm still derive their internal energy from sustenance, necessitating substantial replenishment after each confrontation. It is only by transcending the limits of the human body and attaining the innate martial artist realm that one can draw primordial energy from the cosmos, reaching a state where the need for food becomes negligible. Conversely, formations impose far fewer restrictions. As long as the formation is inscribed correctly, it can continuously absorb the heavenly and earthly energies to sustain its operation. Consequently, a notion began to take root in Chen Zai's mind. What if he were to inscribe formations upon the surface of a person's body? He remains unaware of the outcome, yet it will not be long before these two individuals before him provide tangible evidence of the results. Chapter 91. Flaws in the technique. The black powder that Chen Zai had sprinkled upon their wounds was, in fact, a material for setting up formations, albeit a modified version that would not inflict harm upon the human body and contain substances to promote healing. Moments later, the wounds upon their bodies began to scab, and they gradually recovered from their earlier agony, mustering the strength to rise from the ground. It appears you have both regained your composure. Now, proceed to circulate your internal energy according to the method outlined in this text. With these words, Chen Zai tossed a book of techniques towards them, the ink still wet, clearly a recent composition. Upon hearing this, Shui Yongbing could not restrain himself from speaking. "Senior, I have yet to cultivate internal energy. How am I to follow the prescribed route?" After enduring such excruciating torment, he would find it utterly unbearable if it were revealed that he could not practice this technique. There exists a basic set of introductory fist techniques within, designed to activate the runes upon your body, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed. Chen Zai replied, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone unperturbed. Listening to Chen Zai's words, Shui Yongbing exhaled in relief. As long as it proved beneficial to him, that was all that mattered. Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing retreated to a secluded corner, delving into the technique manual together. Predominantly, Ma Haowen elucidated the content while Shui Yongbing listened, given the considerable disparity in their respective realms. This technique was merely a nascent experimental method, devoid of any cryptic language or esoteric elements. It simply outlined the internal energy circulation route and the fist techniques in a straightforward manner. Thus, after a brief period of study, both Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing had a clear understanding of their future cultivation path. Eagerly, Ma Haowen commenced his practice. After enduring such immense suffering, he was naturally inclined to ascertain whether this technique was indeed as extraordinary as Chen Zai had claimed, capable of propelling him into the transformation realm. Ma Haowen's internal force began to circulate. An extraordinary wave emanated from his being, drawing the essence of heaven and earth towards him, which surged into his body. Under the operation of the formation, the influx of this celestial energy was decomposed. transforming into strands of pure energy that were assimilated and absorbed by the internal force within him. Having absorbed this energy, his internal force rapidly expanded, doubling in strength in mere moments. The enhanced internal force began to nourish his meridians and cells, enveloping him in a sensation akin to basking in warm water, eliciting involuntary soft hums of comfort. However, this comfort was soon supplanted by agony. The nourishment of the body by internal force required time. Thus, the consumption rate of the internal force within his meridians was not exceedingly rapid. Yet, the essence of heaven and earth continued to be drawn in by the formation, decomposed, and transformed into threads of pure energy that flooded into his being. Mahowin was merely at the initial stage of internal energy, and the strength of his meridians was limited. Although the amount of celestial energy attracted by the formation was not vast, its conversion into internal force was nonetheless considerable. This accumulation within his meridians made him feel as though they were on the verge of bursting. He yearned to halt the internal force circulating within him, yet under the influence of the formation, it persisted along its designated path, slipping beyond his control. Mahowin could not restrain a cry of despair, opening his eyes to beseech Qianzhe for help. "Senior, I cannot stop my internal force. The energy keeps flooding into my body, and my meridians are about to rupture." Upon hearing Mahowin's words, Qianzhe frowned. Once internal force commenced its flow, it became uncontrollable. It appeared that this technique required refinement. After a moment's contemplation, Qianzhe discerned the issue at hand. In this world, formations, aside from those composed of human martial arrays, were predominantly static, emphasizing stable operation. Once activated, they could autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth to maintain their function without further intervention. In his haste, Qianzhe had overlooked this aspect and implemented the modified formation on the two individuals, realizing now that additional control mechanisms were necessary. "Isn't this splendid? The internal force flows endlessly. If you feel your meridian straining, simply step outside and engage in some movement to expend some internal force." Upon hearing Qianzhe's words, Mahowin wasted no time. He leaped from the palace and, moments later, a cacophony of violent sounds accompanied by the shattering of objects resonated from outside. Although Mahowin had appeared in great distress moments earlier, Shui Yongbing was not deterred. Rather, he felt a surge of anticipation in his mind. A singular thought echoed: endless internal force. This indicated that the technique bestowed by Qianzhe was indeed effective. The prospect of advancing to the stage of internal energy and cultivating the technique given by Qianzhe, thus acquiring an inexhaustible reservoir of internal force, filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to rush out of the palace to practice the associated fist technique. Initially, Shui Yongbing was somewhat clumsy, but soon he became adept, executing the movements with precision and formality. Shui Yongbing's swift mastery of this martial art was not attributed to any innate talent for martial arts, but rather to his realization that each time he executed the movements with precision, a subtle warmth would surge through his body, bestowing upon him a sense of profound comfort. With this gentle warmth as his benchmark, it was only natural that he quickly became adept at the practice. Outside the palace, Mahowin was engaged in destruction while Shui Yongbing practiced his forms. Meanwhile, within the palace, Qianzhe contemplated how to address the lingering side effects of this technique. Although the continuous influx of inner strength sounded appealing, unchecked accumulation could potentially rupture the meridians, which would render the situation rather dire. To exert control over the formation, one must establish a focal point. For such a pattern inscribed upon the human form, the focal point must reside within the brain. Even so, precise control of the surface formation necessitated formidable mental fortitude, intertwining the matter with the cultivation of one's spiritual energy. Thus, it became evident that, armed solely with the scant information from Yuan Shanggu, one could scarcely hope to fully grasp this technique. Earlier, Mahowin, having been overwhelmed by the relentless surge of inner strength, had experienced excruciating pain in his meridians. After a cathartic release, he found that the pressure within his meridians had diminished, alleviating his discomfort. Coupled with the exhilarating thrill of freely expending his inner strength, he was utterly unable to restrain himself, descending into a frenzy of destruction outside the palace. The cacophony of his rampage soon drew the attention of others within Yuan Shanggu. Upon arrival, they beheld a figure darting about, one powerful strike sending a stone-carved railing hurtling away, while a stomp cracked the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, leaving them in a state of shock. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that the shadow was none other than Mahowin, the very individual they had disregarded and mocked in recent days. Witnessing his formidable prowess, The disciples who had previously scorned him felt their faces pale, their hearts gripped by trepidation. Had they known of his capabilities, they would never have been so reckless. Mo Xinyu, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and, upon observing Ma Haowen's rampage, his expression shifted dramatically. With a voice laced with fury, he bellowed, "Ma Haowen, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking to dismantle Yuan Shanggu?" Unfazed, Ma Haowen continued his destructive antics, ignoring Mo Xinyuan's admonitions. As the inner strength within him surged uncontrollably, he felt compelled to expend some of it. Otherwise, he risked succumbing once more to the pain in his meridians. Seeing Ma Haowen ignore him ignited a long-simmering frustration within Mo Xinyuan, transforming it into unbridled rage. With a fierce shout, he leapt forward, closing the distance to confront Ma Haowen, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at him. In the midst of his fervent expenditure of inner strength, Ma Haowen suddenly sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves outward, as a swirling tide of air dispersed the surrounding sand and gravel, forming a distinct circular boundary. Mo Xinyuan stood firm, unwavering, while Ma Haowen was propelled backward, sliding over a yard before he could regain his footing. The chasm between the two great realms is indeed vast. Even though Ma Haowen's inner strength flows ceaselessly at this moment, he finds himself at an absolute disadvantage against Mo Xinyuan. What audacity! After delivering meals to that man for several days, his abilities have seemingly increased, and he dares to confront me. I am eager to see just how much prowess you possess now. Mo Xinyuan declared coldly, his expression darkening. In an instant, he flickered forward, closing the distance to Ma Haowen and striking down with a palm aimed at his head. Having encountered Mo Xinyuan's indifference at noon, Ma Haowen had completely lost hope. Now, witnessing Mo Xinyuan's merciless assault, a surge of anger ignited within him. He swiftly turned his palm over and met the attack head-on. Bang! Once again, Ma Haowen was sent flying by Mo Xinyuan's strike, but thanks to the robust protection of his inner strength, he suffered minimal injury. Not only that, but in their two exchanges, he had expended a considerable amount of inner energy. The original feeling of fullness in his meridians had vanished as the formation transformed the cosmic energy of the heavens and earth into pure energy, replenishing his inner strength and granting him a refreshing sensation. Once more, Ma Haowen shouted, charging boldly towards Mo Xinyuan. Upon witnessing Ma Haowen withstand his palm strike unscathed and then leap towards him with vigor, Mo Xinyuan's expression darkened further. Bang! Ma Haowen was again sent flying by Mo Xinyuan's hand. Yet aside from a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he appeared utterly unfazed as he surged forward. Continuing his assault on Mo Xinyuan. Mo Xinyuan engaged in battle with Ma Haowen. The disciples of Yuanqing Valley had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, eager to see Mo Xinyuan teach the traitor Ma Haowen a lesson. However, as the fight progressed and Ma Haowen was repeatedly sent flying, their expressions grew grave. It was at this moment that they came to a reluctant realization. Although Mo Xinyuan could defeat Ma Haowen, he could not kill him, and even injuring him proved to be quite challenging. Feeling the skepticism emanating from the multitude of disciples behind him, Mo Xinyuan's inner fury intensified. Upon seeing Ma Haowen charge at him once more, he could no longer suppress his murderous intent and unleashed his lethal technique. You and me finger. Mo Xinyuan's right arm suddenly transformed into a phantom, as if dozens of arms simultaneously extended forth, akin to the thousand-handed Buddha, targeting the vital points across Ma Haowen's body. Faced with this menacing strike from Mo Xinyuan, a jolt of alarm surged through Ma Haowen's heart. He hastily crossed his arms before him in a defensive gesture, attempting to block the incoming assault. Yet, how could the killing move of a transcendent martial artist be so easily thwarted? Mo Xinyuan's fingers grazed Ma Haowen's arms, sending a tingle through them, causing his defensive movements to slow. As he beheld the fingers approaching his vital points, despair involuntarily crept onto Ma Haowen's face. Bang! With a dull thud, a pebble arced through the air, leaving a white streak as it struck Mo Xinyuan's arm at a pressure point, momentarily paralyzing his limb and robbing it of strength. Seizing this opportunity, Ma Haowen retreated swiftly, escaping Mo Xinyuan's range of attack. Ignoring the fleeing Ma Haowen, Mo Xinyuan turned his gaze to the side. At the entrance of the palace, Qianzhe stood there, the stone he had just casually flicked away now lying in the distance. Had it been before today, the death of Ma Haowen would have been of no concern to him. He would have been indifferent. Yet now, Ma Haowen had become his experimental subject, and he could not allow Mo Xinyuan to eliminate him before his very eyes. What do you mean, Your Excellency? Are you intending to interfere in the internal affairs of Yuanqing Valley? Emo Xinyuan remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe cast a fleeting glance at Emo Xinyuan, uttering not a word, before turning his attention to Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing beside him. I am preparing to leave Yuanqing Valley. You two, make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart together shortly. Throughout the exchange, he disregarded Emo Xinyuan entirely, as if he were merely an inconsequential character. You are being too presumptuous. Despite knowing he was no match for Chen Zhe, Emo Xinyuan could not restrain himself from attacking. His internal energy surged wildly, awakening the latent potential within his cells, unleashing a terrifying force in an instant. He traversed several zhong, appearing behind Chen Zhe, and executed his deadly technique, Yuanmi Finger, targeting the vital points around Chen Zhe. The Yuanmi Finger was exceedingly sinister. While the surface of the struck area remained unscathed, the interior had already decayed into a gruesome pulp. If one were to be struck at a vital point, they would either perish or be left severely incapacitated, making it a lethal technique indeed. However, in the face of Emo Xinyuan's formidable assault, Chen Zhe did not even turn his head. With a casual flick of his left sleeve, he met Emo Xinyuan as if it were an impenetrable wall, colliding directly with him. Bang! Emo Xinyuan was sent flying back over 10 zhong, sliding several more on the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, utterly incapacitated, lacking even the strength to rise. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. They were aware of Chen Zhe's immense power and suspected that Emo Xinyuan would likely be outmatched, but they had never anticipated the chasm of difference between them to be so vast. Chen Zhe had not even glanced back. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he had gravely injured Emo Xinyuan. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. Chapter 93. Lianbei City. On a broad road, 3 magnificent steeds galloped forth, raising clouds of dust in their wake. At the forefront rode a strikingly handsome young man, seated firmly upon his mount, his figure unwavering as the horse sped along, a testament to his profound strength. Behind him sat 2 other young men. One bore a square visage, shaded in a pallid hue, while the other's features were slick. Yet his expression held a certain exuberance. This trio had just emerged from Yuanqing Valley, and after Chen Zhe had grievously injured Emo Xinyuan, the entire valley was thrown into disarray. That night, scarcely anyone could find rest, each person consumed by anxiety for their future. However, they found solace in the fact that Chen Zhe showed little interest in Yuanqing Valley. The following morning, he departed with Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing, riding off into the distance on their 3 swift steeds. Having arrived in this world primarily to seek a means to transcend his current realm and fully enter the innate stage, he had no desire to waste time in such a small sect as Yuanqing Valley. Esteemed senior, we have traversed the wilderness for 3 days. It is prudent that we seek out a city to recalibrate our bearings. Shui Yongbing urged his steed forward, addressing Chen Zhe directly. Chen Zhe's current objective was the Chixing Gate. Unlike the minor faction of Yuanqing Valley, the Chixing Gate possessed formidable strength, standing as a dominant force across the entire continent. The sect's foundational technique, the Greedy Wolf Celestial Star Formula, was said to harness the power of the Greedy Wolf Star, refining the spirit and endowing its disciples with spiritual prowess that far surpasses their peers. Naturally, Chen Zhe had set his sights on them to compensate for the technique's shortcomings. However, the distance to Chixing Gate from Yuanqing Valley was vast, and reaching it necessitated a map. This continent is immensely expansive. To traverse it in its entirety, even a practitioner at the pinnacle of strength would require several years. Thus, maps are exceedingly precious commodities. Fortunately, Yuanqing Valley once produced a practitioner of extreme, who, using treasures, exchanged for a map from other extreme masters. At this moment, Chen Zhe was following the map's indications, heading toward Chixing Gate. Yet, practitioners of extreme are not professional cartographers. The map in Chen Zhe's possession, while containing numerous critical locations, still suffered from distortion in scale and directional inaccuracies. Therefore, with each segment of their journey, he had to ascertain their position through various cities and mountains to correct their course. Very well, Chen Zhe acknowledged with a nod to Mei Haowen. It is fortuitous that you require the expenditure of inner strength. Proceed down this path and investigate which city lies ahead. The roads, meticulously constructed for traveling, invariably culminated in cities, leaving no room for doubt that a city awaited them at the end of their current route. Understood, senior, Ma Haowen replied, his face reflecting a deeper shade of concern. He summoned his inner strength and dashed ahead along the path, moving with a speed that rivaled a galloping steed. Observing this scene from atop his horse, Shui Yongbing silently mourned for Ma Haowen for a moment. Due to the incessant flow of inner strength within him, Ma Haowen frequently needed to find ways to expend the excess. Chen Zhe, adhering to the principle of resource conservation, often assigned him the role of scout, urging him to gallop back and forth to gather information. A quarter of an hour later, as Chen Zhe and his companions surged forward, they encountered Ma Haowen returning. "Senior, the city ahead is Lianbei City," Ma Haowen reported after mounting his horse once more. Lianbei City? Chen Zhe pondered, and the map instantly materialized in his mind, allowing him to swiftly pinpoint Lianbei City's location. "It appears our deviation is minimal. A slight adjustment will suffice. It is growing late. Let us rest in Lianbei City for the night," Chen Zhe declared. With Chen Zhe leading the way, the other two had no objections to his decision. After a brief ride, a colossal city loomed before them, resembling a great beast coiled upon the earth. Upon entering the city, Chen Zhe and his companions made no delay, heading directly along the main thoroughfare toward the bustling heart of the city. For the past few days, they have been traversing the wilderness, enduring the elements, and now that they have entered the city, it is only natural that they indulge themselves and seek the finest inn for their lodging. Unlike the first martial arts realm, in this fantastical world, martial artists hold the highest esteem. Even as Chen Zhe and his companions galloped down the main thoroughfare, the passers-by remained unfazed, displaying an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Chen Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, yanking the reins with force, causing his steed to rear back with a loud neigh, halting in place and spinning in circles. Suddenly, a young man burst forth from a side alley, tumbling onto the central avenue. Had Chen Zhe not sensed the impending danger and reined in his horse, the young man would undoubtedly have been trampled. Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing were equally startled, with Shui Yongbing exclaiming in outrage, "What are you doing? Can't you see?" The young man, sprawled on the ground, glanced up at Chen Zhe and his companions, but uttered not a word. He swiftly rose to his feet, neglecting to brush off the dust from his clothes, and hurriedly blended into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Chen Zhe, with keen observation, noticed that the young man clutched a gray package in his arms. Though it appeared inconspicuous, the young man's obvious concern for it, even amidst his fall, suggested it was of utmost importance. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd as several robust men with piercing gazes emerged from the alley, scanning their surroundings as if in search of something. "You two, locate that young man and bring him to me," Chen Zhe commanded Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing before continuing down the main road. These sturdy fellows were evidently pursuing the young man, which explained his frantic demeanor. From the silhouette of the gray package, Chen Zhe surmised it likely contained books. The ensuing chase indicated that these tomes were probably martial arts manuals of significant value. To enhance his own prowess, Chen Zhe required an abundance of such texts, and he certainly would not overlook the volumes in the possession of the young man. Upon reaching the heart of the city, Chen Zhe casually surveyed his surroundings and selected the largest inn. Tossing a small pouch of gold coins, the innkeeper's face instantly brightened with a beaming smile as he attended to all arrangements. After a brief wait at the inn, Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing returned, escorting the young man to meet him. The young man had been forcibly brought in by Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing, as he had been relentlessly pursued and would not have willingly accompanied them. Thus, they resorted to a measure of coercion. Chapter 94. Unexpected gains. Once inside the room, Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing released the young man. Upon regaining his freedom, the young man immediately sought to flee, but upon turning, he found Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing stationed at either side of the door, compelling him to abandon this impractical notion. Turning back, he faced Chen Zhe, who sat calmly at the table. "Who are you? I do not know you, and why have you brought me here? If it pertains to the previous incident on the street, I can extend my apologies." Chen Zhe directly interrupted him. "Show me what is wrapped in the bundle before you." Upon hearing Chen Zhe's demand, the young man's expression changed drastically. He turned his back to Chen Zhe, shielding the bundle at his chest. "This is a treasured heirloom of my family. How could I possibly show it to you so easily? It must be a manual of secret techniques within, right? If you allow me a glance, I shall take care of those nuisances behind you." "What do you say?" Chen Zhe remarked with a smile. For Chen Zhe, the essence of the martial arts manual was paramount. The original ownership of the manual held no significance for him. His physical abilities had already reached the pinnacle of human potential, enabling him to have a photographic memory. One glance would suffice. "Is that truly the case?" The young man looked at Chen Zhe with uncertainty. Chen Zhe gently shook his head, refraining from further comment. Beside them, Shui Yongbing couldn't help but roll his eyes, exasperatedly stating, "We have effortlessly captured you. Is it truly such a challenge to acquire the manual you hold? It is rare for a senior to show such generosity. What are you hesitating for?" Upon hearing Shui Yongbing's words, the young man quickly grasped the situation. He was now the prey on the chopping block. If the other party genuinely intended to seize it forcefully, they could easily do so without further ado. Why engage in unnecessary dialogue? Thank you, esteemed senior, for your righteous assistance. This is the treasured manual of our family. I humbly request your perusal. The young man was quite astute, praising Chen Zhe while placing the bundle before him. One would hardly discern that just moments ago, he had cursed Chen Zhe in his heart as a nefarious character. Ignoring the young man's flattery, Chen Zhe unwrapped the bundle and extracted 3 martial arts manuals, examining them closely under the dim light. Wujin Huanji, Biluo Palm, and Yi Gue Duoming Hand. Chen Zhe's eyebrows slightly arched. Merely glancing at the names of the 3 techniques indicated they likely originated from the same sect, possibly remnants of a long-extinct lineage. If that were the case, it was likely that the young man's ancestors were not ordinary figures. However, this bore little relevance to him. All he sought was the knowledge contained within the manuals. Chen Zhe opened the manuals and swiftly skimmed through their contents in the faint light. Before long, he had perused all 3 manuals, closed them, and set them aside, shutting his eyes to organize the techniques recorded within. The Biluo Palm and Yi Gue Duoming Hand had comparable power. Aside from their sinister and venomous style, they bore little difference from other techniques. However, the Wujin Huanji brought unexpected delight to Chen Zhe. This technique incorporated mental attacks and naturally included methods for honing one's mental strength, which was of immense value to Chen Zhe, who was in dire need of such training methods. Yet, he soon realized something amiss. With his 6th-level talent, the will of the world would be unlikely to trouble him, much less present him with the much-needed methods for mental training. There must be a conspiracy at play. Just then, a commotion erupted from downstairs, causing Chen Zhe's brow to furrow slightly, an ominous premonition washing over him. Shui Yangbing, go investigate the situation, Chen Zhe commanded in a low voice. Yes, Shui Yangbing responded, then turned to open the door and stepped outside to gather information. It was not long before he returned. What is the situation outside? Chen Zhe inquired. Senior, the individuals outside are the guards from the Lord's residence. It seems there was a theft there last night, and they are currently searching the entire city for the thief. As he spoke, Shui Yangbing cast a peculiar glance at the young man beside him. Upon hearing Shui Yangbing's words, the young man's complexion instantly paled, and he muttered to himself, How dare he audaciously hunt me down? He persecutes me without leaving me a shred of mercy. Does he not fear the rumors that others might spread? Chen Zhe patted the 3 martial arts manuals, sneering, It appears that for the sake of these 3 manuals, that lord of the city is unconcerned about what others might say. Realizing the implication of Chen Zhe's words, the young man immediately fell to his knees before Chen Zhe, pleading, Senior, I hope you will take into account my earlier offering of the manuals and come to my rescue. Rest assured, since I have promised to help you deal with the aftermath, I shall not go back on my word. Chen Zhe replied, looking up at Shui Yangbing and Ma Haowen, when those individuals arrive here, you too shall send them away? Yes, Senior, both responded, bowing in unison. Before long, a commotion erupted outside, clearly indicating that the guards from the Lord's residence had arrived at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door was violently pounded upon. Shui Yangbing, who had long been waiting at the door, pulled it open and stepped outside, subsequently closing the door behind him. Although the scars inflicted upon Shui Yangbing had long since healed, the dark magical residue still manifested as fine black lines upon his skin, resembling mysterious patterns that rendered his face somewhat fearsome. Upon seeing Shui Yangbing's visage, the leader among them instinctively grew wary. Noticing him shut the door behind him, he immediately frowned and said coldly, Step aside. We need to enter and search for the fugitive from the Lord's residence. Get lost? Shui Yangbing retorted brusquely. The Lord does not wish to be disturbed during his rest. If you want to search his quarters, you should have your Lord come personally. Shui Yangbing was well versed in the nuances of human interaction and understood precisely how to address such lowly figures. As expected, upon hearing Shui Yangbing's brazen demeanor, the leader was momentarily taken aback. In this world where martial prowess was revered, should he truly offend a formidable figure, it was likely that even the Lord's residence would not protect him. A smile emerged on the leader's face. Brother, may I ask who your esteemed master is? The name of my master is not something you can inquire about. Depart at once, or do not blame me for taking action. Shui Yangbing glared fiercely, his voice filled with anger. The leader, regarding Shui Yangbing, felt his expression shift repeatedly before ultimately making a decision. We are leaving. Once the soldiers from the Lord's residence departed, the inn fell into a considerably quieter state, with many eyes discreetly glancing towards Shui Yangbing. Chapter 95. Kill before departing. Shui Yongbing disregarded the curious gazes of those around him and turned to enter the room. Senior, I have already sent those individuals from the city lord's mansion on their way, but I suspect they have begun to harbor doubts about us. We should hasten our departure while they are still unaware. Shui Yongbing addressed Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe waved his hand nonchalantly and replied with calm composure, "There is no rush. Let us first eliminate someone before we leave." Eliminate someone? Shui Yongbing's expression faltered in surprise. Who do you intend to kill? Why, the city lord of Lianbei, of course. Chen Zhe chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. I may be obscure on this continent, but if the city lord of Lianbei is astute enough to refrain from pursuing me, all the better. Should he come after me, then his demise will serve to enhance my reputation. Through recent events, Chen Zhe had discerned that due to his 6th-level talent, the will of this world would continually seek to trouble him. Even if it could not threaten his life, it would certainly bring about incessant complications. In such circumstances, possessing a fearsome notoriety across the continent would significantly reduce these trivial annoyances. Senior, do you truly intend to slay the city lord of Lianbei? Both Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing displayed expressions of astonishment. Even the young man beside them regarded Chen Zhe with incredulous eyes. After all, even if he had merely shown Chen Zhe the martial arts manuals, it hardly warranted a confrontation with the city lord over them, let alone the prospect of assassination. In this world, where no unified regime existed, a city lord wielded power over a particular region. The cities under his command collected substantial taxes daily, sustaining both experts and armies. Even a formidable figure would think twice before provoking a city lord. To attain such a position, one either had the backing of a sect or possessed immense personal strength. In either case, they were formidable adversaries that few dared to confront. Now, for the sake of a few manuals, Chen Zhe was willing to become an enemy of the city lord of Lianbei, even contemplating his murder, which understandably left Ma Haowen and the others in shock. Yet, this was precisely Chen Zhe's intention. Only by executing a city lord could he create a sensational event that would rapidly spread his name across the continent, rendering him a figure to be feared and avoided. Seeing Chen Zhe's resolute demeanor, Ma Haowen and Shui Yongbing ceased to voice their objections. They understood Chen Zhe's character. He was always one to strategize before acting. Since he had made such a decision, he must possess a measure of confidence. Given Chen Zhe's earlier ability to effortlessly dispatch Mo Xinyuan, it would be far from difficult for him to eliminate the city lord of Lianbei. In the study of the city lord's mansion, Lord Zhang Gaoming sat behind a spacious desk, toying with a palm-sized jade ornament. Before him stood a man bowing respectfully. He was the one who had led the search of the inn earlier. My lord, after inquiries and investigations, we have confirmed that Pei Xiaoyong is indeed in that room. However, it seems there is a powerful individual within, who has requested your presence to meet him. I have left someone there to monitor the situation before coming to report to you. Powerful individual? Zhang Gaoming set down the jade ornament, his brows furrowing. What does the city guard have to say? Have any renowned experts entered the city recently? If the opponent dares to confront a city lord, they must at least be a formidable practitioner of the transformation realm. Although there are numerous transformation realm experts across the continent, each one possesses a formidable reputation, capable of commanding respect in their territory. Establishing sects, or governing a city as its lord, I had long since dispatched portraits of several powerful figures to the city guard. If the individual in question were indeed a transformation realm expert, my subordinates in the city guard would surely recognize them. Holding the portrait of that person, I inquired with the city guard, only to discover that he was merely a lackey accompanying a young man into the city. However, the identity of that young man remained ambiguous to them, as they could not ascertain whether he was also a practitioner of the transformation realm. The youth? Zhang Gaoming raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that I must personally investigate to discern the true nature of this mysterious powerhouse. Though there are indeed many transformation realm experts on this continent, those who resemble youths are exceedingly rare, and he had not heard of any who had ventured to the northern city. Given this, why should he be concerned? On the following morning, as dawn broke, a throng of guards from the Lord's manor surged into the inn. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes gracefully entered, followed by several formidable warriors, their auras radiating strength and determination. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the innkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting you, Lord City Master. I apologize for not anticipating your esteemed presence in my humble establishment. Might I inquire if you have any commands? Which room was it where my subordinates were obstructed during yesterday's search?" Zhang Gaoming nonchalantly inquired. Hearing the purpose of Zhang Gaoming's visit, the innkeeper exhaled in relief. As long as it was not trouble directed at him or his inn, all would be well, Lord City Master. I shall lead you there at once. With that, the innkeeper turned to guide the way. That won't be necessary. Just then, the door swung open, and Shui Yongbing emerged, his icy gaze sweeping over the innkeeper before settling on Zhang Gaoming. Our master has summoned you to enter. Humph. At these words, Zhang Gaoming snorted in anger, his face darkening with disdain. What an audacious display. I shall see what kind of expert resides within that room. He then instructed the guards to remain downstairs, taking several trusted martial artists with him as they ascended to the second floor. Although Zhang Gaoming himself was a practitioner of the transformation realm, he remained exceedingly cautious. Even though he was convinced that no formidable expert awaited them within, he had not the arrogance to enter alone, choosing instead to bring along several loyal warriors. After all, the fact that the other party had yet to emerge left room for the possibility of traps set within. Upon witnessing Zhang Gaoming's entourage ascend, Shui Yongbing merely smiled derisively, refraining from any attempt to intervene. In the face of Chen Zhe's terrifying prowess, the addition of a few more warriors would bear little consequence. Upon entering the room, Zhang Gaoming beheld Chen Zhe seated at the table, flanked by Ma Haowen and Pei Xiaoyong. Upon recognizing Chen Zhe's unfamiliar visage, Zhang Gaoming felt a wave of relief wash over him, for this was not the countenance of the youthful transformation realm practitioners he had anticipated. However, as he took note of the profound and imposing aura emanating from Chen Zhe, a sense of unease settled within him. Although the true strength of Chen Zhe was indiscernible, he could distinctly sense that the individual before him possessed formidable power, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. I am Zhang Gaoming, the lord of Lianbei City. May I inquire your esteemed name? Zhang Gaoming approached the table and took a seat, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Zhe as he inquired in a grave tone. Chen Zhe lifted his gaze to briefly meet Zhang Gaoming's eyes before responding nonchalantly, Chen Zhe. Upon hearing such a terse reply from Chen Zhe, Zhang Gaoming furrowed his brows. I have heard from my subordinates that you have been harboring the thief who pilfered treasures from my lord's estate. I wonder how you shall justify this. Is that so? Chen Zhe replied, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Zhang Gaoming's expression darkened at his words. Since you are unaware of this matter, I shall not pursue it further. However, that thief is standing directly behind you. I implore you to surrender him to me. Pei Xiaoyong, did you steal from the lord's estate? Chen Zhe queried casually. Pei Xiaoyong, filled with indignation, glared at Zhang Gaoming and exclaimed, My lord, I have not stolen anything from the estate. Rather, it is Zhang Gaoming who covets my family's ancestral technique and has falsely accused me. Chen Zhe observed Zhang Gaoming's grim countenance and, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, Lord Zhang, your account and his are starkly opposed. Whom should I believe? Suddenly, Zhang Gaoming sprang to his feet, his visage as frigid as ice, coldly regarding Chen Zhe. I care not whom you choose to believe. Surrender him to me, and you three shall depart Lianbei City unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. With a clang, the martial artists accompanying Zhang Gaoming unsheathed their weapons, their eyes glinting with malice, as if prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Shui Yongbing and Ma Haowen exchanged alarmed glances and positioned themselves defensively beside Chen Zhe, warily eyeing Zhang Gaoming and his entourage. Chen Zhe raised his brows slightly, casting a glance at Zhang Gaoming before smiling. I discerned last night that you would undoubtedly come with your men today. You know why I did not take my leave? Zhang Gaoming regarded Chen Zhe with a frigid stare, remaining silent. Unperturbed, Chen Zhe continued, There is a saying in my homeland, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. It signifies executing a chicken to admonish the monkey, ensuring it behaves in the future. Otherwise, it too may meet a similar fate. And you are the chicken I intend to slay. As the final words left Chen Zhe's lips, he surged forward towards Zhang Gaoming, his presence fierce and unyielding, akin to an ancient beast in a furious charge, imperious and unstoppable. The martial artists positioned before Zhang Gaoming barely had time to react before they were struck as if by a high-speed train. Sent flying as if they were mere ragdolls, their bodies crumpling upon impact. At the conclusion of Chen Zhe's proclamation, Zhang Gaoming's hair stood on end, a sudden sense of peril flooding his senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his abundant inner strength into his arms, crossing them defensively before him. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resounded sharply as Zhang Gaoming was propelled backward, crashing through the door and descending into the hall of the inn below. With a thunderous crash, the body of Zhang Gaoming shattered a table, splintering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The crowd on the first floor, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into screams of horror. The onlookers hurriedly retreated, and had it not been for the guards of the city lord's mansion blocking the entrance, many would have likely fled the inn in panic in the midst of such a fierce battle between titans. These ordinary individuals were all too vulnerable to being collateral damage. Zhang Gaoming let out a muffled groan, his heart heavy with dread. He could hardly fathom that Qianzhe possessed such formidable strength, capable of breaking his arms with a mere glance, truly terrifying. Just as Zhang Gaoming caught his breath and prepared to rise, Qianzhe had already descended from the second floor, standing beside him and looking down with an imposing presence. As Zhang Gaoming gazed up at Qianzhe, a sense of helplessness washed over him. This man was simply too powerful, leaving him without any means of retaliation. This time, I concede. Pei Xiaoyong and those 3 tomes of martial arts are yours. You may leave. Zhang Gaoming closed his eyes, revealing a visage twisted by pain and humiliation. It seems you have forgotten my earlier words. To kill a chicken is to warn the monkey. Without the chicken's demise, how can the monkey be cautioned? Qianzhe spoke coldly. Zhang Gaoming's eyes flew open in disbelief as he stared at Qianzhe, unable to comprehend that even after his admission of defeat, Qianzhe still intended to pursue his life. After all, they had harbored no grievances in the past, and their conflict had arisen solely due to those 3 tomes of the ancient sect. Now that he had acknowledged his loss, why was Qianzhe so intent on ensuring his demise? Noticing Zhang Gaoming's bewilderment, Qianzhe offered no explanation. Instead, he placed a foot on Zhang Gaoming's chest, and with a sickening crack, his ribcage caved in, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood, rendering him on the brink of death. The guards stationed at the inn's entrance, witnessing the seemingly effortless slaughter of their immensely powerful lord, looked at Qianzhe with growing terror. Qianzhe raised his gaze toward them. Though he uttered not a word, the profound authority reflected in his eyes made the guards' limbs feel weak, dissuading them from advancing. Carry your lord's corpse and depart from this place, Qianzhe instructed in a calm tone. Upon hearing his words, the guards felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they hastily moved forward to lift the lifeless body of their lord before hurriedly exiting the inn. Observing this scene, Shui Yongbing on the second floor quietly remarked, "The lord's presence is truly becoming more astonishing. A mere glance has sent those guards into retreat. I fear that in the future, a single look from him could extinguish the life of an ordinary person. As long as one's mental strength is sufficient, you too shall achieve this in time." Qianzhe ascended the stairs, speaking in a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Shui Yongbing and Ma Haowen remained largely unfazed, but Pei Xiaoyong's eyes flickered with interest. If his memory served him correctly, the tome of Wujin Huangji indeed contained methods for mental cultivation. My lord, what shall we do next? Perhaps we should seize Lianbei City while the iron is hot? Shui Yongbing suggested with a smile. The demise of a city lord at the hands of others, followed by the victor seizing control of the city and assuming the mantle of the new lord, is a commonplace occurrence across this continent. Naturally, the new lord must also inherit the intricate web of interests tied to the former ruler. Failure to do so would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. However, Qianzhe harbored no interest whatsoever in this city, which paled in comparison to his pursuits. Within the realm of the first martial world, he wielded a modicum of authority, capable of commanding the very elements. In his relentless quest for power, he departed without a trace of regret, let alone for the trivial power associated with a mere city. In a calm tone, Qianzhe remarked, "If you wish to remain as the city lord, I shall support you. However, it would be prudent for you to expedite your training. Ideally, you should attain the transformation realm within a few months. Otherwise, I fear your days may be numbered, as others will surely eliminate you." Upon hearing Qianzhe's words, Shui Yongbing felt a chill run down his spine and forced a laugh, saying, "Then I shall obediently follow you, my lord. At least my life will be secure." After packing their belongings, Qianzhe and his companions set forth towards the Qixing sect, with Pei Xiaoyong requesting to accompany Qianzhe. For reasons unknown, Qianzhe acquiesced, allowing him to join their journey. Chapter 97. Mount Lintian. Mount Lintian, the residence of the Qixing sect, is said to soar thousands of zhang high, with its peak seemingly within reach of the heavens. Of course, such legends are often exaggerated. Nevertheless, the Qixing sect chose this lofty mountain as their stronghold precisely because of its impressive height. Their sect's signature cultivation technique, the Canis Major stellar art, harnesses the power of the Canis Major star, refining one's spiritual strength. The astonishing elevation of Mount Lintian brings them closer to the celestial bodies, facilitating swifter cultivation. At this moment, Qianzhe's group stood at the mountain's base, gazing upward at the towering peak, its summit blanketed in perpetual snow, extending endlessly, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. "My lord, are we truly ascending Mount Lintian to demand the Canis Major stellar art from the Qixing sect?" Shui Yongbing asked, his heart fluttering with trepidation. The Qixing sect, Though perhaps not ranked among the top 10 powers of the continent, certainly belonged to the absolute pinnacle of dominance, housing more than one formidable expert in the extreme realm and boasting over 1,000 disciples in the inner Qi realm. Faced with such a behemoth, how could one not feel fear? Although Shui Yangbing was already aware of Chen Zhe's intentions, standing before the sect's gates and contemplating the prospect of demanding their signature technique filled him with unease. Beside him, Ma Haowen and Pei Xiaoyong remained silent, yet their expressions betrayed a hint of tension. What? Feeling apprehensive? Chen Zhe inquired, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Mount Lintian. Shui Yangbing chuckled nervously. After all, the Qixing sect is a dominant force on the continent. I can't help but feel somewhat anxious. If they were to relinquish their technique, they would undoubtedly maintain their status as a hegemonic power. Yet should they refuse, the Qixing sect would be cast from the ranks of dominance henceforth. Chen Zhe spoke these words with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of fury or grandiloquence, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Hearing Chen Zhe's confident assertion, the hearts of Shui Yangbing and his companions finally settled into a semblance of calm. Zhang Qi languidly leaned against the stone pillar at the mountain gate, his eyes half open and half closed, occasionally glancing down the slope. As an ordinary outer disciple, even though he was affiliated with the dominant power of the continent, the Qixing sect, he received no preferential treatment. His daily task consisted of guarding the mountain gate and occasionally assisting the inner disciples with trivial matters, leaving him with only the evenings to practice. Moreover, they were not even qualified to engage in advanced martial arts. Their training consisted solely of rudimentary techniques. Even if he were to join a smaller sect, he could similarly learn techniques of that caliber by becoming an inner disciple. Were it not for the severe consequences of defecting from the sect, coupled with the fact that some individuals were promoted to inner disciples during the annual assessments, he would have fled long ago. As Zhang Qi opened his eyes once more, he noticed a group of 4 individuals ascending the mountain path. What business did they have here? Straightening his posture against the pillar, he furrowed his brow slightly. Although Zhang Qi's abilities were modest as a gatekeeper, he encountered numerous masters from the Qixing sect daily, honing his perceptive skills. Just from the manner and posture of the 4, he discerned that they were all martial artists, with 2 of them possessing considerable strength. The other gatekeeping disciples nearby also caught sight of the approaching quartet. Who were these 4? Who could say? Perhaps they sought to join the sect. If so, they would be making a fruitless journey, for aside from the annual recruitment period, the sect did not accept new disciples at any other time. Remain vigilant. The Qixing sect is a prominent force, and the intentions of these visitors remain uncertain. Oh please, if they were outside, that would be one thing. But I hardly believe anyone would dare to trouble the Qixing sect with just 4 individuals. The gatekeeping disciples dismissed the 4 with casual banter, showing little regard for their approach. As a dominant force on the continent, the mere mention of the Qixing sect was enough to instill fear in countless factions. While they might exercise caution outside, within the confines of the Qixing sect, they were notably relaxed. Who would dare cause a disturbance in the Qixing sect? By the time the quartet had ascended the mountain, one of the Qixing sect disciples stepped forward, looking down on them with an air of arrogance, demanding, "Who are you for? And what brings you to the Qixing sect?" Zhang Qi stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the leader of the group, who exuded a peculiar aura, like a star suspended in the night sky, seemingly unremarkable yet deserving of reverence. Shui Yangbing, I'll leave these individuals to you. Upon hearing his fellow disciple's inquiry, the leader, a young man, merely smiled and disregarded the question, casually instructing his companions before continuing up the mountain, completely ignoring the gatekeepers. How audacious to trespass upon Lingtian Peak. Witnessing the leader's demeanor, Zhang Qi and his fellow disciples erupted in anger, preparing to confront the impudent youth. The youth at the forefront let out a cold chuckle, stepping forward with a flicker of his body, vanishing from sight and reappearing at a distance, making his way towards Lingtian Peak. Hurry, inform the sect, powerful foes are invading. Upon witnessing the youth's swift movement, Zhang Qi heard his senior brother's voice, filled with anger and urgency, as he attempted to pursue and intercept him. At that moment, a figure stood before them, one of the 3 who had followed the youth. Your opponent is me, the figure declared coldly. Among the remaining 2, one spoke, Pei Xiaoyong, there are far too many powerful adversaries above. You have only just begun your training. Stay here to assist Shui Yangbing. I can handle matters with the master. Very well, the other nodded in agreement. Just as Zhang Qi was momentarily stunned, a furious shout rang out. Zhang Qi, what are you doing? Hurry up and take action. Turning to look, he saw his fellow disciples engaged in combat with someone named Shui Yangbing. To his astonishment, however, his fellow disciples were at a disadvantage, utterly suppressed and unable to retaliate. The cause of this predicament lay in Shui Yongbing's formidable physical defenses. The assaults from his fellow disciples merely caused him to sway slightly, inflicting no real damage. Such robust resilience rivaled that of a seasoned practitioner of internal energy. Each of Shui Yongbing's attacks, on the other hand, possessed tremendous power. Any of Zhang Qi's fellow disciples who were struck would be gravely injured or worse, dramatically diminishing their combat effectiveness. "I'm coming." Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Qi shouted, eager to join the fray. A figure blocked his path. "There are already enough people over there. Don't add to the chaos." The individual was none other than Pei Xiaoyong, who had stayed behind. Zhang Qi scrutinized him closely. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, and distinct black markings marred his cheeks, lending him an eerie presence. "Since I began my training, I have yet to engage in combat. Today, I shall use you for practice," Pei Xiaoyong remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhang Qi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. If his opponent lacked experience in life and death battles, even if he possessed great strength, he would likely only be able to unleash a fraction of it. With this assurance, Zhang Qi no longer hesitated, stepping forward and thrusting his sword towards Pei Xiaoyong. As the sword approached, a look of anticipation and excitement appeared on Pei Xiaoyong's pale face, and he uttered in a haunting voice, "Hell descends." With that, Zhang Qi felt the world around him plunge into darkness. Pei Xiaoyong seemed to dissolve into the inky void, leaving Zhang Qi alone in the suffocating silence. The momentum of his thrust abruptly diminished, and he positioned his sword defensively before him as he surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly felt a tightening around his ankle. Looking down, he beheld a grotesque specter crouched at his feet, its long, claw-like fingers gripping his ankle with chilling intensity. Upon suddenly witnessing this scene, Zhang Qi felt a tightening in his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his long sword towards the malevolent spirit. Clang, however, the spirit's body was impenetrably hard. His sword merely grazed its surface, failing to pierce even the skin, producing a sharp, resonant sound, and even eliciting a few sparks. A chill coursed through Zhang Qi's heart. How had the bright daylight transformed so abruptly into utter darkness, giving rise to such a fearsome apparition? Just then, amidst the surrounding gloom, a faint rustling noise echoed, and one by one, malevolent spirits crawled forth from the shadows, converging upon Zhang Qi's position. "Let go! Let go!" Zhang Qi's face contorted with panic, as he repeatedly stabbed at the spirits beneath his feet with his sword, yet to no avail. The spirits disregarded his attacks, relentlessly gripping his ankles, rendering him immobile, forcing him to watch helplessly as they encircled him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a spirit withdrawing its gnarled claws from the bloodied wound in his heart, its palm clutching a still-beating heart. "Ah!" Zhang Qi screamed in agony, feeling an excruciating throb in his heart, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Observing Zhang Qi, who lay on the ground clutching his chest, Pei Xiaoyong's complexion grew increasingly pale. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a look of exhilaration dawning upon his face. The cultivation method Pei Xiaoyong was currently practicing was a mental discipline refined and optimized from Chen Zhe's infinite illusion technique. By harnessing formidable mental power, he could invade the minds of his enemies, conjuring illusions that shattered their spirit. Should he reach a profound level of mastery, he could even create an entire illusory realm around him, ensnaring anyone who entered within its influence, the power of which would be nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Shui Yongbing approached after dealing with several adversaries. Glancing at Zhang Qi, who lay on the ground, he shook his head, saying, "Pei Xiaoyong, your technique may be peculiar, yet its efficacy is woefully slow. You incapacitated just one enemy with such grand effort. If more foes were to appear, you might find yourself perishing here." Pei Xiaoyong exhaled deeply, for the exertion of crafting the illusion had drained considerable mental energy. "This is merely the beginning of my cultivation. Once I attain the highest realm as extrapolated by my master, you shall not even be able to approach me. Let us discuss that when you reach such heights," Shui Yongbing replied with a chuckle. He did not counter Pei Xiaoyong's assertion. If he truly achieved the level envisioned by Chen Zhe, he would undoubtedly be invincible among his peers, with the only recourse being to exhaust his mental energy through sheer numbers. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the mountaintop as two colossal phantoms emerged. One was a verdant dragon, its scales glistening like jade, its eyes radiating divine light. The other was a fearsome black wolf, its coat billowing like satin, its crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The emerald dragon was an embodiment of Chen Zhe's martial intent, while the red-eyed black wolf represented the martial essence of the strongest practitioner from the Qixing sect. This was the clash of two warriors on the cusp of innate mastery. Two ethereal silhouettes clashed in midair, producing a thunderous explosion that caused the snow atop the mountain to collapse and cascade down, resulting in a snow avalanche. Yet, the two phantoms in the sky continued their relentless assault, seemingly unfazed. How terrifying! Pei Xiaoyong's pupils constricted. Observing the colliding shadows above, Shui Yangbing's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was a battle between the strongest beings of the entire continent, the very goal he had pursued his entire life. Many surrounding peaks began to succumb to avalanches, and I sensed that our position was likewise precarious. We should descend and await the return of our elders. Pei Xiaoyong remarked gravely, gazing at the erupting snow cascades on the nearby mountains. Shui Yangbing nodded in agreement. That sounds wise. Although the avalanche had yet to reach their location, the fierce confrontation above would likely bring calamity to their mountain as well. The two swiftly activated their movement techniques and leaped down the mountain, soon vanishing from sight. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in his ears, jolting Zhang Qi from his unconscious state. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He attempted to rise, but felt utterly powerless, even the slightest movement of his fingers proving arduous. Summoning considerable effort, he turned his head toward the source of the deafening noise. There, atop Ling Tian Peak, two colossal phantoms were engaged in combat. Upon seeing the red-eyed black wolf apparition, Zhang Qi's heart trembled. Greedy wolf's true intent. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he had seen its depiction on the walls of the cultivation pavilion, a perfect match for the figure in the sky. While the Qi Xing sect boasted numerous powerful practitioners, only the esteemed elder Shan Kaiwen could wield Greedy Wolf's true intent. Shan Kaiwen was immensely formidable, consistently ranking among the top 10 of all warriors across the continent. Zhang Qi pondered which warrior's martial intent could possibly rival that of the Azure Dragon Phantom opposing the Black Wolf. The memory of a uniquely charismatic young man surfaced in his mind. If anyone could contend with Elder Shan Kaiwen, it would surely be him. As Zhang Qi was lost in thought, the dynamics of the battle above abruptly shifted. The Azure Dragon Phantom let out a long, resonant roar, emanating a brilliant white radiance that rendered its form more corporeal. With a swift lunge, its claws reached for the red-eyed Black Wolf apparition. Howl! The Black Wolf had no time to evade. Its neck caught in the grasp of the Azure Dragon's claws, eliciting a wretched cry. Boom! With a sudden surge of force, the Azure Dragon crushed the Black Wolf, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the mountains, dislodging snow in a torrent akin to a mountain's roar or a raging tsunami, cascading downwards. Lying helplessly on the ground, Zhang Qi could do nothing but watch as the deluge of snow surged towards him, engulfing him entirely. 3 months later, Mo City. This was the largest city on the continent, strategically positioned at the crossroads of 4 territories, holding immense geographical significance and remaining unclaimed by any faction. The city's landscape was a labyrinth of complexities, with countless powers establishing their branches within its confines. It is precisely due to the intricate composition of power dynamics that no single faction can dominate, resulting in the exceptional prosperity of this city. However, with prosperity comes the insidious growth of vice. This place is not only the largest city but also harbors the most extensive black market on the entire continent. Night falls. The city of Mo ignites with myriad flickering lights, bustling with an extraordinary vibrancy. The gambling houses and brothels are particularly teeming with patrons, appearing even more animated than during the day. On a slightly secluded street, an unassuming carriage ambles along, the crisp sound of hooves and the gentle creaking of wheels echoing into the stillness of the night. After winding through the labyrinthine alleys, the carriage halts before a private residence. The curtain is drawn aside, and a middle-aged gentleman emerges, clad in luxurious robes that exude a remarkable presence, starkly contrasting with the modest carriage beneath him. With a creak, the main gate of the courtyard opens and a young man steps forth, approaching the middle-aged gentleman with a respectful bow, a smile gracing his lips. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please follow me." The middle-aged man nods, descending from the carriage and following the young man into the residence. The young man leads him into a room, where he discreetly taps a seemingly inconspicuous section of the wall. Silence. The ground splits open, revealing a staircase leading downward. "Esteemed guest, this is the entrance to the black market. Please proceed." The middle-aged man, without a hint of hesitation or concern for the young man's intentions, descends the stairs. The staircase is not particularly long. After approximately 10 lengths, they reach the bottom, where a lengthy corridor unfolds before them. Noticing the corridor, the middle-aged man raises an eyebrow. "Why do I not see any other patrons? Is each guest afforded a separate passage?" Surely that cannot be the case, the young man chuckles. Only those of significant wealth and influence are granted such exclusive corridors. Ordinary patrons have their own ways to enter the black market. The middle-aged man shakes his head, chuckling. It seems even within the black market, distinctions of rank and privilege prevail. The young man maintains his smile, continuing to lead the way without any change in expression. The corridor stretches on for quite a while, and after about a quarter of an hour, they arrive at a massive steel door, flanked by two formidable warriors. The young man steps forward, presenting a jade token. The guards examine it closely, nodding in affirmation, and step aside, effortlessly pushing open the heavy door that weighs several thousand pounds. Please enter. At this sight, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpens. The effortless ease with which the door is moved suggests that these two individuals possess at least peak inner energy cultivation. Entrusting such formidable guardians to watch over the entrance signifies the profound foundation of this black market. Crossing through the steel door, an expansive underground space unfolds before the middle-aged man, momentarily taking his breath away. This subterranean expanse spans several miles, rivaling that of a small town. Although the ceiling is somewhat low, measuring only about 3 to 4 zhong, it is nonetheless astonishing. He had long heard that the underground black market of Mo City was immensely vast, but it was only upon witnessing it with his own eyes that he could truly grasp the sheer magnitude of the shock. To carve out such an expansive space deep underground, was that something achievable by mere mortals? Who had excavated this subterranean realm? The middle-aged man asked, somewhat lost in thought. Observing the dazed expression on the middle-aged man's face, the young man chuckled lightly. My dear guest, you jest. This space is so extensive and lies deep beneath the earth. Surely, it could not have been created by human effort alone. This was originally an underground cavern, and we merely made some renovations. Upon hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man felt a slight sense of relief. The power of the black market had not exceeded his understanding. Regaining his composure, he calmly inquired, Where can I find Master Zhe? Please lead me there. This way, if you please. The young man gestured, stepping aside to guide him. As they traversed the broad avenues of the underground expanse, the middle-aged man marveled at the colorful lanterns adorning the shops on either side, the opulent decorations subtly revealed within, and the peculiar items displayed on the stalls. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, this was the largest black market on the continent. If not for the surrounding darkness, one might easily mistake it for the bustling commercial streets of grand cities. Under the young man's guidance, they halted before a spacious establishment. In contrast to the surrounding shops, this one exuded a more understated charm, with 2 lanterns hanging above the entrance, casting a soft glow that illuminated a small area before the door. Inside, a rather slick-looking youth sat behind the counter, idly tapping away at its surface. The young man introduced, esteemed guest, this is Master Zhe's shop. If you possess any of the cultivation manuals that Master Zhe requires, you may exchange them for what you desire. I see. Here is your service fee. As he spoke, the middle-aged man tossed a small pouch of gold coins. The young man reached out to accept it, weighing it in his hand, his smile growing ever brighter. Then, I shall leave you to your business. I won't intrude any further. The middle-aged man waved him off, signaling for him to depart. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the shop. Seated behind the counter was Shui Yangbing, who was, at that moment, somewhat bored as he perused a manual. On that day, when Chen Zhe had slain the esteemed elder Shan Qiwen of the Qixing sect, he had stormed into the sect's library, thoroughly examining all of their texts, including their martial arts, formations, and alchemical secrets. After reviewing these tomes, Chen Zhe had paid little mind to the remaining members of the Qixing sect, departing from Lingtian Peak with a few companions and heading straight for Mo City. Upon arriving in Mo City, Chen Zhe had made his way directly to the black market, purchasing this very shop. After a brief period of adjustment, he opened for business, focusing on 3 main services: arranging formations, concocting elixirs, and forging weapons. At the outset, this shop garnered little attention, as nearly all establishments within the black market engaged in these 3 types of commerce, with some even offering martial arts manuals for sale. However, when Chen Zhe produced a particular elixir, this establishment instantaneously became the focal point of the entire black market, captivating the attention of all. The Tanlang Star Pill, a unique concoction of the Qixing sect, the process of its refinement is intricate and demanding, placing immense requirements on the alchemist. Any slight flaw in the refining process could lead to utter failure, and even within the Qixing sect, its stock is limited, let alone for external sale. Yet, the efficacy of the Tanlang Star Pill is such that martial artists across the continent covet it greatly. It enhances the user's comprehension, rendering the acquisition of knowledge effortless. Although consuming the Tanlang Star Pill may amplify one's desires, This minor side effect pales in comparison to the pill's formidable benefits. Were it not for the Chixing sect's formidable strength, it might have long been obliterated due to the Tanlang Star Pill. Remarkably, Chunzhe did not pilfer this elixir from the Chixing sect. Rather, he modified and optimized the sect's formula, crafting it himself. The moment he unveiled this elixir, not only did it draw the gaze of everyone in the black market, but it also incited numerous factions to covertly scheme to claim the Tanlang Star Pill for themselves. Anticipating such circumstances, Chunzhe had made ample preparations. When those factions discovered that several waves of their subordinates had entered the establishment and never returned, they finally began to regard it with seriousness. At that juncture, news spread across the continent's preeminent powerhouse, the bloodthirsty Tanlang Shikuan, had been publicly slain by a young man at the Chixing sect's headquarters on Lintian Peak. Connecting this news with the Tanlang Star Pill that Chunzhe presented, many suddenly realized that what appeared to be an ordinary shop might be backed by a formidable entity, one capable of brazenly slaying Shikuan. The covert maneuvers of those factions promptly ceased. Their strengths were not significantly superior to that of the Chixing sect, and if this young man could kill Shikuan on Lintian Peak, it was conceivable that he could also strike down their top powerhouses at their own headquarters. Chunzhe had already demonstrated through his achievements that he could stand on equal footing with these factions, prompting an immediate shift in their demeanor. The leaders of the major factions stationed in Mo City hastened to pay their respects to Chunzhe. Even if they could not obtain the coveted Tanlang Star Pill, establishing a connection with such a powerful figure was deemed worthwhile in the face of these visiting representatives from powerful factions. Chunzhe remained rather indifferent, opting not to meet them personally. Instead, he delegated Ma Haowen and Shui Yangbing to engage with these individuals, conveying a singular message. Anyone who could present sufficiently valuable martial arts manuscripts would be able to exchange for the Tanlang Star Pill. Should they not be interested in the Tanlang Star Pill and desire other elixirs, formations, or weapons, that too was permissible, albeit still requiring a trade of martial arts manuscripts. Upon receiving this information, the representatives from the major factions became animated with possibilities. Though they could not relinquish their own sect's martial arts, they could procure manuscripts from other factions through special channels, as well as those from extinguished sects, to exchange for the elixirs. The following day, representatives from various powerful factions visited in droves, bringing with them numerous martial arts manuals in hopes of seeking Chunzhe's assistance. They exchanged these tomes for a plethora of precious elixirs. Departing with satisfaction, in turn, Chunzhe acquired a wealth of martial arts texts, which he utilized as a foundation to endeavor in the creation of an entirely new technique. Priceless elixirs flowed from his hands. His reputation resonated throughout the black market, and the name of Master Zhe spread like wildfire. Each day, throngs of admirers flocked to his establishment, eager to procure a precious pill from him. However, Chunzhe was utterly indifferent to their requests, delegating all such matters to Shui Yangbing and his companions, while he devoted himself to the intricate calculations of his martial arts theories, occasionally pausing to refine elixirs. While Shui Yangbing was engrossed in studying the manuals, he suddenly noticed an individual entering the shop. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in opulent garments, standing at the entrance and surveying the interior with keen interest. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Shui Yangbing inquired, setting aside the manual in his hands. The middle-aged man turned. "Might I ask where Master Zhe is? I wish to request his assistance in refining a certain elixir. Master Zhe is quite occupied. If you have a specific elixir in mind, you may provide me with the formula, and I shall relay it to him. However, prior to that, we must discuss the matter of compensation, as I trust you are familiar with our customary practices." Shui Yangbing replied nonchalantly. Since accompanying Chunzhe, Shui Yangbing had not only broadened his horizons, but had also met representatives of the continent's dominant factions, some of whom even regarded him as a brother, thus bolstering his confidence in discourse and dealings. The middle-aged man's expression faltered. "My dear young friend, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding Master Zhe's customs, recognizing that to solicit his assistance, one must offer martial texts as remuneration. Alas, my family's resources are limited, and the few manuals I possess are intended to be passed down through generations." Upon hearing this, Shui Yangbing's countenance changed. "Are you jesting with me? If you have no intention of presenting martial texts, do you presume to offer gold and silver in exchange for Master Zhe's aid? Please, do not misconstrue my intentions." The middle-aged man hastily clarified. "I am acutely aware of Master Zhe's noble character and his indifference to material wealth. Instead, I intend to offer a rare artifact as compensation for his assistance in refining the elixir." "A rare artifact?" Shui Yangbing's brow furrowed slightly. "Indeed." The middle-aged man promptly reached into his garment, retrieving a crystalline sapphire that appeared to shimmer with flowing water within. This gem is a treasured heirloom of my family, obtained by my ancestors from a remote island overseas. When worn, it allows the bearer to attain tranquility and facilitates a deeper engagement in their cultivation practices. After a moment's contemplation, Shui Yongbing responded, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. Please accompany me. I shall take you to meet Master Zhe. Ultimately, it will be he who determines whether this arrangement is feasible. With that, Shui Yongbing secured the shop and led the middle-aged man outside, traversing a designated passageway that descended to the ground level. Although they operated a shop within the black market, it was evident that Chun Zhe would not confine himself to such a dismal environment all day long. The management of the establishment was typically shared among Shui Yongbing and his companions. Within the confines of a grand ancestral residence, Shui Yongbing walked alongside a middle-aged man. Ah, we have reached 100 chapters. Let us celebrate with a flourish. Chapter 101. The Spiritual Gem. Before the entrance of this estate, Shui Yongbing halted, turning to the middle-aged man behind him. Please wait a moment. I shall take this extraordinary item to Master Zhe for his appraisal. Should he agree to assist you in alchemy, I will summon you inside. The middle-aged man nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. Inside the room, Chun Zhe was fervently inscribing his thoughts onto paper, recording the insights he had garnered from various martial texts over the past few weeks. Nearby, several neatly bound volumes of these scriptures were arranged in an orderly fashion. After acquiring the Greedy Wolf Celestial Star technique from the Chixing sect, Chun Zhe commenced his practice of this method designed to hone one's mental fortitude. However, he soon realized that while this celestial technique could indeed amplify his mental prowess, it also significantly intensified his desires. For lower-tier warriors, this may not pose a substantial issue, but for Chun Zhe, who was on the cusp of the innate realm, a mere half-step away, it was akin to a poison that eroded the very essence of his being. To transcend into the innate realm, one must achieve a harmonious unity of essence, energy, and spirit, where essence pertains to the physical body, energy to internal power, and spirit to mental acuity. Those of exceptional prowess have already fused their essence and energy, rendering their physicality and internal force indistinguishable. If one could integrate their mental strength into this amalgamation, it would facilitate the transformation from postnatal to innate, achieving the innate state. This process demands an exceedingly high standard for mental fortitude, which is why Chun Zhe endeavored to augment his own. Although the Greedy Wolf Celestial Star technique could enhance his mental strength, it rendered his mental faculties muddled and impure, even weakening his control over his physical body, thereby effectively sealing the gateway to the innate realm. Naturally, Chun Zhe, eager to ascend into the innate realm, contemplated discarding this technique. Should he reach the innate state, he might consider refining his mental prowess once more, yet at present, it was far from his mind. Quite fortuitously, he had acquired the Wujin illusionary finger from Pei Xiaoyang. While this method for strengthening mental acuity was rather rudimentary, it bore no adverse effects, allowing Chun Zhe's mental strength to experience a modest enhancement. This sparked inspiration within Chun Zhe. The martial arts had evolved over millennia on this continent, witnessing countless sects rise and fall. Surely many techniques akin to the Wujin illusionary finger lay scattered in obscurity. If he could devise a means to gather these methods, he would undoubtedly extract valuable insights to fortify his martial foundation, thereby increasing his chances of breaking through to the innate realm. Thus, he had purchased a shop in the black market, aiming to exchange his resources for the scattered martial texts from all corners of the world. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Shui Yongbing's voice resonated from the outside. Master, someone has come to the shop bearing an extraordinary item, claiming it is payment for your assistance with alchemy. Extraordinary item? Chun Zhe paused his writing, lifting his gaze, a glimmer of interest illuminating his expression. Bring it in for me to examine, Shui Yongbing affirmed, opened the door and entered, holding a translucent blue gemstone in his hand, within which appeared to flow a gentle stream, as if water were subtly surging. Why, esteemed sir, this is the extraordinary artifact. According to the man, this remarkable object possesses the ability to aid the wearer in achieving tranquility and focus, thereby enhancing their cultivation. It was discovered by his ancestors on a desolate island amidst the vast ocean. Shui Yongbing presented the sapphire to Chun Zhe, stating this. Chun Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, extending his hand to receive the sapphire, scrutinizing it closely. However, apart from its resplendent beauty and the faint emanation of a refreshing aura, he found nothing particularly exceptional about the gemstone. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Zhe directed his mental energy, transforming it into fine threads that penetrated the sapphire in his grasp. An invigorating coolness enveloped him, reminiscent of standing by a body of water, as his spiritual strength was nourished by the mist. becoming significantly more resilient and solidified. Even the internal energy of his Qinglong Zhenjing began to circulate at an accelerated pace. Withdrawing his mental focus, Chunzhe gazed at the sapphire in his hand. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, in his mind, he inquired, "System, what is this object?" "This is a mental gemstone, formed from the pure soul energy that disperses between heaven and earth. Its probability of formation is exceedingly low. When absorbed through special methods, it can be used to enhance mental strength and bolster the essence of the soul, without any adverse effects." Upon hearing the system's introduction, Chunzhe's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This truly felt like a timely gift, as possessing this mental gemstone would make his breakthrough to the innate realm and becoming an innate powerhouse merely a matter of time. However, he swiftly quelled his exhilaration, suddenly pondering a question. Given the hostility this world harbors towards him, how could anyone dare to present a mental gemstone before him? "System, considering the attitude of this world towards me, this mental gemstone should not have appeared here." "Correct. This world has yet to develop an independent will, and its actions are influenced by the thoughts of all living beings. As a result of the host's prior defeat of Dan Chiwen, which stirred the continent and elevated him to idol status among many youths, the attitude of the world's will has naturally shifted." Chunzhe was initially taken aback by the system's explanation, but then a sense of absurdity washed over him. The concept of a world will sounded grandiose, capable of influencing the thoughts of all beings. Yet, prior to its emergence of independent will, it too was bound by the thoughts of the myriad living entities. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, now that the mental gemstone was in Chunzhe's possession, he had no intention of relinquishing it. Observing Chunzhe's silent contemplation as he caressed the sapphire, Shui Yongbing understood intuitively that this extraordinary item was indeed valuable. "You should request the recipe and materials from that man. I shall take on this transaction," Chunzhe declared, raising his gaze to Shui Yongbing. "Understood, my lord," Shui Yongbing responded, promptly turning to leave. Later that evening, he returned with a recipe and an assortment of precious herbs, which he presented to Chunzhe. Glancing at the recipe, Chunzhe noted that it pertained to a medicinal pill capable of healing bodily injuries, boasting remarkable efficacy. Provided the injuries were not life-threatening, consuming the pill would restore approximately 80 to 90% of one's health. However, Chunzhe did not dwell on it too much, having encountered countless miraculous recipes in recent times. This one could only be considered moderately exceptional. With the herbs and recipe in hand, Chunzhe proceeded to the alchemy chamber, ready to commence the process of refining the pills. 3 days hence, after bestowing the cultivated elixir upon the middle-aged man, Chunzhe summoned Shui Yongbing and his 2 companions to his side. "For the time being, the shop shall be closed. I must retreat to cultivate my skills. Unless a matter of great importance arises, do not disturb me." "Yes, my lord." The trio of Shui Yongbing responded, their voices tinged with barely concealed delight. The underground black market, a realm shrouded in perpetual darkness, was not a place they wished to linger. Naturally, they were elated by Chunzhe's decree. Chapter 102. A step away on the ground lay a complex array intricately carved, its lines filled with the most suitable luminous sand for array formation. At this moment, Chunzhe sat cross-legged at the array's center, his palms facing upwards, resting upon his thighs, cradling a blue spiritual gem. Upon the surface of the gem, Chunzhe had etched a series of delicate and intricate lines, forming a miniature yet elaborate array that resonated with the one on the ground, allowing the soul energy contained within the gem to dissipate. Chunzhe now extended his mental force, enveloping the spiritual gem in his palms. As the soul energy began to escape, it was immediately devoured and assimilated by his mental force. With the increasing absorption of this dissipating soul energy, his spiritual power grew ever more formidable, sharpening his senses to perceive even the slightest changes in his internal energy and physical form. He continually adjusted his spiritual energy, striving to harmonize his physical body, internal energy, and spiritual force to a singular frequency. If the 3 could synchronize, they would merge into one, becoming a seamless whole that defied the innate state. However, each time Chunzhe attempted to regulate the frequency of his spiritual energy, he was beset by fleeting distractions that disrupted the coherence of his mental force, preventing it from fully merging with his physical body and internal energy. A shadow of concern crossed Chunzhe's countenance. These distractions were remnants of over 20 years of life experience. He knew he must first devise a means to expel these thoughts before he could transcend to the innate realm. For Chunzhe, there existed but one path. Through prolonged meditation, he needed to purge his mind of these distractions, maintaining a state of purity in his thoughts. Beyond this, there were no alternatives. Ceasing his cultivation, He stored away the slightly paler blue gem. After this session, his spiritual power was already sufficient. Once he rid himself of the distractions in his mind, he would instantly ascend to become an innate powerhouse. Yet, expelling these mental distractions was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a single day. Haste could lead to further distractions, rendering his efforts counterproductive. As Chunzhe pushed open the door and stepped outside, he found Shui Yongbing waiting with the young man. The youth's eyes were heavy with fatigue, and upon seeing Chunzhe emerge from the room, a look of surprise illuminated his face. "What is the matter?" Chunzhe inquired, turning to Shui Yongbing. Shui Yongbing hastily replied, "My lord, this man rushed here yesterday, claiming that the tome meant to compensate you was seized en route. He urgently requires an elixir to save his wife and implores your assistance in concocting a resurrection pill." Upon hearing the words, Chunzhe's brow furrowed immediately. The resurrection pill was considered one of the most elite elixirs within his repertoire. Although it did not possess the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life, there remained a 30% chance of revival as long as there was breath. However, the materials required for this pill were exceedingly rare, and the process of concoction was immensely intricate. Even for Chunzhe, he was reluctant to attempt the creation of such a pill. Now, with an individual seeking the medicine, yet lacking the necessary manual, crafting the elixir would violate established protocols, potentially inviting throngs of others to approach him with similar demands. Shui Yongbing was not oblivious to this principle. Thus, it raised the question of why he would bring the young man to him. Noticing Chunzhe's gaze shift towards him, Shui Yongbing hastily approached and whispered, "My lord, he seems to possess a manual intended for payment, purportedly a long-lost mental cultivation technique." Chunzhe had been in pursuit of mental cultivation techniques, yet such methods were exceedingly scarce. Over the past days, he had not encountered a single one. Shui Yongbing was aware of Chunzhe's ongoing quest for such knowledge, which was precisely why he retained the young man. "Which faction seized your manual?" Chunzhe inquired sternly, fixing his gaze on the young man. Upon witnessing Chunzhe's reaction, Shui Yongbing silently mourned for the faction for a brief moment. It appeared that Chunzhe was prepared to take serious action. His earlier hesitance stemmed from uncertainty regarding the whereabouts of the coveted manual, necessitating a display of goodwill to encourage others to relinquish their manuals. However, now that he knew the mental cultivation technique had been taken, all that remained was to locate the faction's base and retrieve it. "Yes, it is the Purple Thunder sect," the young man stammered. Chunzhe nodded slightly. It was no wonder the young man refrained from mentioning revenge. The Purple Thunder sect was indeed a dominant force on this continent. Though its number of strong individuals was comparable to that of the Red Stargate, its overall strength was somewhat diminished due to the nature of its techniques. Even against the more formidable Red Stargate, Chunzhe had boldly confronted them. Thus, he held no concern regarding the slightly weaker Purple Thunder sect. As long as the manual was in their possession, he was confident in his ability to retrieve it. "Are you certain that the manual was taken by the Purple Thunder sect?" Chunzhe asked, scrutinizing the young man. The young man nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. Very well, then you shall accompany me," Chunzhe declared as he proceeded towards the exit. The young man stood momentarily in a daze, uncertain of how to proceed. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly follow my lord," Shui Yongbing urged, giving the young man a gentle shove. Oh. The young man responded twice, hastily jogging to keep pace behind Chunzhe as they exited in the eastern district of Mo City. At the Purple Thunder Sect's branch, Chunzhe led the young man to this location. Having previously vanquished Shan Chiwen, various factions had disseminated his likeness among their disciples. Thus, upon sighting Chunzhe, the gatekeeping disciples of the Purple Thunder Sect rushed inside to report. Before long, Song Yueni, the head of the Purple Thunder Sect's branch in Mo City, emerged with a hearty laugh. "What a remarkable day it is. Master Zhe has graced our humble Purple Thunder sect with his presence, truly illuminating our establishment." While extolling Chunzhe, Song Yuani's peripheral vision caught sight of a young man nearby, and he secretly speculated about his identity. "Elder Song, you are too kind. I have come here today solely for one matter. I hope your esteemed sect will return my martial arts manual to me." Chunzhe replied with a slight nod, his voice steady. "Martial arts manual?" Song Yuani was taken aback, perplexed as to when the Purple Thunder sect had ever owed Chunzhe such a manual. The young man beside him could not contain himself and interjected, "Indeed, that manual was intended as my reward for Master Zhe, but it was seized by your sect." Upon hearing this, Song Yuani immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, inwardly cursing his misfortune. He had recently learned that the sect's headquarters had inadvertently acquired a profound martial arts manual from a predecessor, replete with intricate techniques and even some special methods that would greatly benefit the elder's cultivation. It dawned on him that the manual Chunzhe referred to was likely the very one in question. Chapter 103. The Abyss of Hell. As the leader of the Purple Thunder sect in Mo City, Song Yuani was a cunning individual, undoubtedly an old fox. Although he already comprehended the situation, he did not allow any hint of this to show on his face, instead donning an expression of indignation. Young man, you claim that my Purple Thunder sect has stolen your martial arts manual. Do you possess any evidence? You appear to be of mediocre strength, and I presume your cultivation is equally unimpressive. My sect has countless martial arts techniques. Why would we covet yours? Song Yuani admonished the young man sternly. How would I know why you would steal my manual? The young man's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, Chen Zhe, standing to the side, chuckled. Elder Song, your disguise is quite commendable. Not only do your expressions betray nothing, but even the rhythm of your heartbeat and the flow of your blood remain unchanged. Alas, your fluctuating mental energy has betrayed you. As a formidable being at the transformation stage, Song Yuani could control his heartbeat and blood flow to the extent that even a peer would struggle to discern his true emotions. However, for Chen Zhe, who was on the verge of the innate stage, Song Yuani's pretense was nothing short of a farce. Master Zhe, my Purple Thunder sect has never seized this man's martial arts manual. Do not be swayed by his one-sided account. Song Yuani maintained his stance, his tone resolute. According to intelligence from the sect, that manual was of utmost importance to the elder, potentially enabling him to advance further in his cultivation. This was a matter of fundamental significance for the Purple Thunder sect. Even with Chen Zhe's visit, they would never relinquish the manual. They intended to delay the situation, allowing their elder to enhance his power, after which the sect would no longer need to fear Chen Zhe. For now, they simply needed to insist that they had not seized the manual, confident that even if Chen Zhe recognized his deceit, he would be powerless to act without evidence. Would he dare to confront the Purple Thunder sect? Previously, he had slain the formidable Hongyan Tanlang, Dan Shiwen, and obliterated the Chixing sect, thereby triggering the sensitivities of numerous dominant powers. Should he ascend upon the Zalei sect this time without any evidence, he would undoubtedly face a united onslaught from all sections. Song Yuani's intentions were commendable. However, he regrettably overlooked Chen Zhe's unwavering resolve. Standing on the precipice of a breakthrough, Chen Zhe was determined to acquire this rare tome of spiritual cultivation techniques, displaying indifference even in the face of potential siege by various hegemonic forces. Casting a glance at Song Yuani, Chen Zhe offered a gentle smile, refraining from further discourse as he turned and walked away with the young man towards the horizon. As Chen Zhe departed, the disciples of the Zalei sect exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the very individual who had once vanquished a top-tier powerhouse of the continent, rendering their nerves taut. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Zhe had done nothing but leave. Return with Song Yuani to inform your sect's higher-ups that in 10 days' time, I shall personally pay a visit to your esteemed sect. Should you fail to surrender that tome of techniques, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire lineage. Chen Zhe's prior intrusion into the Chixing sect to forcibly borrow techniques had been a breach of propriety. After dispatching Dan Shiwen, he had spared the ordinary disciples any further torment. However, this time, it was the Zalei sect that sought to seize his techniques, and should they refuse to comply, he would show no mercy. The disciples of the Zalei sect quivered at Chen Zhe's proclamation. At that moment, Song Yuani, who had remained motionless since Chen Zhe's departure, suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching scream, as though he were enduring the most excruciating tortures known to humanity. At that instant, he felt as if he had plummeted into the depths of hell, surrounded by malevolent spirits whose grotesque visages loomed silently, inflicting upon him a series of torturous punishments. Beheadings, flayings, heart-piercing arrows, boiling oil poured upon his flesh. The most terrifying aspect was that with each method of torment, his consciousness remained acutely aware, allowing him to palpably sense every flicker of pain. To the eyes of the disciples of the Zalei sect, Song Yuani appeared utterly peculiar. Though his body bore no wounds, his expression contorted in agony, and he let forth mournful wails. Strangely, even in such a state, he remained rooted to the spot. A chill swept through the hearts of all present, for they had witnessed that Chen Zhe had not laid a single finger upon Song Yuani. How had he ensnared him in such a manner? As Chen Zhe made his way back with the young man, the latter occasionally cast curious yet fearful glances at him. After the earlier events, Chen Zhe seemed almost otherworldly to him, akin to a deity or demon. Chen Zhe himself was quite pleased with the potency of his previous technique, the endless hell, which had closely aligned with his initial projections. This technique was derived from the foundation of the endless phantom finger, a mental assault method distinct from the combination of acupoint striking and illusions. The endless hell relied solely on the manipulation of mental energy to conjure illusions. Within this technique, Chen Zhe had also integrated array formations. allowing his mental energy to construct illusions while simultaneously forming an array within the enemy's mind, perpetually siphoning their mental energy to sustain the existence of the illusion, in order to break free from the illusion relying solely on one's own strength. It is imperative to mobilize mental energy. The formation will consequently seize the opportunity to absorb even more mental energy, thereby solidifying the illusion further. This can be described as an almost insurmountable deadlock. Unless one can perfectly control their mental energy, preventing the formation from siphoning even the slightest amount, they can only endure endless torment within the illusion, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death. Chen Zhe ordered the disciples of the Ziliaizong to escort Song Yuanyi back, thereby demonstrating his own prowess and compelling the Ziliaizong to retreat in trepidation, surrendering their martial arts manuals. After all, while annihilating the Ziliaizong may be a trivial endeavor, it would undoubtedly provoke a coalition of numerous hegemonic forces on the continent, which would pose a considerable challenge. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Zhe instructed Shui Yongbing to arrange accommodations for the young man, while he began to fine-tune his own condition. Given that he was about to eradicate a hegemonic force, and that other such entities might intervene, it was only natural for him to prepare himself to the utmost point. 8 days later, my lord, I have received news today that several hegemonic forces have already made their way to Laming Mountain. Shui Yongbing reported to Chen Zhe. Relaying the information he had gathered, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Zhe's eyes. The Ziliaizong has yet to respond, and now several major hegemonic forces are converging on Laming Mountain. It seems they have made their decision. My lord, with these hegemonic forces joining forces, it is likely that the top experts backing them will also take action. Although your strength is unrivaled within the universe, it is, after all, difficult for 2 fists to contend with 4 hands, and a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Perhaps we should adopt a more measured approach, Shui Yongbing could not help but suggest. Gazing at Shui Yongbing, Chen Zhe smiled, a smile imbued with unparalleled dominance. Yongbing, do you know what it means to be unrivaled within the universe? It means that even if the entire world were to unite against me, they would still be unable to compel me to bow or retreat. Chapter 104. The onslaught on Ziliaizong atop Laming Mountain. Within the grand hall of the Ziliaizong, the seats were filled with individuals, each exuding an aura as profound as the ocean. The head of the assembly sat an elderly man with a square face, tinged with a faint purple hue. His lips were tightly pressed, and his expression grave. His gaze crackled like lightning, causing those under his scrutiny to feel a prickling sensation on their skin. Flanking him on either side were 2 rows of seats occupied by elders whose auras were no less formidable than his own. Some even subtly stronger. In the center of the hall, a disciple of the Ziliaizong was delivering a report. Master, Chen Zhe has entered the vicinity of Chizhou City and is rapidly approaching Laming Mountain. The elderly man with the purple visage furrowed his brow slightly. What of the disciples sent to ambush Chen Zhe in Chizhou City? The reporting disciple hesitated momentarily before responding. All the disciples sent to ambush Chen Zhe were exterminated on the spot, with not a single survivor. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the purple-faced elder twitched slightly. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, the news of the dispatched disciples being slain by Chen Zhe still pained him. Though these disciples were not the elite, their deployment for the ambush signified they were not without strength, most being inner disciples. With each death, the foundation of the Ziliaizong grew that much shallower. What is Chen Zhe's condition? Has he been affected? Inquired an elder seated nearby. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone present understood that the disciples dispatched were essentially sent to their demise, and no one expected them to truly ambush Chen Zhe. As long as they could continuously disturb him, preventing him from resting and diminishing his state upon arrival, their sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. On the surface, however, Chen Zhe's condition appeared largely unaffected, reported one of the disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders present furrowed their brows. The name and shadow of a person can be quite powerful. Chen Zhe, capable of vanquishing the red-eyed greedy wolf, was, in their eyes, an absolute adversary. Even with so many formidable opponents present, they still sought every means to weaken Chen Zhe's strength. Report, Sectmaster, Chen Zhe has passed the Chizhou City area and has reached the Dongqing City region. The disciples positioned there have already engaged, but unfortunately, they were completely annihilated. Just then, a disciple rushed in from outside to deliver the news. A wave of unease washed over the crowd. Knowing that an ambush awaited ahead, yet maintaining such rapid progress without pausing to recover their energy, was Chen Zhe brazen or merely confident in his own abilities? Sectmaster, Chen Zhe has now arrived within the vicinity of Xingyun City, less than 100 miles from our thunderous mountain, and all the ambushing disciples have been slain without exception. At that moment, another disciple rushed in, panic etched across his face. The elder with a purple complexion abruptly stood, astonished. Qian Zhe has reached Xingyun City. Just moments ago, the intelligence indicated he was still hundreds of miles away. How has he arrived at Thunderous Mountain so swiftly? This was, in fact, quite reasonable. Although the methods of conveying messages were swift, they paled in comparison to Qian Zhe's speed. By the time news of him reaching Xingyun City arrived, he had already closed in on Thunderous Mountain, creating a sense of disorientation. Sect Master, Qian Zhe has breached the mountain gates, leaving countless disciples fallen and wailing in agony. Sect Master, he is ascending the mountain path. Sect Master, Qian Zhe is forcefully assaulting the protective array. A flurry of urgent reports, akin to sparks flying, continued to pour in from the disciples of the Purple Thunder sect. The relentless influx of information left those in the hall feeling as though they were perched on a bed of nails, a heavy urgency weighing upon their hearts. While others are at our doorstep, how can we remain seated? I cannot endure this. I must go out and see. An elder suddenly sprang to his feet, storming angrily toward the hall's exit. You wish to see me? No need to go outside. I have arrived. A resonant voice echoed from beyond the hall. The crowd turned to the entrance, where they beheld a young man clad in a dark robe, striding in with a measured pace that belied an unshakable steadiness. Qian Zhe, first you slay Shan Shiwen, leading to the decline of the Red Star sect, and now you aim to obliterate the Purple Thunder sect. What is it that you truly desire? The elder, who had risen, glared fiercely at Qian Zhe, demanding an explanation. I acknowledge my fault regarding the affairs of the Red Star sect. Should they seek vengeance in the future, I shall accept it for the Purple Thunder sect, daring to seize my techniques and scriptures. They must be prepared for my retribution. If today you hand over that precious martial arts manual, I shall turn and depart. Otherwise, the Zalay sect may very well be erased from the continent. An elder rose and spoke. Qian Zhe, we have an unspoken agreement regarding the rules of engagement. Regardless of whether the Zalay sect has indeed usurped your manual, even if they have, you must adhere to the established protocols. Such acts of annihilating sects are utterly intolerable. Qian Zhe, we wish to avoid conflict with you. But since we are gathered here today, we cannot allow you to obliterate the Zalay sect. Qian Zhe, desist. If you are willing to retreat, we will certainly provide you with an explanation. The other elders also began to persuade Qian Zhe. These elders were all formidable half-step innate experts. Their presence was the backbone of those dominant forces, enabling them to maintain their status as overlords of the continent. For instance, after the death of the supreme elder Shan Shiwen of the Chixing sect at Qian Zhe's hands, they immediately fell from their position among the dominant forces, and unless a new half-step innate expert emerges from their sect, they shall never regain their former status. The rules you assume we follow, I neither know nor care to know. Hand over the martial manual, and all grievances shall dissipate. Otherwise, we shall see whose fist is stronger. Qian Zhe replied coldly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the elders darkened. They had not anticipated that so many of them would fail to sway Qian Zhe. Qian Zhe, do you truly wish to engage us in battle? Do you believe you can survive the combined assault of our six? The elder with a purple countenance stepped forward, his voice resolute. This was the most perilous moment for the Zalay sect. He needed to unify their voices to confront Qian Zhe. Qian Zhe, while your strength is formidable, we are 6 in number, and you cannot withstand our united front. An elder sighed. Qian Zhe surveyed the supreme elders of the major dominant forces in the hall, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Enough with the idle chatter. If you insist on meddling, then you shall accompany the Zalay sect to its downfall. Chapter 105. Pressing down upon the path to ascendancy, akin to slaying one's parents. The manual that the Zalay sect has seized is of utmost significance to Qian Zhe. These individuals obstructing his retrieval have thus become his mortal enemies. Qian Zhe, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you believe that by slaying Shan Shiwen, you have rendered yourself invincible? A blue-robed elder stepped forth, pointing at Qian Zhe with fury. Spare us the rhetoric. First, take a punch from me, boom. Qian Zhe stepped forward, unleashing a force that could shake mountains, causing the entire hall to tremble. His right fist surged towards the speaking blue-robed elder, a fist that could subdue mountains and rivers. Within the hall, a tempest roared as Qian Zhe's aura soared to the heavens, exuding an overwhelming might, akin to a divine being lifting an ancient mountain and hurling it into the void. Imbued with a destructive dominance that caused the blue-robed elder to pale in the face of this punch. Divine wail's overbearing slash. The elder in the blue robe raised his right hand, his palm vertical and knife-like, his profound inner energy surging through his palm, causing it to swell slightly and darken to the hue of iron. Meanwhile, his body continually retreated, evading the sharp radiance emanating from Qian Zhe at that moment. The power in his palm was steadily accumulating, awaiting the moment of explosive release. The tides of the sea rise and fall. With each retreat comes the preparation for the next surge. This divine whale dominance technique was infused with the principles of the ocean's tides, as the elders strategically avoided the enemy's fierce onslaught, waiting for the moment when the opponent's momentum waned to unleash his strike. Qian Zhe, perceiving the elder's intentions, revealed a faint, cold smile. With one punch, he could quell mountains and rivers, suppressing both the tumultuous currents of rivers and the immovable majesty of mountains. How could such might be so fleeting as to be easily evaded by a mere few steps? The blue-robed elder, having retreated only a few paces, soon felt his back press against a chair, his expression shifting dramatically. Although the hall of the Purple Thunder sect was not narrow, it felt rather constricted for warriors of their caliber. In an open space, he would have ample room to evade with ease, but now he was compelled to unleash the divine whale dominance he had been gathering. With a thunderous crash, the elder's hand struck out fiercely, carving a white streak through the air, akin to a divine whale cleaving through the waves of the ocean, aimed directly at Qian Zhe's fist. At this juncture, Qian Zhe's momentum remained unwavering, while the elder's strike lacked the requisite build-up. The outcome of their clash was inevitable. With a resounding thud, the elder's right arm twisted grotesquely as he was sent flying, crashing into the back wall of the hall, creating a massive breach, and skidding across the ground. With a swift motion, the elder slapped the ground with his left hand, propelling himself into the air. He executed a somersault and regained his footing, yet was unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. His complexion turning slightly pale, his gaze towards Qian Zhe tinged with a mixture of astonishment and fury. A single blow had left him injured, and yet Qian Zhe was merely half a step into the innate realm. How could his strength be so formidable? The expressions of the other onlookers shifted dramatically upon witnessing the elder's defeat in one strike. They had long believed that Dan Chiwen had perished in battle without retreat, but it now appeared he had likely never been afforded the chance to flee. Qian Zhe's strength seemed to surpass theirs by a noticeable margin. Even if they banded together, they could not guarantee victory over him. It was no wonder Qian Zhe had the audacity to approach them recklessly, fully aware of their presence. With this realization, the others turned their gazes towards the elder with the purple visage, who possessed the coveted tome. Qian Zhe sought trouble with the Purple Thunder sect, and they had nothing to gain from confronting him. The most prudent course of action was to persuade the elder to relinquish the manuscript, thus prompting Qian Zhe's withdrawal. As for how to deal with the unpredictable factor that Qian Zhe represented in the future, that could be contemplated later. Sensing the collective gaze of his companions, the elder with the purple visage understood their intent. In truth, he had already memorized the contents of the manuscript. Even if he were to surrender it to Qian Zhe, he could still continue his cultivation. Yet, as he contemplated the loss of those disciples from the sect due to Qian Zhe's actions, a wave of resentment surged within him. Had he not been compelled to surrender the secret manual, he might have surpassed Qian Zhe in breaking through to a higher realm and sought vengeance against him. However, should he yield the manual, it was certain that Qian Zhe would advance before him, rendering his aspirations for revenge hopeless for eternity. The elder with a purple visage clenched his teeth and solemnly declared, "That manual possesses the potential to elevate us beyond our current realm. It must not fall into Qian Zhe's hands. He has always acted with reckless abandon, and if he ascends to a higher plane, it would spell doom for our factions." Upon hearing the elder's words, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. One among them urgently inquired, "Brother Lei, are you speaking the truth?" For these semi-innate powerhouses, nothing was more alluring than the prospect of breaking through their limitations. For years, they had been ensnared in their current state, devoid of any glimmer of hope for progression. Now, the revelation of a manual that could aid their ascension electrified their spirits. The elder with the purple visage nodded. "I assure you, I would never deceive you. If you assist me in repelling Qian Zhe, I am willing to share that manual with all of you." Hearing their exchange, Qian Zhe scoffed, "To trade my manual for favors is indeed a lucrative proposition. Qian Zhe, depart at once, or you shall become the mortal enemy of our 6 great factions. From this day forth, we shall pursue you relentlessly." A short-statured elder, his eyes ablaze, shouted furiously at Qian Zhe. The opportunity to transcend their realms was at hand, and in their heightened agitation, they momentarily lost their reason. Qian Zhe gently shook his head. "I have no desire to sow further bloodshed. Why must you all come forth to meet your demise?" As he spoke, an abrupt shift occurred in Qian Zhe's aura, transforming from one of overwhelming authority to an indomitable pride, as if even the heavens themselves could not compel him to bow or retreat. Whatever obstacles lay ahead, he would shatter them. With a single punch that could shake the heavens, as Chen Zhe unleashed this strike, the synergy of spirit, body, and internal energy reached an almost flawless harmony. In that moment, he believed he was on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm. Yet a fleeting doubt within his mind created a subtle rift between the three elements, preventing their complete unification. Nevertheless, this punch was nearly equivalent to that of an innate powerhouse. The ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon that erupted from his being lacked the previous sense of insubstantiality. It had solidified and surged toward the 5 individuals standing before him. He dared to confront the 5 semi-innate powerhouses with his singular strength. Faced with Chen Zhe's astonishing display of power, the 5 semi-innate powerhouses were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that someone could unleash such a cataclysmic punch, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within their hearts. Chapter 106. Yielding in the face of imminent peril. None of these semi-innate powerhouses dared to underestimate the situation. Each summoned their utmost strength, manifesting the essence of martial comprehension they had attained. The red serpent constriction. An elderly man clad in a crimson robe bellowed fiercely, his arms twisting like ethereal serpents as they surged toward Chen Zhe's fist. Suddenly, a colossal, crimson-tinged serpent apparition erupted from within him, its elongated form lunging forward, intent on ensnaring the azure dragon's projection. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. The diminutive elder spread his arms wide and struck inward with ferocity, akin to a giant maw snapping shut. From his being surged a massive yellow dog apparition. Charging toward the azure dragon's spectral form, Thunder Dragon extends its claw, piercing cloud arrow, sacred lotus hand. A gigantic claw, enveloped in crackling lightning, manifested in the air, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. A pure white arrow apparition appeared suddenly, radiating an indomitable sharpness. A grand azure lotus apparition gradually bloomed, embodying an essence that seemed impervious to destruction. 5 distinct manifestations of martial intent filled the Zilei sect's grand hall, converging upon Chen Zhe's fist, which had transformed into the azure dragon's projection. The red serpent entwined around the azure dragon, the massive yellow dog clamped fiercely onto its neck, the lightning-encircled claw seized the dragon's head, and the pure white arrow shot straight toward the dragon's brow, shielded by the slowly unfurling azure lotus above the 5 figures, protecting them from the dragon's onslaught. Under the combined assault of the 5, Chen Zhe's punch appeared ensnared in adversity, seemingly destined to yield no fruit. Yet, within Chen Zhe's gaze resided unwavering resolve, devoid of hesitation or retreat. This punch was an unstoppable force, intended to shake the heavens and the earth. The intent behind this strike dared to rattle the very cosmos, rendering it impervious to such trivial constraints. The azure dragon suddenly unfurled its form, breaking free from the red serpent's coils, which shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. The elderly man in crimson paled, promptly expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground, his martial intent shattered, his spirit wounded, his fighting strength diminished. The azure dragon extended its lethal claws, seizing the massive yellow dog at its neck, tearing it asunder with a brutal pull, and the diminutive elder, too, was grievously injured, robbed of his capacity to continue the fight. Following this, the azure dragon raised its head and let out a resounding roar, causing the white arrow darting toward it to become dislodged, and with a swift swipe, it shattered the arrow. Drawing in a breath, the dragon swallowed the now dissipating lightning claw above, a multitude of sparks dancing across its form, transforming it into a thunderous dragon. Harnessing the devoured martial intent, with Chen Zhe's 6th-tier talent, he swiftly grasped the purple-faced elder's techniques. The purple-faced elder pointed at Chen Zhe, disbelief etched across his features. The 5 foremost powerhouses of the continent had simultaneously unleashed their might. Yet not only had they failed to thwart his strike, but their martial intent had also been shattered, with their essence forcibly consumed by him, leaving them gravely injured. At this moment, only the Azure Lotus King's true intent remained among them. Should this Azure Lotus intent withstand Chen Zhe's assault, they still held a glimmer of hope. If it faltered, then all of them would meet their demise here today. However, they still possessed a modicum of confidence. On this continent, the defenses of the pure Lotus true meaning were deemed invincible. Even the foremost powerhouse of heaven and earth, Zhang Qishui, would require considerable effort to breach the defenses of the pure Lotus true meaning. Boom! The colossal claw of the Azure Dragon descended upon the pure Lotus, causing the face of the pure Lotus King to pale. The pure Lotus immediately trembled, and the outer layer of petals began to fall away. leaving only the inner 2 layers intact. Witnessing this scene, the elderly man with the purple visage changed countenance. To breach the outermost layer of the pure lotus true meaning with a single strike implied that Qianzai, with but 2 more attacks, could shatter its defenses entirely. Qianzai, we have no intention of being your enemies. Allow us to depart, and we shall not interfere in the matters of the Purple Thunder sect. From this moment forth, wherever you, Qianzai, may be, we shall automatically retreat. The Pure Lotus King hastily implored. The individual capable of breaching even a single layer of his Pure Lotus true meaning was likely standing at the pinnacle of this world, even without ascending to a higher realm. Such a person would be more than sufficient to overpower them. In light of this, it mattered little whether the secret tome fell into Qianzai's hands. Why should they court disaster by insisting on a life-and-death struggle with him? Was it not somewhat too late to be voicing such sentiments now? Qianzai replied coldly. At that moment, the azure dragon struck down once more, and with a thunderous roar, another layer of petals from the Pure Lotus true meaning was shed, leaving only the final, fragile layer. Should Qianzai strike again, their fates would rest entirely in his hands. Upon hearing the words of the Pure Lotus King, the elderly man with the purple visage wore an exceedingly grim expression. Yet he dared not act out, knowing he still required the protection of the Pure Lotus true meaning. The cloud-piercing arrow, a dim, shadowy arrow suddenly materialized, piercing into the chest of the elderly man with the purple visage. His already grievously injured state caused his vitality to rapidly wane. He laboriously turned around to face the elder behind him, who was panting heavily and struggling to gather his martial essence. With a self-mocking smile, he rasped, "You are far more ruthless than I anticipated. Losing one is better than losing them all." The elder who had conjured the cloud-piercing arrow took a deep breath. At that moment, the Pure Lotus King retracted the last remaining layer of the Pure Lotus true meaning. "Qianzai, this is our sincerity. We apologize for our previous recklessness and hope you will show mercy and spare us." As he spoke, the others were also secretly gathering their remaining strength. Should the situation turn dire, they would flee at once, leaving their ultimate escape to fate. As for the blue-robed elder who had been the first to be hurled away by Qianzai, he had long since fled the Purple Thunder sect upon witnessing Qianzai's might. Qianzai smiled and said, "I can spare you." Upon hearing Qianzai's straightforward promise of clemency, a tremor of joy surged within these individuals. "However, you must consume this pill." With a casual flick, several pills landed in the hands of the Pure Lotus King and his companions. Gazing at the elixir in their hands, the expressions of these individuals revealed a struggle and hesitation. Although Qianzai did not disclose the nature of the elixir, it was evident that it was a controlling poison. Should they ingest this pill, they would likely become mere puppets under Qianzai's command from that moment forth. Conversely, refusing to consume it would almost certainly result in their immediate demise.